Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographic location. Today is Boxing Day, and I hope you guys had a wonderful Christmas with friends and family. And to the lonely heart there, I hope you also had a good Christmas by yourself. Well, Christmas is Christmas, either way, it's come. And it's gone. Today is Boxing Day, and I hope every one of you have your boxing gloves on for this wonderful broadcast we're going to be having this afternoon. Title: Should Nigerian boycott 2027 election? This idea was floated by a panelist considered among his peers as one of the most intelligent person. So, but I brought it down to the floor for the viewers to look at this, because we're going to look at the definition of the word boycott, and also we'll look at I'll put three questions on the screens for us to look at. But before then, I will play a video for you guys to give you an idea, to put it in context, that if we boycott the election, then what will happen. Thank you for those of the comment section. Elijah said, let's say against me today, Boxing Day. No, I'm not against you. Well, it depends on which side you will be on today. If you're going to be on the side of those who want a change for Nigeria and hanging in there, I'm going to be on your side. But if you're on the side of those who say Nigeria will not going to work, then we're gonna be you're gonna be on the opposite side. Then that means we're gonna box each other as much as we can. But thank you, Elijah, for joining in this morning. So I'm gonna put this afternoon, I beg your pardon, from my own location this afternoon. I'm gonna play a video for us to see what protests, when people protest without violence, and how it goes on, how effective it is. Dele Ajufo, you have not survived 20 election, you are looking at 27. Can you guys be real? Yes, we are real. 2023, today is 26, in the next 4 or 5 days, it will be over. The president has been sworn in. And yes, the hardship is real in Nigeria as a result of policies and insensitivity of those in position of leadership. And unfortunately, the man that they look up to as the hope and as the hope of the people, the leader of the obedient movement with his army, he himself equally, in my considered opinion, appears to be playing the script. We will look at that script at the end of the day. But let's play this. Let me play this video for you to weigh in into, for you to watch. I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Form of protest in Iran. People are dancing everywhere. They are dancing in classrooms, in malls, in sports stadiums. Take a look. Like I was telling you, this is not a new TikTok rage. The dance is a form of protest. Iranians are protesting against their government. While dancing in public spaces is normal in the era of reels and stories, in Iran, dancing is frowned upon. In fact, dancing between men and women in public is banned. You will find this ironic if you followed Persian culture. You see, song and dance, along with food, have been an integral part of Iranian history. Be it Yalda, the winter solstice, or Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Dances are always a part of Persian festivity, but things have changed under the clerics. A year ago in the city of Rasht, this old man broke into a dance at a fish market. 70-year-old Sadek Bana Motajad said that his dance was meant to make people happy. As you can imagine, this dance did not go down well with the Iranian regime. 12 men who appeared in the video were picked up by the police. Reports say these men were blindfolded and beaten. They also had to sign a pledge. It read they will never sing and dance in public again. Mohtajadid's Instagram page was scrubbed off its content. All posts were deleted. The profile picture was replaced by the emblem of the Iranian Judiciary. A new post read, "This page has been shut down for creating criminal content." It added that the person engaged in the activity has quote-unquote been dealt with. You see, Mohtajadid is pretty popular in Rasht. People call him Boogie, which in Persian stands for megaphone. For years, he has been going to stadiums with a megaphone and cheering the fans.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to quickly highlight this is a comment here by James Norman. What does Iran got to do with Nigeria? Iran got 24/7 electricity and Iranians are not starving. Thank you, James Norman. I appreciate this comment. It's going to, actually, your comment will help us to move forward in respect to this broadcast. Now, the idea floated, or the suggestion that we should boycott the 2027 election, poses the question that, should we boycott the 2027 election? Will it give us electricity or stop the people from starving? James Norman, this is what, like I said, your comment, it's a good one. So far, the best, with respect to all other comments. What does Iran got to do with Nigeria? They protested. The man protested. 12 of them, as you can, from what you can see and hear from the video, they were flogged. But they have 24/7 electricity, and they are not starving. But their protest was for a reason. Now, the idea was floated in the last broadcast that Nigerians should not go and collect their PVC. The guest speaker argued that Nigerians should collect their PVC regardless. However, a panelist argues that no, Nigerians should not collect their PVC. Rather, they should protest by boycotting the 2027 election. So, if we boycott the 2027 election, how will that give us 24/7 electricity and alleviate, I beg your pardon, the hunger and starvation in the country at this very moment? To get a better understanding, we have to look at the definition of boycott. To refuse to buy, use, or participate in something as a way of protesting, which we have already discussed. And the first question before the audience, before us, is, how will boycotting the election bring about the change we are in dire need of? E.g., like what James said, if I'm correct by your name, 24/7 electricity, starvation, insecurity. How will boycotting the 2027 election as a form of protest, I mean, it's here for the audience to argue, how will that bring about 24/7 electricity? That's question number one. Question number two, how will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government? So we all sit down in the house come 2027. Nobody goes out to vote. And the Constitution rightly says that if there is no one challenging the incumbent president or governor or any other person, automatically that person retain his position. How will boycotting it change, provide, or remove the current government? Question number three, and why wait until 2027 if it's not working? Agreed, it's not working. But to put it in the form of a question, if it's not working, why do we have to wait until 2027 before we do anything? Should Nigeria boycott 2027 election? PVC is like a voter's card in the Western world. It's used not just only for voting. It's used as proof of address. It's used for different things because it contains your name, your address, your date of birth, everything. Even though it's not reflected on the PVC itself, I mean on the voter's card itself, it carries your address. You have to vote at so polling zone. So how does boycotting? How will boycotting the election bring about the change that what we are in dire need of? I am going to put this question up again. I will play the video again as I highlight some of the comments that are already in. So just give me a moment. Yeah. So I will go to the comment section now. I will start all over again, but to just thank everyone that have joined us, those of you in the comment section. I'm going to put out the link there for those who wants to come in. You have not survived. I think I have explained that. Is there a plan to increase electricity tariff? I think there was a plan, but it was dropped somehow. Whether it's going to come back again, I don't know. Happy Boxing to the electricity. Happy Boxing to you also, Comfort Babel. Hope you found the love you are searching for in the comment section. I hope you will find that love you are searching for. I apologize for ending that broadcast that you were so upset about. You'll find that love. What does Iran? Yeah, I will come back to this comment because it's very important. This dancing protest makes sense. So imagine Nigerians and their celebrities do this. It will make a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Comfort Babel. Back to Jay, my friend. Ask Tinubu to give you electricity since he buy lots of Nigerians to be president. Since he went to America to sell drugs rather than applying his mind to learn new useful skills. This is about the people, not about the president. We all know who he is, except by divine miracle. And the people protesting, standing up to do something. I think we should, at this point, we should stop referencing him because it doesn't appear it will change. And think, how much is a chicken in Nigeria? 20,000 naira, depending on the size. Now, recently they said it cut transportation price by 50%. That's a fluke. So everybody's used to the lies. So why should I ask somebody who I'm already used to? But about the people? The question before us is, the issue before us is, let's focus on the issue. Should Nigerians boycott the 2027 election? Please, that is what I want us to focus on, please. If you're commenting, please focus. If you vote in 2020, how would that correct the anomalies that you hinted at electricity? You never can tell. It will correct it. But abstaining from voting is giving the power that they are solidifying their power the more. Don't forget, a lot of people, Nigerians, came out to vote. Unfortunately, things do not go the way we expected. Does that mean that is the end of the road? Does that mean things cannot change? Of course, things can change. But if we now abstain as floated by a panelist, that is why I brought it to the floor. A panelist floated this idea that Nigeria should boycott the 2027 election. How will that bring about the change that we are in dire need of? So just imagine, even this 2023 election that went by, not everybody went to vote despite having their PVC. So now imagine that we all boycott that election. We didn't go and vote. Look at the hardship people are facing now. So imagine after 2027, he only has 4 years. He's not going to come back again. It won't be coming back again because president term is 2 tenures, 4 years, 8 years. Imagine the hardship that Nigerians are going to face. Is this idea a plausible idea that was floated? Like I said on this panel, as long as I'm going to recognize, uphold the values and the integrity of the channel, I stand on my own in some of my some matters I bring before you, but it will be based on fact. We're not going to mix it up or or paint it white when it is black, or paint it black, or say it is white when it is black, or black when it is white. No. So should Nigerians boycott the 2027 general election? Dodo Shaku, Nigerian leaders should have a change mind in all our dealing, everything. We do it like it's like family. The father leads and directs all action, so is what the followership. Ola Kehinde said, can a general boycott work in Nigeria? I don't see that working because the people have already been divided along many fronts possible. It can't work. Just for the argument, Ola Kehinde, let's assume hypothetically that we boycott that election. Hypothetically, let's assume we are all one. There's no divide among us. Assumption. Hypothetically, the first question is, if the election, we boycott the election or is boycotted, here is the first question which I highlighted. How will boycotting the election bring about the change we are in dire need of? How? That's the first question. Second question, how will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government? It's very important. So we all sit down at home, tendering our business, like the children of Israelites. When they said, by the riverside Babylon, there we sat down, and there we were, when we remember Zion. For the wicked say, carried us away captivities, requires from us a song. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Unknowing to them, that is the best time to sing the Lord's song in a strange land. So I will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government. You know, they say talk is cheap. So anybody can talk. Anybody can talk. But when we now bring it to the floor to analyze it, I played the video. They don't allow male and female to dance in Iran. But the man came out to dance. 12 of them, they were taken, flogged, beaten. But yeah, some people say Peter B is a righteous man, he's a gentleman, he shouldn't lead the protests. What a cock and bull story is that? I don't understand. Someone has to. He's the leader of the people. He's the one the people voted for. He's the one that said his mandate was stolen. The people's mandate was stolen. He's the one that it is attributed to him that he has army who are willing to die for the truth. So if the truth is that his mandate was stolen, then why is he sitting down? Why is he not going after his mandate? He went to the court and they said, yes, the court's ruling was not fair. What is the next? Lead the people to protest. Peaceful protest. You see what we see in Iran there? It was a peaceful protest. They didn't fight. It was dancing. Dancing. Even though their government is more dictatorial than the Nigerian government, people still what? Still protest peacefully, for the record. For the record to reflect that it's a peaceful protest we are what? We are talking about. I'm going back to the comment section again. And where did I stop? Yeah. So I stop here. And can a general boycott? So I've attended to that. So HK, nice. Kudos to you on the panel section. On the comment section. Thank you for keeping this program going. Voting appears not to be the solution. Occupying the street and shutting down the country will do the magic. Otherwise, they will rig it again and ask you to go to court. Exactly. Then the man to lead that is Peter Gregory Obi, the man who has the ability to what? To ginger the people. The man who has what? Who the people voted for should be in the forefront to lead this protest. We voted for him. He must not play the script. If he is playing the script, so he should lead the protest and lead the people to the promised land. The promised land is where we live now. It's flowing with milk and honey. So it's not somewhere else. It's not even the Japa. That's where the promised land is. No, the promised land is Nigeria. It needs to be fixed. And that has to be. Thank you, Kingsley. Yeah, with all due respect to your intelligence, you should start telling the people the truth, knowing that your votes never count in that contraption called Nigeria. That is incorrect. Votes count. Even though it was rigged, even though the judiciary we flawed them, even though the election did not go the way it was, every vote counts. Every vote counts. So, but we're going to get it right. If we're going to get it right, we have to try again. We have to try again. But the question is, if we do not go out to vote, or if we boycott the 2027 election, how will that bring about, how will it remove the current government that we all are crying? It's terrible. The current government that says palliative 8,000, and yet your governors led by Soludo hijacked that palliative. The government that can never be held accountable. 126 people. Recently, I heard some people were killed in Plateau State recently. May their soul rest in perfect peace. Condolence to their family. So, every vote counts. So, we must vote. But if we don't go and vote, if we boycott this election, 2027 election, because if there is no pushback on some ideas or some ideas or suggestion that is being floated, it will come to be. And when it comes to be, it's always going to be very difficult to take it back. So, the focus should not be on 27, but all attention should focus on Tinubu's current administration. We have to stop deceiving the gullible Nigerian. That is question number 3 I put out there, AGK. I'm going to highlight question number 3 again, and I'll come to you. I'll come to your comment again. That's question number 3. And why wait until 2027 if it's not working? Definitely, certainly, obviously, whichever word, English word you want to use to qualify it or quantify it, it's not working. So why wait? Why wait? Rather than, you see, this is it. If we are going to invoke Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, you still need your PVC. If we are going to remove all these senators and representatives, the Akpabios and the Ireti Kingibes who claim or who as presumptively supposed to be the opposition party, if they are going to be removed, you need your PVC. That is how powerful your PVC is. But here, a man considered as one of the most intelligent panelists floated this idea. So I brought it to the front for the people, because this is the people's parliament. Should we embrace this idea, or we should look for another idea? If we are going to embrace this idea, then we need to ask ourselves, what is it going to achieve? What are we going to achieve by this idea? What are we going to achieve? Is it going to remove the current government? Will it give us that desire, that change that we are in dire need of? If yes, then we will embrace the idea. If no, then we'll discard it. It doesn't worth it. We must not let it see the light of the day, because don't be surprised. Some people will pick it. The opposition will pick this idea and sell it in a way that we will not know. Boycott the 2020 to 2027 election. Boycott it. They will be the one to campaign for it without you and I knowing, because it's going to favor them. Because once you boycott it, they remain in power. They will float this idea. The idea has been floated. And that's why what we say in the public domain, we have to be very careful. Words are powerful. The opposition will pick up this. The Tinubus and other people, the APCs, will pick up this, get somebody to play it for them. pretending to be on the side of the people. No, don't go and vote again. Boycott this election. It's not going to work. They stole our mandate. They do this, they did that, they did this, they did that. Then everybody will sit at home. Come 2027, no opposition. Since there's nobody to oppose him, then he remains the president. All the senators, they remain as they are. Come on, let's be realistic here. This is life and death we are talking about. Like I keep saying, Nigeria is not a figment of imagination. Nigeria is real. And as long as it's real, we have to deal with it in real time. In real time, we have to deal with it. Back to the comment section again. AGK, let me see. Where did I saw? I think I took this, but you can, of course, I can lead the protest. I'm not gonna exempt myself from not leading the protest, and I will lead the protest when the time comes, or if I can. Yeah, of course I can. I will build towards it without a shadow of doubt. But for now, we're focusing on the man called Peter Obi. And when he step aside, I will take his position. Until such time, he will have to give me that permission because I voted for him. So if he says your vote he doesn't need my vote again, it's irrelevant, he doesn't give a bloody shit about my vote, anybody vote, then I will what? I will put him aside. Thanks for laughing, Kingsley. This is Boxing Day, please. I hope you all are. And then this is also asked at electricity. Also asked how has continued election changed the condition of Nigeria? Your election has only legitimized constitution of criminality. You are replying. Okay, so okay, you're telling. You see, the election was rigged. Let's agree on that. It didn't go well as we expected. And I've said it before on this platform. If Tinubu had one vote and Peter Obi have 99 million votes or 199 million votes, it will still be president, given to what the deal that has been entered that you and I do not know about. But it's still down to you and I to change the system. It is the people that are the only alternative to bad government and leadership. It's the individual who is going to stand up to defend the core constitution, the core value of what? Of the constitution. We may criticize the constitution as long as we want to. And even when should we rewrite a new constitution and we fail to defend it, to stand up to defend its core value, it will still be the same thing. It won't change. Education, Peter Obi lead the protest. People like you will not come out. Who says who? Let him lead. He's the leader. He's the one we're looking up to. He's the one. Ejike, I can't start to listen to each time I try. I feel the same. But thank you for coming in the first place. It's your comment is highly appreciated. You have a lovely Boxing Day, and hopefully we will see you again. Ejike Onyemachi, your comment it's valued. Let me just put it out. Iranians got food and electricity to charge that their human beings created the food and the electricity in Iran. Leave Obi alone. Face Yoruba Tinubu, Yoruba Supreme Court. No, it's not Yoruba until you until we get it into us that this has got nothing to do with Yoruba. Ask those who voted for APC. They are feeling the same pain that you are feeling. They probably have learned their lesson, and come next election, they will vote right. But if that election is boycotted, then what do you think will happen? It's a straightforward question that is out there. Should Nigerians boycott the 2027 election? Straightforward question. It's a question that we don't need to beat about the bush or turn it into tribe or turn it into Yoruba or turn it into APC or PDP or whatever it is. The question is, should Nigerians boycott, and how will boycotting it remove the current government? If the vote count, why is your candidate P2B that even came third not become the president? You have started your work early to deceive the gullible ones to go and vote again. Yes, it's not deception. Ask anyone. Vote will always be the best way to bring in any government. Not coup. Coup remove government. But will boycotting the election remove the current government? Ask yourself, let's ask ourselves that question. If the military take over, they will remove the government. That's a fact. We've seen it in Nigeria. We see it in Niger, in other African countries. But tell me where in history that people boycotted election just because they are not satisfied with the government and the government was removed. In history, prove me wrong if there's any such in history. Google it. That the people did not go out to vote. Then the government now say, you know what? These people are angry. They didn't come and vote. We are not going to. We all will resign. We will leave our seat. We will leave our position. Google it and point me to it. Then we will look at it. If that has ever. But we've seen different kinds of protests. Violence and peaceful protests remove government, but not boycotting election. I've never heard of it. Maybe you have heard of it. Bring it to the floor and let's look at it. What's the evidence that any vote counts when you don't have beavers in correct operation? Even Constitution doesn't count. Yet you say vote count. You're not I am patriotic. Constitution counts. It's just for you and I to what? To defend its core values. The Constitution counts. They use the Constitution. They use the Constitution in the Supreme Court. For crying out loud, P2B used the Constitution when he was impeached in Anambra State. So it's only when it favors me, the Constitution matters. If it doesn't favor me, the Constitution doesn't matter. Come on. Let's keep it real. So if I win the case, the Nigerian Constitution is good. But if I don't win the case, the Nigerian Constitution is bad. Is that what P2B said? I don't think he has ever said so. Because if he did say so, he has shot himself in the leg. But I know him. He's an intelligent man. He will not say such a thing. Because according to him, quote and unquote, he went to the Supreme Court for the interpretation of the Constitution when he was in Anambra State. If his winning was upheld, not based on the Constitution, then it's equally a fraud. So is it only when the Constitution favors me, I now agree that the Constitution is good, and when it doesn't favor me, I say the Constitution is bad? And if the Constitution is bad, what do people do? They amend it. They hold a referendum, or they go to their constituency and deal with what the elected leader, Section 68, Section 110 of the 1999 Constitution, with Amendment 2011, and they amend that aspect of the Constitution. And it's disgraceful when you see lawyers, well-read, educated people saying that that document is a fraudulent document. It's disgraceful. It's a shame. It's a shame. They should bury their head in the sand. And they will go to court and be quoting law. Leave Obi alone. Face Yoruba Tinubu. Well, I think I've seen this before. Comfort. So if the votes didn't count, how did Tinubu get to Aso Rock? That's an obvious thing you are asking. We've all at this point come to that conclusion that it was a deal. I've said it before. Remember, Tinubu said, if not for him, Buhari wouldn't have been president. And it is his turn, it is next. That alone clearly tells you that a deal was entered at a certain point. And Buhari has no choice than to what? To ask Mahmoud to make the call. But you know why? Because Tinubu knows where all the bodies were buried. So if Buhari made that mistake, unfortunately, this is at the expense of the citizens. We have to read in between the line. In between the line, for us to be able to say, you know what, this is not just only about the election. There is something hidden somewhere. The man said it out openly. Now, if our legislators are credible, they should have called him what to come and address that. That you said if it's not you, Tinubu would not have been, Buhari would not have been president. Could you explain this? But because between the legislative arm and the executive arm, there's this romance of corruption between them. So they won't do it. They will not do it. At Soji, you say you are not able to see all comments. Okay, I don't know why that is. That is probably your system, or you are just having a laugh with us. But thank you for if it's a laugh, thank you for putting a laugh on our face. But if you are not seeing the comment, then I think you have to turn off your system and turn it on back. That is the best advice I can give. Unless you are the one playing the opposition script because he is your brother. Peter Obi will not lead any protest, and Obedient are fine with that. You speak for yourself, okay? Yes, he is my brother. It doesn't matter, Peter. Even you, Esu, you're equally my brother. Well, I'm not going to say we. And if the Obedient are fine with that, well, let Peter Obi come out and say the Obedient are fine with it. Then we will now know what to do next. But as of now, he said they are what? The opposition, the Labour Party, and the Obedient movement are in the what? The opposition. And yet they collected the tokens, they collected the SUV, they donated money to Akpabio's birthday. What a baloney, according to Dr. Judy. Please send a link for me to do, as I don't want to be seen. Please send a link for me to do so, as I don't want to be seen as it wear a link. You don't need a link to be in the comment section, please. So you don't need a link. You only need a link to come on the platform, but you don't need a link to be in the comment section. Just click on that YouTube, this thing, the program showing on YouTube, and you will then you just go to the comment section, but you don't need the link. The video, the broadcast is there. Just click on it, and you will see the link. You see the comment section there. At comfort, go to your court with Mahmoud. Okay. Listen, you know this without clean coup or a dirty revolution, there's no way out of this APC demonic government. Can only remove or stop it first. Stop deceiving the public. As much as I am not in favor of a coup or a dirty revolution, I can agree with you that we need something very forceful. One, everyone going out to vote again. Two, Peter Obi leading the protest, peaceful protest. All labor organizations joining in that protest, shutting down the country. All workers stay at home. Shut down the airports. Close everywhere. But not boycotting the 2027 election. If you're going to remove a government, you have to remove it in another way. Vote counts. So our vote count, but they rigged the election. Okay, of course. The fact that your vote doesn't count doesn't mean they cannot rig the election. The election can be rigged. Even if everyone vote, it can still be rigged. It can what? It can still be rigged. But where the institutions have failed is just like the US last election, when Donald Trump said the election was stolen, this and that. They recounted everything all over again. Some states had to recount days and days. But because the institution we have also are corrupted, and the people are failing to change this institution, the people meaning you and I. So Nigeria is not going through a peculiar situation here. It has happened in some part of the world, and they overcame it, and they came out successfully. But we can't continue to blame someone else and not apportion blame ourselves. Good evening, I say greetings from the land of UAE. Thank you, Oriyomi Abdul. Greetings from where I am, and I believe those in the comment section also give you that greeting. Me, I still believe that the only way Nigerians should be liberated is when people goes out en masse. I think we are in agreement with that. We need to register that, and once we register that, I mean, the video I played, the old man, 70 years old, with 12 people were arrested and beaten. But some said Peter B is Jesus Christ, so he shouldn't go out. Even Jesus Christ went into the temple and flogged the people there and said, my father's house is a house of prayer, not a house to what? For gambling. Come on, that's Jesus Christ. He flogged the hell out of them. And yet, some says Peter B is a gentleman. They will say is the Igbos this and that. Come on, those are all excuses we are making. If you want to be a leader, be a leader. If you don't want to be a leader, go rest somewhere, please. With due respect, sir. Comfort said, Abdul, you're right. You're right, Abdul. So Comfort, be ready. You'll be by the side of Peter. Boycotting the election will never bring any solution to this guangma. Thank you very much. This is Oriyomi Abdul. Boycotting the election will never bring any solution. Never ever. Just play it in your head for once. Let's play it in our head for once. That we are boycotting the election. We are not going out to vote. Just play that in your head for once. Pretend that it's not about APC or whatever it is. Forget about who you are supporting. Just play it in your head and say, you know what? Nobody goes out to vote 2027 election. Everywhere, even the APC people also should not go out will not be going out to vote. Nobody, absolutely nobody. APC, PDP, Labour, Kakanfo, Motherfo, Sisterfo, Auntiesfo, nobody goes out. The present government remains in power for 8 good years. And someone float this idea for us to buy, countering the idea of a speaker who said, regardless, people should go and take their PVC. Like I said, we in diaspora, we contribute to the problem more than even those in Nigeria, with due respect again. Why can't we work together for common fight with people like one of the contributors? This very chat, as you can see. Yeah, we can work together. Like those in the chats. If that's what you are saying, Olakende. Why can't we work together for a common fight? I believe you wanted to use the word can't there. If not, you can correct yourself. But why can't we work together for a common fight with people like one of the contributors in this very chat, as you can see? So we can work together. We just have to get rid of that divide. We can work. Imagine what happened in Imo State. Even when there's no election, result came out from there. I think there was this protest in Kano State. I think 2 days ago, yesterday or 2 days ago, when the people of Kano came out en masse to protest in respect to the court case going on there. I will watch that again. But I saw it. They came out en masse to protest. But during the presidential election, I mean the Supreme Court, the court was so wise, they decided to broadcast it. They did not broadcast the entire hearing, but they decided to broadcast the final judgment. They know what they are doing, because why? They don't want people to come and protest, because they know protesting will work. And rather than the people of the man of the people, who the people voted for, who was able to galvanize the people, I will give him credit for that. It's a difficult thing for one man to bring out the desire of change that many Nigerians are looking for. Give him credit. We'll give credit to whom credit is due to. But at the same time, if need be, we'll call him out and say, man, you need to do more. We appreciate what you've done so far, but we want you to do more. Now, the elected APC party is the one destroying Nigeria as a country as we speak. So focus should be APC government, not distraction like talking about P2B all the time. APC is not a demonic party. APC is not the problem of the country. APC is a party. Now, if you go back years, they evolve. They move from one party to the same human being. They recycle themselves. And if you are familiar with the techniques of recycling, after a while, the material can no longer be recycled. Then it's useless. And when it's useless and you try to use it, you are not going to get the desired result. That is the problem. APC is just a party. People, it's the human beings there. Just like Labour Party, PDP, Kwakwanso, and everything. These are all just a name. The human beings there. And let's be realistic. Some of us have been part of this party before. Some of us talking on this broadcasting, even before we leave diaspora, before it evolved into APC, we were member of those parties before. We campaigned for them. So I keep saying we must not stand on any moral high ground. We're trying to find a solution to a problem. So throwing stones, standing on any moral high ground is not the best. We want a change, and the change must start from you, must start from me. That is how we will get it right. Others prove me wrong. Iranians got 24/7 electricity and food created by a human being. Listen, face the source, your backwardness in Yoruba Tinubu. You are wrong in the second part. You're right in the sense that the Iranians got 24/7 electricity and food created by human beings. You're right there. Except you are suggesting, I need you to clarify yourself, that those of us, the Nigerians, whether leader or not, are not human beings. Because the video I played, that man, 70-year-old man, is equally a human being, protesting against the government for what? For the refusal of dancing. His dancing is to bring happiness to people. He's equally a human being. In that second part of your comment, you're wrong. We are all human beings. We all can be influenced. But we decided to say, no, I refuse to be influenced. I refuse to compromise. So we are all human beings. So if you are throwing stones, you have to look at yourself too, because you are also suggesting that, James Norman, you're also suggesting that you are not a human being as well too, as a Nigerian, if you have one. If you have one, that's what you are suggesting. So, again, I'll pose the questions again, just for the purpose of this broadcast. One, how will boycotting the election bring about the change we are in dire need of? Two, how will boycotting the 2027 election remove the so-called demonic government that some of you are saying they have? So you want to remove a demonic government, and yet you want to boycott the 2027 election. So how is that possible? That is, want to eat your cake and have it, if that's the right analogy or the right proverb to use. You are saying a government is demonic. The APC is demonic. Are you agreeing also that we should boycott the 2027 election? If yes, then how do you remove the so-called demonic government when you boycott it? If you want to remove a demon, you go for deliverance, or you deliver yourself. You don't boycott. You don't remove yourself from an atmosphere of deliverance or the principles of deliverance. So you don't. And why wait until 2027 if it's not working? Certainly it's not working. So we don't have to wait. And that is one of the errors we've made in the past, to wait until it's too late. So why do we have to wait? Why? Why do we have to wait? Will boycotting help to solve the problem? Will boycotting give us 24/7 electricity? I'm telling you, right? Take note of this. Take note of this. What do you call it? Of this topic. Somebody will push for it. They will use megaphone. They will use the internet. And because it appeals to us, that demonic government you are talking about will pick it up and will use it, knowing fully well that the people don't want to go and vote. They will pick it up. Watch. And they will sell it. They will spread it like wildfire. And the situation will remain as it is. Nobody. Then they will remain in power another 8 years of suffering. Chicken is 20,000 naira in Nigeria. And yet, they said we should boycott the election. I'll play the video again for us to see.
Has become a form of protest in Iran. People are dancing everywhere. They are dancing in classrooms, in malls, in sports stadiums. Take a look. Like I was telling you, this is not a new TikTok rage. The dance is a form of protest. Iranians are protesting against their government. While dancing in public spaces is normal in the era of reels and stories, in Iran, dancing is frowned upon. In fact, dancing between men and women in public is banned. You will find this ironic if you followed Persian culture. You see, song and dance, along with food, have been an integral part of Iranian history. Be it Yalda, the winter solstice, or Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Dances are always a part of Persian festivity, but things have changed under the clerics. A year ago in the city of Rasht, this old man broke into a dance at a fish market. 70-year-old Sadek Bana Motajad said that his dance was meant to make people happy. you can imagine, this dance did not go down well with the Iranian regime. 12 men who appeared in the video were picked up by the police. Reports say these men were blindfolded and beaten. They also had to sign a pledge. It read they will never sing and dance in public again. Mohtajadid's Instagram page was scrubbed off its content. All posts were deleted. The profile picture was replaced by the emblem of the Iranian Judiciary. A new post read, "This page has been shut down for creating criminal content." It added that the person engaged in the activity has quote-unquote been dealt with. You see, Mohtajadid is pretty popular in Rasht. People call him Boogie, which in Persian stands for megaphone. For years, he has been going to stadiums with a megaphone and cheering the fans.
So, gentlemen, thank you for those of you who have for your comment. Those in the comment section. Thanks for keeping this program going. The truth is what will set us free, and until we embrace the truth, we will keep going in circles. And whatever ideas we're floating, we have to understand that words are what are powerful. And because they are powerful, we have to be careful. Chinyerada Osakwa, thank you for joining. Yes, decision of governors, INEC, Security Judiciary, DSS have been deactivated and compromised. 2027 election doesn't exist. That's interesting to know, Chinyere. But Chinyere, if I may ask you this, if 2027 election doesn't exist, how do we change the system? If you don't mind answering that for us, Chinyere. If 2027 election doesn't exist, how do we change this? How do we remove the existing government? How do we, let's say, how do we now put Peter Obi there? Since he's the one we are all, most Nigerians, let me put it that way. How do we put him there? You just said 2027 election doesn't exist. So I'm asking you now, help us to understand where you're coming from. Agreed, the institutions of governance, INEC, Security, Judiciary, DSS, EFCC, the legislators, all those institutions have been deactivated and compromised. I will go for compromise, not deactivated, because they are still in existence. They have been compromised. Agreed. And as such, you arrive at that conclusion that the 2027 election doesn't exist. I don't know where you are, whether you are in Nigeria or you are Osakwe, you are in diaspora in the Western world. But I will argue that you are in the Western world. I stand to be corrected. So, the 2027 election doesn't exist. How do we remove the current government? If you cannot provide this to us, then it will be easy for anyone to conclude that you are not being realistic. You only see the problem and not solution. So I hope you will answer the question in response to your comment. I hope you will. James saying, I know the truth. Yoruba is the only reason for backwardness in Nigeria. That's not true. That's a blatant lie. Blatant lie. They are not responsible. They are not the only reason. They are not even the reason. We all are the reason. If the country is in backwardness, we all are the reason. not Yorubas, not Igbos, not Hausas, not anyone. We, the people, are the one who is responsible. Mr. Murray, thanks for joining us. I'll yield the floor to you, sir. The question before us, the topic before us is: should Nigerians boycott the 2027 elections?
Yeah, good morning, sir. Thank you for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
Good morning to you too. Welcome.
Merry Christmas to you and compliment of the season to our viewers.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. It's not about the question of boycotting or not boycotting. You see, we have been blaming Nigerians for being lackadaisical about our political involvement and participation. Then in the last election, because of efforts of people like you, Dr. Damages, and every concerned, truly concerned Nigerians, everybody came together, sending money to people to mobilize them, to register, to collect their PVC'S. And if you look at it critically, it yielded results, especially in places like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and everywhere. The first time you could see a Bola Tinubu, a Jagaban, a so-called Jagaban, losing election, even in his own domain. The first time you could see people like Wike losing election in Rivers, if people were trying to take charge, if you want to define the true meaning of democracy, this is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But in Nigeria, Rivers is the case. The people have never been involved. So that awareness is growing like Hamatan fire. Boycotting the election has never helped any situation, right from independence. I can take you back to 64, time would not permit me. That is not the subject of today. Boycotting any meeting, any election has never helped any situation. So what do we do more? How do we learn from the past mistakes? Now, people may not be happy with me, especially the obedience. I also supported Obi to an extent. Showore was my candidate, but I discovered that his messages, I don't know for what reason, wasn't resonating with the Nigerian population. I opted for an Obi. Either Obi would have created a better opportunity, and he wrote for a Showore to come in later. There's something I want to say this morning. A lot of people were killed. A lot of people spent their money. A lot of people wanted to die. You could see the case of a woman in Lagos. Even after she was brutalized, you could see blood, gushing out from her head. She insisted she was going to vote, and she voted. That's to tell you that the Nigerian population masses are gradually waking up from their slumber. So, my next question is, how long do we continue to do this without somebody willing to lead from the front? The difference between what we have today and the answers was that it wasn't built around any individual. And they were not struggling to attain power. It was just a mere accumulation of anger over the years. People trying to vent their anger over the years. Now, this was an election. You could see how serious Nigerians were, how eager they were to change the status quo, and they did to a reasonable extent. My question today, from now on, wherever I go, this will be my preaching. This may surprise you. This is not, I'm not preaching Showore today, but I want to put another, I want to put it in another perspective. The support given to Obi in the last election, I'm not blaming him. He cannot give what you don't have. He's a gentleman. I give that to him. Now that the court has, after the elections, the militant group, the militant wing of obedient movement, they wanted to hit the streets. Obi said, calm down, which was good. Has a lot of peace. But there cannot be peace, where there's no justice. Obi opted for the other one, like he did in Anambra State. Let's wait. Because, look, he gave us example of what happened in Anambra State. How he was impeached, how he came back, how he was, denied, how his mandate was stolen, how he recovered through the court. But today, we can all see, it was good, giving a chance of peace to reign. But now that the court has been pocketed. Now that the legal process is in the pocket of few individuals. Now that everything, that makes sense to us in the past, does no longer make sense to us. The question, what do we do next? Do we see vote for an OB, mobilize for an OB? People are already getting tired. Nigerians are not, they are not people that, we forget easily, right? Now, we mobilize. Those who were at home, they tried. People travel home to mobilize their people. He worked in Edo State. He was almost working in Nigeria, as a whole. But they truncated that effort. See, what we should be preparing between us and we still, it's very far, but not too far. But according to politicians, one day is like 1 year or 1,000,000 years in the eyes of politicians. It makes a lot of difference. What do we do? What can we do differently between now and 2007? Do we still mobilize? Give it to OB, wait to court again, to tribunal, from tribunal to appeal to Supreme Court, where we can predict the outcome. So my concern this morning, a lot of people will not be happy with this. OB will soon expire. Honestly, ask me why. If you do this one first time, you do it second time, people will be tired of OB. Now, it is clear. Now that we are aware, it is very clear to the blind, very audible to the deaf, that the freedom will not come through it will come through the ballot. But the same cabal that be holding us down will not allow it to come through the ballot. So even the court are not helping matters. It will not come through the tribunal. It's not the business of the court to determine who rules, who becomes the president. Now, what do? We need somebody with a revolutionary background to lead from the front. See, I want to end so that other people can have time to make their contribution. If that not even
you are the only one on the panel, so on the platform. So you go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to make my submission this morning, and you keep this date. You will remember in the future. If that 6 million, not even 6 million, just 4 or 5 million, was given to a revolutionary-minded person, the person will not go to sleep while they declare election between 3 and 4 a.m. The person there will be stampede everywhere. He will want to defend the mandate, and the youth will be behind him. He will be at the front to say, enough of this nonsense. And those inside, Mahmoud and co, will be hearing what is outside. Will be hearing what is happening outside. My brother, they will be cautious. They will be cautious of what they do. They will not just wake up and declare election. We don't want to give this same mandate to somebody that will go to sleep while Mahmoud and co will declare election at the wee hours of the night, at 2, 3, 4 a.m. when people are asleep. We need somebody that will get the mandate, who will not be watching the outcome from his the comfort of his room. We march there. See, I'm talking from experience. We've been in this game for too long, bro. I started when I didn't even know what I was doing. I had a government master at the secondary school level that made me understand that there is power in me that has been dormant that I need to, rejuvenated. So since then I have never backed up. In Edo State, my brother, you remember the likes of Aneni, the fear of PDP and the Aneni, the Godfatherism started in Edo. The seed of Godfatherism was planted in Edo. It grew in Edo and it was stronger in Edo than every other place you could think of. How were we able to dislodge them? We were tired. I left school, people wanted me to try politics. See, you will win election in the street while you are celebrating. They are busy swearing their candidate. We were just tired. We needed somebody, a voice that could lead us. That was when Oshomole came about. So he came. Oshomole might not be perfect. I know when it comes to how to mobilize the public, Oshomole knows how to do that very well. So what happened? The mandate was stolen. The mandate was adjourned. He didn't give up. Every court sitting there, you need to see every street in Benin. The bikemen, the women will be mobilized. Even the judge, before the judgment day, they knew it wasn't going to be business as usual. So they were careful. The streets, leading to the court, everywhere would be. See, to go into that court was a problem. So what was he doing? It was the kind of a game he was playing. He was working on their minds to tell them that you can do it elsewhere. PDP can do it everywhere. Because if you do it in Edo, Edo will burn. Edo might not necessarily burn, but then he was sending a signal. At the end of the day, they gave him through the court. That was how we were able to take power from PDP in Edo. So what Oshiomhole did with the power after he attained the power is a different body. That will be a story for another day. You know,
Thank you.
though it's
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You said something very important.
very important.
I'm echoing. I don't know why
I'm echoing. I don't know why.
Yeah, a call was coming to my phone. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. You said something very important. The 6 million given to Obi, that's the demand, the people. You're referencing to the people that voted for him, if I'm correct. Also, prior to the election, there was a man march everywhere, up to a 1 million man march prior to the election for Peter Obi. I know you've waded into that a bit, but what happened to those people? Where are they? I know you've waded a little bit on it. Why can't the same man march take place now that Obi says they stole his mandate? And like you rightly said, a revolutionary mind. We need somebody with a revolutionary mind. And how do we get such a person at this very moment? The floor is back to you. I will bring Tone in as well too. Mr. Murray, the floor is back to you.
I'm sorry, I had sir, the answer to your question is very clear. The people are eager, people are tired, people are willing to hit the street. They need somebody to lead from the front.
I agree with you on that.
I agree with you on that.
He's a gentleman, a complete gentleman. And I also alluded to the fact that if not even 6 million, if Showore had like 3 million youth behind him in support of his effort, bro, it will not be easy for Mahmoud. I can tell you. If there's anything our leaders, our rulers fear most, I don't call them leaders because they are not qualified to be called as such. If there's anything they hate, they fear most, is the people coming together. And there is a lot people can achieve. Look at what is happening in Port Harcourt, for example. See, I've been in this game for some time, bro. See, people, each time people come together, the oppressors are afraid. So, you see the game they played in Lagos. When they saw a Tinubu, a Jagaban losing an election in Lagos, they turned it to a tribal war. It wasn't a tribal war. But those that were foolish to fall for that trap started killing themselves instead of facing their common enemy. What we need is somebody that will be able to bear the cards. People are eager. The Nigerian youth are tired of these people. The same people that were for Obi, they were the same people that were working against us when we tried to kick PDP out. So they have also woken up from their slumber. They joined APC. They discovered that APC was what? I'm talking to you here, was one of those that planted APC in my ward. I brought APC. I was the chairman. I was the candidate. I was the mobilizer. I was everything. But gradually we grew from there. Little did you know that we were even, preparing a greater monster than PDP. Now people have tried all these parties. They are tired. We just need a leader, somebody that will lead to say this. If Obi had agreed, like Abiola did, there was a point when we were fighting for June 12 struggle. They killed us. We were incarcerated. There was something Abiola did that will make me forever respect Abiola as a hero. A journalist went to Abiola. He said, Chief, we learned that you have agreed to sacrifice your mandate for your freedom. He just laughed. He said, you don't tell a barber to cut your hair while you are not there. Everything they are saying while I'm not there is don't. He ran away, first of all, thinking America and Britain, the Western world will be the solution. But he realized later that, it will be more difficult to realize. He came back. He came back to make that declaration at Ekpete or something. I can't remember the actual place. Now, as soon as he came back, we were more, encouraged. It was a ginger for us to hit the street in Edo. And I don't need to start blowing my trumpet here to tell you what we did. We did what we did. We were arrested. I spent 6 years in Oko prison. I didn't bother. I wasn't afraid. I was still ready to continue the day I was released from the prison because the man wanted, the people. It wasn't about Abiola. Abiola wasn't from Edo. Abiola wasn't. I wasn't even wise enough to know the difference between SDP and NROC. But it was all about the people. That is the kind of human being we need again. You know, I'm ready to die. Abiola had money. He would have preferred to enjoy his money. Abiola was richer than Obi. Know this game tomorrow in front of Obi. People will not be happy with me today, and I'll continue to say it each time we come on. Bro, let me surprise you again. Are you worried about the few individuals who wrote on the back of obedience to the National Assembly? What effort are they making? What difference are they making? Nothing. I expected the few of them to have their say, even if they cannot have their way in democracy. I expected to see a walkout for the National Assembly when SUV and the billions were being distributed. What do you see? They are busy taking their own share. So, all effort in futility, we are back to square one. We need a revolutionary-minded person, not the court. I believe in the court. Not that the court has disappointed everybody. Do we continue to wait for the court in 2007? My answer is no. We need somebody that's ready to go to jail, somebody that's ready to die for what he believes in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tone, before I bring you in, I'm still gonna I ask for your patience. I'm still gonna come to you, Mr. Murray. Comfort Barber posted this comment. It's a question which will lead to my own question as well, too. But should Obi give us the go-ahead before we protest? Now, you reference Sowore has a revolutionary mind, which we agree with. And the situation in the country right now is biting everybody. The election is affecting everyone, regardless of who we voted for. Should Sowore not come out now with that revolutionary mind he have with his supporters and also join and push for this protest? Because I agree with you, he has a revolutionary mind. The situation in the country is affecting everyone. We all want a change. What is stopping Sowore with his own is able to galvanize people and come out and say, you know what, we are tired of this government, and equally also lead the protest? Thank you. The floor is back to you, Mr. Amori.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Today, like I said at the beginning, it's not about Sowore. I'm not the spokesman of Sowore. I hardly talk to Sowore. I hardly see Sowore, but no matter how you try to condemn that gentleman, there's something I've seen in Sowore, consistency. This is somebody I've known for the past 3 decades. There was something I read from Sowore and Deji after the election. So everybody needed people like that to hit the streets. There was a tweet I read from Deji. He said, when it comes to election, they are not qualified. People like Sowore are not qualified. When it comes to protest, and when they have something to protest about, they remember the likes of Sowore to come and protest again. Does that make sense to you, sir? See, if you can use him to protest to fight against the government, if you can disrupt the court, you saw what he did when they wanted to arrest him by the SSS in the court. You know, even the judge was made to understand that the SSS were doing the wrong thing. So Sowore can fight for himself, fight for people anywhere. See, I repeat, the person must be ready to go to jail. The person must be ready to die for what he believes. A power is not given a la carte. It's not what Jagaba said. That statement was pregnant. That was what, led to what they did later. He said, you grab it, you run with it. So, we need, I can repeat again, calling Sowore to come and protest for what? So that Obi's mandate can be restored? It doesn't make sense, bro.
Okay,
we are human.
Mr. Murray, this is where we may disagree slightly. Why I said slightly in the sense that we are looking at the country as a whole. Regardless of Obi, I call Obi, you call Sowore, anybody, or whatever it is. The situation on ground now. If you just said, "Oh, Sowore come and restore Obi's mandate," it's not. This is why I call Peter Obi out is because he moves the people. Okay, you have highlighted Sowore as well too. But if the country is the focus, regardless, the country is the focus. Should Sowore not come out himself and do something? Is it because Peter B says his mandate was stolen, or Sowore did not make a good score? This is about the pain is biting everybody. So if he cares enough, should he not come out? Because he has a revolutionary mind. On the other flip side again, if he wants to win the people back, do you not think this is an opportunity for him to grab? Just like Tinubu said, steal it. I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I don't think I want to quickly point out this. I don't think Sowore, I'm not his spokesman, but we are human. You saw what he did. See, I want to give one thing to Sowore once again. I thought I was strong, but seeing the person of Sowore, I think I would feel I'm very weak. If I were being Sowore's shoes by now, I would have been depressed. This is a guy that has not seen his family for how many years now? He has been cut off. He's still in prison, still in detention within Nigeria. The only difference is that he has been released from Abuja, at least to travel around within Nigeria. He doesn't reside there. So what they have done to Sowore is enough to break him down. But he moves on. He's trying to do as if nothing is happening. He's a human being. He's going through a lot. But another thing I want to point out is, if you see the attack on Sowore, if you see the insult on Sowore, even by the obedient movement during that campaign, look at what he said. I also approached Sowore. I was like, oh, can Sowore, at a point, I felt Sowore, somebody like Sowore and Obi could work together. Then look at his point. The moment Obi started saying, God, they asked him about, what will you do to those that have been stealing Nigeria dry? What will you do to those that have stolen our resources? What will you do to those that have brought Nigeria down to our knees? He said, God put your eyes on your front so you don't look back, so you move forward, which means they will all go away with those loot, on question. So another thing he said was like, a lot of blunders. See, you cannot give what you don't have. Like you said, I'm not forcing to be a revolutionary-minded person, but then there were some things. Two cannot work together unless they agree. Somebody might want to tell me there is no in Nigerian politics. You don't have there is no there's a word that I'm trying to get right now, that everybody does what he likes. You don't have what you fight for. I'm trying to get a word. Even at that, you cannot work. The Bible says two cannot work together unless they agree. They don't have anything in common. So when they see or be as somebody like a member of the old school, like an extension of PDP and the article, see, it will be difficult for him to give his best in that situation. My brother, again, I ask, if we know Sowore, if we know it's necessary during protest, we should be able to at least encourage him by giving him a little support to give his best. I don't blame him for not coming out, but if Obi has started something, I can tell you, Sowore will come in later when it comes to national interest. Look at what he did recently in those states. He's not going there to contest. When Tinubu went, the so-called Democrats, that criminal called Democrats, that is even worse than what some things that Buhari could not do. Could you imagine the same Tinubu under Nadeko that rattled Abacha and Abibi to a standstill, that rattled Obasanjo between 1999 and 2007 to a standstill, going to Ondo to say the governor should write the resignation letter, in advance. He did not stop there. Forcing governor of Rivers giving the directive to the state governor and the executive governor, to favor Wike. So, what Sowore did? He moved to Ondo to say enough of this. He made an arrangement for a place he was supposed to use. They cancelled it. He did not stop at that. He wasn't doing that so that
Mr. Murray,
he could get the support for governmental election in Ondo.
Hold on one
I
second.
know what that man can do, but the same obedience attacking Sowore, who wanted to come and protest now that the court has supported them. He doesn't work that way.
Mr. Murray, you made gentlemen on the platform. Please, I beg your indulgence. Please, I need to press further with Mr. Murray. He's making a valid point, and I need to press further. Please, you made reference to national interest. Is the national interest of the country a concern to Mr. Showore? It's a yes or no question. Answer.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So let's leave Obi out for once. Look at what is on the platform there. This is the time for CSOs, Obi leaders, Obi Showore, youth should come together. Let Showore complement Obi and vice versa. Since the national interest is, like you said, you are not the speaker for Showore. I agree on that. And you are not speaking on his behalf. Let the record reflect that this is Mr. Moriyu's view. Let me also highlight something. Mandela was in prison for 28 years, leaving his family to the extent that it was alleged that the wife had an affair. So Showore is not going through anything peculiar, anything extraordinary that someone has not gone through before. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed as well too. So there have been loads and loads. And I feel for him, don't get me wrong. I empathize with him, don't get me wrong. But he's not going through anything different that somebody has not gone through in life before. Back to the question. You just said the national interest also is concerned about national interest. If the national interest is his concern, do you not think he should disregard Peter Obi, whether he has the mandate or not? Do you not think he should disregard every other thing and put the national interest in his focus and come out and say the nation is in a bad state? I am a revolutionary. Come join me. Let us move this country. I will come back to you, Jagun, please. I just want to press on Mr. Omori on this, please. Please, I'll come back to you guys.
For the very last, let me quickly say this. Omoyele's spirit is not broken. Omoyele is willing, but he has not gotten the support of Nigerians. That's the best way I can put it. Omoyele is ready to do anything and is courageous enough. I can tell you, because I know something, what he has done. I'm judging him by his antecedent. He has not got it. He's not getting the. Does it not surprise you that when Mohbad was killed, Nigerians hit the streets, unmobilized? You saw what they did. Now, a lot of people, how many people were killed in their jobs? Nobody is coming out because it has to do with the poor. That is the kind of treatment we are giving to Omoyele. We are not being fair to that guy. So he needs your support. He needs the support of Nigerians to do whatever he can do. You know, we have disappointed Omoyele, and he's willing, from what I can see. He's mobilizing. From the little he has behind him, you know, the support is not there. There is limit to what you can do when you don't have the support of the people. You saw what happened in Port Harcourt. Fubara, who knows Fubara? Fubara will be a non-entity, will be a nobody without the support of Port Harcourt people. Then when they came out, Emmas was Fubara, even the same Fubara they are coming out for, is towing the line of the wicked and the Jakapa. You know, these are not counterproductive. So we don't need our support. We are not be fair to that guy. Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, again, just Jagu and Tone, I beg of you again.
Bros, because we're listening and it's very intelligent talk, and I like the way you're doing it, where you're just dealing with my brother here. However, as it comes, we have points to suggest in terms of what you're saying now. So if you want to bring Tone in before me,
please.
I would like to come in. I would like to come in.
I beg you, please. You know me. I'm begging you, Anton. Okay. Back to you again, Mr. Okay, you know what? Let me first of all extend an invitation to you. In that, I'm going to run a broadcast as you being my guest in regards to Showore. Do you accept that invitation?
If I have time, because of the nature of my job, I will know it. Why not?
All right, thank you very much. You said you claim that Showore needs the support of Nigerians. You are one of his supporters. Is that correct?
I do not just support Showore. I support anything that will move us forward as a nation.
Okay. In the context of our discussion on the Showore, you support him in the context of our discussion.
100%.
Good. So you are one citizen that support him. Also, there are other citizens out there that also have his support as well too, and that I also argue that they are willing to come out if Showore decides to say is coming out to lead the protest. Because if you say Nigerians are not being fair to him, a lot of people may disagree with you on that. I will go to the comment section later, because he still have his ardent supporters up to today who even did not vote, who did not even support Peter Obi, or just because Peter Obi is there. But saying they've not been fair to him, that is a different argument for another day, because when we are using the word fairness, we need to balance it. So as things stand, you said Peter Shore will come out if he has the support of the people. And I can say, with your support and others, it will come out. Mr. Mori, thank you. Stay there if you don't mind. Let me give the floor to Tone, then Jagun. Tone came in before Jagun. Though Jagun has been in the background, but you do not have your video on, so I wasn't sure if you want to be brought in or not. You always want to be. So I will give the floor to Tone, then I'll come to you, Jagun. Thank you very much. Tone, the floor is you. The question is on the floor. Let's focus on the question, which myself and Mr. Mori has been on. We can deviate, but the question is, should Nigeria boycott the 2027 election? And if that is the case, how will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government? This idea was floated by one of our most intelligent panelists on the floor. The floor is you. Thank you, on this platform.
Okay, hi. Greetings, everybody. It's not going to work. In an ideal situation, that is what should be happening, but it's not going to work. And for one simple reason, just one simple reason: tribalism. Tribalism still prevails. It still holds some people. I mean, as we all can see, in spite of all the failings and the clueless actions of the present administration, rogue administration that we have in Nigeria, there's still people that are still shouting for healing and supporting them. Is that not madness? Because the man is Yoruba, because in one way or the other, they are benefiting from that administration because of their hatred for a certain tribe or certain people from a different country, a different part of the country. If Peter Obi was a Yoruba man or from any other part of Nigeria, it would have been different. Some people just have that bias that has been built into them and all that. Even people that you expect so much from, men of God and all that, they've still got this bias in them. And then they will come and preach the word of God to you, that we should all love each other as Christ loved everybody, the sinners and the righteous. It's not just going to work until we deal with tribalism and all that. That's what we're suffering. The same thing we saw from 1966. 1966 coup was carried out as a revolution against the system, the corrupt system back then. But today they have spun that action to be an Igbo coup, which is not correct. Because people can read, people don't go back and read good accounts and read objective accounts of what happened from 1966. The same thing that is played out in 1966 is still playing out, is even playing out more now. So the thing is that it just can't work. Boycotting the election. If okay, let's just say, let me just give an example. I'll use percentages. If 60% of the country boycotts the election and the remaining, say 30% are votes, man, whoever APC will be sworn in, and you can't complain, you can't shout.
Yeah, so what you are suggesting is boycotting the 2027 election.
It's not going to. It's not
the solution.
It's not the solution, because it can only work in an utopian situation, in a perfect situation. But tribalism is still holding. That is our core problem.
Let me pause you there.
Tribalism.
Let me pause you there. I want us to run an hypothetical situation. Forget about tribalism. Forget about anything. Election, going to vote is to what? Is to either keep the person there or change the person. If people refrain from going to vote or boycott the election, how does that bring about the desired change that we need.
Okay, we have to think in terms of percentages at this time. It's just like if you're going to school, say there are about 30 people in the class, and 20 people in the class decides to abstain from the geography lesson. Does it mean that that geography teacher or that geography lesson is not valid? No.
No, Tom, we are talking about election. Election is
No,
to
no, 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 no. I'm drawing
we are talking
parallels.
about election. If one person attend a geography class, the teacher will go ahead and teach that one
Exactly.
person and
Exactly.
score and give that one person the score. But the other 29 people that did not attend, if the geographic lesson is what is will make them to pass, equally they will fail. Is that correct?
Fail.
So
Simple.
if we now boycott the 2027 election, like I said, this is an idea floated by someone, and I can assure you today that the ruling party will take this idea and float it to Nigerians, because we know Nigerians are already discouraged and nobody will come and vote. How does that work? If you welcome to the platform.
Okay. Electricity. If we can recall, this idea of a boycott has been floated by the IPOB. Some core IPOB members did not vote in this last election. You and I know some very core people of IPOB members did not vote because they were directed by Simon Ekpa not to vote for Nigeria, not to vote for the zoo.
And the people condemn it, yes or no? It was condemned, yes or no?
Well, where I stand on that directive is that whether you that it will benefit them more to be involved in the election process rather than boycotting the election process.
Thank you for that.
That's where I stand. So going forward, because I'm just trying to explain something here. Until we kill tribalism, a lot of things will not work. That is what is holding us right now. The people that have taken over the country are all bigots. Most of them are bigots. Some of them are even Igbos and all that. Some of them are Yoruba. Some of them are
listen, Mr. Ton, I don't want us to drag into this tribal. I acknowledge that. I don't want to drag into it because the situation on the ground has got nothing to do with tribal. I'll come back to you later.
Okay, let me just get straight to the point. My solution. The solution simple is either we take it by force, by going out on the street. And by the way, we don't need a Shure, we don't need Nnamdi Kanu, we don't need Peter Obi or any personality. En masse and all that, these people will listen. Or a military coup. It's just as simple as that. That is my own personal opinion.
Thank you.
Okay. And let me just comment about Shure, and I'm addressing Mr. Omorui. Until now, I had so much respect for Shure, but some utterances he's made in the last 2 months have shown me that it's all about him and his personality. Because I believe it comes across to me that he feels hurt that the attention has been shifted from him to Labour Party vis-a-vis Peter Obi and his deputy. Do you think if his deputy was the main man and all that, would have been on the street? Because it's more or less like Shure. He's fearless. He has said he's not afraid that they can come for him at any time. Peter Obi, I do not expect him. Listen, where we are now, they are waiting for Peter Obi to get into the trap they have set for him and all that. They will just dump him there like Nnamdi Kanu. None of us have got the ability to save him. They will just dump him there. They will put one charges, another treason, and all that. And that is what the man is avoiding. So he's better, is more useful to us and better for himself as well and his family for him to watch his own transit. Mr. Omorui said that he should say that he failed to define what he will do with the people that have stolen money. Obviously, you can't be asking that kind of dumb question. And the person that asked that question was so dumb. If I'm going to arrest all the people in the past, even going back to Babangida time, I would say it's during my election time. What I need is a strategy. What I will do when I get into power will be in my heart and all that. So I think that is the response his response as regards to that was well in order, and that's not what we should be.
Thank you, Tom, for that. I will come back to you again. Mr. Jagun, you are part of the house. So I'm going to skip you and go to Ife, your DRS. I know you are commentator. You can look me from now to tomorrow.
You're hardcore, man. No, there's no need for that. We are 1-1 now.
Because
I need to talk. I need to talk. Or I've got things to say.
Backstage if you object to that.
That's terrible. Anyway, Ife, let's see what Ife has to say about that.
Go ahead. Don't mind Jagun. Go ahead, Ife.
Good morning, Jagun. Go ahead and
morning.
I want to know where this conversation is going to before I can say something.
Correct, madam. Thank you very much.
If you look at the topic is
that was the lethal nature of electricity playing a game. In any case, thank you guys and good evening. And I must say that it's been a really wonderful conversations beginning. I really like where you are, because I was here. In terms of this discussion, I was here already probably 6 months ago. Mentally, this is where I was, and I was asking the same questions of myself as to what electricity is asking for our brother with the Nike top. I beg your pardon. Your name is Omore. Is that correct? Is that right?
His name is Omori.
Omori, thank you. I really liked a lot of what you had to say. You broke things down very accurately as far as I was concerned, concerning the real players and situations and scenarios historically that have gone on to bring us to this day. And in mentioning Obi, Shore, I would want to add another name to that, which is Nnamdi Kanu. Now, I'm not a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu by any means. It seems to me that he was somebody that I would definitely have a lot of objection to if we were face-to-face having a conversation. Having said that, he is an intellect, and there's no point in us pretending about that. And what Nigeria needs in terms of expediency are intellectuals with gusto, people who are ready to make changes. And these are people, I'm afraid, that are ready to make changes. I want to underline what you said about Shore. I would agree also with Tone in a way. Maybe Torre is a little bit egotistical, but this is what people have. This is mankind. Mankind, we have our egos. I don't believe I'm one of those, but many people are very egotistical. I like the question asked, do we need these people in order to make a stand? And for me, this is the most important question. The reason being, we, the people, will put ourselves in a begging position as opposed to being in a position of authority. And we have to understand that right now, politically, in terms of democracy in itself, it's rather young in Nigeria. But because there are so many of us ensconced in the diaspora, and there are so many brilliant and bright Nigerians on the ground back home, we have to bring the ideologies and the policies to the table, forward into the streets. We have to do that. Because you see, if you think about Obi at this time, there's no way that that man is not completely exasperated, tired, feeling defeated, wondering what the next move really is, no matter what he has in his bag. And then you look at Shore. It's been broken down perfectly by our brother here. And you have to understand that all of these people are human beings, and they get tired just like me and you. Right now, what we do know, as agreed, as our electricity as underlined, we know the elections were stolen. In the elections being stolen and asking the question as to the election in 2027, there is no point in having an election in 2027 when we all know that we did not have a democratic vote to take place. We did not practice democracy as far as the people are concerned.
Okay.
And this
the floor is still yours. The floor is still yours. Based on what you just said, how will boycotting? I put three questions.
I'm going to bring it to you.
You brought Ife up today. That is the first question. The second question is, How will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government?
Good. Let me answer that. As far as I'm concerned, as I said, I've been thinking about this for a long time, as I do many things. 2027 boycotting of that election should be our strategy as the people. We should be telling our government right now that we are not happy. We know exactly what's going on before us. We're not going to pretend with you for 1,000 years that you actually won this election and that you are not lying and that the Supreme Court judgment is a cock of bullshit. We know. So therefore, there will be no election 2027 because I'm not willing as a Nigerian citizen to enter into a further deepening horrific lie. So therefore, I am starting to campaign now against the 2027 election. There should be a number that of voters at that time that if you don't exceed this number of votes, that means the election is cancelled. So it doesn't what Tom was saying quite well, that if 60% don't vote, 30% will, and that's the end of the day. Real talk. However, we are going to begin to campaign from now as the people, and within our campaigning, you see, when I began by talking about certain names and I added Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm talking about intellect and gusto. These people have intellect and gusto. The egos between them and the different points of view that they may come from may not allow them to work. But the question that you asked, Electricity, was what are we actually going to do? And we are the people who have to appeal to these people to work together for the sake of Nigeria. Peter Obi should be leading. Dati, for me, is a fantastic individual and a deep politician and somebody that doesn't suffer fools and foolishness. And I like him for that. You see, it's difficult for us to really pinpoint individuals who can take on this war. There's only a few of them in the whole of Nigeria. And so we have to be very careful with them as to being easy of mouth to castigate them away. You know, we don't want to do that. You know, that Shore again now, because he has this revolutionary spirit, I don't believe he will be the best president we've ever had. But I do believe he can do a deep job of correcting the polity within Nigeria, a deep job. And that's why we need him there. Now, for somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, I'll end on this, unless you have any more questions.
No, I don't.
Somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, we have to understand that where Nigeria is concerned, people from different regions suffer differently. So the reactions to these suffering is different. And where Nnamdi Kanu is concerned, no matter whether I agree or disagree with him, there is no way that the truths that he speaks about that I need to disagree with. There's too many truths that the guy speaks about that somewhat elevates him, in my mind, to a position of articulation of what the problems in Nigeria are and what the solutions are. And we need minds like this. So I believe it's really in the hands of the people, because in the 2023 that we've just had, all questions as to the depth of corruption, the depth of the deplorability, the depth of insult, the depth of shame, all of that has been pronounced in 2023. Tinubu is just disgracing us as Nigerian people across the world. Ask me as a Yoruba man, is a complete disgrace. Complete. He should not be sat where he sat at all. He's not doing anything for Nigerians. Definitely not doing anything for me.
Thank you very much, Jago.
Yes.
Let me read something for you. Someone said in the comments in the private session, even if it's only 3% of Nigerians voted, a government will still be formed. Now, if the floor is yours, do you want me to play the video for you? I played at the start of the okay, so I'm going to play the video for you to bring you up to speed. So here is the video.
protest in Iran. People are dancing everywhere. They are dancing in classrooms, in malls, in sports stadiums. Take a look. Like I was telling you, this is not a new TikTok rage. The dance is a form of protest. Iranians are protesting against their government. While dancing in public spaces is normal in the era of reels and stories, in Iran, dancing is frowned upon. In fact, dancing between men and women in public is banned. You will find this ironic if you followed Persian culture. You see, song and dance, along with food, have been an integral part of Iranian history. Be it Yalda, the winter solstice, or Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Dances are always a part of Persian festivity, but things have changed under the clerics. A year ago in the city of Rasht, this old man broke into a dance at a fish market. 70-year-old Sadek Bana Motajad said that his dance was meant to make people happy. As you can imagine, this dance did not go down well with the Iranian regime. 12 men who appeared in the video were picked up by the police. Reports say these men were blindfolded and beaten. They also had to sign a pledge. It read they will never sing and dance in public again.
That is the highlight of the video. Dancing as a protest. Now, the subject is, should Nigerian boycott 2027 election as a form of protest? And the question now is, how will boycotting the election bring about the change we are in the need of? 1, 2. How will boycotting the 2027 election remove the current government? And 3, I think we will deal with this number 3 question in my next broadcast. Why wait until 27 if it's not working? So focus on the 2 questions, if you. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. The question is, do we even have democracy in Nigeria? That is even the first question that we have to ask. What is the difference between this government and the military regime? What's the difference? Democracy has been hijacked in Nigeria. So telling people to go and vote, honestly, is a waste of time with what happened in this past election. People will not come out to vote in 2027, believe you me. Why? Because we already know what the result will be. We've seen this government, they have put their people in the strategic places. The same INEC chairman is going to be the same INEC chairman. And what do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to announce the result? When we were told that they have malfunction with the beaver machine, how did they come up with the result that they gave us? Did they calculate it using calculator or what? How? We don't even know. So there is no need for us to even come out and vote. We recorded the lowest vote last election, the lowest vote. And what do you think is going to happen in the next election? Let's assume that 100 million people registered to vote last election. 20 million people voted. I bet you there will not be up to 10 million people that will vote in the next election. If at all, people will come out. Did you see the intimidation, falsification, threat to human life? Look at what is happening in this current administration. What do you want the youth to do? They're afraid of their lives. People don't want to come out because of what happened during the EndSARS. So I don't even understand. Honestly, if I tell you that I know how we're going to move this country forward, you know that I'm lying because I don't know. Where do we even start?
Let me ask you, let me go by your argument. If people, seeing that your argument is there is no point people coming out to vote, and this current government is what it is, a continued inflicting pain on people. According to the question, on how do we then now remove this current government?
The only alternative I know is that these people can come out in masses, in millions, not in thousands, to protest. But again, with what happened 3 years ago, will they be able to come out? That is the fear, because this government has instilled the fear in people to come out. When you tell people to come out to protest, they will tell you no. And they know that we are afraid to come out, so they're going to use their weapon to threaten the people of Nigerians. So if anybody don't want to come out, I don't blame them, because they don't value human life. Look at what happened in Plateau. These are innocent citizens minding their business. This thing can happen anywhere, in the north, east, west, anywhere, any part of the country. Imagine staying at home and this kind of thing happen. Where is our government? And the president has not given us a speech up until now, not that I know of. Can you imagine? What kind of government do we have? In a civilized country, the president will live wherever he is and run to that place, sympathize with the people of Plateau. But our president is celebrating Christmas. It's resting and people are sharing on him.
If the president will not, sorry for interjecting you, the president will not come out, because the last one that happened, the 126 people that dropped Bob or John,
he said
the president said it's designed by God. So don't hold your hopes high. So you'll be highly disappointed.
So this is designed by God. This is how we're gonna roll in Nigeria. Say anytime anything happens in Nigeria, we all agree that it is designed by God. Let us have some sense. Come on now. So there is no need to have an election. If you can't have a president that can come out and address you or address the country when it comes to critical issues, well, what are we talking about? God, please forget about it. Democracy is gone, done, and dusted in Nigeria. It's not going to change anything, believe you me.
Your solution is people come out en masse, and I believe everyone on this platform have also voiced the same concern. Chim, the floor is yours, please. Thank you. Welcome on the platform.
Yeah, good day, everybody. It's morning where I am, so I know you guys. Some of you are a couple of hours ahead already. So, should Nigerians boycott the 2027 election? I don't think so. I don't think so for many reasons. I don't think boycotting an election is going to, especially the the Nigeria we have and the mindset of the ruling class. If you boycott, because I don't think we would have 100% boycott that will be uniformed, and we've never we don't have our citizens. We don't have a uniform way of behaving. You might be able to get compliance in the southeast now, and a little bit of people in maybe south, and a few people from the west, but I don't think the north will boycott, and I don't think it will be 100% in any areas where Tinubu has staunch followers. Now, if you are talking about this boycott, I think first of all, let me go back again and say that what the Labour Party and those who lost the election should have done, they lost it. They lost the momentum. And quick caveat, because when you say certain things, people tend to think that because you're not in the country, that's why you're suggesting something to be done. For instance, if I say people should demonstrate, they'll say, okay, but you're living in the UK or somewhere and you want those of us in Nigeria to demonstrate. I've been part of a demonstration before. So, but the point is, at the point when this election was stolen, the last election was stolen, when all those shenanigans happened, that's when the opposition, who feels strongly should have done something that would have frightened the system. I mean, I remember in Kenya, when the people were suspicious of a certain election result they hit the streets. And, there are certain things you do that the umpire and the judiciary will become cautious in their decisions. The people didn't instill fear in those institutions so that they will not do the kind of things they've done. So that momentum has been lost. What is happening now is that the only way is that in the next election, if these guys will come together, form a good alliance, prepare very well, they already know the kinds of things the ruling party is likely to do. See, APC was in the trenches for many years as splinter groups, as both AC and CPC. They were fighting PDP separately, but they were not making success. Then they joined forces, brought their ideas, brought their connections, brought their propaganda, brought everything, and they used that to checkmate PDP and pull PDP down. Now, what they have done with the power since they got it is a different thing. So, but if these other oppositions will close ranks, unfortunately, like you've already mentioned, the oppositions, like, is it the show that we've already concluded is not happy that he's not the focal point? Is it PDP? Atiku has gone, is not even saying anything anymore. So that's the only way you can fight the ruling party. If you boycott the elections have been boycotted in Nigeria, and the ruling class took advantage of that boycott and declared the results the way they wanted. For those of us who have followed history, I wasn't born, but I have a knowledge of history. The 1960-something elections that led to the crisis in the Southwest, elections were boycotted. But guess what? MPC, which is your modern-day APC today, just wrote the results everywhere and decided what they wanted. And that's what led to the crisis in the Southwest between Awolowo and his deputy, because the federal might was supporting his deputy, who was now in their alliance. So boycotts don't work. See, you must know what works in every environment. Nigerians are wired different. I told somebody just yesterday, sorry, and I'll hand over the floor. Just yesterday, we were reviewing this in a party where I was. And we said, if what happened in Nigeria in this 2023 election had happened in South Africa, for instance, or happened in Kenya, one of those East African nations, the place will be boiling till tomorrow. But Nigerians were a special breed. We think we are into Aluta. Nigerians are not actually into Aluta, especially, and then by the days as we get new generation of Nigerians, comfort seems to be our prime this thing. We don't want to rock the boat. Even the P2P didn't want to rock the boat. Let's be honest. We might support him and everything. He didn't want to rock the boat. So he doesn't have that Aluta kind of thing. Perhaps, if it had been a show where that was enjoying that massive followership that obedience gave him, maybe he has that tendency for demonstration. You understand? But P2P doesn't have it. So we must read people's body language and understand the kind of things they can do and what they cannot do. So I don't think, my summary is simple. I don't think boycotting election in 2027 will produce any result.
Can I ask Electricity, can I ask Tim a question, please, based on what he said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Brother Tim, good day to you. I want to put to you, given what you said, do you understand that we don't have a democracy at the moment for the people? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So what would change that will give us democracy in 2027 enough for us? Just like a year, if we just roll on by to the time of the elections, the next round of elections, if we just roll on by, what will us voting do to make any kind of change at all?
Okay, so as much as these APC guys and the ruling class are in office, it's still not impossible to remove them. It's possible to remove them. Listen.
What with elections or before elections? What are you saying?
During it, you cannot see okay, so I don't want to say this because it's a bit contentious. I don't want anybody to, like we rightly said, to come and shut us down, or somebody go and report that, oh, some Nigerians somewhere advocating something that is sinister. There are only two things that can remove the current government. One is if we have a suicide bomber, just go in there and just bomb everybody. That's
Chima, they've been reporting us. In case you don't know.
So
They found nothing.
and then the other one.
All right, let the record reflect that Chim is not suggesting that.
Exactly.
Nor is the view of the channel, please.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Chim.
And then the other one also up front, I'm not advocating it, but the only other thing is if the Nigerian armed forces suddenly say, you know what, we don't like what's going on, and they hijack power. That's the only thing. So then the last one in the democratic way is if well-meaning Nigerians. See, APC was an opposition. They reached out to their core people of their similar mindset. Do you guys remember the kind of propaganda that Lai Mohammed used to carry when he was their spokesperson? Do you guys remember Lai Mohammed and the lies the guy used to tell? Go back and check it. So this PDP and Labour Party are playing fine boy politics. Fine boy politics does not work when you are dealing with Jaguda people in Nigeria. What they need to do is get their fellow people, get their own street urchins who will be ready to fire for fire when election comes. You cannot snatch box. You can't intimidate our members. And if once they do that, and Nigerians come out and vote and make a choice, informed choice, then you can push these guys out. But if you're going to play, let the votes count, let things, they will repeat what they did in 2023, even in a worst case, and still tell you to go to court where they will ambush you again. So that's the way it's good. That's the only way.
Thank you very much. If you have your hand raised up. You are muted, Ife. We can't hear you.
Okay, Chim, question. We all saw what happened in the last election. Tinubu wasn't even the president, and the election was massively rigged, and he favored him. They asked you guys, because not me, to go to court with all the allegations. Everything was swept under the floor, under the table. So this is my question. Tinubu is now the president. Are you telling me that he's gonna hand over the power? Do you think it's even possible? The only possible way this will happen, if at all it will happen, is if they have only two political parties, and those political parties will be APC and the rest. If all the oppositions can come together and the people of Nigerians come together, and when I mean come together in an aggressive way, then it will happen. But I don't see that happening. But as long as this man is in power, as long as you have this APC chairman in power, you can do election, you can vote left and right. I don't think anything will happen. If there is any solution, tell me.
Okay, if I may quickly. So you just echoed my views also. You know, the only thing is just shows a little bit of skepticism on that is my interpretation of what you just said. Listen, nothing is impossible, number one. Nothing is impossible. Because even APC, post 2015, people will say nobody can push PDP out. But what they simply did was they understood that, listen, they needed to play some. See, unfortunately so, I'm not proud that that is where our politics is. I think that by now, Nigeria's politics would have at least gained some measure of, credibility. Elections all over in the world are slightly contentious. There are always one or two things, even in the UK and the US, that we pride ourselves with. There are always issues. You saw it. But the point we're saying is it's not brazen. It's not as brazen as what happens in Nigeria and some African and third world nations. Now, Tinubu is not unbeatable. He is not unbeatable. The problem is, and we saw it, that with all the money he threw around, it's just that he had already bought the election before the election. He bought his party's primaries. He also bought the national election. Everybody knows that. But in buying it, the man is very strategic. Let's be honest. We may not like his criminality, but he's strategic. He understood that this election for him was not the typical bribe a few boys on the street. It won't work. If it was merely bribing people on the street, the way politicians used to do it, he would have lost the election massively. But what he did was he went for key national assets that are responsible for making decisions in the country. INEC, he bought INEC. The INEC people know that they cannot swear on Shango that they were not bought. They can't try it. He bought the police. He bought the army. He bought the judiciary. And you can see that even in the judgments they are giving, the way they are giving that judgment tells you there's a predetermined, they know what they were going to from the beginning. So he completes that. So hold on, let me just finish. So when it comes to what I'm saying about how to remove him, this opposition too will need to go into the trenches and know that it is a war. They are dealing, when you're dealing with a psychopath, you don't go there dealing with a psychopath in a nice way. It will kill you. I don't think those in Russia in the days of Stalin and co who were opposition, and I mean there were people who really gave Stalin some tough time, yes, no matter what any history may say, and survived it. They didn't deal with him, with kid gloves. You do guerrilla warfare with this kind of people. It's fire for fire. And so when they see it, even the what is it called? The umpire will also become careful what they are doing. They may try, but you will match them and you will move them. Tinubu is not going to be the first civilian, what I don't know the word to use for him, somebody who rigged an election. It's happened in other places, but people came together, joined forces, and fought and removed him. It can happen. I won't tell you it's not possible. It's possible. The problem is that the opposition is not united. The current opposition as is not united. I personally have this conspiracy, and I say it's conspiracy, that Tinubu probably has a hand in all this Showere and co. I'm telling you, I believe behind the scene, he's fueling them somehow. It's very possible. Because if you see the dimension, how does the Showere leave a party that stole the election? You're talking about another person who was dealt the same blow with you every day. That's the person you are attacking. It tells you that something is sinister. When a Professor Wole Soyinka, who is an erudite scholar, will see the truth, but unable to say the truth because his friend is involved, it tells you something else is at play. So my view is that if people are well-meaning and they say, you know what, we've had enough of APC, they've instilled poverty, they've instilled hardship on Nigerians, they need to go, and they work and plan towards it, they will remove him. 2015, Jonathan tried to rig too, but they outrigged him. That's what happened in 2015. And that is the only way. It's a fight. You don't play niceness with somebody who has already told you I'm a psychopath. If you try to do that, you will die. That's just my views.
Thank you very much. Reading what is on the platform says all opposition that mean well for the country need to come together only if they mean well for the country and not for their own selfish reason. There was a comment I highlighted earlier that, okay, I'm going to go back to read the Constitution as to what happened in the case of, but whether we like it or not, even if we boycott the 2027 election, a government will be formed one way or the other. And given to what is on ground, we don't know what sort of government will be formed. So whether we agree or disagree that boycott election should be boycotted, we must have a government in place. And we don't know who is going to form it. So Tinubu may be taxed to form a government depending on what the Constitution says. We don't know who is going to be taxed to form that new government if the incumbent is not allowed to continue. And if Tinubu is taxed to form a government, imagine what kind of government we are going to have. It will be a continuation of what? Of it definitely is not going to call Ife to come and head the government because he knows if he's against him, he's not going to do that. He's going to call his own people. So, whichever way we argue it, boycotting the election is not our problem.
But can I ask you a question? Sorry, Omore, sorry. Okay, please, one more question. So, electricity, what do you think that can be done to take power away from these people? Tinubu controlled Lagos for how many years, and he's still controlling Lagos, and nobody's saying anything. Lagosians, they are happy with what is going on in Lagos. Okay? Now he has taken over the country, Nigeria. The same thing is going on, and nobody's saying anything. So are you telling me that if all the political parties, all the opposition parties form one party against APC, right? and come 2027 that they will win this election with Tinubu being in power, with Mahmoud, whatever his name is, being the INEC chairman? Do you think it's even possible?
Okay, thank you for that question. Let me reiterate my position as people also know me to be. Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, which gives power to what? To the people. And if the people start to invoke that Section 68 and Section 110 in respect to our legislators, then they will start to hold the executive accountable. Secondly, because of the lack of checks and balances being carried out, it will be very difficult to change the government. For example, the president appoints INEC chairman. Fair enough. But nobody checks the INEC chairman. Who checks the INEC? Who is supposed to check the INEC chairman? The legislators. So my position still down to the people. Like we've all agreed, en masse protest is also welcome on board. But not going to vote will not solve, will not bring that desired change that we need. It is up to you and I. When I mean you and I mean the citizens, to say, you know what, it is time. Look at the video I played for you. They protest. They don't allow men and women to dance on the street. So the man went on a protest on happiness. They were arrested. They were flogged. And I mean, people said they were flogged. Those are the citizens. So it's in our hands whether you said this before, that it's down to the citizens, and that is what I've always been saying. This discussion is also about the citizens.
It is about the citizens, but if I may, electricity, you seem to come from two different points where the citizens are concerned. Because at the beginning of your broadcast today, you were speaking avaricously about Peter Obi leading, and we need him to lead. Then we need a leader, which is quite right. However,
correct. Yeah,
there's a dilemma here between the people and Peter Obi. And then when the name of Shorowe came up, you were again quite robust in saying that as a revolutionary individual that we agree, we need him to take a stand, X, Y, and Z.
all
now,
right.
You come back to the people. Now, I agree that we need a leader. But I'm saying right now that we need people to galvanize themselves and get on with a job of hardcore, serious questioned protesting, whereby they have an agenda to their protest. We have between now and 2027 to arrange a valid enough protest within a year before the new elections to be able to dictate our terms as a people. If we're not strategizing on that level, I think calling for people who we all know, as much as we would love them to come together, we all know that they are not together at this time, and they're not about to get together tomorrow. So unless we push them to come together, that's not going to happen. So it is with the people. I agree with you. But we are going to need to enforce a leader at some point. But right now, the people really have to understand what it is that they are doing with their so-called democracy, because it's clearly obvious that we don't have a democracy.
Yes, but I agree with you on that. But what I would say is that we agree on the people. Peter Obi and Show. Let's focus first. Peter Obi was able to galvanize the people in this 2023 election. So that is why I picked on him. When Mr. Mori also mentioned,
okay, Omori, yes, I was going to say that Omori.
When Mr. Mori brought up Showore, I picked on him in the best interest of the country. So if we are going to do anything, it's in the best interest of the country. If anyone is coming up to say they really care for the country, like what is on the platform, all oppositions that mean well for the country need to come together. So they all have to come together. But at the end of the day, it is still down to to you and I, which is the citizens. Like you rightly said, we need to galvanize ourselves to say, okay, let's educate the people. And that is what we've discussed this several times. And in the coming days and months, and I will roll up we will discuss and I will roll up the plan that is being, I was on the system from yesterday night, Christmas night into this morning, busy working on one or two things. And we will get to that place. But say we need a leader. Yes, we do need a leader. And if the people will go en masse, if by some divine intervention, we knit the heart of the people together and we go en masse to take this government away and put in a new government by way of election, by peaceful protest, then so be it. I hope I've been able to respond to your question, to your argument in respect to what I did say. Mr. Flagship, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Electricity.
sorry, Flagship, don't be offended. Mr. Mori says he wants to leave. Oh, now he has left. He had something to say
You
before
want
he
to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Flagship, can you hold on 1 second, please? Mr. Mori wants to leave. So, okay, he's already gone.
He has gone already.
Oh, Mr. Mori, I apologize. Okay, I have his number. I'll contact him. I apologize. Mr. Flagship, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Thanks. Electricity, thank you. Lady and gentlemen, thank you. It's good to be on the show again with you. Now, the question that was asked, I guess, which is what we are deliberating on this afternoon, my time, is boycotting the election. Will that yield any result? In a democratic society where the practice of democracy is being upheld, boycotting an election will yield great results. In the case of Nigeria, however, as it is, unfortunately, it will not. Neither will voting yield any good result with these guys that we have in office. Mass protest and revolution, whether with violence or non-violence, will not yield any result collectively if we want to come out en masse. The reason I say that is this. The guys in power right now have control over the guns or the people that hold the guns. And believe it or not, the nozzle is pointed at every citizen in Nigeria. If you make a wrong move, the trigger will be pulled. We saw that in 2020, and we see that in subsequent actions in Nigeria following that. The question the three questions you posed, one of them, I guess the first one, I would like to talk on a little bit, boycotting. Can we still use that in this dispensation that we have of this government? Yes, we can. We have to be very strategic. And the strategy we have to use has to come from the grassroots. The tool of boycotting can be used from the grassroots level. I think it can start with first boycotting every meeting, rallies, political campaigns that are put together by those in office now. If they call for a meeting and they are going to meet in your stadium, in your town, and the people do not attend, it will send a greater strong message to the politicians. If they gather and even if they have palliatives or money to throw around and the people do not attend, that will send a far greater message. I belong to a group and from my university days back home. And we had an election and a group of folks were made to be leaders of the group. But apparently they do not communicate well. And because of that, everybody started dropping off meetings. It started with 2 people at first, 3. And before you know it, a group of almost 600 people, we were having 20 people attending the meeting. And the 20 people usually is those that are in the executive committee and maybe one or two here and there. And there was a group-wide outreach that was made. What is the reason? People don't seem to connect with them. They don't like their style of leadership. And a ad hoc meeting was put together, and a decision was made to transition the government to an interim government. And at that point, a re-election was conducted. Believe you me, everybody came back together when they changed those in power. So if you begin to boycott those small meetings that your senators, your House of Rep members, local government chairman, and all of those put together in your community, if we're able to get the people to come together to understand the power that they have, that when these people don't see you in their usual meetings where they come to flex their muscles and their influences, they will get the message, and it will resonate to the federal level to say that we're losing control of our constituencies. So
Mr.
that's
Flagship, let me interject you there 1 second. Is there any meeting going on at the moment? Have you come across any any of these representatives go to their constituency to hold a meeting?
they are all at home right now for Christmas holidays.
No, this is Christmas holiday. Prior to the Christmas holiday, do you?
Well, when it gets close to, yes, they do come home. They do gather here and there. I'm from my part of town, where I'm from. They come together, and I have a few friends.
Flagship, can I just correct you there? They are not in their villages, they're in Europe. I
Okay.
know two of them now
Well,
in London. Most of them run to Europe and America.
I
That's
speak
what they
from
do.
I speak from my place where I'm from.
So,
I don't know
Flagship,
about anywhere else.
Flagship, I have a question, comment, excuse me, on based off what you just said. So, what you said, using the analogy of your university union, kind of, if I may, because yeah, I can appreciate and understand that. Why? Because you're dealing with people of similar level of understanding.
Right.
So you're all educated people. Yes, even though in the midst of educated people, you have some few, terrible eggs, but a greater proportion of the people in that group were more rational and understood that, look, something was not right. And not even as if you guys agreed to say, let's blanket these guys. But the attitude just showed that you are all pain, and everybody just exited. Now, when it comes to national politics, especially in a nation like Nigeria, with the level of our electoral literacy, if I may, I'm not so sure what you're saying is in a proper environment. Yes, I'm not so sure if you can cripple a government by going silent, by when they come to do a rally, just like the Senate president went to Akwa Ibom to do a Christmas party, or sorry, his birthday party, and people showed up in the stadium. People are hungry in Nigeria. People get easily turned on when they see a wad of cash, and they throw away their principles. So I'm thinking, maybe help me a little bit more understand how this kind of thing will work. Because the only thing I believe I can use to cripple a government, which the people don't have, is the economy. Because of it's a unitary system being bandied as federal. The federal government already has the cash. But if it was the other way around, you needed to fund the federal system from the federating units. Perhaps what you're saying would have worked. So help me understand how this can work, bearing in mind all I just explained.
Okay, gentlemen, I don't know if our father is there. I will have to bring the broadcast to a close because I have a flight to catch. I have to be at the airport. So
before you go, can you allow Flagship answer that question, please?
Okay, Flagship, can you go ahead and answer the question before I close the broadcast?
Well, yes, like you mentioned, Tim, the big difference there, you're talking about people that are within the quote unquote educational institution that went through it. Possibly the system went through them. Yes, that worked. The people that we're talking about are not educated. And that's why in every conversation I've had, including this forum, I've always hinted on the fact that educating the people is a great key to any solution that we provide. If we do not educate them on how powerful these approaches are, they don't know till this moment as I speak to you. When you tell them that the amount of power that they have in their hand, they look at you like, really? Can we? Is it really us? They believe that the resources of the country is not theirs. That's how downbeaten the people have been. They think it belongs to the government only. So they really don't care how they use it. When you hear that Akpabio is in his town and he's spending close to 200 or more million to do a birthday party, oh, well, that's his money. That's government money. But if you tell them that that's their money that he's using and he has to account for it, they will be able to stand to fight for themselves. So education is what we really need to be doing. And when I talk education, hard hot, core education as to really what will get them to be gingered up to stand. And Peter Obi tried it during the last election, was able to galvanize the Nigerians from the north to the south, east, and west. And that's why you see that when he chose to go to court, Tinubu and the rest of them, they knew how powerful that force that Peter Obi put together was. That was why when the Supreme Court was going to give his judgment, every one of them eloped out of town. Tinubu was in India for a conference he was not invited for. There were other government officials who took flight out of Nigeria. And the Supreme Court said the judgment was going to be read over screen and nobody would show up. That's because they believed that the people were going to react. But at that point where they told the people to stay calm and stay still, they knew that, look, we won. This thing is ours. They are dormant. They are docile. They've been told to remain quiet. So if we are able to educationally get these people to understand the power that they have in their hands, everything else will be cakewalk. It won't take protest on the street violently to get these people out of office. If they know that the people know what their rights are and they begin to challenge them, they will sit up. And believe you me, there are one or two people with conscience in this government as we speak, no matter how bad we think it is, that may just need that light that will ignite them. And they begin to walk inside there and collaborate with the people, and we could turn this thing around. So education is a great
Thank you, Mr. Flagship. And that is 100% correct. Education and that the power belongs to the people. I've always stand on that section. 68 and 110 clearly tells us how the power belongs to the people. The people who owns it. It's down to us. Thank you, Ferreira. I'm very sorry I have to bring the broadcast to an end. Thank you, gentlemen.
Why don't you? When are you coming back from the airport?
I'm traveling. I'm not coming back. I'm going away.
Okay. Yeah, is it possible to leave it on so that I can turn it off when they are done?
No, somebody has to moderate. Please.
Yeah, I'll be
moderating. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful suggestion, please, because I want to speak to one or two of these individuals here. So if you could, that'd be great.
If you are coming in, then you have to come in, please.
Yeah, I have to come in, but I'm just give me 5 minutes or so. I'll come in.
All right, I'll wait for 5 minutes before.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who wants to speak next, please?
Well done.
Hold on one second, Ferreira. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
I think that can you all hear me? Can you
hear me?
Sir.
Yes.
I didn't know this was Ferreira. I thought this was one Eskimo.
I think we are all missing the point, and I will take us one by one. First of all, I'll take on flagship. Our focus is not on the 90% illiterates, politically illiterate of the country. So we were wasting our time if those are our focus. Our primary focus are the 10% elites, educated ones, those of you on this panel, number one. Then for electricity, I think.
Why do you say that? Sorry.
I would explain.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Yes, I would explain as I go further in my explanation. Then for electricity, I think you're looking at our problem from a myopic perspective. You keep talking, who will be in government, who will be in charge. Electricity, right now, we don't have a government. The next 8 years, when another group comes with the current status quo, we still wouldn't have a government. You have people in government, but you won't have a government that delivers dividends to the country or to the people. We have, as educated people, we have to separate these factors. We have to magnify our problem as big as it is. You understand? So personally, my concern right now or for the next 10 years is not who is in government, but how to change the system. Very important. It's different from who is in government. Even as we speak, if Obi is in government right now, with the current system that each of the institution has been captured, the judiciary has been captured. I can go on with the list. We don't have time to go to run down the list. You all know the educational system been captured, journalists been captured. The system needs to go.
Okay,
That is our focus.
let me ask you a question.
Don't ask now. Let me land and then hold on to those questions. I will get to them. Now, so that means we have a bigger problem. It don't matter who's ruling. So when we're calling for boycott, we're only saying these are the peaceful ways to help conscientize or sensitize those we need to sensitize so that they can start to see that there's a problem. Right now, they don't believe there's a problem. It's a fair game. They won according to the rules of engagement. One of you, who was that? Was it Jagu or Chim? Was saying we engage them using the same rules of engagement that they are using. To me, that is wrong. That is barbaric. You can't engage the people you're criticizing with the same tactics they are using. You understand? If we're going to use Jagbas, still leads, and all these things, no, we're trying to provide a civilized way, a more advanced way, a more peaceful way to get to that desired change. Unfortunately, our situation is fractured. All our political leaders and agitators are so fractured, there is totally no possibility of a merger. We need a merger. And sadly, I keep telling you guys, we need that 9% of those who are going in the wrong direction, the elite. We are the 1%. We need those 9%. We need 5 of them so we can be 6. Now, when those 6 now are ready, they can now move the 90%. You understand? You all keep saying people march, the masses. They cannot march. Their conditions are not there. They're not there yet. You understand? So what we need to do now is why we're calling for something like a boycott is making the problem visible. Listen to me. In the United States, when they did the bus boycott, the bus boycott did not end segregation. But what the bus boycott did was sensitize the nation to the plight of the blacks. And due to that sensitization, the politicians were forced to come out with legislation. You understand? Although even Kennedy, that was so pro-black, was not even ready to sign legislation because he was afraid of what the reaction of the South. You know, America was divided into North-South. You understand? Now, when they killed Kennedy and Johnson became president, and the likes of Martin Luther King were agitating and marching. Now, let's go back to the marching issue and boycott. But I agree, boycott cannot happen without these other people who are in the wrong direction. First of all, the closest people to the people are those GOs, CEOs, who, although I hate them, they're satanic. But they have to be in the church telling the people to move, but we're not there yet. The first state we need, even if boycott is not going to achieve a change of government, the objective is not for it to achieve a change of government. The objective is to start the conversation. We have to be more focused. Look, let me tell you, in Nazi Germany, you understand, when Hitler was at the peak of his power, and those boys who did the coup to assassinate Hitler, even though they knew it was going to fail, it was important for them to still attempt that coup to kill Hitler. You know why? Because they have to make a point to the rest of the world that all Germans are not like that. This is important. Obi has failed us by not being the chief mobilizer. Well, he's a politician. I don't blame him. Is not a Nelson Mandela. You understand? Sowore has failed us by having this envious hatred for Obi instead of the two of them to be talking. We need all these people. We need everybody on board. We need everybody. We can make one single move without. You see, I've told you, out of those 9%, we got to get 5 plus 1. 5 plus 1 is 6. Now, when we are 6 to 4 in the elite group, then we can start mobilizing the other 90%. The boycott is not to change government. For God's sake, as long as that system stands in place, for the next 100 years, we don't have a say on who rules us. So they might as well be choosing it. We're just building up to a system that will give us what the scientists call a critical mass for change. And it has to start somewhere. I'm on borrowed time. I can't talk much.
Very, very well said, Pereira. Very well said.
Before you go, hold on 1 second. So your approach or your suggestion is a boycott of the elections.
It's not as simple as that.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead with your question.
He said a lot, bro. I don't think you can boil it down to that alone. He said a lot. Be fair to him, please.
Oh, come on, Jagun, for crying out loud. What's all this?
Go ahead with your question. I'm on borrowed
time.
No,
I'm not arguing. It's not an argument. I'm just putting my suggestion forward that you can't simplify what Ferreira just said and say that, so what you want is boycott election. That's not sufficient. He said
Jagun,
so much more than that, bro. I'm only asking. Of course, speak.
So, your argument is we start with boycotting. Correct me if I am wrong.
It's just one out of the many actions we could take. It's just one.
Actions.
Yeah,
okay.
There are several actions, my lord. But it's and it's one of the most paramount one. You know why?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Before you finish your question.
1 second. I allowed you to finish. Okay. So hypothetically, we boycott 2027 elections.
All elections. Continue.
All elections.
Exactly.
We sit at home. Nobody comes out to vote. And the power that be remains there. According to the Constitution.
Exactly.
We go to after 2027, another 4 years will be 2031. Am I correct?
I have told you, you're repeating yourself. For the next 100 years, we have no say in who rules us if the system stays in place. So you're repeating yourself. I've told you.
For the next 100 years,
I've told you that we have no say. We're only fooling ourselves if we think we do. I told you, remember when I first talked to you, I told you to change this system is going to take more than 50 years. You think I was joking?
No, I don't agree with that. That is your opinion.
It took
I have a question. I have something to correct that Ferrari said.
I have a law because I don't have the time.
So Ferrari, when I said match them with their strategy, I didn't mean if they are rigging, go and rig. No.
How are you going to match them? Those are the rules of the engagement.
Okay, hold on.
I told you my uncle wrote a book.
Let me explain myself.
Gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to forefathers because I have to step away.
Okay, no problem.
Forefather, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much.
All right. So
thank you. Listen, thank you, Electricity, for even coming in today to do this. We appreciate it. Please go ahead, Jim.
All right. So when I said match them, when you need to understand what somebody is doing. So I'll give you an example. I know we don't usually like it. When the Bible says be as my understanding, so I'm giving room for anybody who has a better understanding to correct me. When the scripture says be as wise as be as gentle as a dove, but as wise as a serpent. My understanding of that thing is that know what the people of the world know. Don't be naive. Don't go out there and be behaving like a naive person. Understand their plans, understand their strategies. Don't use their strategies, but be able to know it. Most times, most of the politicians, like Obi showed a little measure of naivety in this last process. However much we like him, he showed some measure of naivety. For instance, what do I mean? Now, typically Nigerian politicians go to the trenches to rig elections. They have their touts, they have their bad guys who come and disrupt things. What stops the opposition from having its own touts, but say to them, don't disrupt anything, but be on guard. Hold on. If these guys come to disrupt a polling unit, stand and resist them. Are you going to say because you want to play fair in an election, then you allow these guys come into that place and they steal things and go away? No, you must have your own people that will come there and block them. That's what your military does for you when an encroachment is coming.
Jim, listen, have you heard, who is that interrupting me? Jim, have you heard Fela's song, Rofa Fights? Fela was making a point when he said, one man stand beside the Rofa. He wants to fight you. Then your friends are saying, don't fight him beside the Rofa. He said, you don't can't listen to your friends. You can't go start the fight with him. Now, he can't, in two of them, can't enter mud. When you can't start the fight, your friend no can't know who be who because Rofa don't cover everybody. Cover you. Cover the guy.
Ferrari, now your friend, now your friend.
Fela is foolish.
Yes,
when he sings his song.
I agree with Fela, but guess what? That in that analogy is a wisdom in it. The wisdom there is that these those your friends, and then be the problem. How your friends go, they call themselves your friend. They see person with a rough for you and they not fit fight for you. That's
no, they say don't fight beside the rough. You're missing the point.
If your friends see say person won't rough for you, come block and say we no go green. Now they talk.
Well, we don't have that. So we don't have
our problem is that our problem. It's like, for instance, hold on. Somebody wants to assault your wife, even though he's big, and you say, because he wants to rough you, you go defend your wife.
Jim, there's no way that will lead to violence. Let me tell you, when they said Mama Chukwudi should not come out in Lagos,
yes,
if the Igbo boys had stood their ground, blood would flow.
But
I'm telling you.
But guess what?
You're saying we should do it a barbaric way, salvatory in politics.
We have a saying that nobody has the monopoly
of violence. I know.
So you are not the violent person.
You are smarter than them.
No, but you are saying
we're spending too much time on this. We're smarter than them. We're not. Look, when America was going through its struggle, there are definitely several groups. There was the Malcolm X group, by any means necessary. Will go violent. They can't even match the white man's gun with the guns they have. Then there's the Martin Luther King's group. We're not going to, even when Gandhi was leading a movement in India, you understand, Gandhi chose non-violent for a reason, because he knew he couldn't massively beat the massive force of the opponent. But Jim, let's not waste time on this, because I want us to discuss more substantial issue. If you have further comments on
I agree with you, and I yield. But what I'm just trying to say in summary before we move on is this: evil never stops being evil because you constantly be nice. Even in all those stories of,
you will still confront. Listen to me, Jim. We will still confront evil with force, but we must exhaust all peaceful means first. Don't think I'm a pacifist and I don't believe in force. Don't ever think that. But I'm saying we are smarter than this. We have education. We have to use our brain. We are the only race that has a problem and we can solve it. What is wrong with us? Everything is there in history. I'm reading the United States history book now. The United States history.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ferreira? I need to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I just need to ask you. You see, you're speaking extremely passionately, and me, I enjoy it for one. And Jim, I'm happy that you cleared up your position there, because I took it the way Ferrari took it when you said match like for like. So I'm happy you cleared that up for us. But my question, Ferreira, is, as passionately as you sound, are you a contender? And when I say contender, I don't mean a contender for the top job or anything. Are you a contender for this struggle in the real terms? Not in terms of talking, because there's a big difference between all this talking that we do and action. I want to know
that's true.
If you personally are a contender for the struggle to emancipate.
We're about, yeah.
I need to know this.
My answer to that would be one, a yes with explanation. One, first of all, I'm an educator. I'm also an activist, but being an educator surpasses my activist state, because the last time I was an activist was when I was in undergraduate school, which is more than 35 years ago. You understand? But my education role plays a vital role, and my knowledge of history and man, because I have lived in diverse communities. I lived in Belgium, I lived in the United States, I lived in Nigeria. I understand mankind, I understand struggle, and I know the vital influence of education. Remember when Rudolph Okonkwo brought some speakers to the platform to talk, and the man was a thinker. Initially, I was dismissive of him, that here goes all these academicians who don't put pragmatism to it. And then I called him to tell him that man should not condemn people like Kanu or people who have this violent tendency to the struggle, because those people are usually the doers when it comes to politics, not we, the talkers or the thinkers. But the thinkers can lay a foundation for the doers. And that's how it works. But we must not fail in our own role as educators to educate the enlightened, so they see the light and they can, I told you, for 30 years ago, I came back from youth service and my uncle asked me, Alaba, what was your experience from youth service? I said, Uncle, my uncle is Dr. Ferreira. He also ran for Nigerian presidency with Obasanjo in 1999. In case you all don't know him, I respect him a great deal. I said, Uncle, what did you learn from this 1 year of service? I said, everybody knows the problem. How come we don't have a solution? The man told me it's because we are politically naive. And now, at the age of 55, the meaning of the word politically naive is coming clearer to me. There are some steps you take in politics. There are some things you lay down before an action. You understand? Right? If I were Obi, I would have transformed the Obi movement into a movement of conscientization and sensitization. I would have pulled out of politics.
Wow. Okay. Can I say something, please?
Let me, forefathers, please, before you say that, I wanted to speak to Alaba for a second.
Yeah.
You and I, Alaba, and give me 3 minutes. I'll be done. I won't take more than that. Alaba, you and I agree on one point.
And then he's going to respond again. And when am I going to speak?
Oh, Father, please. It's not about who speaks. We're trying to learn from each other. So give us room. Let it.
Yeah, but you have been speaking for how many minutes?
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. You're just taking out of my time.
You should allow people to speak.
It does. It's not about people speaking. It's about learning.
Then I wanted to speak now. Why did I wasn't able to stop then?
You will. You've been a distraction now. Come on, let's focus.
Don't be distraction.
No.
Come on, please. You've stolen almost 60 seconds of my time. Alaba, what I wanted to say is this. You and I agree on one point, education. Yeah. And that's paramount. It's key. However, you know, as I do, how much effort it takes to educate a miseducated individual.
I know.
Someone who's been wrongly educated.
I know.
The 10% that you're talking about is greatly compromised right now.
I know.
And it would take a lot to turn those people around, because not only have they been miseducated, they have seen the limelight and what money can do. So you really have to do a lot to get them to see it otherwise. The 90% that I was referring to, I'm not looking to get the 90%. I need that 10% from the 90% to turn it around.
Yeah.
It's much easier to educate 10% out of the 90 and use them to turn it around. You spoke of the civil rights era, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and the rest of them. Do you know what made the difference between Malcolm X and King, Dr. King? Education was where he went through, the route that he took, and it involved no violence. And he went to the grassroots. He was always connected with the grassroots. And that was why they were able to pull it and get to the extent that we are in today, although there's still a lot of work to do. In the case of Nigeria, these people have the guns. they can pull the trigger at any time. Education is the tool at the grassroots level that can pull us out of this. And let me end with this story. There's a guy from my place, Worry. He's a comedian. He told a joke once. And there's a lot that I thought about. He said he was invited to Germany to come perform. And they bought a first class ticket for him on the plane. When he got on the plane, the pre-flight service started, and they asked him, the flight attendant, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" He said, "Oh, no, I don't want anything." They pushed back. The plane took off. But he saw everybody drinking champagne and everything else. And he couldn't order nothing. And then they started the service on the plane. "What would you like to eat?" He said, "Oh, no. I'm okay, I'm fine." Long story short, the plane landed. He came out of the plane, and his host was like, "Oh, welcome. I hope your flight was okay." And he said, "Man, are they hungry? Seriously, man. Make I find food chop quick. I won't die. Now 8 hours for this." And the guy was like, "What are you talking about? You didn't eat on the plane?" He said, "No, I don't have money to pay. I saw people drinking and eating, but I can't afford it." And the guy said, "No, the money's in the ticket. We paid for it already." And guess what he said? "Man, I feel like going back on the plane and asking them to give me all my food together and my drinks and let me carry them and go." But after he was educated, he said when he was on his way back to Nigeria, he made sure he ordered from when he sat down to when the plane touched down. He got everything that belonged to him. That's what I'm talking about. Education. The people don't know. They really do not know. And the
I agree.
They have tasted money and affluence.
There's no
They don't want to
disputing
let it
this.
go. We have to focus on the grassroots, and we only need.
I will. I'm not saying we shouldn't. Listen, I agree with you, but I'm not saying we shouldn't. But right now, they are not the focus, because those who rigged that election were the masses who are hungry. I agree, but it's the elites among them who are misdirecting and giving the orders. The orders are coming from the elite. So, like, for example, when you look at even at the comment section, you have people who throw disparaging words in the comment section, against panelists and things like that. These are the educated, but for one reason or another, they still feel attached. So it is when I'm able to convince them that our collective good is for us to head in the opposite direction they are going. And it's doable. Why did I say that? There was this man named Alfred Stobb. He was a white man in South Africa back then. Stephen Biko befriended him. He knew he was a moderate. He supported apartheid, but moderately. You understand? And he doesn't understand much the black struggle. But Biko befriended him. Guess what? If not for Alfred Stobb, the story of Biko's death would never have come to the world. Who Biko was, the world have never known him. So eventually in their friendship, Biko was able to convince him about his struggle. You understand? But there are some people among us in the panel, in the chat list, that needs to be on our side. But it's when we've convinced them that we can now go to the masses and convince the masses. I don't want us to spend too much time on this because we're wasting time and we're missing substance. And I believe Father too wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you for that. And for the question of that's why what's his name, electricity brought this topic up about whether we should boycott elections. I don't subscribe to the idea of centering our approach to boycotting elections, because historically it hasn't necessarily worked at all. And I always subscribe to the school of things that actually work, because we don't have a lot of time. And I also don't subscribe to the idea that we should prepare for 50 years change. I guess if somebody is doing things that's not going to work, he's probably going to put it for 50 years timeline. But I've seen nations that have been transformed within 5 years, 10 years. Even the Stalin, the Lenin revolution that occurred, from the beginning to the end was 15 years. From the beginning, and that was when they didn't have internet, they didn't have YouTube, they didn't have anything. And so if you want to make a change, you have to lean forward to an extent. You can't just say you want to sit back and allow the people that are in office to just do as they please, just by being passive about it. Isn't that statement that they said that is for evil to prevail, the good people do nothing, and in other words, good people remain sitting back and just letting it
Forefathers,
ride.
please don't take us back. Nobody's talking about passive things here. We're talking about peaceful actions to effect change. Before we start discussing violent ones, please let's not take two steps forward and one step backward.
I don't support violence,
Peaceful
that's for
change,
sure.
and then how we can cross the obstacle. You see, we're black people. God has given us the brain, we're the only race that can solve problems. We can solve problems if we put our heads together. We just need to.
I believe we can, and we can do it faster. So when I asked about the method used by civil rights activists, includes quite a lot of different methods: non-violence, civil disobedience, marches, legal action, challenges, voter registration, not boycott, voter registration, community organizing, media campaigns, education and empowerment, coalition building, and international pressures. So these are
the topic. Before Jagun speaks, the topic says that if we boycott, how do we change the government? Let me rephrase that same topic and put it another way. If we go for election, would it change the government?
Yes, it can. It can.
Anyway, I know your position, and
why do you think that you don't have the ability to change the government when you need people to do that?
Your institutions have been corrupted, and unless you
let's place everything on the cards and dissect them. Let's not have.
That's what we're trying to do, but that's why I want to put a question to Forefather, because in light of everything that's been said, I don't know how long you've been listening in the background, but in light of everything that's been said, there's a stark question: Does a boycott do anything? And many of us have made many suggestions as to why we support boycott, because we're not in a democracy. We're not in a democracy. People have to wake up to that. I don't know how we can do.
I'm surprised by you. How much has boycott ever worked?
No, I'm not saying it. This is what I'm asking you to think.
From you. I'm not.
Can I just put my thing to? Can I just put my thing to Forefather?
I'm not taking the fluff from you, please. I'm just going to say that statement was not actually correct because some of us were against boycotts.
No, I understand that some of us are against, like yourself and like Forefather and like other people. But what we have to understand is that when entering into a further democracy from a position of being in a non-democracy is an almost oxymoron and an impossibility. So I'm asking Forefather, for those of us on the platform who have continued this conversation very well, because this conversation started fantastically. I don't want to lie. There was a guy with a Nike jacket. What he broke down was fantastic. We've moved and moved and moved and moved very concisely to the point that Ferreira now made things to me and everyone on it. He said what I said in different words. And I think those words need to be taken on board, because just to blatantly say and flippantly say that boycotts have never worked. The democracy that we have, is it working? So we have to think quite, not just be picking out examples all over the world. What we have in front of us called Nigeria is very particular. It doesn't matter what worked or what didn't work anywhere else in the world. What's going to work for Nigeria is what the question is. So please continue with these things in mind, please.
Even if you look at Nigeria, you can even consider the other elections, if you want, depending on how you look at it, as a form of boycott, because the people's vote didn't count. They simply rigged it. And you can argue that the elections we've been having in Nigeria, the people vote had they counted. So boycotting it, how is that going to change anything? And there's a reason why boycott doesn't even work, because it's a passive approach that just allows the people that want to rig and do whatever they want to do with you get on with what they are doing. You're not obstructing them in any way. You're making life easy for them. The only way you can hurt them if they were a business. That's the only way you can hurt them. But you're not hurting that business. They are still going to remain in office, and they pass the budget, and it's still your money.
Can I put this to you? Can I put this to you? Joe, please, let me just do this, please.
Can you allow it to run equally? You know, I've spoken for about 3 minutes all day.
No, I know that, but I just want to stay on track for a second, please.
Yeah, go on.
Forefather said something, and I need to stay on track with what he's saying. You know, I don't want to just forget. We shouldn't just interrupt each other anyhow, please. I'm just wanting Forefather to continue where he is, please. Just the same way electricity was doing it. Electricity went into each individual and allowed them to have and store the argument. We can't just flash like that, please. Let's follow this argument, because as Ferrer said, we're here to learn, not just to talk. So please, Forefather, given what you said, you see, I forgot my chain. I forgot my effing chain. Please, someone else continue.
I was saying that if we just boycott the election, given that the elections that we ran can be considered as being boycotted already.
We passed that stage, Forefather. That was what electricity stood. But we're saying that sometimes the objective is not intended to change government. We have a bigger focus in mind.
That's right.
Do you understand?
That's right.
We passed that stage, Forefather. So we don't want to keep going
No,
back.
no, don't say we passed that stage.
There's other people. Change government.
Jagun, put it properly.
What is the intention if it's not to restore good governance?
The system is what we have a problem with. It don't matter who rules us. We're not going anywhere with what's currently in place. So we have to start sensitizing to change, complete U-turn.
It's part of the strategy.
Educating people.
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say, guys. And I want to put this to Forefather and Jim. I want to put this to Forefather and Jim, based on the fact that that boycott is out of the place altogether. Jim and Forefather. Please. We have between now, as you rightly say, and 2027, which is now less than 4 years, to strategize as a diaspora and as a people concerned with Nigeria as to what to do next. Because we are in a flagrant situation of hardcore manipulation and oppression by the Nigerian government. That's where we are.
Okay,
so no, let me land. Just calm down a bit, please.
No, but Javi, you've been talking willy-nilly. You just jumped.
See, this is unfortunate.
I need to be honest.
Tone, let him land, and then we'll pick up from there.
This is why we have to sometimes time it so that I understand.
No, we don't. You see, what it is understanding. Those of us who came on board with electricity in the first place were having a great conversation. Not because there was only 5 of us.
But nobody challenged
let me just say this.
Boycott never actually known to be
what you're going back. It was challenged. Built on that challenge. It was
you built on the challenge, but he carried on.
Bro, Chim, you messed me up, man. Chim, you messed me up unnecessarily, man.
We're not here to hear each other's voice.
So, are you moderating?
I am moderating. Okay, I was trying to give Jagun the benefit of the doubt.
Anyhow.
No, that's unfair. I think Chim, pull up a little bit, please.
Jagun, let's just contain it. And let's say we allow for 3 minutes to and fro, so that then later on we go back to, because now we have more people. We can't just limit it. Otherwise, they will sit here for 1 hour. They will not say one word.
You know what's important, Forefather, if I may. You see people that come on you. Anytime I come on you, it's not always I want to speak. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And the benefit of those people who come on you, just to take time to listen to where the conversation is edifying. Because it's not always that someone can come on and begin entering. I just want to take the position with you. Boycotts never work. I accept this from you and Chim. However, we're in a particular situation, which is what we're saying, and we have 3.5 years in order to organize some level of protesting that begins this conversation or continues this conversation. Because the people that we would like to be in position to deliver this, the likes of Peter Obi, Chore, and co, these people aren't taking that position at the moment. So we as a people have to be able to organize our minds as to what we're going to do and are we in a democracy? Because just to say these flippant things, they're not sufficient. They're not sufficient to where we are. Boycott doesn't work. Okay, so what? We have to start these movements. The fact that our boycott doesn't work doesn't mean that it doesn't enter into the conversation that we are trying to have with our polity and our government and the status quo. Because as it is right now, if everything doesn't break down in Nigeria as part of the rubbish structures that we have down, we're going to be on this continuous fight forever and ever. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Chim, please go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Okay, so first of all, what I want to say is you're the moderator. Please, for us to have civility and order, If you're giving everybody 3 minutes, let people talk. If you want to interject and respond, raise your hand. And then when the person is done, then you can say, but when somebody's talking and we just really jump in, our conversations become rowdy. That's the point I was trying to make.
Everybody is in agreement with this approach. We can take it 3 minutes and people are allowed to interject. Relatively, the interjection cannot be longer than the allotted slot. So, but
okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So my
could we
point
start from Tone then? So that Tone
fine.
go
I
to
don't have a
the
problem with that.
3
That's
minutes.
okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah.
Tone, Tone hasn't said anything for a while.
Okay,
Go ahead,
okay,
Tone.
that's cool. Hello everybody. Hello Steph, everybody. Flagship. Flagship made a very salient point, which I, in my opinion, is one of the greatest challenges I see in this struggle. How do we get to the grassroots and change their thinking? How do we get them to be on the same wavelength on how things should be working? Because there's no point us postulating, speaking big grammar and wonderful ideas. We've all got wonderful ideas here. I mean, Jagon has spoken. By the way, Jagon, nobody dismisses your idea and all that. You said some very salient things. But how about the people on the ground in Nigeria? How do we get to them from what my brother was saying, flagship? How do we get to them to start thinking that way? We need, like forefathers really said and all that. And that's another salient point. We don't have time. We think it's 50 years. I don't agree. I align completely 100% with forefathers. We don't have time. We need to start doing something now. See, these people are not that complicated, but the thing is, we shouldn't take Tinubu for granted. That guy is an evil genius. They're already planning for 2027 and beyond. And we shouldn't forget, there's another bigger evil behind him. And his name is Shetima. Boko Haram. That's another thing. That's why I for one, from my background, believe in it's got, we just need to take it to the next phase and tell them, like the Jaguda, maybe we need to switch on to our Jaguda mode, like Chim was saying, not to attack, not to snatch it and grab it and run, but to protect our interests. Because see, there's one thing with bullies, and I learned this when I was in secondary school. There's this guy that used to bully me when I was in secondary school. He bullied me for 2 years. Then one day I stood up to him, and you know, boys' school now. When that sort of thing happened, they will circle you guys and all that, and we had it on. Within 4 minutes, I floored him. Everybody was hailing. They carried me up, and I felt so. So when I got home, I said, "So this." And funny enough, here, back then I was taller. I was much taller than all my peers and all that. And this guy was just like, I used to look down on him, and I think that was bullying me. Only that he was fatter than me. But I floored him and really, really dealt with him. Where is my friend now? We used to remind ourselves of that and we laugh about it. So that is it. If we can all civil disobedience, even sitting down and saying we're not going to work and all that, we work.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe that guy didn't eat very well that day. That's why he beat him. You see, Chief, please go ahead.
It was a soldier I made that was showing up then.
Okay, so my point is this. I hear you, Ferrari. Now, when you mentioned two incidences you've mentioned, the role of Martin Luther and the NCAAP and all that in the struggle in the US, and then you took the non-violent method of Gandhi. Now, you see, that is the problem with a one narrative approach to issues. It's not correct that it is only those approaches that brought the progress that these guys had. That's not correct. Listen, the media has a way of hyping the one that looks so sassy and lovely, and they put and say, "Oh, it was because Gandhi used a non-violent approach." No, there were people who did violent approaches in India's struggle. It just happened that Gandhi came up with this approach that looked beautiful, and everybody has projected it as if that was the only thing that made India succeed. That's not correct. Same thing. I just recently read a book about the struggle in the US by the blacks, especially that particular boss incident. Did you know that the first black justice to the Supreme Court, Togo Marshall actually said that what's his name, Luther was doing was not even effective. Did you know that? There is record where he says that is not correct. That all Luther was doing, the lawyers are busy cleaning up all the mess that Luther did. So my point is this: Luther contributed. Whatever he was doing was working, and there were those who were also doing force for force, and that force for force plus everything synergized to produce whatever little progress the blacks experienced in that era. What I'm saying is this: I'm not saying that we should go and carry dagger and kill people. No, caveat, I'm putting out there. What I'm saying is this: you can't be dealing with a bully and you think that being nice will make the bully stop. That's not true. That's being naive. What I'm saying is, while I don't necessarily agree that boycotting an election will produce any result, like Forefathers has rightly said, these guys will just go and write results and throw it out there and win the election and laugh at you and move on and continue what they're doing. You will be the loser. We've seen boycotted elections, and like you said, fine, maybe the intention is not to change government, but to change perspective or whatever. That's fine. I'm saying, while we do that, I would also like people who want to go and contest the next election to be well prepared, to be well, as in, don't be naive. Don't go there thinking this government is going to go there and allow the INEC to run the election free and fair. They will not do that. What you need to do is, if the INEC procedure says you should have certain number of electoral, what do you call them, who mine the ballot for you, have them, have strong ones, have your own people who have their own capacity to instill violence, to resist violence.
Time's up.
Okay,
This
so
thing is not ringing very loud. Yeah, Jago wanted to interject, not more than 30 seconds.
Thank you, Forefathers, very much. I need to ask you a question. And I'm not quite sure about how we've rearranged this conversation, but fair enough. I just need to ask you a question, Jim. Can you see in your mind who the players are for 2027 and what they might achieve? Given the fact that me and you are not the politicians that you're questioning, who in the polity right now, as you look out there, who is strong enough to win an election against the paraphernalia of APC? Please. Okay. Because we're just spitting, we're just talking as far as I'm concerned. We're not really looking at the difficulties within this question. We're throwing the question out. We're not looking at what it takes to really ascertain this question. 2027 is what we're talking about. Who in the polity right now can you see can lead a revolutionary win in order to bring Nigeria to where your expectations are?
Thank you.
So are you done? Should I go ahead now?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay. So, Jagu, it is not for me to decide who is able. But if we're to take the template of what happened in the last election and the characters that were on scene, I would expect a P2B not to give up and to stay there and to go back and regalvanize his base and then ask himself, what was it they didn't do right that even gave the guys who supposedly won the election the edge to win? That's what I'm advocating. Now, I'm saying...
No,
you finished. Okay, thank you. The flagship, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Well, I appreciate everybody's comments and opinions. What I'm looking for is strategic approaches, and we all here have ideas. Someone asked a question here, I think it's Jagun, who do you see in the polity that's able to stand and withstand these people? My question to you, Jagun, is do you see yourself as capable? I don't need an answer. There is an approach that we have taken where I'm from, and it's called the principle of engagement. We want to engage the people, and we want to educate them, and we want to also have a strong, solid support on the ground for them. So here's what we're working on. We're starting from our little towns and our villages. We're engaging the kings, the leaders. And what we have requested this Christmas, we send gifts to them. those of us in the diaspora from different parts within our local government, we came together and we put something together. This is for you for Christmas. We greeted him. We're going to come back again. He listened to us. I was opportune to speak with him over the phone from here. What our agenda is this. We want to get our legislators and our reps from our own local government, our own town. We want to sit down with them, and we want to do it with the king present. And we want to come up with points that we want to see them achieve. What bothers the people, how we can effect and make changes. And we're putting a timestamp on it. We meet with you today. When can we meet with you again in 6 months? We want to get feedback from you. You want to take this to Abuja, wherever it is you guys meet, and discuss this. We need results. So can we meet in 6 months? And if those of us in diaspora, for those who can attend, we'll fly back home and be a part of this meeting. This is just one approach to see how we can demand accountability from our rep members and those that are in government, to see that for everything that has been outlined, the king of the town is there. He's present in the meeting. The legislators are present. We meet in 6 months. We take stock, what has been done, give us feedback from Abuja, wherever it is, and how this affects our people. And we get the people in the community involved in this meeting. One step at a time. We believe we can spread this. If I can do it, you do it, everybody else do it. I think we can begin to make headway some way, somehow, to affect the bigger picture from the federal seat of government. I'll stop there.
Thank you. It looks like you have a timer in your head, almost 3 minutes sharp. So you know, I was on a panel yesterday where every one of us agreed that we should put our people first before religion. And a Muslim there also said the same thing. 2 Muslims there said the same thing. So I think maybe there will be progress when we start sensitizing our people, because sometimes our people don't just know. Like I think you were the one that gave the example, or somebody gave the example. Ferrari, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
I think I think Eze should speak, and then after Eze, Wale, and then Steph.
It's going to be messed up. Let's follow.
Just follow the order, please.
Yeah, I have already speaking, and I won't.
Okay. You see your ground now. You see your own. Okay, thank you. That's very good.
Moderator, forefathers, I'm sorry to
can we stop now? You can't.
Let him talk, forefather. Don't do that.
No, well done, forefather, for taking him out. Don't let him do that.
Don't do
well
that.
Well done,
yeah, Jago, please, Jago, you can go ahead.
Thank you, guys. These discussions that we're having right now. I mean, I know we have a lot of discussions, but these discussions that we're having right now are of deadly importance. I opened up earlier by letting everyone know that where we have reached, I've been thinking about for a good 6 months. What happens with the people that we
now? Please talk about the plateau killing.
No.
I will. Please leave it. Not see. I can't just come.
That's in your head. That's not in everybody else's head.
One discussion. I will talk about that later on.
Well done, man. Well done, because it's just terrible. Anyway, I've been thinking about this question for an awfully long time, because I see that even though hope is almost lost in the loss of the elections this time around, and in the gross way that we all know the elections were conducted, I think from anyone who cares about Nigeria, there was a piece of their heart that fell to say that we weren't able to achieve it yet again. Now, to me, I think we fall too easily into the mainstream status quo, and we're just going to stay in this awful position. And it seems to me also that we don't know how it's going to be our children's children in this same awful position, as opposed to Nigeria being the magnificent country it could really be, that we all know. Now, given this, and given the fact that the individuals amongst our leadership that we would have some level of value to put some level of value towards, they seem not to be willing to come together. So the question is a boycott at the next election a way of strategizing? because that's what we are looking for, strategies. We're looking for us as a people to bring forth strategies. You asked a question, even though it was rhetoric. Do I think I can be a leader? We're all leaders. Do I think I can run Nigeria? It's not something I've ever wanted to do, to be frank. All I've wanted is for Nigeria to be a workable place so I can live, work, and enjoy. That's what I wanted for Nigeria. However, because of the position that we are all in, if somebody like me somehow, some way become the president of Nigeria, I'll do my very best, is all I can say, to do the real thing that Nigeria needs. Now, there are only a few people that when they speak as politicians, that we know that are you hitting the nail on the head, or are you dealing with the periphery? Are you just another mouthpiece? And the majority of our politicians are simple mouthpieces. Who are the people that can actually do a job is where the question is, and whether or not we, the people, can ascertain some kind of collectiveness that would assist whoever the leader is. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, man, it's like everybody has got the clock in their head. Is it, man, precisely 3 hours, 3 minutes. Is it, so I apologize for the delay. It's almost like you are so gentlemanly and the people just overlooked you. So please, what do you think about the conversation so far? 3 minutes. You are muted. We can't hear you. Maybe the volume. No, your turn remains. We can go to the next person. When you sort your stuff out, then you will be the next person.
Can you help mute him? Can you help mute him?
Yeah, I can mute him now. Oh yeah, I think go ahead. Say something, please.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Boycott as a political strategy of change is not effective. You only give the political class the upper hand to continue to stay in power. What boycott will do is reduce rigging, not eliminate, but will not change anything. If you're looking for ways to create an effective change, you either form a political movement or you join a political party. We can all try to express our grievances with the election results. But if you want change, you must be actively involved in the change. Sitting at home, expressing your grievances wherever you are without participation is good reasons for the political class to continue to do what they want to do. Don't forget, the political class also have members in their political party. If you don't vote, their members will vote. If you don't participate, their members will participate. If you don't express your displeasure by going out to cast your vote or thumbprint on the ballot sheet, their members will take that as an opportunity to do what they feel is right for them. And they will continue in their power play. So I don't think boycott is an effective change tool, especially in politics. You can boycott if you want to express yourself in certain ways, like you are displeased with government policy, but not with elections. That is why INEC would always ask, please participate. But when you don't, you give the political class the room to do what they want to do. What boycott will do is there are chances to rig, the amount of rigging, the number of
What's going on around you? It appears there is a rebellion going on. Is everything okay behind you? Please go ahead.
It's Christmas. So
yeah, it's Christmas.
we
Yeah,
have family running around and being excited.
yeah. You've used up 3 minutes, but I think don't you think we should give him some more time because he was here waiting, and he seems to be. Do you think 30 seconds? Okay, let me just give you 30 seconds more to just round up.
I think I've expressed my view.
Okay, good.
I don't agree with boycott.
All right, perfect. I think you sound like some of those people that the Americans are looking for. Where they're like, let's look for these people in Kenya that are level-headed, logical, calculating, and not very emotional. And they consider people like you quite dangerous, but it's all good. So, Wale, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greet everyone. I think looking at what has happened.
Oh, sorry, your audio is not coming through.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about it. I said looking at what has happened in Nigeria over decades or many years. Sometimes I look at it that we haven't really learned a lesson, and until we all become patriotic and a citizen, because we tend to run away from our problems sometimes. So, number one, we cannot boycott election because even if it's 3 people or 10 people that have voted in the election, these people will form government. But the so-called opposition, like I posted earlier on, they need to come together. But coming together is one thing. Another thing is, do they have the real love to make the country move forward at heart, or are they just going to, cover up, and then when they get there, they do their own things, and then they fool people, and the governance is just going to be the same old story. Number one, I think we need to start working on is, can INEC be independent, completely independent? And if anybody is going to win election, it's not going to be like out of 500, only 50 people voted and they declare the person winner. No, it has to be how many votes registered. You have to win at least 51% of that vote, not just your family members or some people you paid. And it has to be transparent. Because with what happened with these 2023 election, it looks like the 2010 Electoral Act or something. These people knew that they have their loopholes. They know what they're going to do. So can we learn from all those loopholes and make sure that at least one, whoever is going to be there, if it's Obi or Shure or whoever we think is strong, it's not even the problem of one person. It's the people that surround the person as well. Because Chim could be a very good man. If he surrounds many corrupt people, all his good work will not come to fruitfulness. It's just going to be like they're going to sabotage whatever effort he's doing. So, one, independent electoral body needs to be independent, not chosen by the president who is in power. Two, if anybody is going to win election, it has to be 51% of that registered votes, not just the family members. And people need to be proactive. We need to strategize because these people, I keep saying it, they don't sleep. They strategize how they're going to be in power in the next 100 years. And another thing is we need to be honest with ourselves because the people that are supporting them, they are our family members. They are our friends. They are from us. At what point do we need to let them see that, look, you're not buying petrol cheaper. You support the government that inflate everything. They don't have any mission for you. Yes, they've given you money. You've finished spending it. Open, be wise. So we need to strategize.
Hi, this thing is, man. This phone, I fear that sometimes it tries to ring for some people. It refused to ring for 3 minutes. They said he waited at least 10 seconds before it started ringing. Thank you, Wale, for that. Steph, please go ahead. Thank you for coming in. It's Christmas and all. I know it's busy for every one of you, and you're here talking about Nigeria. So please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I think this is an important topic. And I think I'm with Forefather in this one. When electricity was here, I also made a post on the chat. The question, the beginning point for those that are advocating for boycott is, ask yourself, do you think the present people in power will be happy to hear that the opposition want to boycott election in 2027? And the answer is yes. So if they will be happy to hear it, why would you adopt it as a strategy? So I think if we really want to help, we should focus more of our attention or energy on how we can force changes in the electoral process before 2027. And if we focus all our energy on that, if we cannot succeed before that election, then it means that whether you boycott it or you did not boycott it, it doesn't really make sense. But if we really want to have a change and we don't want a non-violent change, then every effort from now should be what do we think can be done to have an election that is the votes will count? If we articulate it, how do we ensure that we use all means necessary to enforce that change in the electoral process before the election itself? Because no matter who wins the election, if it is very, very fair and free and credible, and the power actually came from the people, the person is going to perform. If you were able to achieve that, the person that is going to come in is going to perform. If it is for opposition to just come together and seize power through any means, we're still going to be where we are today when they come into power. Those that say, opposition should come together, they should join forces, that's what APC did, and that's where we are today. The idea should not just be how to wrestle power out of the people that are in government now. No. It's not enough. It's not going to solve the problem in the long run. So how do we make sure that those changes that can improve the electoral process, like somebody said, those guys are trying everything humanly possible to make sure that system doesn't work. The electoral process, for instance, if we can be able to mount enough pressure like they did in the other one, we know the loopholes that the courts have capitalized on. How do we change those things? Then if we now say, okay, we are preparing for the election, that's where the idea of Tony and Chim comes into place. How do we make sure that we enforce those rules during the election?
Times of this phone definitely doesn't want you to carry on. He just shouted. He's the loudest one ever.
Forefathers, you end up using almost all the time talking.
Did I say anything now? What did I even say? You've already started.
No, it's me. Forefathers, very quick one for you. There's something I noticed since last week, and it's concerning. And if you can pass it on to the other moderators. There's a particular person or persons that come. They have never shown their face on here. They ask to be put on the background so that they can spy on the private chats. We know we share some sensitive information like our phone calls and all that. I don't think that should be happening. If you come on the background,
that's interesting.
Let's be careful.
I get your point. I know the person that does it. He tends to come on other panels and actually speak, but he doesn't want to show his face, so that's why he doesn't come
doesn't
here.
want to show, on here. So he comes. I don't know why you should come behind so that you can see the other information that isn't passed on another. Who do you work for?
Yeah, okay. We don't know who he works for, but I think sometimes the people just want to stay at the back end to listen. For some reason, I'm not exactly sure why they do that.
Okay, let me tell you. During the end of the show, some people come to the background so that when the show goes offline, so they can be able to talk.
Yeah, they are allowed to come in to do it, but I don't think he has actually come in when we have rounded up the show before.
I do
okay.
it. The only reason I do it is because I can't actually see all of the comments.
Diago, I'm not talking about you. This fellow.
No, I know. I'm just giving the reason. I know.
We don't know him.
Yeah, because I do come to the background sometimes too. Without wanting to talk.
Pro Tinubu and all that he has said, which is his choice. I've got no problem if you're pro Tinubu or Shetima. But come and show your face. That's what we're saying.
The point you raise about private information being shared in a private chat, and somebody that is not on the panel coming in.
Yeah, somebody that you've not been seeing here. If you come to the background, please take the person out.
It's a valid point, and that's something that anyone should pay attention to. Okay, so what next? I think everybody has spoken well. By and large, it looks like the people that believe in actually leaning forward to make changes is actually the right way to go. The people that have the same ideas have to band together and start doing things. One of my main projects this year or next year that is coming in is to try to create a mechanism to be allowing that to happen. I think what we find is that we have so many dreams, so many ideas. Even Shore, you know, one of the times I heard about Shore was him fighting his own party. They were trying to kick him out of the party, and it's like, Jesus Christ, what kind of system have you put in place that led to this kind of chaos? You are supposed to have a vehicle that is supposed to change the country, not fighting amongst yourself. So, and these things, you have to take your time to lay these things down. It does happen, you know. When you look at history, I do read about other people. You see that over time they have problems. Even in the West, the people that want to change their countries, they have problems. Some that they split, but they still march in the same direction to change the country. And I think we need to start being very deliberate. Tinubu was one of them. Tinubu himself was one of the people that led the fight for democracy in Nigeria against Abacha. For him, it lasted about 7-8 years before he ended up a governor. So who says the people that start now cannot change the country within 10 years? There's no reason why. And we have more tools than Tinubu ever did. You see what I mean? So I'm going to be involved in the projects to start to enable those sort of things to be able to happen, to facilitate it, so those sort of things can actually happen. People can come together. If they want to put resources together, they can put resources together without worrying about chaos. You know, people running away with your money or all kind of nonsense that keeps happening within some of our community. So we don't want to see those sort of things. We want the purpose of coming together to actually stand a chance to be tested in the field instead of failing because of, you know, organizational issues. So I'll leave it at that. So I think there was this other issue that was mentioned about. I think that's what Lumide came to talk about. I'm sure a lot of the people that died in.
Sorry, before that, can I say something else?
Right? Yeah, go ahead.
I know many of us are itching with new strategies, thought process of ensuring Nigerians' political system is delivered to people of good standing. What I would say is, I think we should kiss 2027 goodbye. Why do I say so? In the news today, the Nigerian Governors Forum are currently in Bodo, Ikoyi, discussing with the president. This shows the weakness of opposition. We are already in 2024. We have just 2 years left. 2025, 2026. And in February of 2027, there will be an election. So we can't count to 2027. A lot of people, including the opposition, or mainly the opposition, has cried foul over the 2003 election. What are they doing? I think at this point, they should have reviewed the lapses of the 2003 election, especially with the real-time upload of electoral results on the IRF server. They should be pressuring lawmakers to include the mandatory use of IRF server to ensure that during every election, the results are uploaded on real-time basis. Unfortunately, the opposition parties are not doing this.
I think it's something that they can fight for now. I actually think it should be like a fly-by-wire system that aircrafts use, where you have 3 different outputs and inputs, and then all of them do their counting. Then you select which one comes out best. Let's say one of them is faulty, and the result, the number that comes out of that is faulty. You go with the 2 that is correct, that correlates. If all of them come out good, you go with all 3 of them. But if 2 of them come out terrible, or only one comes out well, chances are that one too could be faulty, but you go with that one. The idea is that you have, like, IREV should be there, the form method that they are using should be there, but there should be another one. You have to have redundant systems to check numbers.
Can I just make a contribution? I've been listening from the background. I want to just make a contribution.
Don't worry, I will come to you, KJ. Let Eze finish what he was saying.
I am not talking about the technology. Without the law, the technology is useless. Why did INEC scale through with these election results? The court said IREV server is not a collation center.
Yeah, that's why it's only one system for counting. That's the problem. You have to have multiple systems, like 3 at least.
And the Electoral Act of 2022 allows INEC to manually collate results. There is that gap. Now, without the law being addressed, whether you use helicopters, CCTVs, or you have journalists in all centers, including in their bedrooms, it's not going to work.
But don't you think that they will pass the law?
No, they would not pass a law that will make them weak politically. This is where the opposition comes in. And I was listening to my dear brother speaking about protest. You can't protest without a reason. Or else
sorry, I get what you are saying, but I think you said something about we should forget 2027. Maybe there is some truth to what you are saying. And even the law you are talking about, even if they pass that law, even if they pass a law that we all love, it still favors them. This is the thing, because it's a capitalist system and the people are richer, they have more resources at their disposal, it still favors them anyway. So if they understand this, they are not going to still feel threatened until you have enough force to challenge their capacity.
Being with Labour Party and PDP was the IREV was not used. If that was their huge concern, why are they not pushing for a mandatory inclusion of the IREV servers in the Electoral Act for 2024 that will come into play either in 2025 or the election in 2027? And if the lawmakers are not willing to sign, then you protest, because it will appear to be an unfair bias and uneven ground.
I think you said something that I want to clarify. Did you say that there is a kind of legislation coming through now for 2024?
After every election cycle, INEC goes back to review the process. What went wrong? What went bad? What can they do better? If you've been listening in the news, you'll see the chairman of IREC, he has already started constituting that committee. So once they've reviewed the weaknesses, the things that went bad, they would now include it into the new electoral acts that will come in. The push.
Can I just
please can I do something? I beg you.
KJ, you talk. Wait,
No. Let me talk.
Seems to be in a hurry today.
I want to talk.
Eze, we are going to come back to you to share more information about what you are saying. So KJ, please go ahead. KJ,
Thank you. And I'll start with the last comment Mr. Eze made. That what you're thinking about has never worked. and it has been done since the day we call INEC. Now it's not INEC. It used to be Nigeria Electoral Commission, NEC, NEC. Never worked. They always review. They never take correction from anybody, not the input made by the local agencies, not the input made by the international agencies, certainly not the input made by sound minds like lawyers and all that who are researching into those things. They never, read my lips, they never take anything into cognizance. They decide themselves. Hey, hold on, sir. Let me talk. Hold on now. You have been talking. Let me talk. You have had the last.
Please, Eze, you have your chance. Let him finish. You have your chance.
Let me talk. This is what I kept Nigeria where it is, because they keep. It's like that little bird when you are walking towards even when they're playing the field that keeps jumping. You are thinking you're going to catch it. It will jump into the forest. You think you're going to catch it. The next moment, it jumps a little bit. It jumps a little bit until it leads you into a forest. That is what the political system has become in Nigeria. Every time they finish their shenanigans, they tell you, make your contribution. We will meet. We'll take a decision. It will be written down. And at the same time, it turns out to be worse than the other one they've gone through. This is the situation we have found ourselves. And so if you're thinking that an INEC body will sit down and make correction that will give you a free and fair election, it's not the same INEC that told you that the IREV doesn't matter. Not the same IREV that told you they never promised you that it has to be the IREV that will transmit, that it will be immediately transmitted. Not the same IREV, not the same INEC. See, guys, look, I've been listening to people. I didn't want to come in at all today because I know when I come in, I'm going to say something that people may not like. But we keep saying something. Some people even say, okay, forefather, you said boycott never worked because look, there was a time in the Bible they wanted to name John the Baptist. The mother said, let's name him John. They say, no, we can't name him John. Nobody in your family answered John. But that is what happened. That was what brought that man into existence. So the thing that it never worked before, because nobody have done it far enough to make it work, so we can actually do it.
Do you know that your analogy is wrong?
I'm talking. Hold on. Let me talk now. You have been one dominating the talking. Let me talk.
Okay, please go ahead.
The Cameroon. How did the Cameroon divide from got their this thing? The people who were elected in Cameroon decided to boycott all of them who boycotted the sitting in the Eastern House of Assembly. Okay, until referendum was conducted and they went their way. So you can't say it has never worked. There are many things that have worked which we are not aware of because we are not read or going to be privy to know about it. So if the Nigerian people decide,
which boycott did you just say worked? It's very important because we need to find it.
You go read it out. How did Cameroon live? Let the Southern Cameroon join the other part of left Nigeria to join Cameroon.
There was
I have a question for KJ.
There was a referendum for it.
Can I ask KJ?
Good. How did they get to that referendum? Because their representative refused to fit in their house. I have not done 3 minutes now, but if you feel like you can have the floor and see, I have not done 3 minutes. I'm looking at my time here. Set it.
No, you are okay. Use
I have never interjected anybody. I have the right to interject. I didn't interject you even when you were saying things I didn't agree with.
Short today. We need to let KJ.
I'm going to ask a question that relates to you that is very important that everybody should have knowledge. Eze, are you just Emeka?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is for simple reason. Okay, simple reason. If we want to educate Nigerians to get to the point, which is one of the points I agree totally with, because we have done it before. There was a time the organization called National Information Agency or something was called MAMSA, led by Professor Jerry Ghana. They were able to educate Nigerians. They were able to bring us to stand in line online for buses and all that. There was some form of education that went around the nation that got people to understand why they should not rush into the bus and all that. So what am I saying? Ferrari mentioned, I counted different agencies that are being used. All those agencies have been captured. The media have been captured. the NGOs have been captured. The foreign governments have been captured. Even the local ones have been captured. The people who are in governance who you voted have been captured. None of these people are willing to cooperate with the Nigerian people. Let's not sit down here and just begin to talk. None of them, I repeat, none of them
Then
is
you
ready
free the
to work with the
captives
Nigerian
now.
people.
You have to free the captives now. There has to be a jailbreak. You can't just say, "Oh, you've
Oh,
been
fathers,
captured, and
can I
let's
ask you a
remain
question
captured."
Thank you.
before I go
Thank
to the
you,
background?
KJ.
Just a question.
Let me
Yeah,
Question.
let him ask his question.
This guy's been asking a question. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I ask?
let Steph ask his
Yes,
question, then
now.
Eze, you can go
Okay.
ahead.
The question I want to ask is this. KJ, do you think that there is any kind of mobilization you can do, not the government can do, that you can do between now and 2027 that will make the whole Nigerians to boycott the election?
Wow.
Okay. You want me to answer that question honestly?
Yeah. Be
Even
honest.
if it is 20, listen to me, read my lips. Even at 2030, you cannot mobilize the whole Nigeria to come to one position. 2030, I repeat it again. 2030, you will not be able to. Because you know why? The moment you now begin to say, okay, this is what we are facing, this is the situation. It will be read from religious angle, it will be read from tribal angle. Eventually, we even begin to ask, on what basis do you stand to say what you are saying? So, based on that, because of the division, there's so much division in the society. We said, let us reverse back to 1963 Constitution, where they were north, south, east, and west. Simple. Let them go develop their places. If you don't want Biafra to come, let them go develop their places. That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
not reduce the conversation to Biafra again, please.
I'm coming. Listen, brother. You have your face. Take the talk. Me, I take my own face. The talk.
We
So
already have
what I say,
six
supposed
political
to mean.
zones. Why not
No,
just
what
go
I'm
with the six
simply saying is this:
always north, south, east, and west?
go back to history and look. The time that Nigeria made good progress was when we are under the east, north, south, east, and west. That was when
No,
there was
actually, we
competition.
didn't.
That was when there was progress. That
For
was when
some
they were
people,
everything.
maybe. For some people, maybe. For a lot of people, no. That's why it messed up. That's why the whole thing collapsed. For some people, it was good. Jim.
You see,
I don't like. You see, I don't like this. You know what you do. We call it. You know.
Enough. KJ, calm down. See, this thing has been going on fine. Let it go the way it's been going. Yeah, we're even departing from
I'm the one making it go fine. I'm not making it go fine.
I'm not
It's okay now. I don't know what we said today to make KJ so passionate. KJ, hold on now. Let's allow other people to contribute. It's 3 minutes. You've gone well beyond that.
Now wow. Okay, I'm going to contribute. I beg.
Easy, please go ahead.
Learn the strategies of these people. That point alone is a master stroke. And I will ask Sakeji, how did APC win the 2015 election? And I will answer. They won because they collaborated with Sarah reporters. And they were posting the results real time. It has never been done before in any election cycle in the country. But I agree your viewpoint. You said, what would be the change? And I'm saying APC won 2015 election because they understood PDP. They learned the tricks of PDP. They mastered it. And they introduced a new gambit by working with Sarah reporters to release results real time. PDP was not prepared for that. That shook PDP. Now,
thank you.
I am saying,
try to keep it brief so that Team Chim can say something. I think Tone 2 want to say something. Go ahead. Round up so that Chim can say something. I don't want to just stop you in your thing. You have not finished now, Eze. Have you finished?
Oh, I told you what.
Yeah, just use 30 seconds to round up so that Chim can say something.
If you look at the opposition party, or parties, if you may call them, they are very weak. Very, very weak, if there's any existing at any point. And that was why I said, forget about 2027. Because for you to win an election, time is very important. So far, so good. The Labour Party especially is not doing anything like pushing INEC, because the main focus was IREV was turned off. That was how we lost this election. If that is the main focus, what can we do to ensure that IREV never goes off anymore in every election cycle in the country? The one with my opinion ask the lawmakers to include that clause in the Electoral Act, either 2024 or 2025 Electoral Act, that would now be passed into law for 2027. Maybe Labour Party may not win, but it evens out the competition. It
Thank you.
Voice.
Thank you. Chim, please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. What I'm trying to say is everybody's actually making valid points. It depends on how we see it. And, I agree that as individuals, we already have our minds somewhat formed in terms of what our viewpoints are. But what I will appeal to us is that let's be a bit more open-minded when somebody says something or is suggesting something. Think deeply about it. It may not make sense to you now, but later on you might see sense in it. Now, in all the things we're saying, for me personally, what I think is missing is the fact that we may be making these lofty ideas, but we don't situate these ideas into times when we live in. I'm one who believes that for every era, there is always something that works. Something that works in 2020, if you try to implement it in 2023, it might not work because the conditions for it to be able to blossom at that time has passed. It has gone, it's moved. You understand? Now, when KJ said Nigeria should go back to the 3-tier region we had, now I don't agree. It might not work. But the principle of what he's saying, which is confederacy, yes. We can still apply a confederacy in Nigeria with our so-called 36 states, meaning that every state is, autonomous. The federal government does not have more powers than the federating units, and everybody owns their resources, and everybody develops at their own pace, and everybody just contributes to the federal system. If that's what you're saying, KJ, then yes, I agree. But there is no way today an Ikwere man, for instance, is going to be willing to go back to 1963 and live with an Igbo man.
Chim, let's hold on. KJ, is that what you are saying? The states should become confederates. Every state like a confederation on their own. Is that what you are saying?
I don't have a problem, with what Chim is saying, as long as that concentration of power and money. That's what's destroying Nigeria at the center. That concentration of power and money at the center, whereby one individual acts as God to the rest of the people. Now
we want to give it to the state governors, the ones that are able to pull House of Assembly down. Okay,
we can hold our governors accountable. We can hold our governors accountable.
Like you're holding football accountable right now. Okay, we'll try that one.
At least if you're more accountable, they're more accountable, and you are closer to the policy.
Let me quickly round up.
Thank you.
Let me quickly round up. So when people say that boycotting elections will not work, KJ, we're not saying that we shouldn't apply any civil disobedience that might help move Nigeria. No. What I'm simply saying is, I'm not saying, like you rightly identified, that there has been a time when boycott helped, but we've moved on. Nigerians are poor today. Nigerians are hungry today. Nigerians are more divided, probably even more divided than the Civil War. To be honest with you, you just had that we have not done the war like we did in 1966 or whatever. But Nigerians are more divided. So when you bring anything that you might not be able to get a national consensus, it will not work. So for me, I think I align with flagship. Perhaps what people need to start doing, people who are well-meaning, is to start educating our people on, and I've said this before, educating them on the fact that, look, Nigerians, you own the powers. This is how you can go about it, and you can force a government to do what you want and all that. And then I will end by saying, if we have to do the election method, when I keep saying, and Eze has said it, our oppositions need to understand what the ruling power knows. I'm not saying use dagger for dagger. I repeat it again. No. What I'm simply saying is, we know that they rig elections. At the polling units, have your elements that are strong enough to push back, to deter people who want to come and vote, to deter people who will come and make people not vote or whatever. If you don't have that capacity, then forget 2027, forget 2030, 31 or whatever, forget 20 whatever, even into the future, because you know what? They will use their power and wrestle elections the way.
And it's very, very important we do those things. And this is what I was saying before, that it's not only what you just talked about, where you have people to help protect the election, the sanctity of the election process. You also have associations and links in all the various institutions in the country. This is how, if you want to form a formidable opposition, you don't just form a political party and just stop there. You have to have actors in all the systems of state, from the security to NGOs to philanthropical to elect, even the INEC. You have to have links, because those people, they are human beings. If you have links with them, they will be the first to be giving you a heads up of what is going on, that you should be aware, that, and especially if they believe in your vision. Because when I look at other nations that people have done these things, before the parties make it into power, the links they have within the institutions of the state just lays down the red carpet for them to come and take over, because they created those links in the first place. So our leaders, they have links in all these institutions. You have to be there. You have to be present on the ground in all these institutions to be able to overturn the power that they've got. It's just the name of the game. You can't escape it. Who else? Who wanted to say something? I know KJ doesn't. KJ, you think everything we do is going to fail? It's not going to fail.
I'm driving off. I just want to say something to what you said, and I'm not discounting what anybody have said here so far. You guys have great points, but for maybe someone like me, I've actually mixed in this thing and been part of it in so many ways, and we have never been able to scratch the surface. I give you just two quick examples. The student unionism in the universities, they just conducted their election not too long ago. Who was trying to take over the unionist president and all that? Tinubu's son wanted to impose his own candidate. Now, this is how these people are. And remember on this panel, so that we always take note, we said something here that, you see, we are into the days of state capture. And everybody who's going to be anything in the next 10 years, Tinubu is going to have in important positions. And it did happen. Now, if you read the political atmosphere in Nigeria, Tinubu is sad that he didn't win Lagos. Who is now in charge of Lagos? What's going on in Lagos? Tinubu is sad that he didn't win Port Harcourt. Who is in charge of Port Harcourt? What's going on in Port Harcourt? What was his statement to the governor? If you self can't join APC, it will be better. There's no need for impeachment. What is going on in Abuja? So I'm saying this. You see, these guys are more. There's no opposition in Nigeria. I don't know how to say it. In 2027, there may not even be an OB in LP, because they are going to make sure whoever is anybody in those places are either taken care of or are in the APC. And I give you my final example. Now, the best and the most strong man and a Christian from the north is called what? The former SMG. You see how they roped him in right now with Emefiele, that he and Emefiele are dragging how many billions of dollars out of the central bank. That's what are they going for? They are trying to find a way to destroy him, so that even if he has any political ambition in the next 2027, the North or his people cannot present him, because they already have something on him. And the question you ask yourself is, if Emefiele is a central bank governor and he being the Secretary of State, and they want to steal money from the bank, is it them that will drag the bag? They don't have boys who are loyal, who can drag the bag and go and load it in their vehicles. So these are some of the things you need to look. Maybe one day we'll talk about how
I think some of the things you are
how the
saying,
media can choose to destroy
there
you.
is some
So they
truth
play it
in
out.
them,
When you
but
see those news, when you hear those news, you just know that this one is just laid out to try to destroy somebody. That is how the media works.
KJ, some of the things you are saying is coming from some of the cynicism that has grown because of the outcomes that we've seen. But if you look at this when Buhari ran for presidency, he lost 3 times. You would think most of the people in the north would be like, "Oh my God, this is impossible. These people have just rigged everything." P2B within 8 months was able to bring the election to basically three-way tie from what we've seen. We don't know in terms of the number of states they won. So if he can do that within 8 months, you see what is possible. We are just assuming the democracy is a very, very fickle beast. The only room this Tinubu has to be able to do some of the things you are saying is that he has to govern well. If people are becoming poorer and poorer, hold on. If people are becoming poorer and poorer, NNPC didn't do very well. Dangote refinery didn't amount to anything for us, and currency is depreciating. No matter how well he tries to do, no matter how organization he has on the ground, he will fail. Because the conditions, as Chim said, if the conditions are not right for him, no matter what he does, his money cannot make magic happen. His power cannot make magic happen. I assure you of that one. So I think I wanted to change the topic a little bit, but I think it looks like this one is still hot. Wole, you want to say something?
Yeah. I think, like last man actually said, everybody is trying to see how can this country come back from his doom situation to how we can revive it. And I think, like Jim said, there's something that we have the power to do. From 10, 20 years ago, when these people that are analog, we have the power of technology on things around. But are we actually using it? Maybe no. And I think that is one thing. If we're going to strategize how these people are going to be boosted out power, technology could be one of the powers we use, because the new generation, the power of technology in their hand, you can't underestimate it. But are we looking into that direction? Maybe no. So that is one thing. Another thing is Nigerians are divided based on religion and tribes. And I always look at Nigeria like, why are we so religious but we're not godly? Because 2 things that will make any man, well, we are default by, I don't know, we have the tendencies to be corrupt or to do evil. But 2 things that stop human from doing that is, one, your conscience. Like Jim said last week when I asked him about my uncle who trained me, who sponsored me to be a judge, but now I'll be prosecuted. Is it that my conscience tells me that, look, this is not right, or the law stops me? If you are not there, like in religious matter, Nigerians are religious. As many churches and mosques we have, why do we still have the number of crimes so high? We ask ourselves, does that mean when people finish from their religious centers, they end up perpetrating some kind of evil, all in the name of making money? Or do I see you as an evil guy, and whatever I do or my brother do is always right? And whatever you do, because you're not from my tribe, you're always wrong. Until we see beyond those 2 areas, we're not going to move forward. Like someone rightly said that, if you want to gather Nigerians, they want to say, oh, on what basis? Are you trying to gather Nigeria because you're a Christian? Or are you trying to gather them because you're an Igbo? They would ask you that, what is the purpose? And that is the educated illiterate, or I don't even know what name to use to describe it. People don't think, especially when they've been weaponized by poverty. They are thinking, they don't see it that way. They don't want to know where you get the money from. In as much you can throw it to them, you can feed them, even if they have to sell their future for a bag of rice, they will. And until we get that mentality back, the mindset change, and we're all patriotic, nothing is going to move. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We have to get our people to that patriotic mindset. Yeah, Jago, please go ahead, so that we move
this
on
is
to
not.
the
This is
to
more a
stuff.
question. rather than I'm taking a turn. I wanted to put this to you, forefather. You know, we always lay these examples. We said that Buhari fought 3 times for the presidency, which is very true. And when he came in, he did absolutely nothing for 8 years. So, as an example, we have to understand that we can't just bring that example out without talking about the aftermath of what he left. Now, just as somebody has said here before, that it could be and possibly that when he fought the election the first time, that if he had won, maybe he had more energy as a younger man, maybe he would have had a completely different presidency. We don't know. But what we do know is that he failed. Now, it's been said that where Nigeria is a very dark place. It's an extremely dark place. And somehow we still are looking at the blackness of the light that they are shining, as to trying to position ourselves in the politics of this so-called democracy that we don't have. And this is where I have an ultimate problem, because I don't think we can be speaking about something as reality when it's not real. It's blatantly clear it's not real. So what we do between now and then is of serious importance. And I don't believe that it's going to be anything that Nigeria becoming what it could be and entering into its potential. That script is not written. It hasn't been written. We have to write it. And I need people to really understand this, because I think we waste our time and energy speaking about the lie as though it's the truth. And I don't think we're going to go anywhere like that. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Regarding this thing, I wanted to move to the insecurity issue in Nigeria. I don't know, which is we are discussing this thing. Some people will even find it offensive that we are, while people in Plateau have, I think, over 100 from what they are saying, have lost their lives on Christmas Day due to actions by some terrorists, as they should be called. Really, I think they call them bandits, and they are technically terrorists. They are going out and killing people, young, old, and all the rest of it. So I feel like
can I weigh in, because I want to move from where I am. It's not, it became a bit
Wow.
cold. Now
I
have, sorry sir, please Tone. Please,
you want
I
rule
beg
of
your
law. You
indulgence.
want rule of law. You have to take a.
No,
You have to
it's
take
not,
one for the team.
it's not about rule of
You
law
have.
now.
You
It's
know.
not
It is about it. You have to take one for the team and allow people.
you
This
can
is
go to
order
a court
to flow.
and the judge can use his prerogative to say, on
Leave
this
it
case,
be.
I set you free. So, Tune, are you ready to set me free?
It's okay. Let's get to the topic of this. People
So
that
that's
have
what I
lost
want
their
to make.
lives.
I want to make contribution. I just want to say, for those of you who want the
Leave
typical
it now. You are beginning to be like Olumide now that won't let something go. You have your point. You've already made it.
No, I've not made it.
Let's go to this.
Let
You
me
made
make
it
it,
already.
and I'll go. I've not made it.
No. You allow me to moderate, please, because there are other people here, and there are people that are watching this. Maybe people from Benue or your friend in the Middle Belt area that have lost people. That they will be like, okay, why are you people talking about this in electoral boycott? When people are losing their lives in Nigeria, and they have a valid point, because loss of life is at the core of part of our problem. There is no security infrastructure and all the rest of it, and this is why these things keep repeating themselves. What I saw about Amnesty, let me read the statement from Amnesty regarding Nigeria, which is very, very interesting. That foreign institutions seem to be. Let me just read it. He said, the brazen failure of the authorities to protect the people of Nigeria is gradually becoming the norm. President Bola Tinubu said he will enact security measures in response to these attacks, but these promises have so far proven to be empty. And the reason why I say this is because it appears it's only for this organization that is even talking like it, like, you promised us security and you are not delivering. There's no sign. He said he was going to recruit a lot more people into the Nigerian military and everything. He's not done any of them, and nobody is holding him accountable for that. I don't know that we talk about election all the time, but in reality, this is the process that you use to change your country. If you start calling them out on all these things and pressuring them to do the right thing, it doesn't even matter who is in office if you can get your way. If Tinubu is in office, we get everything we want under P2B. What is the use of P2B then? It becomes a third rail. It's not him we are looking for. We are looking to solve the problem. So while somebody's in office, we should do everything in our power to make sure they fulfill what they promised us. That is our right to do. Why is it Amnesty that is doing it? Why is it not this is Nigerian institutions or Nigerians actually calling out for this? Somebody said about Mohbad. When Mohbad died, Nigerians came out to protest. But 100 and something dies. Nobody cares. 100 and something women and children get kidnapped. Nobody
That is where
cares.
I wanted to come in so that I will have helped you with the statement I'm making now. Okay, people have come out to say all kinds. People have marched and protested in the streets in Plateau State. Nothing will come out of it. I have a picture, video evidence of it fully on the same day that this happened. Even the people some of them who were shot, their babies are back in. We are still alive, and we are lying with the cuffs until people came to rescue them. This is how bad it were. And despite every other thing that the people of Plateau have done, they don't seem to be getting any results. Is it surprising? No. Is it expected? Yes. Is more going to come? Yes. Because nothing, even up as I speak to you now, nothing has been done and nothing has been said. Nobody has gone to visit them. Nothing. No. I mean, when I say nobody has gone to visit them, no government position has been taken concerning what is going on in Plateau. And it's just a little, and it's not. It's over 200 people. Please don't say it is 100 something. It's over 200 people.
I have to go with the reports that I see. I can't just add.
You see, now you're going with the report. The same media that have been.
What do you want me to do now? You want me to say it's 500 people when there's no clear evidence for it? Do I
no,
look like
there is clear evidence. I just told you now. I have videos. If you want me for that, I can post it to you.
Send me the please send me the link. I will use that. And if you have it, I don't mind. I will check it. And because I also saw something on Arise TV today, which I wish the Arise people were doing a little bit more, because the lady was really furious. And this is the kind of stuff we need to be seeing. Because how can people be losing their lives? And we just take it like one of those things. This is not the first time. Now they're acting as if it's the first time. The reason why this one echoes is because it happened on Christmas Day. It's almost like a signal to people telling them, you Christians, you think you're going to rest. It's like that's the reason why they're responding now. It's been happening, It's been happening this year. It's been happening under Tinubu's government. Barely anybody bats an eye. Hundreds of people just die for nothing, kidnapped for nothing.
Forefathers. When I say that these people will not listen to banter, it's only force. It will be as if I'm advocating for a coup or anything. These people don't care, and again, the people of the middle belt are not even helping themselves. Okay. I don't want to mention his name because he's not here, because I'm sure he's going to jump on later if this broadcast goes into later in the night. He's the same person that will come here and bash the obedience and bash Nnamdi Kanu, but yet his people have been slaughtered. Nnamdi Kanu and Obi are all fighting for a better Nigeria so that this sort of irresponsible behavior will stop. And yet he will come here and stand and be talking from both sides of the mouth. Why will it not continue? They will continue. See, they will continue to slaughter them until they get sense. I know it sounds terrible. They will continue to slaughter them until they get sense. Until people will arise and say, listen, we've got to stand up for the truth, not because of religion. When people are still coming even on this platform, they will bear Yoruba name. But whereas they are Hausa or people will bear Igbo name and all that, and they're pushing about one Nigeria and all that. This is bullshit.
What do you mean? People bearing Igbo name should not push about one Nigeria?
Pushing about one Nigeria in a positive manner. I mean, telling us that Tinubu is the rightful president. That is the most wicked thing to say.
Yeah, but somehow the way it came across was that you are saying an Igbo person cannot push for one Nigeria. That seemed like a kind of blanket statement. That's why I thought I should address that, though. I get what you are saying, and there's an element of people getting frustrated, like you are frustrated that okay, let's let them suffer until when it hits them, they will. But I don't think that will
like
work.
I said at the beginning of these broadcasts, what I said simply, because we're talking about boycott, it will not work. What I said simply that so far we have tribalism. they will say, okay, I will not look at you for part. Like a lot of people are upset with you on this platform. Why? Because you refuse to disclose your state of origin. Should that be an issue? I know you're Nigerian, I know you're my brother, I know that. It should be an issue. I know where you're coming from. I know you're not any spy or anything. I know that. Should that be an issue? Yeah. So that is the problem we have. That's the core of our problem.
You see,
So
the
without
thing is, if I
addressing
may,
that, we're not moving forward.
if I may, very quickly.
Can I just play this so that people can respond? Let me just play.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it's
but
about
very,
2
very
minutes or so.
quickly, if I can, forefather,
He's
before I
just going to
forget
keep. He's
myself.
just going to put
Please
this
don't let
stuff
me
on the
forget
screen.
myself.
You will forget
Please
yourself then. if you forget yourself because of how many minutes of video, then
No, I just want to come in based on
not
what
probably
Tone
very
just
important.
said.
Don't
I
worry,
just want to
you
come in
will
quick.
get your chance. You will get your chance
The
to say.
thing,
Let me
the
just
thing
play
is
the
there
video.
now.
You're going to play the video. Let me play the video.
Good morning, Ayo.
Good morning, Uche.
Yes, and you know, we saw babies on the floor with their mothers, on their mother's back, some on their father's hands.
Horrendous.
Their parents dead. All right, well, let's begin what's trending by taking reactions to the tragic incident that occurred in Plateau State. It was Black Christmas for many, as no fewer than 100 persons were killed by terrorists in fresh attacks on several communities in Bokos and Baki local government areas of the state. The tragic incident unfolded on Saturday, extending into Christmas Eve. Casting a shadow over the festive season, the terrorists burnt down houses in no fewer than 20 different communities, sparing no one, including babies, as the casualty count continues to rise, with security forces, local vigilantes, and hunters recovering more bodies. The Plateau State Governor, Khaled Mutfwang, expressed dismay, describing the attack as unprovoked. He further appealed to those perpetrating the attacks to stop, as they have nothing to gain.
It is sad that within the last 2 days, we have lost innocent people as a result of incessant attacks in parts of Mangu and Bokos, local government areas. As a matter of fact, my own intelligence is putting it at not less than 50 people. Let me say enough is enough. We cannot continue this senseless, stupid, unprovoked attacks. It is totally uncalled for and it is needless. I want to appeal to the conscience of the sponsors of these attacks that the spirits of the people of Plateau State will not be broken.
All right, the governor here, who you both spoke with earlier, has appealed to the conscience of those who are sponsoring the attacks. But Dr. Abati, I believe I heard you earlier say that this has been going on for years, since 2009. I was having a conversation this weekend with my colleagues, and you know, I talked about the fact that there is war in some parts of Nigeria. And I also raised the fact that there's been killings in Plateau State. You know, we went back and forth to describe what war means. Let me just read it out. What war means: a state of armed conflict between different countries or different groups within a country, or different groups within a country. You use the term bandits, Dr. Abati. I want to use the term terrorists because this is what has been approved. These people are not bandits, they are terrorists. Let me take some tweets. This is from Pastor Okezie. When will there be lasting peace in Plateau State, Nigeria? Image 1. During President Olusegun Obasanjo's tenure, more than 200 innocent souls were massacred in a single night. Image 2. During late President Yar'Adua's tenure, more than 150 innocent souls were killed. Image 3. During President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's tenure, same senseless and barbaric killings in the same state. Image 4. Former President Muhammadu Buhari's tenure wasn't spared in the wanton and senseless massacre. It went further to write, Dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the recent wanton killing of innocent souls shouldn't be swept under the carpet like in other presidents' tenure. Their Nigerian army, DSS, police, Nigerian Air Force, your men should be up and doing to forestall a reoccurrence. This is from a concerned and patriotic Nigerian. Then let me take another tweet here. This person wrote, the federal government cannot help play two-state governor, Khaled Mutfwang, must know this and learn from Kaduna and Katsina states. With an improved revenue, I see no reason why he hasn't employed and armed at least 5,000 civilian joint task force officers to curb this genocide. Ayo, this is almost what I want to describe it as, genocide, because this was a well-coordinated attack, and they chose Christmas Day. What is Christmas? What does Christmas mean?
Thank you. You see, this is I just to start with the fact that they are calling it Black Christmas is not a very good this thing. That we have so many issues, it's so deep, and you know, just you can see the passion of the lady. She's really frustrated that this stuff just keeps going on, and this sort of thing it will keep happening until our people realize that. What you need to demand for your leaders have to be specific. Don't tell them just to secure the country. They're not going to do it. They're going to tell you that they're doing synergy. They are doing these tactics. It's not going to work. Until you recruit our people, until you recruit more people into your forces, like other nations do, how is it going to work? And I saw one of the posts where somebody was saying the Nigerian military should be up and doing. What do you want them to do? Be everywhere at the same time with the numbers they have? They're not going to be anywhere. They cannot do the job. You can't. If you hire only someone like me to go and protect a ShopRite supermarket, how am I supposed to do it?
Forefathers, can I weigh in?
At the same time.
Can I weigh in?
I guess this is you are the one that raised this topic earlier on. Go ahead.
Okay. See, forefather, I was just about to speak before you play that.
Okay. Jago wanted to say something before. Hold on. Jesus. See, try to be generous for once now. Olumide, stop. Jago, please go ahead. Olumide, come on, man. Stop this Jaguda attitude.
Accuse people.
Jago, please go ahead.
You see, so I know that you're passionate about this security thing and it's on your mind. It's not that I've forgotten what I had to say. I do know what I had to say. You see, the whole issue of this, both religion and tribal differences that we have. I don't know why we think it's ever going to stop in a country called Nigeria. It's never going to stop. And I don't say that it's never going to come to a point where we understand each other a lot better. But I will not ask an Igbo man not to be proud that he's Igbo. I will not ask a Hausa man not to be proud that he's Hausa. And I think us going down that line is a waste of our energy. We know the game. We know they're going to use tribalism and religion to play with us. But really, we have to grow up. We, the people, have to grow up from that. And in growing up from that, it doesn't mean that we throw away who we are. What it is that you see, in the Christian West, the way they talk about Islam, you know, Islam is a good 600 years younger than Christianity. And apart from that, what Islam has gone through, Christianity has gone through all these periods that Islam has gone through. But because Christianity and the Christian West, as it were, has come to a point where they are mature within their faith, they think that everybody is playing against the same timing. And that's not how the world works. So as the Christian West now cannot start to belligerently speak about the Islamic world, knowing that they are a lot more sensitive to issues of their faith than Christianity is. Now, this is the same position that we found ourselves in Nigeria, where we don't all grow at the same pace. Now, in the fact that we don't all grow at the same pace is what is most important. And that is what we need to look at. You see, Nigeria was dragged back because of the miseducation or the lack of education in the north. So we waited for them and we diced up the education to the point of spoiling it in order to encourage them along the same level. That was not what to do. What there was to do is for the educated South to become as speedily educated as they were being.
How does that secure the country, though?
No, you see, I'm not talking about securing the country because whilst I know it's of utmost importance, you see, securing our country against ourselves, because we don't really have any enemies as such, apart from the Great West, who would like to play with us. The only enemies we have are all within. The security that we need is basically to love ourselves, basically. I mean, I can put it in all kind of different ways, and other people will put it in better ways than I. But basically, the initial security that we, the Nigerian people, need is the love between brother and brother. And if that's not happening, then we're just fooling ourselves again. This is why we can't look at things. I keep saying these things. We can't look at things in the way that
But that is
Westerners
not a
look
recipe
at
for,
things.
because there's always going to be somebody that doesn't show love. There's always going to be there. That's why you have rules, you have security forces in place. So we can't
appreciate all this.
based on love. You have to create
No, I'm just talking at the base level. You see, at the base level, we've got to have an understanding between ourselves that we are brothers and we are fighting on the same side. Fundamentally, we're fighting on the same side. So we can't really afford to do damage to ourselves. You know, the security issue, as I said, it's a big question. There's food, there's all levels of security, as we know. Cyber security, doesn't matter what you're talking about. Security is important. I give it to you. But I'm saying to you, what it is that we are warring against, we are continually failing by basically having such a Western mind. The way we articulate critical questions are too favored or are too steeped in a Western thinking. These are not
I
the
agree
only
with that. Look at how
paradigm.
they call the black
This is not the only
Christmas. Like
paradigm for
everything black.
critical
You
thinking.
forget we are called black people. You're calling everything black that is evil. Then she looks like an Indian lady. But I like her point. But you know, some of all this, the brainwashing that is happening to us is so deep that we don't even know what we are doing to ourselves. And but
Which is
the
why we have to
fundamentals.
really
For me, I feel very passionately about this one because I've looked at many nations. I keep saying it. When you do your deductive reasoning of many nations at the core of it, we've not fixed one. It's really simple to fix when you think about it.
No, it's
just
true.
recruit people.
This is why when we are asking, when we are therefore answering questions that we have for the past 4 hours or so, we really have to think critically, because what it is that there's a history of this. We have a history there of it. We cannot forget yesterday. Sometimes we're speaking today, and it's like yesterday didn't take place. Yesterday took place. We know all this litany of aggressive things have happened upon our person. So with that, what do we do? These are critical questions.
The killing in that state, I'm just looking at one other killing in the state of 124, 25 in May, and last year in sometime in well, let me see, what date was that in last year? April last year, 150 people have been killed repeatedly at that state, and nothing seems. And in a way, I'm not surprised it's still happening because the structure of our security forces have not changed.
So for that,
go ahead.
Now?
Go ahead.
So
thank you for your patience, by the way.
So I want to say that you did say that these people know what to do. Now, if you watch the full video of the governor's speech addressing the deadly attack, he said that he knew that there were sponsors behind the attack. So the governor kind of alluded to the fact that they knew those who were behind it. So even if they don't have the security numbers to protect the people, why doesn't he provide intelligence so that they go after the supposedly sponsors or people who are behind it and begin to investigate? So, but be that as it may, this is nothing but systematic ethnic cleansing, genocide. Because the people who are being targeted are the indigenous people of Plateau State. We have seen this time and time again, like you said. And this has occurred also in Benue, in the Middle Belt. You understand? In that axis, and we seem to have an inkling of who are those behind it. We are not saying all the Fulani people are culpable, but there are some Fulani people who are bent on an agenda, and they are using religion to accomplish this task.
I think you have a point there. That ethnic cleansing part.
What Tinubu can do now for the people of that area is to send enough security forces to protect those people. You understand? This is
where is he going to get them from? When they are not recruiting people, where is he going to get them from?
No, don't forget that. If you won't do that, that is why we are saying, if you won't do that, allow the people police themselves. Let us have state police. If you can't do that, allow the state government to use their own resources or whatever tax
They have them. They have them. I think from the report, they said they were there. They came later, but I'm sure they don't have enough number to protect those areas because they don't deem those areas critical because they are poor people.
Allow the state governors to create their own state police. He worked with Amotekun. They did it in the southwest. We pushed back. In Nnamdi Kanu, that is why he's a hero today. He did it with ESN. He pushed back. These people have an agenda, and this can't keep going on. It has to stop. You can't keep killing people. How much more one Nigeria will somebody be to say stop it? If we talk about our own tribe, if we talk about the problems affecting Obama, we say we don't talk about it. Oh, we are this, we are that. If we talk about the problem affecting Digboma, we are this, we are that. Look at these people. I don't even see any middle belt man or any plateau person or I saw just for the first time in my life, I saw one on my Egu program yesterday. A lady come out crying on his platform about the killings going on. I wish we had many more people come out. When we talk, they say we are alarmists. We are creating trouble. We are doing this, we are doing that. When is this going to stop? These are human beings, for God's sake. Some people have been orphans now, and you are telling them to be true Nigerians.
Tinubu administration is not moving quickly enough. That's the problem. Tim, please go ahead. In terms of security, they are not moving quickly enough.
Okay, so forefathers, yeah, you have a point when you say recruit more people into the armed forces and all that. Yes, in fact, it should be a no-brainer in the sense that it should be a continuous recruitment process. Because as people retire, as you lose soldiers in the war front, there should be a continuous replacement to meet up. That shouldn't be a one day
to ramp it up, not just meet up, to ramp it up significantly. Our military should be at least 5 times the size that it is right now. It's not going to work if we don't get it to the level that even Egypt, that is half of our population, is. Egypt has 1.3 million. We have 200,000. That is ridiculous.
Yeah. So as with everything, but before we even get to the mass recruitment process, there are things the government can do to literally check these activities, and they're not doing them. Number one, I just wrote them down. See, I don't want to dwell in the realm of hearsay and in the realm of conspiracy, but like I've been saying here, if anybody has been hearing me, the Nigerian state and the Nigerian government is the biggest enabler of conspiracy, the biggest enabler. Now, it's not as if there is no intelligence reports, forefathers. I can bet you that people are reporting and saying, "Combo, we hear that some people are going to carry out an action." But what is happening is that our intelligence personnel are not acting on those informations. They're not acting on it.
What are they going to do? Yeah, see, let me play it out now. Let's play it out. Let's say they tell you that somebody is trying to kill people in the village or plateau, and they tell you, "Oh, yeah, I have 100 men. Let's go." Oh, it's about 3 to 4 hours to get there. How do you get there?
No, but Papa, that's not true, because
it will be over. By the time you get there, it's over.
No, hold on. In Plateau State, don't forget that this is Plateau State. Oh, if you know what Plateau State means to Nigeria's military, you can't tell me there are no barracks and military formations inside.
They have them, but they are protecting something at the moment. They said 80% of Nigerian security forces are protecting national assets. Do you think these assets are just remaining intact for no reason? 80% is doing that.
What national asset is more important than your national human beings?
Oil refinery that is going to feed those national 200 million people, Lagos economy that is going to feed those 200 million people, Kaduna. You have to protect these assets. Asorok has to be protected. All those places. By the time you finish all those ones, there's barely anything left for people.
So
that's the problem.
Actually, the truth about this is that our leaders are neglecting to do their job. We are not important to them. We're not. If we're important,
that is true. If we're important to them, they should have recruited a lot more people into the military. You are creating jobs. You are growing the economy. I don't know what is wrong with these people.
Let me say this thing before I lose my train and then I hand over to you. So, listen. Number one is this: they know the people who are carrying out this activity. Forefathers, nothing is. Listen, as we may criticize our government, but our government is not so bad to the extent that they don't have information of who is perpetrating these things, who is funding these things, where the money to fund it is coming, where the weapons are coming. They know these things. But we have saboteurs within the framework of government aiding and abating bad behavior. If our leader and our president or security forces are serious, they can nip this in the bud. Unfortunately, they are not going to do that. And then I end here. Yesterday, I was listening to what's his name, Ngelele, Ajuri Ngelele talk, and he was saying how Nigerians should be more patriotic, should not badmouth Nigeria, and he was so passionate and saying it. And I looked at this guy and said, "Is this guy smoking something?" Nigerians are very patriotic. Let's be honest. Nigerians are very patriotic. You just need to wait and see when something beautiful is happening and see the way Nigerians joyfully celebrate it. I think our leaders in political sphere are the problem. They are the ones failing Nigerians day by day. Because we know that insurgency in Nigeria during celebrations, Christmas, Ramadan, these guys will always act. If you remember a few years ago, the bombing in Suleja or Mararaba, it was Christmas Day like this. So during Christmas, I expect our government to be able to heighten security situation, to be able to nip some of these things in the bud or be a deterrent. But for us to just go as if it's business as usual and go and fold our arms, he's gone to Asaram to drink his beer and whatever he's going to enjoy, and anybody just goes, our senators all go home. This is pure negligence, and I think it's very unforgiving.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can I just weigh in? Can I just weigh in? Can I just weigh in? So I want to continue from where Chim stopped, please. Can I just weigh in? Now,
wants to say
like
something.
what?
KJ, you already said something about
I wanted to say,
KJ, hold on now. Yeah, Flagship and Eze should say something. Then KJ, you have the first page to say something about this. Flagship, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, it is amazing and alarming at the same time to see that these things happen and we seem to have the counts only of the deaths, the innocent citizens who are killed. And there is no count of any death or capture of any of these perpetrators. It is apparent that I thought the Nigerian security force was about 300,000, but based on what forefathers just said, it's about 200,000. And they all seem to be, quote unquote, sent to protect national interests or facilities when the people are there that need the protection. The government will not do it. The federal or state governments will not do it. They're not going to recruit anybody, even if they will. The remunerations for them, it's not convincing enough for anybody to go sign up and want to join and be a part of this. The best solution at this point that I think is self-defense. The people need to be taught self-defense. Every household. I believe there are citizens from Benue and Plateau where this thing seems to be occurring the most who are inclined. There are many ways to do it. I'm not going to say what I have here, but if the people arm themselves, when I say arm themselves, I'm not talking of weapons.
Are you serious in Nigeria?
Listen, not guns.
Every quarrel in Nigeria will be settled with arms.
I'm not talking of guns, forefathers. Hear me out.
Okay.
The people need to be trained on self-defense. By the time 10 or 20 of these people are taken out, when the attack starts, they will be forced to recalculate and go back and rethink their strategies. It's enough to hear that they come and take out 100 people. It's sad. And lastly, I'm amazed at the deafening silence of the West on Nigerian killings, that these things are not brought to light. So the whole world would see and know and hear about it. 10 people in Czech last week or thereabout were victims of some sort of assault. And it was breaking news on my TV almost all day. We have over 100 killed in Nigeria, and you don't hear about it. There's the BBC in Nigeria, there is CNN in Nigeria, there is Fox, MSNBC, and the rest of them. Why are they not talking about it?
Are you surprised, though, when we are looking at about 21,000 dead Palestinians? They don't care. See, we are the one that worry that they care about human lives. We should be worrying about ourselves. These people don't care about human life loss. It's when it favors them, that's when they talk. If none of their business, they will just leave us alone to be killing ourselves. We should be demanding our people secure ourselves so that our people are not just losing their lives needlessly. So please go ahead. Except you're finished, then Eze can go.
So I say this again. We have to train these citizens to defend themselves. There are many ways to do it, and which may not 100% put a stop to this nonsense, but to a great extent will stop it and refrain these guys from committing these heinous acts. And I know they are not Nigerian citizens. You will not tell me that the people who do these are Nigerian citizens. Of course, sponsored by Nigerians and those in government, we all know that. But we have to get to that point where self-defense for every home needs to be taught.
I think it's
yeah, Eze, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think each and every one of us have spoken very well. What I would just add is there is an economic benefit of insecurity in Nigeria. That benefit outweighs the consequences of insecurity. I don't know if you all are aware of the Global Peace Index. For some of you who may not be aware, it's an annual report that is produced by the Institute for Economics and Peace. This is a think tank in Australia, where they look at the relationship between peace, business, and prosperity, as well as understanding the social, political, and economic factors that drives peace in a particular country or region. So for last year, 2022, Nigeria was ranked as 143, and we were 37th in Africa. This year, we remained 37th in Africa and moved down to 144. What's really staggering here in this report is that the economic cost for violence, that's the direct and indirect cost for violence for Nigeria, was estimated at $120 billion. What it shows is when you're looking at the direct cost, the loss of lives, properties, as well as the loss of opportunities or businesses. And then the indirect cost is you fixing everything all back together again. It's a profitable business. And like I think forefathers have said, our military considers national asset more important than the lives of Nigerians. I've listened attentively, and I think the best route is for the local people to provide local remedy or solution for their local problems. I also saw the newscaster in Arise saying with the increased allocations to states, I think state governors should be pushing bills to their state assembly for having local security outfit that should protect its residents. That's a good approach, because if the local people with the local problems, they understand the terrain and the challenges that is being confronted to them. Providing them with that support, either paramilitary arms, they should be able to arrest these concerns. It's painful that way back, I think I'm surprised when they said about it was saying it's 2009. I think it's way back even during the Obasanjo regime. Plateau State has suffered a lot. And now not only Plateau itself. So in this view, each state should be looking at having their own security outfit to address their local security challenges. That's the way forward.
Let me just add this. I think this problem is more on a macro level than, because this issue for me is so deep and so important, critical, not only to Nigeria, to the African this is sub-region and our entire community globally. And I see a pattern that we are the least defended people on the face of the earth. That least defended people. Look here what the this military brass is talking about, and take into this thing. You just look at this that I posted on the screen, where it says where there are good arms, in other words, security, good laws inevitably follow. And this statement was made by Machiavelli more than 400 years ago. And if you look at the rest of the world, they are following that rule. Only us are not. And yet, let me play this video of our security official complaining about something so you understand.
Forefathers, the audio is not coming out.
Sorry about that. Don't mind me. Sorry, I went and muted it when I was pulling it out. Let me just go back a bit. Sorry about that. Let me make it louder too. All right.
Arrest, the person is released. We have the issue in the South. A lot of the ships we are, once you get your family members or you are at risk. So it gets to a stage where the security forces are not even willing to do it, because once you get an arrest, the person is released. We have the issue in the South. A lot of the ships we are, the other ship that was arrested 10 years ago. It was arrested, it was handed over, the ship went and changed its name, changed its color, and came back again. 10 years later, we arrested the same ship. And by the time you hand over the ship, before you know it, it's released.
Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebetokun expresses concern over the paucity of funds, which he says has led to the poor manpower, training of personnel, and welfare for personnel.
A police force that has been battered. A police force that has suffered serious neglect over the past few years. The police also finds itself operating in very difficult environment, partly as a result, as a direct consequences of this neglect. The manpower in the police today is grossly inadequate. Even the criminals know that. The United Nations ratio of 1 to 400 is not attainable in Nigeria as of today, because the ratio in Nigeria is 1 to 1,000, which suggests that we have to double the manpower in the police and over.
We have also realized that the magic wand to addressing security challenges, good governance. Anywhere you have good governance, security goes down, insecurity goes down.
Why I allowed him to come back and say this again. He forgets, he doesn't know that he is at the tip of the spear. He's talking about good governance. He is at the tip of the spear. He should be arguing that the security, this is the chief of defense staff saying this. Is, in other words, saying the politicians should be at the forefront. Look at the statement that I've just put on the screen, that maybe all the other countries are following. He forgets that himself is at the tip of the spear, that should be arguing that we need to secure this country so that our people can come and invest. Our people cannot be killed like in Plateau today. All this knowledge should not be happening. Instead of complaining that civilians should do it for you. That is what he should be addressing. And I don't know, this is why I talk about this stuff, because sometimes the way we understand things is so flawed. I don't know how that happens. I really am happy with the way the police officer, the head of police spoke, because he literally said we don't have the manpower and the criminals know that. And he reeled out the statistics that the UN requires, and we are not even close. Most nations are not even like that by the UN. They are even better than you. UN is minimum is 400 to 1. We are doing 1 down to 1. Most nations are not like that. Go ahead.
Forefathers, see, I want to, with regards to what the Inspector General of Police said, perhaps one of the solutions is to devolve power to the states to set their own state police force. They can use their own internally generated revenue to pay their staff. This is that the type. There's no better time than for state police to start operating now.
They should
That's
have
one.
more. See,
That's
whether
one. That
state
will
police
that
or
will
not, they should recruit more into
that will.
securing the entire country.
Well, the federal government, if the federal government is saying they don't have enough revenue to do that, allow the
They
states.
do. They do. They just don't want to spend it on security forces.
I think allowing the states will help complement their effort too. That's one, and provide proper security, adequate security for the people. Then two, see, that is why everything circles back to the basics of our democracy. The security we are talking about circles back to what you guys have been saying all morning. How do we allow the people's vote to count? It belies every logical reasoning that all this insecurity will go on in the middle belt and some parts of the north, and APC will go on to claim victory in the elections. Where does that happen? The next election will come and they will say that APC won Jos, APC won Benue with all the killings going on. It circles back to allowing the people, at least the basics of if you won't change the laws, if you won't change the constitution, allow the people choose their leader free and fair.
See,
so
what does it matter? If you choose among two people that are not going to do anything about security, what's the difference?
Listen, that's an hypothetical question. Until that happens, I won't. There's no answer for
because
that.
the reason why I asked that question because you can't just keep waiting for that. You need to be demanding it now. You can't just be waiting for that.
Let me land by saying that if Tinubu has no answer to the security situation and this thing pervades, it goes on until 2027. Please allow somebody who has a solution to come in, allow a free and fair election. For what you don't have solutions to, somebody has a better ideology. You understand? Let them come in and fix things if you can't fix it. This killing is way one too many. It's been going on since Buhari's. In fact, Buhari's tenure 8 years, there was no month that killings didn't go on in all of these communities. Before he came to the southwest, he came to southeast, we pushed back with Amotekun, we pushed back with ESN. These people are helpless. They don't even have any, we don't even see any of them online crying out. They are helpless.
Sorry, can I weigh in, please?
Yeah,
Man, this issue drives me crazy that these people just keep allowing people to die for no reason. Yeah, please go ahead.
Chim, just 1 minute before I beg my brother.
Go ahead. No
you
problem.
see, this goes back to what we are talking about, that the standard of the military has been going down over the years, been going down. This guy that is talking, does it not look like a politician that is wearing an army uniform to you?
Exactly.
He's talking his body language. It's just a shame for me to know that this is the Nigerian army that I used to know. I mean, you see an officer, he is professional, the way he carries the authority behind every statement he makes. He lacks it. He's just another agent of the ruling party and all that, just talking and defending. That's what I'm going to say. Until these people are cleared, and it's not going to be nice. I'm sorry. Go on, Tim. Thank you.
Okay, so Fofaras, thank you for that video. I mean, I probably need to go and look for it and watch it properly. Now, again, but in fairness to the CDS, I think that's the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff, is that?
Yes.
Or that Chief of Army Staff?
Chief of Defense Staff.
Okay, so he's not exactly wrong. Yes, I agree with you on other things you've mentioned. I agree. But guess what? Olumide mentioned it a little bit, but he fell short of quietly saying what I want to say. When leadership is not properly constituted, all manner of things begin to happen. When he said we need leadership, it's a leadership that is going to be able to sit down and say, okay, you know what Fofaras is saying that we need to recruit. What Fofaras is saying that we need to upgrade our weapons. We need to upgrade our weapons. But when poor leadership is there and poor leadership is busy focusing on carrying a crowd to Dubai, when poor leadership is there and focusing on, giving people bribes, buying vehicle for officers and not being sensitive to the plight of the people, poor leadership cannot buy equipment. Poor leadership cannot enhance the military to do their job. So yes, And that leadership is both the political and even the military, including him. But when we get the civilian leadership that is proper, then the civilian leadership will have the moral ground to be able to identify within his military rank and file those who have what it takes to lead in terms of being CDS or chief of army staff or head of police. It's all
I agree with you that is true if that's what he's thinking, but he appears to be saying that if you just have good governance, you will not need us. That's the idea. like you will not need us, just have good governance. The point is that you should be saying you need more of us. That is the problem of the country.
Maybe his body language, and I agree with you, maybe his body language was conjuring the wrong impression. But for me personally, I actually think that if we have, I've been with you here on this platform. I have seen you consistently, you've stood your ground, even when I've disagreed with you on this matter. But you have stood your ground to say that Nigerian military needs to change, that we need to improve the armed forces, that we need to defend our people. Fine. Imagine if you were the Senate president, for instance, now, not even the president, just Senate president. What it tells me is that you will go to the president to say, Mr. President, I need you to go and sit down with your military, come articulate a good budget to enhance our military. I will get my colleagues in the Senate to pass it so that we can do that's my perception. But that is what good leadership does. Good leadership sits down and says, okay, I'm in. This is one of the challenges that my country has been going through. We've had this persistent every Christmas, every Salah, especially in the Middle Belt, and then sometimes in Borno State. I need an end to this thing. And what is the solution? If it means talking to your generals and seeking international ideas, you will do it because it is important to you. But right now, bro, all of us here know that this is not what is running in the minds of our leaders. Our people are even complaining of hunger. And our senators are sharing billions to go and buy brand new cars. You were all here, you saw it. Don't you think those brand new cars, if you even converted it to the military, for instance, and bought equipment for them, or budgeted it as a salary to increase the number so that you have enough money to pay them, it would have worked. That would have been a good solution. But these guys are spending on themselves, and that is where the bad leadership issue now comes in. That's the point I'm trying to make.
You see, the police chief, you know what he said, that the criminals know that they don't have enough people. Then he went on to say, it's not possible for us to get the numbers we want. That is the one that astounds me more. Like, why is it not possible? There are young men without jobs everywhere. Security force job is one of the best jobs in the world. I think somebody said that I think Flagship was under the impression that Nigerians are not looking to apply for security forces. Actually, they do. They actually have to bribe to get into security forces because they know they get properties, they get pension, they get all those things. How many jobs are offered that in Nigeria? So they have to bribe to get in. That is the problem. They are not allowing them to recruit. Whenever they go and get loan, they tell them that they should cut government spending down. How are you supposed to cut government spending and increase your security forces? And these people keep taking money from these people. You see, all this is how our nation has been dragged from the time of Babangida to this sorry state that we are in. So, but I will. Who wanted to say something? I think Jago.
No.
No. I think it's going to look like
always with you. I've counted the hours that so far I've contributed. You have contributed more than 20 years. And you still will not call me.
Jago,
you still will not call me.
Jago, just let KJ talk.
No, KJ's light was not.
Maybe I will stop coming to the platform when I see forefather.
This matter is going to reach court if we not allow
KJ, your light wasn't on before you came in. As you put your light on, you start begin shout. Let me finish what I've got to say, please. Or let me even start. You see, if somebody can answer me this very quickly. What is today's position on the debt, on Nigeria's debt situation? Do we know how much we're owing as a nation?
I think it is only $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Let me confirm. Yeah.
It's 84.
The reason why I'm asking.
Yeah.
How much?
87 billion or whatever.
Yeah, or 100. Depending on how you look at it, 100 billion.
It's not up to 100.
That's a great. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Now that's a large number, no doubt. But you know that when we talk about the debt situation of countries across the globe, we're nowhere near anywhere. In terms of how people are owing, how countries are owing out there. the way we need to look at this matter that we have, especially to do with security and all the things that we've just spoken about just now, is we need to know how much money Nigeria actually needs to bring itself to the development that we require. Nigeria needs about 6 trillion in order to be where we would like it to be. About 6 trillion. Now, I put it to you that 2 trillion would do it. 2 trillion in debt would do
Sorry,
it.
it's 87.91 trillion.
No, that's Naira, isn't it? That's Naira.
No, not Naira. Oh, okay, yeah, Naira. Yeah.
That's Naira.
Yeah, are we running the American economy now? It's
that's definitely wow. That's definitely Naira.
Power now.
But we need about 6 trillion to bring our nation to the position as to where it needs to be. Now, given these facts, we have to know, one, we don't really have a country. You know, you said that you're flabbergasted with the state of play with the security in Nigeria. I'm not flabbergasted. They're only, as you rightly put it, from the time of Babangida, they know how to organize the whole paraphernalia of the military in order to pay the least amount for that very serious and very important institution. They're not paying into it at all. These people aren't getting paid. After the officers are being well suited, everybody else is under the same oppression as any other Nigerian. Now, when it comes to the police, it's even worse. The police basically have to bully the society in order to earn on top of their wages, because their wages aren't sufficient. So what they do, they line our streets, especially in the rural areas, and pickpocket the public as they go by. Now, this is the state of play. I don't know why you could be flabbergasted. This is the state of play. We run a rag-taggle economy with a rag-taggle populace. There's nothing to be shocked about where Nigeria is concerned, because we were shocked in 1987. Today, you can't be shocked. Today, it is what it is. So, given the fact that we need this size of an economy, we need this size of a loan. And, you know, the World Bank and the international blah, 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 the way they look at giving loans is on short to medium term. They don't give long term. All the things that we need to be signing from a view our needs. We can't be flabbergasted with the state our country is in and expecting people who have never, ever done the right thing since at least 1999 the new republic. Since that time, really, our country hasn't grown. And really, in what is that 19? What was it? 19, 20 years? How much is it? 1999, 2023, almost 30 years. 30 years is more than enough time for any country, let alone Nigeria, to become a developed nation. Yet 30 years, we're still squabbling about the same thing. This is my issue. We, as a people, cannot keep speaking about Nigeria as though it's a normal country. It is not. It's not normal. So take all that normality out of your head. Understand that if we're going to create a nation at all, we're really having to start from scratch. We're really having to start from scratch. As much as we've built up an educated class, a strong economy in terms of Africa, we have wily people in terms of how we've grown up, which is good enough to set about a nation. We are not a nation. We're not a country. We're a ragtag. I don't know. We're Afghanistan level. If Afghanistan could be probably doing better than us within 5 years, we have to understand that's where we are. That's what I've got to say. Can't hear nobody.
Okay, forefather, can I speak now?
Yeah, we want to start timing them now, since there are a lot of people here.
You want to start timing them now?
I stopped now.
I know he's going to say that.
In time.
No, he didn't.
You want to start timing because it's me who wants to talk now.
No.
Your arch enemy.
Yeah, that's terrible.
No.
So
everybody's being gentlemanly, man.
Everybody's
So
being gentlemanly.
you see, this is what Nigeria is all about. That's what I'm talking about here.
KJ,
Okay.
it's not like that. You see, when you want to talk, everybody come here to listen. Suddenly, we have 10 people on stage. So if you go too long, everybody's going to take forever to talk. But I will allow you go on. And
It's because I want to talk and everybody's on the stage now. Wow, I was very important.
Yes, now. That's what I'm saying. Yeah? Because you want to talk, everybody's here.
Let me make my point. For further, I'm not into that debate. Please allow me to make my point before you cut me off. Now, I want to go back to the beginning. By the way, I want to say this before I go ahead to say what I want to say. The Plateau State people in Nigeria are one of the best people in Nigeria, the Plateau State people. And I say this, without any holding back. The Plateau State people are some of the best people in Nigeria. Now, having said that, right from the beginning of Plateau State, especially Jos, there have been this struggle to restake Jos and make it, a caliphate, okay, which the Jos people have vehemently refused. It didn't start now. They are vehement, and that's why they say the acronym for Jos is Jesus our Savior, which certain people who do not believe in that try to struggle with. But having said that, these killings are in some of the places that bring money to Plateau State. Some of those places you see these attacks are some of the best places in Plateau State. For instance, in this locality where there was just attacked, there's a resource center where almost everybody in Nigeria goes for holidays. Okay, the Mangun Resource Center. I'm trying to remember the name now. We have gone there many times for many years to have our holidays and have, just when you want to have quiet time, you go there. Now, those places have been shut down for many years now because of these incessant attacks. And you see, we sometimes discuss, these things without mindful of what have been said before. A chief of a defense minister in Nigeria called T.Y. Danjuma said the security forces are colluding with these people to kill Nigerians. And if you do not rise up and take up your defense, all of us will pay the ultimate price. This is what he has said it. He didn't deny it. He made it clear. They are colluding. They are bringing these people and putting them into the army and using them to perpetuate evil. That's why, just like somebody asked earlier on, nobody has ever been caught. No one has been left behind. Nobody has been killed along the people of that community. They come, they operate seamlessly for many hours and go away. In this one, the video making round right now wasn't shot by the people of that community. It was shot by one of them while they were carrying out the massacre. And that's why it's so, it's so clear. Everything is done. Okay. And they posted it on the line for all of us to watch. They posted it. Okay. So the question now be, of which, we are trying to run away from talk about security, the security forces. No, we all know the security force cannot be everywhere. But I want to put to you that as a president of Nigeria, every morning you have 28 agencies, security agencies that give you report every blessed day. It is laid on your table. If you put the other ones, which are not total agencies standing on their own, it comes to 32 reports, security reports. That means that whatever is going to happen or will happen or has happened in Nigeria is on your table. You are given full brief every morning. So my brothers, if anybody who tells that the president is not aware or the state or the government is not aware of what is going on, he's simply lying to himself. They know what's going to happen. They know what the next one will happen. They just refuse to what? Just like they refuse to call them terrorists, they call them bandits. That is what was told. In fact, the letter was written to the Nigerian media say, if you call them terrorists, we will shut down your station. And so even if you go there now, you are being interviewed and say, these are terrorists. They say, no, please, they have not been declared terrorists yet. They are bandits. We don't know. Look, the truth of the black man, in this case, Nigerians, that we don't tell ourselves the truth. When you tell yourself the naked truth, you cannot begin to find a way to rehabilitate yourself. But as long as you keep lying to yourself that what is going on is not what is going on, you cannot solve the problem.
And based on that, forefather have rang the bell. Let him have the time.
It's 4 minutes, so yeah. It was very generous. It's 4 minutes. I think we should start from Wole, because the other three up have spoken before already. So Wole go, then Eze, Amadioha, and Olumide again. So Wole, 3 minutes, please.
Right, thank you. Sometimes I just wonder, like, where should I come in? I think the problem is just too enormous that sometimes I used to, it bothers my brain. Now, I'm beginning to think, where did our problem start? And if we don't know where we're coming from, how are we going to know where we're going? Right? While we are talking, I'm just trying to get us some, like, where do we start from? This problem has been ongoing for ages. Now it took me back to, why Black men or why Black people are behind. We're not ready to liberate ourselves. So they give us something to, fight over, kill each other, sell each other, all sort of things. I think our problem is, number one, well, nobody's ready to go back to face this beast or monsters back home because we are scared of dying. But how are we going to eliminate these monsters where we're all jackpying, just run away, settle with the people who enslave us in the first place? So have they really removed their hands in the business? Probably no. It's just a systematic or a strategy of, okay, before we used to send ships to Africa to bring the slaves. Now we build embassies, let them apply, then come over here. We never even thought of that, number one. The reason why I thought about it is Ukraine was still a good country before the war broke out. And I thought there are so many Nigerians there. But when the war broke out, everybody leave. Why can't they stay there and say, well, I've had all my properties, everything. I've been in this country for that long. And exactly what is happening to us. We're not ready to go back to fix our home. We want someone else to fix it for us. It won't happen. That's why sometimes I really, really flow with tone. But then I used to think that I don't have a gun. I live in the barracks, but why am I going to go about this? Do I want to die? No. So who is going to take the lead and do this? And I just thought, maybe it's a solution that it's good on the paper, but in practice, it looks like it's difficult. Maybe there will be a revolution at some point. But the problem I have, when I look at the religious aspect of Nigeria, it makes me think Moses that God sent to rescue the Israelites from Egypt. Can you imagine what Moses went through in the heart of... Okay.
All this clock and on their bad belly, they don't want to let people finish their comment, but it's okay. We will be back.
I think what you were saying was very important.
Yeah, it was important, but the time is just one of those.
Can't we allow him to speak it out? Can't we allow him to speak
that is such a Tinubu-ish statement.
What do you mean, Tinubu? Why you are such a Tinubu? Tinubu is the one that is letting people die. Yeah, I'm not going to let our people die like that.
No, Tinubu blamed God for the people that died. Now you are blaming the clock.
It's God now. God is responsible for the death too. You want to absorb God for the mess. This is Eze. Please go ahead. I can't hear you. You are frozen or something? Eze is frozen.
I still believe you should have allowed Wole to continue.
I know. I feel it too. And I like what he said about the embassy thing. I've never heard anybody.
Absolutely, me too. Because you see, that issue. I can tell it to you from my point of view. Being here in the UK,
yeah,
being here in the 60s and 70s.
I'm sorry.
Real quick like this.
See, no matter how precious our knowledge is, let's
No.
let's
You see,
get
it's,
some more
you
from
know,
others.
you know that we are here. It's 8 o'clock. We are here. There's no rush. We can have a
Exactly.
conversation.
No,
we can have.
Jagu, you cannot
Yeah,
come out. You just have to wait for your time, Jagu. Wait, hold on for your time. That's what you said.
Hello,
Just hold
sir.
on for your time, Jagu.
oh my God,
Yeah.
KJ,
Oh, that's that troublemaker,
Yes, I'm
KJ.
here today. I'm here, Billy Bam. Hold on for your time.
My brother, you are not serious. So make you show your face.
I am. Hold on for your time.
Is it? Please go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I was actually watching a football match. Sorry about that. We've spoken.
Eze, I can see that you're a Man U supporter. You
Yes,
don't look too happy.
We are losing.
Sorry. I know.
He said he
You guys
doesn't
are
look too
rubbish.
happy.
Rubbish like APC.
That's oh dear.
They're terrible. Anyway, you see, I'm fine, thank you. If a country is not serious about its insecurities or providing security for its people, then the country is not serious about providing good leadership. We can't keep happy. Initially, it used to be pockets of insecurities, but now it's now widespread. What's going to happen is each year we'll see these insecurity issues coming closer and affecting economic activities in the country. And I think Tinubu is not taking the security condition of the country seriously. And I would hope that, especially with the military institutions, they can put effort in ensuring that the lives and properties of Nigerians have been protected. It's painful to wake up on a Christmas morning to hear stories of those who go to bed and not wake up anymore as a result of no fault of theirs, but by individuals who probably just have hate in their heart. These are the things to protest for, if you ask me. And I think we Nigerians are not angry enough. We are not empathic enough. And we are not serious enough. That if certain part of the country is crying and others are enjoying themselves, then we are not serious people. That if it's not affecting us directly, it doesn't mean it won't impact us at some point. If we allow the government to continue to express ineptitude, I don't care attitude, immoral attitude, definitely the criminals will be emboldened and they will continue to increase in their numbers. Like I previously said, it is very beneficial to be a criminal in Nigeria. Very. Especially when nothing is being done to address the insecurity. So I think Nigerians will continue to suffer if they stay silent. And, I'm sorry, guys.
You know, this your slow method of delivery, as succinct as it is, it won't let you get out enough thought, especially when we are 10 here.
They just scold us again. So I'm really
sorry. Man United, they are not having a good season that day. Amadioha, thank you for coming in. Is after Eze we get Amadioha. So what do you think about what you've had today with all the unnecessary loss of life?
Sorry, before he goes on for further, please. Somebody is typing away on the private chat, but he's not in here. Is that acceptable?
Let me
Kick him
see.
out.
Triumph, come on, man. Triumph, you need to head out, or you want to come in. If you want to come on stage, you come on stage, or turn your camera on. Let me give him a chance to turn his camera on. Triumph, do you want to turn your camera on and come on stage, or you go out? You need to let yourself out then. Triumph, you put your camera on or you go out. One. Okay, he's gone. He's gone. He's good. He went by himself, you know. It's all good. Okay, Amadio, go ahead, please.
Tonight, just anytime you see me, you always smile. Thank you. I put
yes, now you bring smile to my face now.
Everybody. Only me there, you know they work today. Yeah, okay. If I say if you there a pharmacy shop, as they give people drugs, then they come back. With the enjoy, as Mr. Ramedi said, some people's fans are some people's names. So everybody have their own fans. All right. Even as people are crucifying forefather, he still has his own fans. Everybody had their fans. So he said that last week, and that's how it is. Coming back to what is going on, you know, I started watching earlier on. You know, happy Christmas, happy Boxing Day. I hope Charles Okocha and what this guy Portable, they finished their boxing match. Would be very interested. I never know who won yet, you know. But as you said, coming back to Nigeria though, you are saying boycott the election. Let me start from here. We don't need to boycott the election though. As I said the other day, the big boys are already prepared for 2027. When we are here talking, they already put everything. The game is already on place. The first day they win the election, are going to OV. That's the day they start planning for the next election. What happened in Port Harcourt is that is also they have planted all their foot soldiers there already. All right. If they can be able to get all the local government chairman, all the local government representative in every house, then what are you talking about? Who are you going? Which government are you going to win? So they're already planning on 2027. So we should not be here talking about boycotting the election. We should always like trying to like see how we're going to put ourselves together now and start find a way to counter them. Or else 8 months to go, 4 months to go, we start running around. We're not going to do anything because they already have their foot soldiers. All I hope is Odimma from my state. He planted his own the 4 years before. So that's why we're able to win all the local governments, all the whole, everything. He won everything. He left nothing on a stone. He won everything. So that's number one. Number two is the killing of, by now, we're still lacking something. We are not taking this killing in Plateau State seriously, no? We all of us are just, this is discussion. This has been going on for a very long time.
Sorry, before I go to the killing, Governor Oti, did he have a lot of preparation 4 years back? Oti of Abia.
Oti win because of on the influence of P2B.
So in other words, it can be done.
It can't even go behind third.
Good. It means that there is evidence that you can come quite quickly and overtake the ones that establishment.
Without P2B influence, Obi cannot even come behind third. It's far away. All right, we all know that.
Yeah, P2B showed up for 8 months before election. So the point I'm making is that
who P2B
you should not.
Sorry, sir. Oti had always won. He was rigged out. That's why the whole of Abia people voted for him. You can ask him. Oti had always won election in Abia State.
No,
was voted out. It was rigged out.
So
don't
this
say
kind
that.
of win thing. He won this time. The question is,
this. I'm not telling you it's not. Let's start preparing earlier. That's my submission. Let's start preparing earlier. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, can I quickly say something? Then you continue. I'm from Abia State. Oti has contested about 3 or 4 times, and he won in all of those times. But they rigged it clearly. In fact, the last one was so painful that they got to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, of course, did the jugnu, and they gave it to the guy who was there. So actually, Oti, when it comes to contesting for election, has always been prepared. The only thing is, like I keep saying, the ground was right for him this time.
I think that's a valid argument, because I was thinking that he just came from nowhere and won.
No, it didn't come from nowhere. So, what am I saying that we have to prepare earlier than coming? So on the killing though, I know I was in Jos one time. All right, I arrived Jos. This killing started. It was heavy. All right, he was heavy that even the military are trying to use a full scarcity to stop the killing. It was like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, continual burning of houses. People are dying. You see corpses. All right. So this thing has been going on, and the other people don't take it seriously. It's all about what's going on in Benue State. They will tell you it's a haters farmers clash, and people will buy to that and support that and make it a headline. I ask myself, why is it headless farmers clash? You only see the farmers die, the header doesn't die. All right, you only see the dead body of the villagers. You don't see the dead body of the people that comes there. I will still let it go headers and farmers class. In just the same thing, they still say it's headers and farmers class. When people are dying, villages are burning down, people are dying, we say it's headers and farmers class. And we are not like making like ash. So I say ash is killing jobs. Everybody turn their Facebook to red. Ash is killing. Everybody, if we start doing that, start talking, we'll start passing message. If I go to my Facebook now and put ash is killing jobs, everybody here, that everywhere, will make it. See, people will start looking to that. But we'll just keep on talking. After today, it will go. Yeah, if we start passing message, if we go in there using our Facebook pages, our social media pages, to like, let's stop this.
Thank you. I'm not sure you're aware of the bell, but the bell is ringing. Thank you. I think you have a valid point there. Olumide, please go ahead. I know you have something to say.
Okay, thank you. So I want to pick it up from where Uzo stopped. So for me, I want to move back to the earlier discussion of whether boycotting or not boycotting. I think for me, if you boycott, it is irrelevant. You might make a statement. It is irrelevant. This government, these people will spin the whole issue to their favor, to the entire community out there, the world community out there. They will spin it in their favor, and they will gladly take power back without any fight in 2027. But if you go ahead with to dust your PVC and get prepared for 2027, it is the same process that will happen again. My own solution, and I have always kept asking on almost every time we come here on this platform, what is the solution? And my own solution is, how do we make our vote count? How do we compel this government to make our vote count? This is the time to start talking to, even Buhari during his own tenure, his own 8 years, he was a little bit fearful. He allowed the Benin people to hold their election without interfering. There were some elections that are held in Osun State. He allowed the beavers to work. But why? But this Tinubu guy, this one knows. In fact, he doesn't fear anybody. He will do anything. Look at how he waded it into the rivers issue to make the governor sign a resignation letter ahead of time. Part of the settlements he settled. This guy is unconventional. This guy, Tinubu guy, I'm telling you guys, this guy, when you say somebody is a mafia, it's not necessarily Tinubu himself. It is the ox that's around him. I'm telling you, majorly southwestern ox that's around him. And I'm a Yoruba guy. I know what I'm telling you guys. This guy will spin. He will spin things in his favor. You understand? So you look at the way he was able to manipulate the Chicago State University, not necessarily the U.S. judicial system. The judge that sat in his case was, tried to be as fair as possible. But at the end of the day, it was left to the Chicago State to come out clean. But look at the way this guy influenced them, and they weren't able to come out. I'm telling you, this guy he has it, especially those southwestern ox that surround him, and some of these Fulani oligarchs that are bent on using him as their tool. See, that is the key. If Nigeria wants to remain as it is, without the constitution changing and everything, there has to be a way for this election to be free and fair. That is the only solution. If there's no way this election can be free and fair,
Thank you.
forget it. He will spend another 4 years there.
I think if you were listening to Eze, he did mention that there is always a reappraisal process that goes on after every election, and they look into changes that are due to be made. And from what Eze said, that they are not, even Labour Party is not currently pushing for IREV to be included as part of the coalition mechanism. So these are the kind of things we should be aware of and
how
demand.
Do we know that as Labour Party come out with a statement to that effect? How do we know that?
I guess we can hear from Eze regarding it.
Until Labour Party comes out, I don't believe that.
It's not about.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
It's not about coming out to speak. You watch them. What is their move?
But I'm saying nobody in that party of note has
spoken. Not just Labour Party. How about PDP?
You changed your statement though. Not just Labour Party.
So they let him talk. He just said, "How about PDP?" They say you changed your statement.
You mentioned about having Nigerians electorate vote count. Now, the grievance was, some said the beavers was not working. Others said the results were not uploaded on a real-time basis. Now, and I said previously that, which I borrowed from Ogachim, I said, learn the games of your opposition, or learn. It's like if you're in a boxing match, if you're a Tyson fan, what he says is, I try to study my opposition, how he moves his head, how he throws his jabs. So you must study your opposition effectively and see how to devise some strategies to beat them. Now, your vote don't count. Why? You just don't stop at that. IREF was not working. What do? We have to ensure that IREFs work during elections. How do you do that? We must ensure that in the law or in the Electoral Act, INEC will not come up with excuses of not turning on the IREF. Electoral results must be uploaded on a real-time basis. Concerns of we don't have data from the beavers to upload the results to the IREF server should not be an acceptable excuse. How do you address this? Codify it through legislative acts. And that review would come with INEC doing post-election reviews, sit down and discuss on what to do. So when INEC is doing their post-election reviews, they invite political parties. They also invite the public media. That is when they want the opinions of the public to be factored in to the new electoral act that will be amended. Now, once that push is there, and if APC-led administration is not going tilting towards that view, then you can shout foul. But when you say you want your votes to count and you don't know the hows, then you don't know what you are doing. That is why I said the opposition parties are not ready. Probably they are still in defeative mode, still probably nursing their wounds. It's acceptable. But like I would say, Nigeria has just 2 years, or I would say political party has 2 years for an election.
They will say over 100 people, over 200 people. So they
Hi. Oh my
Who's
God. This time I just rigged it for him. It's okay. Tony, you want to say something? So we can go to Jim.
I don't know if you're advocating for APC or
Okay.
it's a very, very funny proposal. So
Right.
are you saying that?
Olumide, wait. So before I forget what I want to say, I won't do that. Thank you. What did I want to say? It just got me off my balance. Yeah, about the election. What did I want? Okay, let the next person go when I remember. Chim,
Thank
go.
you, Lumide, for your good work of taking this top. Chim, please go ahead.
Chim, go. Oh.
He doesn't want to speak or what?
I don't have anything to say now. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Okay, very good, my brother.
Flagship, go on, my brother.
That will be the next man if Tone hasn't got. If Tone hasn't.
Olumide just knocked me off my thoughts. I can't remember what I want to say.
I apologize.
That's what he's here for.
I just wanted to ask Aziz a question. So, are you saying
what
that?
You get here?
Are you saying that they've submitted another amendment to be done to the electoral act? Are you saying, or you are suggesting that if you do that?
I'm suggesting the political parties should do.
So you are suggesting that they should what should they amend again? What did you want them to amend?
I think I'll go with your comment that our votes don't count. But the question should be, why does our vote not count?
Okay.
Not our vote don't count. Now, the main grievance with the 2003 election was some people said Rivers was unable to upload real-time results to the IRF server. Some others said they shut down the IRF server completely.
Man, there's a lot of noise from your background, though. Can they chill out, even if it's or is it Olumide?
No,
wow, it was Olumide. This guy, Jesus Christ, he represents all the rough of Lagos. I don't know, man. He's also always all over the place. Please, Eze, go ahead so that this is the flagship
No, it's for Chim now. It's for Chim. This back and forth is a bit.
I shouldn't have allowed Olumide to ask the question, but just answer it quick. Try to round off Eze so that the top panel can start speaking.
If you go by that narrative, then you must go with the remedy. And that was how, like I previously said, understand your opponent, know their weakness, know their strength. I think Wole, who spoke about the use of technology. That's a good idea. But what I would say with the court verdict, they allowed INEC to collate manually or whatever manner they want. So if the opposition parties are serious with election business, then they must put INEC into a tight corner and ensure that real-time upload of results is mandatory, and that the excuses of data not being in the beavers should not be had. Once that is codified, then INEC has no business in providing excuses in future elections.
Thank you. Chim, are you ready to? Chim is not there anymore. Flagship, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, great. So with respect to the election, I think that one other aspect that we all need to take into cognizance is this phrase that was coined out by Mahmoud. Go to court. If you don't like it, go to court. We seem to forget the role of the judicial system, that even with the voice of the people and the votes that they voted, if the party that thinks that they ought to have it decides to contest it and go to challenge the election results in court, the judicial might swing it in the way of whoever their favorite is or whoever the highest bidder is, which in 2023 we saw when they blatantly disregarded what the Electoral Act says, what the law says in every way. And in spite of challenging the opposition in court with all the evidence that they had, they still went ahead to declare the result as is. So that's an intricate part of the whole system. And like Ferreira was saying, that's one part that I agreed with him. The system needs to be revamped. If we leave it as it is, whether we include technology and everything else we put, these people have the folks at the top that can change it and swing it their way. So there's a lot that needs to be done. I think that we really need to think about good strategies that will work and overturn this whole rascality that's going on within the electoral system and the judicial system in Nigeria. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Jagun, it's come to you.
Finally. And you know, what I wanted to do earlier was just to, because of what I think it was Wale who was talking, and he was speaking about, I didn't really want to take it as a turn. I wanted him to expand because he said a couple of things that were of interest to me, especially regarding the diaspora and what the diaspora's responsibilities are to changes that need to be made in Nigeria. And I was going to just reiterate, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, up to 1982, the Nigerian community here in the UK was at a minimal. I remember basically we had one Nigerian per area. I was the only Nigerian family within my area. By the time the 80s, mid 80s came, there was a place called Peckham, and then it turned into Deptford, and then Woolwich, and then now in London is mini Nigeria. No two ways about it. We are known well in London. And the fact that we're all jackbarring, as you say, away from the responsibility of changing Nigeria. And we all know we all have our reasons for being away from Nigeria, whatever they are. It leaves, it doesn't leave much to fight with in order to make changes in Nigeria. The other thing is, when we're speaking about, you know, all these improvements, just as Flagship has rightly said, basically, there is no route. There is no route to this level of impunity. Where the impunity is now is at such a high level that we as a people, as a polity, are easily to disregard. And there's nothing, unless we plan it, unless we design it, unless we organize it, there is nothing that is to be done in the new 2027 election. If we allow that election to go forward, then we are really saying Nigeria is what it is. The reason why the question of do we go to the ballot this time around and vote our way out, vote our way in, as it were, or boycott it. The reason why that question comes is because of where we are. We can't just, I'm repeating myself, unfortunately, and I don't like doing that, but I have to, just because of the way the conversation is going. If we don't redesign, there's no route. There's no route at all. I slightly lost my chain. Therefore, is a boycott more than just an attitude, or is it going to send a message? Now, is it something also that can be strategized to weaponize this thing called the elections, whereby we, the people, say that the way these elections are going to be conducted are not going to be conducted unless these things are in place. They're just not going to be conducted because we've seen what happens. So the way we need to think is really outside of the box. Really outside of the box.
Thank
I don't
you.
think
Thank
we're
you.
going there.
Ola, Yeah, there's a lot of outside the box thinking that is definitely going to be needed. Ola, please go ahead. Sorry, Wole. Sorry. Forgive me, Wole. Please go ahead, Wole.
No worry. Thank God. We're going to continue to learn from each other. But I think we're coming up with something. And the buzzword I can hear from everyone is strategy. Strategy. So we'll definitely get to that point where we will come up with a strategy how to go about it. I just don't want it to be too late. How these people that are in Nigeria back 2030 or 2035, wherever they want to continue to be in power, they wouldn't sleep. And one thing I want us to take note is we go to the public space to discuss our strategy. We've never heard when APC in their midnight meeting, what is the outcome? What do they discuss? Who says what? So, and that's why I'm thinking that this platform, there are a lot of clever, intelligent people who can come together. We don't have to discuss our strategy on the open space. People can meet and come up with ideas. You can meet people who really matter, who can move things forward. But we still need to be very, very careful where that even Jesus, as cool as he is, as godly he is, we still have Judas among the disciples. And someone is someone's mic is. So we need to be constantly aware that there are some people who will be infiltrating into our discussion, and whatever we discuss will be used by these people who really want to strategize of how to destroy us. So let us have that at the back of our mind, but at the same time, we should know where we're coming from. And like I said in my chat, that until we have someone like Martin Luther King who can lead us, and even if we have Martin Luther King, how many people are ready to follow? Like someone like all these activists, how many of us are ready to follow them? By the time they say, oh, this person is going to lead, maybe we reason that what the person is fighting for, someone like Shugure, when he wanted to do whatever he wants to do, how many people actually follow him to believe that he can do it? And someone like Peter Obi, who wants to do this, yes, the youth rise and he has enough votes, but then it looks like it didn't walk up to a certain point. But we don't have to give up. And that's why I could come here every now and then to hear my own voice, to learn from people who are intelligent, to listen to other people. And I think that's the way.
I think you raised some points that needs to be talked about. But let me just play this because this is one of the, for me, some of the saddest sights you see, and watching these type of things really drives me mad. Let me just play this about some of the students that were kidnapped in Kaduna, so you guys see what happened there.
My grandmother about it.
What will I do? Attacks on schools are now becoming common in Kaduna State. Many families sleeping less at night, worried about the next target.
God, is this me? No.
God, I have to tell you, I am.
Forefathers, when did this happen?
Now they raise their voices in prayers, individually and collectively, seeking divine intervention for the safe return of their children.
It's only the students that were taken away. None of the staff is among them. So for me to meet the house master, who's in charge of them here, he too was able to escape with his whole family. He managed to send his wife there on the other wall there and cross to call for rescue. And that thing happened, as you were saying, is about 15 minutes after 1. That was then. And the whole operation starts in 15 minutes time to its own due, not knowing that they have placed all over.
According to eyewitness reports, the attackers stormed the school early Monday morning and began shooting to cause panic before abducting the students. 4 were lucky to escape, but it's not clear how many were taken away.
Here people, they drag
they do. I just wake up, I say who I thought that my student won't see me. So as they say, hey, open that door, if not, I will shoot you. Then I tell they say, me, I know well, the hand know well. So I say, I cannot open the door. So he forced the door and pushed the door open. He said, bring all your answers and money. We say, see the money when we have. We go open our box, remove the money when they pay us. Then we pay yesterday, then we give them. They say, okay, no any money again. I say, no, we are two. So they said, oh, let's go. I say, oh God, see my leg, but I know where. Wait, come on, let's go. So I begin to follow them. As we reach there, they said I should come back. Then they carry my second go.
Joint security operatives not far from the school responded to the attack and rescued over 20 children. Unfortunately, 2 of the officers lost their lives in the process.
The update now is about 28 students have been found, and unspecified number of students are still missing. Efforts are being made as we speak.
Yeah. You see, I feel bad for parents that one day you have your child, the next day you go to school, and some other person has taken your children away. And you see how the security forces were able to come in not far away. If you are too far away, useless. Yeah, they will kill people, and like all those ones that go to those villages, they say they spend 4 hours there because there's nobody around. If like this, it was like this school, many of those people that died in Plateau it wouldn't happen, because the security forces will be there before they did what they did. But the school one, I think it was around 20-30 minutes that they had, and they were able to get away with about 20 or so students while they rescued the other one. The security forces came in and intercepted them. This is why because they are too thin on the ground, no matter, even if you know they are there, you can't get there to them before they take everybody away. And the heartbreak of it all is, I can't imagine how that is. Can you even imagine? Put yourself in their shoes. Your child goes to school and doesn't return, and you don't know when they are going to come back. How terrible that is in the country. Constantly. This is not once, it's not twice, it keeps happening. And people are not responding. The government is not really responding to anything. And I can't, for the life of me, I can't understand it. And this is why this question is on the screen. Why are we the least defended? Because any other part of the world is happening. Oh my God. The response you are going to see from the state, you are going to be shocked. They are going to respond in such a way that but it's only us. This type of stuff happens. It's like our lives don't matter. They take us, it's okay. They kill us, it's okay. They kidnap, it's okay. In the southeast, they unearthed about 100 bodies with no heads. It's like, what is this? Our lives don't matter at all. Because I left Nigeria, I know there are people I left in Nigeria that are way smarter than me. I'm lucky. I don't know whether you call it lucky. I'm here out of circumstances, so I could be one of them. Great minds that are in Nigeria that we lose every day. Possible Einsteins, possible Mandelas, possible all kinds of people. Just their life just cut short, and our people are not doing anything about it. Our leaders just sit there acting as if they are doing something, but they are not doing anything. No, they are not. Thank you. KJ, please go ahead.
Okay, with due respect to all of us, you see, the problem of Nigeria has not been solution. I'm telling you the truth. If you study the documents that have been produced in Nigeria, both now and before, there's not been the issue of not knowing what to do.
Then what is stopping them from doing anything then?
You're not listening to me. That's why I come here and I'm angry. You think I'm just angry. The people do not want to do it. Those who are in power do not see you or want to do it. And for them, it's not even about North and South. It's about the fact that a certain group of people have decided that this is what's going to happen. Those people are the ones who control who is in power, and they tell you what to do, and you do it. Let me tell you something. Look, is it today? Now today they begin keeping.
Those people, they don't have people.
Coming. David Mark's village was attacked.
David Mark, when he just left Senate, Senate president, his village was attacked. What came out of it? Okay. What came out of almost that village now is a shadow of itself. That village had over 5,000 people living there. Now, if you go there, you see what you see is part of it is occupied by cows. And when we say it's ethnic cleansing, some people begin to argue. They begin to say what they don't know. But you just go back to those places that have been attacked and see who lives there now. Some of their names have been changed. Okay? And then those who try to defend their people, they are called terrorists. I remember when Ghana was in.
Yeah, but what you are saying is, what you are implying is that there is always there's some kind of religious or ethnic coloration to it. But this stuff is also happening in the deep north. From Zamfara, it's happening in this is Kaduna.
Go and look at these places that those things are happening in Zamfara. Okay.
We have seen them. Some of them are some of them the fight is between Fulani and Hausa.
Niger, in support of what Niger is saying. The people that are affected most, the victims of all this are the indigenous people themselves.
Thank you.
The Hausa people. The indigenous people are the victims, the Hausa people. That is why we have to speak out.
But the kidnap victims are from all the kidnap victims we saw just now is from all groups. So how is it specific to any group?
We are talking about the lands.
It's not from their group. It's from all groups, but it's not from their group.
As much as I know, all right. When you said Fulani attacking outside, is a different ballgame. All right, don't say that because it's not about Fulani attacking outside attacking Fulani. This is what they call. I call it ethnic cleansing or something like that. Even if Fulani guys come, they kill everybody, both the Hausas and the Fulani, both the indigenous Fulani themselves. They finish them. They don't leave anybody behind. All right. And listen. The issue that you said something. They don't have people. You said they don't have people.
Yeah, because their own people too in the north are having the same treatment.
Those guys. They are like I would tell you. I've been just from Shandan local government from the main road to the village. It's about 30 minutes. Utokada, no motor can go into those villages. So if there has been an attack in Shandan, back and forward, the police cannot even get there. An hour, they cannot. All right, no access road to go to those places. So when these guys come all the way from the forest, they run them over. Nobody will come to their help. All right, that's number one.
That's why you need military outposts, but they don't have enough people.
Military outposts doesn't go inside. They are military. There's a military outpost, but they are on the major road. These people come all the way from the bush. They come from the bush. For example, let me tell you something. You just said something. They don't have people. If not that the Satanás rise occasion, it could be happening in the south. They almost run over Ondo Forest. We all know that. They almost run Ondo Forest. Last 3-4 years, nobody can travel from Lagos to Ondo State without being slaughtered and kidnapped. They almost run Satis, beheading people, cutting. Listen, this thing was almost run Nigeria over. If not that Amotoku coming in place, they have to set up Amotoku to counter those bush, all those things happening in the bush. The Satis start to, even we here, we are reckless here. We have to start contributing money to put special like security in the villages. It happened in my own village. 2 million from my village. A Fulani guy that have a cow, kill that Fulani, the whole village run away. Every village run. Like, nobody left. Everybody run because they don't know what's going to happen in this minute. They sell cow to you. They come the night to steal the cow. You can't complain. If you complain, they will come over. So if not the Satanás, we are able to like put ourselves together and start countering this thing. By now, those people from the Sahel, what they call them, all right, follow the map of the what they call it, grazing map, all the way from Mali, Benue.
They are also attacking their own peoples too. Even in the Sahel, they are fighting even in the Sahel. So who are those who they are fighting in the Sahel? So it tells you that these who are terrorists, they are not normal ethnic people.
The government will call them headers. Farmers clash.
We are missing the whole thing. Let's calm down.
The government call them headers farmers clash. They don't call them headers farmers clash.
They have to be called terrorists because
let us take the issue.
They're just killing people. This is not clash. They're just killing innocent people.
They're just killing people. They're just killing people.
The issue of Plateau State now. The issue of Plateau State now. From where they attack these people, there is a defense post. There's Rukuba Barracks. The army has helicopters. The police have helicopters. In fact, the army has gunboats that they could actually call for a backup, assuming any government wanted to do something that is reasonable. 4 hours, in fact, from Abuja by helicopter to Plateau State is less than 30 minutes. So if anybody wanted to a backup that can actually weigh these people off or even apprehend them, it is possible. And nobody should tell me that the army don't know any part of the north. These places we're talking about, example of Plateau State, wherever, no matter like where he's talking about, the Shandam and Panshin area, you can stay in one location and see what's happening because they are hilly places. You can see when somebody is coming down the hill. You can see whether they are. You can see them. So it's not as if these places are thick forests that nobody knows how these people are moving. This is a dry season, so it's not even that there's any.
Can I address you from
I
the
think your
military?
assumption is that people they know what is happening, they're just leaving it to happen.
No.
The size
Can I
of these
just
things
address?
doesn't suggest it. The size of our military doesn't suggest it. They are even telling you, our police officers are telling you that we don't have enough people, and they know it.
Excuse me, if you don't have enough people,
military
if you
now
don't
is
have enough
by
people.
intelligence. Nobody uses 1 million.
Hello, let me talk now. Let me talk. You have your turn. Let me talk.
No. You said something which I want to correct. You made a statement which is
Let me
not
know when
entirely
I finish
true.
talking. You correct me. Then keep your correction. You correct me when I finish. Now, these people you could actually call for a backup if you wanted to do a good job, both for the police and the army. That is one. Two, how come if they finish the operation and they go, nobody goes after them? Nobody never goes after them. It is always done and they go scot-free until the next one happens. Then we all come together in the media and shout about it. All I'm trying to say is that even if the present government is not in collusion with them, somebody at the hierarchy of authority is in collusion. I don't think the Nigerian army is that weak not to be able to comb a savannah forest to get some criminals out of it. I don't think that they've come to that point, but they don't want to do it. That's the truth. It's going to happen again, like I said earlier, and it will happen again and again.
Tony, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. KJ, you're right to some extent. The Nigerian army is not as equipped as they want us to believe. Now, I'll tell you an example. Remember, when the chat thing was going on, we're told that an helicopter crashed, but apparently it was the terrorists or bandits or whatever you want to call them that brought it down. These people are even probably more equipped when they are moving. Okay, they can bring down an helicopter. Go and look at the kind of helicopters we have and all that are just old school helicopters that cannot even withstand light rifles. Even
light rifles.
Even light rifles.
What
you can
else?
bring it down with
Catapult is
light.
going to bring them down. What else is remaining
Exactly.
there?
That's what I'm trying to say. So the thing is, nobody right now, the morale in the army is low. The people that unfortunately are generals and commanders, they don't have a clue because they are political commanders. They're not meant to be there, you know. And if you remember that interview with Buhari, he was being asked why he was northerners. He was saying, well, someone that's been there, that started as a sergeant and all that, that they've got more experience and all that. It's not about experience, it's about capability. That was the military I knew. So when you're a commander and all that, by the time you're hanging a lieutenant colonel or colonel and all that, you're respected by your men. Men, you don't hide behind. You lead. But today, the caliber of commanders we have now had gone down. But that is not to say that everybody in the Nigerian army is useless. No. But the thing is, it's like it's been Obasanjo. What he did was that in order to safeguard himself there, so that a coup will not happen, he disorganized the administration of arms and all that to make a coup to be very, very difficult. And that is what is even, I believe that is what is even delaying people, some people to strike. I know there are some group of people that may want to strike, but it's difficult. But is it going to happen? Is it impossible? My answer is no. It may take time, but it can happen. So the thing with Nigeria is we can talk from now till tomorrow. As these people needs to be gotten out from with this force. Unfortunately, it just force. And again, yeah, that was what did I want to say before Olumide? It went off again my head now. Yeah, Peter Obi. Peter Obi has got real problems. And why I say he's got real problems is that even the Labour Party itself is divided. You cannot go and fight other people when your house is divided. They are not addressing it. It's divided. It's
I
full.
thought they
It's
should
full
have
of
been able to sort it out by now. How is this still?
yeah. I thought they're not even talking about it. So Labour Party is infiltrated by people that are loyal to APC.
So you're taking us out to our main topic.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you see Amadioha.
Yes, let's talk about let's talk about P2B and no P2B.
No, fair point. So who wanted to say something? I think I will Chim one. The thing Tone said I wanted to add to actually. KJ, you know, some of these bandits have been known to wipe out military outposts, like with Boko Haram. They've been known to, so they are not like a pushover where our military just sees them like, let's go and attack them. It's not like that. If you go, they can, when you come in, they set trap for you. Then they've been known to wipe out military people that came to rescue the kidnapped victims. They will set trap for them and wipe them out. Then the military will go and start organizing burial for the families.
They need to consult
before Boko Haram start operating.
One at a time now. Yeah, how are we supposed to hear?
He called my name. Let me answer now.
No.
Every time they call, I go answer.
Let me say something sensitive.
Okay. Let. I think Eze wants to say something sensitive.
I think we need to be careful on public platform.
Eze, add the military before you finish your statement.
Please go ahead, Eze.
I'm not trying to say some, but my reason is I think was it Mr. Trump. He mentioned.
Eze, no disrespect.
He mentioned that he knows people who wants to strike. I would probably say maybe that's a slip of tongue. We should be very, very mindful. So.
Okay. Yeah. I think regarding force and all that stuff. Yeah, that is true. Actually, that is not the view of Dr. Damages and all the moderators.
No. I'm also telling him he should be, because once you make that statement, right, there are more people who wants to strike. That's
yeah, it's quite sensitive. It's a sensitive statement to say. It could get you, even if somebody go and do something now, they'll say you are associated with them. You don't know who is who, so you have to be careful to protect yourself. That's true, actually. Fair point. Just like he pointed out.
Our military needs to consult ESN. ESN took care of them professionally.
Olumi, did I say this is on the work again? On the work.
Don't mind him now. He's taking one too many of those that medicine he sells. Who is next now? Who is next? Okay, is it you? Okay.
Let me say something. What I want to say is this: these people killing people on the way on the middle belt, where the Benway. Before the Boko Haram, they have been killing. So the killing, they're not Boko Harams. They are not Fulani Hesman. People call them. What are they? Government have not called them names. They always come out and raid a whole village. Not today. They come out, they roll a whole village.
Terrorists.
Well, then what do you call them? Who are they?
Because they don't catch them. You see, this is another aspect. They do these things. You hardly see them as casualties. We don't see their bodies. They come in, slickly operate and go away.
Yeah,
either they are downright terrorists
or sleep. Let me tell you, they come out. I was in jail. They call people asleep. When people are waking up for sleep in the morning, they start killing everybody. They will like massacre the whole village.
Yeah, but even when you do that, you would think one person will catch one and and mistakes will happen, but it's almost universal. They barely find any of them there. They finish what they are doing and they are gone. like I see they are just spirits. It's unbelievable how efficient how they operate.
That's
These
what
are very organized.
I wanted to weigh in on. I want to tell you how they operate. Okay.
Don't tell us that the Nigerian military is behind it.
The night before they operate, most of them come into that locality and tell some of the few indigenous Fulanis that this is what's going to happen. Some of them who like you may just give you that information. Okay. And then that night after or 2 days later, they come into that place and wipe everybody out. It's done. That's the mode of operation. So let
You
nobody.
see, the thing is,
Sorry,
if I may, just to buttress your point, I don't know if you're aware the king of Ifon, he was killed by Fulani herdsmen, and then there was a rage. This is my village I'm talking about, too, in Ondo State, where we have a lot of forest where we are, and a beautiful forest at that. But those who make most use of the forest are largely hunters and then Fulani herdsmen. My parents told me that they know the forest better than we do at this moment. So there is no security, as you always underline, within these villages. Why? Because we didn't need any security before. We know who each other is. No more police is okay. We're walking free. In our village, you can't see any police. There's no police there. So when any trouble happens, it's left to the people to defend themselves, just as was underlined by, I think it was Flagship, talking about people now need to know how to secure themselves. When I was there, my mom was asking, so do you think that we need a gun? I said, of course we need a gun. We can't expect this 70-year-old night watchman to defend anybody. Well, of course we need a gun. We need a gun. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, because there's no protection anywhere.
In the Nigerian state, I think somebody suggested once, I don't know where that proposal went, that NYSC people should be going by default to serve inside the military like other nations do. But they stopped that. I don't know why they don't proceed with that. That's how Israel does it. That's how a lot of countries do it.
The government of Buhari, first of all, disarmed the people of Nigeria. Remember when that disarmament was going on? They went around and collected all the guns.
All the guns, yeah.
They even collected cutlasses and locally made guns called den guns.
That was Babangida's government, not Buhari.
Sorry?
That was Babangida's government.
No, sir.
That was, sorry, KG. There was a Babangida's government initiative where they were collecting guns. I was in secondary school, I remember, and my grandfather was among those. So maybe under Buhari, they repeated it the second time.
Yeah, especially in the south. Especially in the south.
Why you shouldn't have prompted in if you didn't think that you were asking to repeat it. Now, they repeated it. They collected everything that has to do with gun from the communities and handed it. In fact, some of them were brought and burnt in their village squares. So the people were now left vulnerable. Now, if they hadn't done that, people like Benue people would have totally retaliated at a very large scale. Okay? But they were left with nothing. So they just walked through their villages and continuously to do that. And somebody was saying that, we are lying here. Let's go back.
You said retaliated at a very large scale. So if the bandits attack.
No, they didn't. The guy who was retaliating was one the military accused as a bandit and a terrorist, and when he surrendered.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about now. Maybe that's the reason why the government took the arms off this thing. Because if everybody starts fighting each other, the whole country will be in chaos.
I don't know what they're saying.
So, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Oh, Father, that's wrong.
I'm just trying to say that maybe that's their thinking, because if everybody has arms.
I agree with you. In a normal country, wait there, guys. In a normal country, that would work. But unfortunately, again, you can't take Nigeria as anything normal. So by the time Buhari is disarming mainly the South, and I've seen it myself in about 10 years ago when I was there. If Owo, Akure, Ondo, all these areas, Idori, all these areas are just plush forest. That's what they are. And the people know each other. They love each other in this area, in this part of the world. However, when you are divorced of protecting yourself, anybody who has arms can do anything they want. And it's as simple as that. That is the scenario that we're in. You understand? Where we live in our village, we are the only ones who have that thing. We are the only ones who have it. And that's because of me. Because I told them that we need this thing, and this is how we need to protect this place. From where my village is, you go straight into Benin. Benin is about 2-3 hours away from where we are. So that whole zone is unprotected. Totally.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that Nigerians are doing their best to protect themselves with Amotekun, Hiago, and different stuff that they are trying. Even in the north, they have vigilante groups doing a lot of this work.
Can I
But
just
it's just
say something
inadequate because it's
if I
not
may?
coordinated. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so let me not keep sounding like a broken record. I said the Nigerian state always fuels conspiracy. Now, remember that if I ask anybody here what part of Nigeria's borders are the most porous, everybody's going to say the northern axis of our country.
I would say Cameroon border is very porous too. I saw one video today. I was shocked. It's just like it's like a drive-through.
Okay.
McDonald's drive-through is more secure than the Cameroonian border.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
All right, but the point I'm trying to make is this: somebody was on this show a while ago saying that why the ports in the south and southeastern area are not at full capacity is because if you make it a full-fledged port, whatever, people will bring in arms. I remember somebody said it here.
Yeah, I think that was Bello.
Okay, but see how porous those northern borders are. This is where people easily walk through. They bring in illegal arms. They bring when they bring in goods and services without tariffs and everything into this country. But nobody is saying anything. And so that is why when you go and say maybe the government's decision in trying to disarm people of arms and ammunition may have been in good intention, but you can't do it in one part of the country and leave it undone in other parts of the country. Now you say people shouldn't go and defend themselves, and then these same people who come in and kill people in the middle of the night, they have access to arms. So these are the things we're talking about.
I see. My concern is that when we try to say that there is disparity between the north and the south, in reality, more people are losing their lives in the north. A lot of the problems in terms of violence is actually happening mostly in the north, to the northerners too. So I
can agree with that.
Think it's north-south thing really.
But let me say this to you, forefather. You see, because you always talk about security, do you know what is the worst security that we have in that nation? Do you know what it is?
What is it?
It's the Navy. It's the Navy and our coastline. Our seas from the whole of West Africa are containing some of the most fish in the world. Do you know what's happening? China, Korea, Japan, they're just coming into our waters and taking what they want and going home. That's the southern economy. That's part of our economy. That's our money, our bread and butter, our
What do
feed.
you expect now when you decide to down tool and say security is not important? Everybody else that has it will take everything from us. That's what is happening.
No. I know that security is important.
I hear what you are
I'm
saying.
just saying
Let me add something that the taxis they use. They said one lady informed me that the way they do it when they come into our water, they will just turn their transponders off, so you can't be able to detect them, because normally you're supposed to be able to track ships. You can't detect them. They'll come into our waters, take our fishes, and nobody can stop them. Even if our Navy see them, they'll just bribe them. They will go for free. So that's the problem. Ewole, please go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, just I'm about to go to sleep. Just want to say this. If I may ask every single one of us, why are we interested in fighting for Nigeria?
Because it's our land.
It's our land, but Nigerians, I mean, maybe apart from people who are here on this platform and some other platform, how many Nigerians are actually fighting for Nigeria? We might think Tinubu and all those who are holding Nigeria jugular are worst. There are millions waiting for their own turn to even sabotage the country.
That I agree with you.
So, as much as I might be thinking that I want Nigeria to be safe, do I even know if my immediate brother is just waiting for his own opportunity to be a local government chairman or commissioner before he would just do his own thing? So sometimes I used to think that, okay, maybe people like us, we want the country to be better, but what about people who don't even want it to be better? And if you go home now, you go with money or you want to change people's life, it's the same people that you are fighting for that are ready to rip you into pieces. And then you'll be
But
asking
you
yourself,
see the term you used there. Sorry, I just wanted to add something to what you said. You use the term that some people that don't want things to be better for the country. I think in their minds, they don't think they are spoiling the country. That's the problem. They don't think, they just think they are doing their own thing. They don't see that they are really ruining the entire what the effect they're having is for the entire country. They just see, okay, I'm just moving a little bit later, a little bit for myself. The next person does it. Before you know it, you have the cumulative effect. And that's why they can sleep at night.
Honestly, I don't know how Fofana thinks. Honestly, I mean, are you saying that a judge who sits behind his table and makes a wrong decision, a wrong call, doesn't know he's doing that? He doesn't know he's destroying the country. Are you saying that?
No, you don't have to bring it. You don't have to know what forefather is saying. You don't have to always bring it to that level. My man is speaking about your next door brother. If we speak about the arguments that we have with our families about the Nigerian place, we know that there are all kinds of attitudes and opinions that really amount to I don't really care, because I've heard it. I don't really care about what happens in Nigeria. I have people in Nigeria that don't give a rat's ass about what happens. They're just doing what they can do and getting by. This is what my man is talking about. Wait.
Is this? You see, it's easier to. Hold on, you wait. Also wait.
No, wait. Let me because
you didn't wait for me to finish. Now,
because you went away from where forefather was going.
Hold on. Let me also weigh in.
You said that you don't understand how he's thinking. He was thinking accurately.
Let me finish my
PJ is in a fighting mood today. This is your hat that you wear like this. You look like all of those early rappers.
Now Malam in B. Now Malam in America.
Ready for the fight today.
No problem.
I wish people let me finish let me finish because I tend not to interrupt people when they are talking.
Well said. That's KJ or for you. I want KJ. What you take over?
I like to kind of strike people in their thinking to say what am I doing my own path that I'm
very good
the country. So
boy, AJ, take us away.
Let me if I could just finish my point and then I will leave the platform. So what I want every single one of us to think of is one, is Nigeria worth fighting for? If the answer is yes, you do your own path. Don't worry about maybe there are thousands that are against you, but at least it can be said that you do your own path. But for you to do your own path, they say he who comes to equity must come with a clean hand. Are you doing everything to make sure that what you're doing is on the right path? If the answer is yes, you're clean, you're good to go. But if you're doing it, just like I said in my previous message, that those would think that opposition that can fight and come together, but do we know their innermost intention? Because we might be looking at them like they're saints, but when they get into power, they might start to doing different things. So
we have to vet now. We have to start conducting proper vetting process. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
So I don't stop you.
Those are the ways I want us to look at it. Let's start from ourselves, our family, then to our colleagues, to people around us, and let them see the genuinity in ourselves first. Because there's no way I'm going to help Chim to build his house if my own house is in disarray or it's not clean enough. I have to put the plug in my eyes before I put anybody's this plug in anybody's eyes. So if we're worth fighting for, let's first of all think, who are we? If we know who we are and we can fight the slavery, our forefathers fought for the slavery and everything, then what strategy did they use to fight in those white supremacy? Why can't we not use the same strategy to fight the people? Because these people are not, maybe there's Esau's hand and Jacob's, whatever. But if we're going to fight the people who are ruining our country, they are people. They are Yoruba, Igbos, Hausas, Muslim, Christian. They are there. Who are they? They are my uncles. They are your brothers. They are your sisters. What do we do to them? So let me leave it that way, and we'll continue to push and push and push. And I believe maybe one day, it might not be my generation, but maybe one day we'll get there.
Well, let me just support in what you just said. Among us, we are 10 here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. If I tell you that the same thing you are saying, all right, each one of us have a position in Nigeria will be worse than those there. We have seen them here.
That's right.
90% of people that left here,
I can't even be sure that I won't be worse.
If you know what is going on with Nigeria community here in the United States, group of people.
That's right, bro. Talk it, brother.
Will you stop? Due to the law in court, the Yoruba community, Igbo community, they are in court. Sometimes they go to court. The legislature will walk them away. Go back and settle. Why are you bringing yourself down to this place? If you know what is going on, and these same people, I know that will come and start blaming the government. All right. So listen, all this we are doing, we are actually give a poor man money. He will know his real intention. All right. You give him money, you know the real intention. What's going on in the Nigerian community here in America? All right, it's not something I'm talking about. What they're doing is not it. So that just all of us, 10 of us here. If some of our power here, he will not even know. What is we are talking? Give him power. We find out who he is.
I wait a little bit. You will speak for yourself. We are 10 people here. Minus me. If you give me power, I'm not going to do worse than whoever.
JJ,
no, that you speak for yourself.
No, leave KJ now.
For yourself. Speak for yourself. You are spoken for yourself. Let me speak for myself. At least I still have my hair. You can't shave my hair in my presence. Okay?
No.
Your hair? Where's the hair?
Hold on, sir. Some people
apart from that, you're being disingenuous, my brother. You're not taking the wisdom from what he's saying. You are making it personal.
My brother, you see, that's the thing with you, Jagu.
It's always going to be with me. I won't let someone just start saying that I'm honest and the rest of the world is crazy.
Please let it go.
You make your point. I don't interrupt you.
Why did you push my man's soul back in his head? Why did you push my man's soul back in his head? He said something and it was clear to all of us except you, and then you said that speak for yourself. Because you're more honest than anyone else on the planet, Abi.
It depends on what you mean, sir. You can speak for yourself. I have not stopped you from whichever position you decide to take.
Jago, please let him speak so that he can respond. And Eze, whenever you want to, anybody wants to interject
I can answer for myself. I'm of age, except you want me to not be of age, so you're speaking for me. Please.
Okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to partition Nigeria to 3 regions?
What I'm simply saying is this. Every man have the right to defend whatever he feels is good. If I didn't think I can change my situation, and I won't be in this platform, if I know that I will be the same people who are there, I won't waste my time. This is valuable time. All of you know what time means to anybody who is living outside Nigeria. So if you don't think what your contribution will make will be a change, or if you now give the opportunity of being there, you do the same thing. Then I'm not like that. I'm not looking for. It's not because it's not because of anything that we left. Some of us left because we were tired of trying to make input that was not working, not because we didn't have government positions. So let's not even get to that point. What we are simply saying is, if you are there, okay, and we are some of us who are even saying that the military should take over. Are we saying that because the militaries are not corrupt? No, but the simple humanity that is in us will allow you to put certain amenities on ground that will help the people to find a way of finding their daily bread. No Nigerian citizen will tell that he's looking for the government to liberate him. He is simply saying, can I have electricity so that my barbering salon can work? He is simply saying, can the road be good so I can transfer my produce from the village to where I can sell it for money? He's simply saying, can I have some housing that is affordable for me and my family? He's simply saying, can my children have good education so that they can go to school? Nobody is telling you to bring government money to them. They are simply saying, put amenities on the ground. Whether they are Northerners, they are Southerners, they are Igbos, they are all asking for the same thing. Simply make amenities available. This was what happened in the 80s. When some of us went to
I want to follow KJ, please.
Not because they are not corrupt leaders at that time. Because the government money was not being used as largesse for those who are in positions. but Nigerians could find 3 square meal and mind their business and train their children. That is all we are asking after. Please.
Very good.
Yeah.
Forefather, may I go ahead? May I go
Yes,
ahead?
please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Now, you see,
Okay.
for me, what Wale has underlined just now is deep. And I don't want us to miss out on deep nuggets of thinking, because it's these deep nuggets of thinking that are going to make changes for us. He is saying honestly, and this is the way I think. I think quite differently from KJ about this matter, because these things are grassroots. Do we understand the psyche of a Nigerian? Do we appreciate that those of us on the ground, they will repeat or do worse than the people who are in power right now? Do we understand that the majority of us are in a state of apathy while hell is taking place all around us? Do we ourselves know, if we were there, what we would do and how easy it would be for us to slip away from our level of dignity, our level of truth and honesty? Do we really feel strongly enough that we ourselves would not be corrupted? Now, I'm afraid that these are the most serious questions in the world, because unless we're answering this, unless we're able to look in the mirror and see how ugly we are before we point the finger and say how ugly somebody else is, it's a real matter. So when we hear people speaking on this way, and then we just want to object, it's like, do you understand what's just been said? Have you understood what's just been said? We are speaking about a nation that is going away from itself. That is leaving all levels of dignity and common ways of practice behind. They are going for the lowest hanging fruit. They are becoming extremely corrupt within the soul. This is happening to us right across the board, from grandfather to our youngest child. The children that I meet in Nigeria now, they're too sharp than the children that I was, or the children that my people were. There is going down and down and down. When are we going to putting a stop to it? Is not about really changing Tinubu. Putting a stop to it is being able to look after yourself, look after your family, and maintain the dignity it is to be a Nigerian. Because the Nigerian of the 1970s is not the Nigerian of today. Let me tell you that for nothing. This is why we have to listen to these points of view and these understandings.
Thank you. Thank you. Izzy wanted to say something.
Yes. You see, if we all try to listen to our own voice, we always sound good to ourselves. But I'm telling you, as someone who was born in that time era they're talking about, Nigeria was not free of corruption at that time.
No, I'm not saying it was free of corruption. I'm just saying it's getting worse.
I allowed you to talk.
You see, you're not taking my point. It's unfortunate that you're not taking a point. You just want to argue.
I'm not trying to argue. You are the one trying to argue because you're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay? At the time that you're referring to, there were still corrupt people in Nigeria. But what made a difference is that the Nigerian people, the simple, ordinary Nigerian in the street, could find his food, could be able to pay for his children's school fees, be able to clothe his children, be able to do other things that are not able to be done now. So they did not really care about who is in government. I'll give an example. I was living in Makurdi, but I had to go to school in Ogoja, Federal School of Arts and Science. It took me 20 naira to transport and go and to even come back. 20 naira. This was in the 80s. So it wasn't even in the 1988 to be precise. So now, what are we saying? Is it that the country was not corrupt at that time? There was still corrupt, but you had good men, people who conscience were able to allow them put certain amenities on ground for the ordinary people. That's what I'm simply saying. Those people say that, Nigeria is manufacturing Peugeot 504. If you're working in government, you are at the rank of a director, you cannot have a foreign car except that coming from Nigeria. That was kind of people we had. We had people who were concerned that, okay, life should be stable. Okay? What my argument is simply this. Even as we speak now, there are good men in positions in Nigeria. But those good men are not necessarily given authority, just like what someone was saying earlier, which I totally agree with. There are still army officers who can make a change, but those guys have been removed from where anything close to ammunition, arms and ammunition. They don't command any troop. They are just in the barrack. They get up in the morning, go and do parade, go back to their houses. That's all they are doing for now. But does it mean that they can be changed? There can be changed. Does it mean that when they get to a position of authority, they will now do the same thing? I don't think so, because it takes one man and takes leadership. If leadership gets it correctly in any nation,
Can I
things go better than when the change is coming from bottom up. When the change comes from up to down,
Can I come? Package. You said it twice. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Sorry,
You not said it twice.
Repeated himself.
Sakeji, I think you need to mind the statement you.
Sorry, someone else's mic is on.
Yeah, I think it's from Izzy. There's feedback coming from your end.
Oh,
Izzy.
sorry. Sorry, it's the football match.
Okay.
You keep saying the military should take over. You said it 3 times. You have to be very careful. That's you calling for insurrection of the state.
Bruh, we can't hear you. If you can slightly raise your voice, it would help us all.
Sorry, let me try.
Thank you.
You have to be very, very careful. You know, you can't be making insurrection statements on public forum or forums. Okay, that's why I decided to cut you or interject. I would have allowed you to keep speaking. Thank you, Wally, for what you said. Beautiful submission. I'll say, Nigerians, we are not serious people. According to the National Security Advisor, the current NSA, Nero Rubadu, 400 barrels of crude oil is being stolen on a daily basis. If you
400,000.
400,000, thank you, Father. If you do that for 365 days, that's 146 billion
barrels.
Million barrels of crude oil stolen from our land. And everybody is walking like nothing is happening. We can sit here, we can complain, we can make insurrection statement like KJ and get ourselves into trouble. But I would go back to what Sakeje said. You keep referring to the 1980s. What's happening in the 1980s is also happening now. The only difference is the population explosion and inflation. Nothing has changed. We had a smaller population then, and our inflation was not this high. Nothing has actually changed.
Sorry, Eze, did you say there was an inflammatory statement by KJ? Could you mention what exactly it was, please?
He said military takeover.
Hey, my brother, I don't know. I'm waiting for him quietly to finish.
Some people,
what I said.
we know some people in the military can take over. He said it 3 times. So I had to hey guys, this is a public forum. Let's be very careful with the kind of utterances we make. Please.
Well, I don't understand. What are you really saying? What are you getting at? That I said why we said
I'm only advising you.
Insurrection. Come on, bros. Relax. Don't go there at all. So that we don't get to that level. So you don't know the other side of me, please. Don't get there. You just say what you want to say. Leave me alone.
KJ is giving his own now. You see him. KJ is not in a good mood today. He's not having it. He's not having any nonsense for anybody today. Yes.
Can I just say something here? And I'm responding again to Eze. Eze, see me. I'm not wearing any shades. Yeah, this is me. Everybody on this platform know me. They know my background. as regards to what I said earlier, or KJ, we're not the only one that's been saying that if the military should come back, given the situation that we have now, given the wickedness that is going on right now, that we should start at this thing. Anybody who want to come arrest me, you can carry me. I did London.
Yeah, that's
I'm waiting for them.
I think.
So, but what I'm trying to say is, what we're trying to say is, if you're really easy, because the way you're speaking right now, I'm starting to believe that you're not who you say you are. All right.
Why?
If you really come from the
I
southeast,
think it's just
you see
America.
you see. No, wait now, my brother. Wait, my brother. Listen, wait, hang on. Let's try and understand each other. If you're really who you say you are, you see all the things that is going on in the southeast where you and I come from. Besides, let me just clarify. I'm not a member of the IPOB, and the reason is I do not believe in the approach of Nnamdi Kanu. But every day, as the day goes by, I know that I'm starting to see why he's so angry, why he took the position he took, why he's so angry and frustrated. Because I've never seen where a court frees a man, you abducted a man, you kidnapped him from our country, you bring him, the courts release him and say, release him, take him back. If you think he's done anything wrong and all that. Is Nigeria not more of a criminal state than you coming here to warn me or KJ that we should mind as what we're advocating for? Make we just leave that one, Joe.
All right.
See, my brother, let me just say something to you. Yeah, I have seen a war in my short life. I have seen a war. I've been there. I didn't go there as a driver, as a cook. I was there in the thick of things. Yeah, I've seen people's heads split open. Yeah, I've seen a man's life being taken.
Let's
I've
take
seen
it
people.
easy. Let's
Yeah,
take
so
it easy.
the thing is, I appreciate your this thing, but one thing is that you should understand how people feel. People are speaking from how bitter and frustrated that they are. Is it not you that is analyzing how they've been stealing? That this stealing has been going on. Why should we continue? Why should we continue being gentlemen? Because these people do not. They know the only thing they understand is force. That's the only thing they understand. So I just said I should just correct that. I thank you for your advice, but no, thank you.
I gave that an advisement.
Okay, thank you.
We're on the public forum.
Yeah, sure.
If you don't want to take it, it's fine. But I just want to.
No, the view is my personal view. The KJ's view is his personal view. It's not the view of this forum. It's not the view of Dr. Damages. We understand that. That's cool. Okay, thank you.
All right. What I wanted to say before, those are my names, right? I think many of you here going by right? I'll refer to you, Mr. Tom. I don't know if that's your real name.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of people know me personally, even apart from this forum. They know my UK number. They contact Olumide. This is me. Maybe you saw my picture on my WhatsApp. I'm not wearing any shade or wearing any dress. This is me.
Okay, Eze, you want come on your shades? No, I better no vex.
No, it's a sunscreen shot for my computer, and if you want me to take it off, I can take it off for you to see.
Okay, take it off.
What's wrong with you? Just leave him.
Oh my God!
I've seen again today.
That's not necessary. If they can wait, you can wear his shade.
He gave me permission now. He gave me permission.
Yeah, it's only fair.
I think I would blame myself, right? Because it's looking like a personal attack. I only advised 2 individuals that I felt were going out of line.
Eze, my brother, I'm not attacking you.
Eze, you keep saying that, and even what
Eze, my brother, I'm not attacking you at all. Please.
I must have
It sounded like an attack. By the time you say that, you're not even sure who he is. I don't know what that was for. That was that wasn't nice at all.
When you were answering,
that was not nice.
Eze, what we live in free countries. We live in free countries, and we are not afraid to say our minds. We are not in a shithole country, so I mean,
You see what this one is talking about.
People are saying anything connected here, man. I don't know.
Can I first apologize? I think I must have offended.
Yes, sir.
I was calling to send you jollof rice yesterday. You didn't pick up. Now you're lost. So.
Sleeping, bro.
I'm talking.
No, but if I may say something, for fathers, I don't think so. So I asked a question because I wanted to clarify. I asked because somebody said something inflammatory. So I wanted to know what was inflammatory. It wasn't to attack him.
I need to know that so we can be aware.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to know.
I might have heard wrong. He said, we know some military that will take over. They take over for military. And I think Mr. Tone clarified it too strongly. And I feel this kind of, not inflammatory, insurrection, that was what I was saying, not inflammatory. So we have to be careful with this kind of statements, right? So we don't get labeled as individuals who are planning to take over the country.
Anyway, it's been said. You said it. You said that KJ pronounced it 3 times. You now are pronouncing it more than 3 times. Let's move on from this position, please.
Thank you. So what I was trying to clarify, KJ, on was that
What is going on? I think there is a whole thing going on between you and Olumide. Yeah, this is Olumide. It has to be now. It's okay.
Just to clarify.
Wait, congratulations, you guys won.
Yeah, we're winning now. Thank you. The 80s has never been any better. We only had a lower population count and a lower inflation number. Our problem in Nigeria started from the 80s, after the Buhari coup and the recession, and then the implementation of the structural adjustment program. I don't know if you're aware, Sakechi.
Stop.
From then henceforth, Nigeria has never been better. If you go look at the economic indices from the 80s till today, we've been going down. So I just wanted to clarify that. But because we would say it was better, was the population was not 250 or 210. It was probably 40 or 30 or 20 million. So the resources we had there could go round. But as we continue to increase in population and inflation begins to go up, and our government, inclusive of the military government, were unable to address those conditions economically, things never changed. So back to my basic summation, and I'll say, Nigerians, we are not serious people. Things are going wrong. If 400,000 barrels of crude oil can be stolen from our country daily, and Nigerians are insensitive to that, then why should Nigerians be sensitive to the insecurities going on around the country? We have never spoken up to our plight.
Well, this is it, bro. This is where Eze, my brother, this is where I believe you have to understand quite a lot. In that, when you say from the 80s, you're quite right. When you say from the 80s, it has never gotten any better. I agree with you. And I agree with you for the reasons why. However, at every stage of the game, me and you both know that there is enough resource in the country called Nigeria, both with the raw minerals that we have and with as the masses, as the people grow in population, the people themselves are a part of that wealth that we have in the country. However, because we as Black people, as Nigerians, are corrupted and are unthinking, these are the problems. This is why I'm saying that for the questions or for the underlining that Wale made, this is the crux of the issue. because we're speaking. You're almost sounding, and I know you're not meaning this, but you're almost sounding like you're giving all the excuses for why Nigeria hasn't performed, where we all know better as to why Nigeria has not performed. Nigeria hasn't performed because of greed, corruption, leadership that doesn't lead anywhere, and a whole heap of other human things. It's got nothing to do with the minerals in the ground, and it's got nothing to do with, do the people actually want to work for a living? Because both are real, both are true. So I think we have to be grown up about the discussions that we're having. I think we don't have to take things so personally as KJ was earlier. We have to think about what is. You know, we're not talking about any one of us as individuals necessarily, but we are still talking about us as individuals because we are all included. So it was at the time that we begin our analysis or trying to analyze the scenarios, we cannot really be babyish about this. We have to be holistic about the problem and the solution to the problem.
Jagun, can I ask Eze a question? Eze, can I ask you a question? I want you to be sincere.
Go ahead.
Do you support President Tinubu?
I don't think that question is necessary.
No. I have a follow-up question. Do you support President Tinubu's government?
I think Tim is right on that. I wanted to.
I don't think that's necessary.
No. I have a follow-up question.
You took Tim saved your life, Bill.
Olumide, let's deal with issues. Forget about who you support.
I want to address the issue. I want to address the issue. Basically, the issue he raised prior to Jagun talking. But before I address that issue, do you support that he would do well as the president of the country? Yes or no? Okay, I'm not asking if you're a supporter. I'm asking, do you support that he would do well as the president of the country? Yes or no?
Yeah, hold on.
Do you? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Hold on. You can't dictate how I answer the question.
No. You answer, but yes or no?
You can't dictate how.
You're not here for such a question, please. Let's control.
No. I want to address the issue you raised.
You're not addressing nothing.
Let me address the issue. Let me address the issue you raised prior. You said that we cannot extrapolate the population prior to today's population. I mean, you cannot. I mean, comparing what they earn then to what they earn right now. So perhaps what we should address is that, knowing fully well that what the population has grown so much, perhaps we should be addressing the people who are stealing the people's money, taxpayers' money. We should address that issue. I mean, it's like you're giving excuses for the government for doing what they're doing. And again, when you say people are...
I've just said that now, Olumide. I've just said that. Allow the guy to talk.
No. When he said people are stealing...
Can you guys hear me?
When he said they're stealing 400,000 barrels, they're stealing 400,000 barrels.
Can you guys hear me?
How often? Is it per month?
Yes.
Or daily?
You can hear me. Good.
When they're stealing 400,000 barrels...
Olumide, hold on now. Olumide, hold on.
It behoves on the government.
Would you allow me to answer the question?
The people cannot address that. Do you want people to carry arms?
Olumide, let him talk.
Government...
Olumide, wait now. Let him talk, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, when Goodluck Jonathan was president, I was hopeful. Did he perform? No. Buhari took over. I was hopeful. Did Buhari perform? No. President Tinubu is there. I am still hopeful. And I'm hoping he will perform. But to be pessimistic means to die. And to, like our first topic, to boycott election means that we are irresponsible to our electoral process. Now, I will expect the president who, in his own statement, has said he is ready for the job.
So I take your answer to be yes, that you do support it.
Okay. Go. Sorry, I'd like to weigh in.
Chim, wait. Chim.
They have the rights for himself.
Because
I'm not.
Wait. Olumide, wait. Eze, one man have just confirmed that you're just Emeka. So why do you tell
No,
us
no, no,
that you're
no.
not
Please,
just
can we
Emeka?
forget that?
One
No.
man had
So,
just said that you're just Emeka. Look at it.
tone.
See.
Who is one?
So why are you telling us you're not just Emeka?
Tone.
See, that's the problem. The problem with you,
No,
whether you're
that's
just
Tone.
Emeka or
Stop
just
being
Tony
childish.
or just
Forefathers, I beg,
Olumide
take
or
control.
just forefathers. I don't have problem
No,
with
stop
that,
being
my brother.
childish, man.
Okay,
Look. The thing is, if I may,
okay,
Tone.
hold on, please. Let's take it easy. See, the thing is, some people may have issues with
See,
him
I want a Tinubu
disguising his.
supporter to
Oh
wear
my
this
God!
badge of honor.
See, some people may not want to use the name they use on the chat on this thing, but he should.
Yeah, man.
To be fair, Eze reserves the right to say, okay, he has the right to say he's not just Emeka, but it would have been better if he told people that he was Emeka, isn't
No,
it?
the thing is,
One
you see,
man,
those people who are not using their
I
name
want
or a
to
title at all,
contribute,
they are not.
please.
There's no complication there. So why is there a complication with a man using any part of the name he wants? You're being childish.
I don't think anybody is stopping him from doing that. I'm just saying,
No,
like me now, if I'm too Niger on the chat,
I've been respectful. He's been respectful.
let
We've
me
been
just add.
exchanging ideas all day. But what I'm saying here is, people like one man and whatever comes here and draws bigotry. I hate bigotry.
Yeah, but why
He's
then are
not
you
going to get
quoting
us
him?
out of all
Why are
this
you
rubbish.
quoting him, therefore? Why are you quoting him against something that you do not know? It's a waste of time. You're gonna diss one man who gave you the information that this man has a name, and then you're gonna diss the guy because one man told you. Bro, makes sense. No, you got to stop all that childishness. We're all too old. Honestly, we're all too old for those 21-year-old games.
Let's try to be a little. I think Tone has a right to say that maybe Eze should have disclosed that he was just a maker, because there's no reason. He doesn't have anything to be ashamed of from that point of view. But you also Tone, hold on now. Tone,
insult me. So right now, maybe
Tone, hold on now. Tone, hold on.
Opportunity for us to settle our differences.
You must understand that the elections are over.
Good.
That's my.
We have a president.
Oh my God,
If you are going to come and
Olumide, you
defend
just compound everything. You never help. Is there any that this guy comes to settle anything other than just to compound it?
Now one man, I fish everything. Call him Mekus. You know where they go put.
Not my one man that is coming making antics. He come here to go. Okay, let's leave that one aside. I think back to the point about the 80s and this thing.
Sure. If I'm allowed,
let me remove this thing. Hold on. Something is going on here. I think I have to take the other
Sorry,
one.
that was
Jimmy's there twice.
I want to. Yeah, I've closed the other one.
And I complete what I was saying.
Problem, so I closed the other one.
What I was saying, that I wasn't saying that in the 80s there was no corruption. Remember, in the 80s, that was when we had the 2.8 million naira or 28 suitcases that Buhari came in with as a minister of petroleum that was missing. Okay, so there were all kinds of issues in the 80s, but the leadership at that time were at least civil. They have some human kindness. So you find out that schools were operating, especially federal schools, were operating at a level that you can get in with the small money you have and be able to stay in that school. Okay, at the 80s, and I went to the university in the 90s. And in my university, when you finish, when your semester ends, you can go to the student affairs and get money to transport yourself back. This is government money. You go there, they calculate the mileage from where you live to where you are going. I mean, from the school to where you're living. And money is given to you. I'm talking about the 90s. I'm not talking about the 80s, as my brother Emeka Eze was quoting. So what I'm saying next is that wasn't that Nigeria was perfect at that time. Wasn't that there was always electricity at that time. But the government or people who were in charge were seemingly to look at the other Nigerian as somebody who's also worthy to have something reasonable, to live their life. We are not on this platform asking that every Nigerian should become a millionaire. We are simply saying, these are human beings, treat them like one. If people are killed in Plateau State, please, if it needs the whole Nigerian army to relocate to that place to find the people, do so. When you do so, you don't need to harass the people to be patriotic. They themselves will see that you are standing out for their case. not to go and sympathize with them and tell them they will leave no stone unturned. All the stones have not been turned since this thing started, and nothing is happening. This is where I stand. Look, I cannot come here with all honesty and say something about against the Northerners, because majority of my friends, even till this moment, are Northerners. I've never lived in the East, so I don't have people who can say these are my friends. My best friends are from the North.
Hi.
So what I'm simply saying is, look, what is good for the geese is good for the gizzard. If your children are schooling in Harvard, and for the gizzard, that's what I said. You get me right.
He deliberately did that,
Yes, that's what we say in secondary school. Now, if your children are in Harvard and they are enjoying the good life, the Nigerians are not asking you to take them to Harvard. They are simply saying that Harvard near their house, that's Harvard in the next state, that is called federal government colleges, federal university.
Can you hear me?
Make it.
Yeah, we can hear you. Let KJ just land.
No, I just want to start my
and get in.
Yeah, your camera is not moving though. I can hear you.
Yeah,
nobody is
I
asking
think
you to give them free largesse. Nobody is asking you to build skyscrapers for them. Look, let light work so that the barber can go to his shop and make his daily living. So that the woman doing hairdressing don't have to buy generator for herself. So that the people who are transporting their food do not have to pay extra money because the road is not good for them to carry their. This is what Nigerians want. So just in case anybody listening to us out there, don't come and look at me.
I've never felt so lonely. I've never felt so lonely before with the way the positions everybody's taking on this. Please, Chimp, go ahead.
Okay, please. Yeah, you can hear me, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Of course,
okay,
come on.
So what I wanted to address, everything KJ said about what the everyday Nigerian wants, I won't add too much to it. That's just proper thing. Now, what I want to address is what Eze was saying. Now, Eze, please, is allowed to express his views. If Eze wants to wear his sunshade, it's okay for him to wear his sunshade. I'm comfortable with Eze because his full name is there. I don't. If anybody thinks that's not his full name, that's fine. But at least he has Eze Omunakwe. That's an Igbo name. I can pronounce it. I'm okay with that. Now, but what I want to address is what he said about the problems of Nigeria and how it's slided. He's not exactly wrong. But the only place I differ with him is this. I have been in forums where people keep saying, when they're defending government and they say Nigeria's population has outstripped the resources. I always disagree. Listen, there was a time when the Nigerian population was at par. That same population that we have with Saudi Arabia and co that they have now. And yet, this same Saudi Arabia and co use that same type of resource, which we have and they have. They use it to take care of their people. Saudi Arabia, up until recently, people were not paying taxes in Saudi Arabia because the oil was enough. But they have spoiled their people, and the government is beginning to say, okay, you know what? Let's begin to let our people understand that it's not just free lunch, that they need to work and then they pay. So if you go to Saudi Arabia today, people are paying taxes. What is my point? My point is a society where when we had abundance, the leadership, the government did not see the need to use those resources for the benefit of the people. That same government is not going to use taxes when they start taxing people to take care of people. Because people keep telling me that we have overstretched our oil and our citizens are not paying taxes. The people that are stealing the oil, going to central bank and taking the money that the oil brought and using it for their private benefits will not suddenly start using tax nets. When they expand this tax net, as this parent government is saying, they will still use the same resources. So my thinking is this. Our problem, the way I see it, anybody may have a different view, is that our leadership is not using our resources purposefully for the people. Whether it is in terms of the way forefathers goes about it in saying to invest in our defense, invest in making sure our military is well equipped and all that. Whether it's from that angle or it's from the angle of social intervention and benefits for the people, the government is not doing that. This whole, better Edu, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, and telling us she's giving money to people. Those things are a scam. They are a scam. All it takes is by the time this set of people are not in government and a new government comes in, we'll start seeing the same thing we're seeing with Emefiele. We just need human beings who are going to get in there. They are not angels. They will make mistakes. Some of them might even steal one kobo. But we don't want people who are going there to go and steal billions that they don't need, and they will leave the people. Do you think the leaders in UK and US and co, they don't do shady deals? Come on, we'll be living in a fool's paradise.
They
But
do that all the time.
the point is that they use the resources. People tar roads, they tar that road, but they give those contracts to their friends, even here in the Western world. But the job gets done. Our problem in Nigeria is that the job never gets done. So, you know, that's the only area I disagree with Eze when he was trying to make that.
Let me chime in. I feel a bit lonely on this one because most people thought Nigeria was good. I never thought Nigeria was good, even from the beginning, from 1960, because we were always in decline. And look at this song from Fela, Suffering and Smiley, was in 1977. So the decline was already there. It just wasn't perceived by us because we were colonized and we thought, you know, that's the way to be. How do we know how to be? Because from 1900 until 1960, we were colonized. And we thought that is the way to be, what we saw after they left. But that is not the way to be. And I'm not even sure Nigeria has ever lived the way a nation is meant to exist. You know,
Not
like
as Nigeria.
we haven't really expressed ourselves as a sovereign nation. We've never really, and that's why I don't think that, and I'm of the view that since the colonial wars, when that we lost, we've never really restored ourselves to a sovereign people. And that's why I think our problem still remains. It's not from the 80s, it's not from the 60s, it is from 1900 when we lost control of our lands.
Forefathers, when KJ and a few other people say that the leaders, the political leaders in the 60s and co were slightly better, it's not as if they didn't have their faults. But if you do a thorough comparative analysis, you would see that, for instance, take the Southwest and take Awo. You can see a definitive plan from Awo. You could see, do you know, I visited the Djibouti and most of the interlands in the Southwest, and I saw tarred roads. Those roads are not in the best shape right now. But you could see a thinking in Awolowo's plans.
Right.
You could see a thinking in the industrial revolution he was doing in the Southwest. You could see a thinking in what he was doing. Even if you come
Things
to the
have to be said accurately. It was much better.
Even the Ahmadu Bello and co. When you compare them with today's politicians, my brother, these guys we have today, these guys are demons.
If we carry on at this rate, I'm telling you, 10 years from now or 30, 15 years from now, we'll be saying now is actually better than before. Because the thing is, the current people always think that the ones that came 20, 30 years ago are doing
background
better.
somebody.
Yeah, I think it's Olumide, of course. You don't have to ask twice. So the ones that come 20, 30 years later, if things are getting worse, it's going to seem like that. I really wish we have the same experience like the Chinese had, where they saw their decline for over a century. And then when the Mao Zedong came, they saw a climb that has never stopped till now. From the 1950s, they just kept going up. We've not really had
But you know what the difference is? The difference is that these nations are looking to renew their nation. There's something that you said that is very poignant when you spoke about, I don't think we've ever been a nation and we need to restore. You see, where Nigeria is concerned, there's no restore because it was never ever Nigeria until the Oyinbo came. That's when it was Nigeria. So it's not like we can restore anything. What we have to do is renew. What we have to, I keep saying it, and people are seemingly don't understand that the thing that Nigeria needs hasn't been written yet. These countries that you speak about, although they wrote their own design. We're just trying to copy and paste, and copy and paste hasn't worked for 60 years. So now what we're going to do, what we're going to have to do is think and get our head out of the sand and stop pretending. You see, I'm afraid.
See, because we restored when we listen, the area we didn't restore is the sovereignty we lost during the colonial wars.
I know it's not that I don't understand what you're saying. It's not that I don't understand. I know I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that the way we speak and when we speak and the words we use, let us know how key we are in the semblance of how things are supposed to go. We really have to stand up as men. We have to show ourselves how naked we are. We have to count. There's no shilly-shally shyness. Right now, we're naked. What do I need? I need some underwear. What do I need after that? I need a pair of trousers, please. What do I need after that? I need some kind of a shirt and a jacket. And then I would be naked no more. However, what we are doing is some kind of pretense as to the state of where we are historically, globally. We are now global players. We're Nigerians all about the world, in every continent you can think of. And we're doing things as individuals. We're doing hard things. Wait, if I may. Now, with this understanding that there is a raw power of intelligence and nous in the diaspora and in our continent, it is now for us as people to really be the men that we need to be in order to augment the changes that we want in Nigeria. This mix and match that we always seem to
Jagu, can I just say something about what you're saying, please, guys? You said that that other countries developed a policy by themselves based on what they want and pursued it, but that we are doing cut and paste, copy and whatever. Did I get you correct?
More or less.
Okay, now, but I hear you. I do not even think there's anything wrong in templating what other people are doing that is good.
No, there is nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so the problem is in the fact that in the intention in the templating, are you templating to be seen just to be in motion, or do you genuinely see what is good in some other place?
If I can again, let's thank you, sir. Let me just try to reply to you like this. I think about Nigeria a lot. I've been thinking about Nigeria since I was, I don't know, 6 years old, to be frank. Let me say this. And in thinking about it, I've always tried to understand it. And then I've come to a point of understanding it, and I've come to understand why it doesn't work. And then upon that, I put together, how can Nigeria work? So be I right or wrong, I've got a structure, I've got a design on how I would like Nigeria to even look like. I've got that in my mind because I've thought about it. So for me, if I'm the leader of Nigeria, or anyone who wants to be a leader of Nigeria, if you haven't designed a picture in your mind of what Nigeria needs to be, then you've failed already. You've already failed. You're not going there to do anything.
So,
you have to have a design.
Don't you think the Nigeria you're seeing is a picture of those people? This is exactly what they want.
You're quite right. But these are not people with plans, as you rightly said. Because in my travels across Nigeria, the West, that Lagos that I detest, I don't like Lagos for a second. But the whole of the West of Nigeria, compared to nearly anywhere else, you can see that there is total depreciation in all other areas, to the point of this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. When you go to any Yoruba town, village, or city, you can see what you're looking at, as ugly as it may look. You understand? As you said, more or less, it's worn down rather than just mishmash. When you start traveling around the rest of Nigeria, apart from the beautiful foliage that we have laid down by our father, there is no infrastructure, and it's almost like there was never infrastructure. There are enclaves where people have spent money, and they have this nice enclave by themselves, but the general people are living in mud, not mud houses. They're living in mud. So this is the state that they've designed.
Today I was watching the Nigerian soldiers climbing the Aso Rock. It's like a thing that they do. I was like, is that the best we can do now? We are proud of being able to climb Aso Rock every year, and it's like this thing that we do, man. I'm a little bit embarrassed because it looks like even Hamas seems to have done better at trying to found it. Look at this people; they've been trying to kill. They've been trying to kill them for 2 months, and they can't get to them because they are underground. And this, if they come here right now, many of us will surrender first before anything. We'll surrender first, and then the rest they will just gather the others and just do whatever they like with us. There are many Nigerians that believe today, maybe on this panel, maybe I should ask that are we better under colonial rule? Some Nigerians will actually say yes. If you get that poll right now, you'll be shocked the numbers you see. And that's it. That it just shows you that we have not even taken over our nation and think for ourselves. Do you know how rich Nigeria could be if Africa starts doing trade among themselves? Because Nigeria stands at the junction between the southern region and the western region, and almost everywhere you want to go around Nigeria, you need to come through Nigeria. The shipping, and if Africa starts, especially sub-Saharan Africa, starts trading amongst itself, Nigeria stands a lot to gain just from economic strategic positioning. But in any other scenario, we are not strategic. In any other scenario, Africa has to do well for Nigeria to do well, or Nigeria has to do well for Africa to do well. Either way, That's the dynamic, and we have to put ourselves in that strategic position, because if Africa doesn't do well, nobody will consider Nigeria strategic and nobody will care. This is why you see that they treat Japan different from the way they treat Nigeria, because Nigeria is not strategic. We are not in the crossroad to anything. Singapore is strategic. Almost all shipping vessels go through Singapore. Hence, they are extremely rich. But Nigeria is not gifted with that strategic positioning. The only way we become strategic if we make ourselves worthy, and that is why most of all our problem is standing from the fact that our nation is too weak. Yeah, at the core of it, that's one of our biggest problems.
No, not the nation. Our system is weak. The system. The system is poor, man.
I agree with you, forefathers, that we're not strategic. But the other thing, see, and I don't say this because it's going to be a little bit controversial when I say it. People are going to knock me, but I will try and say it still. I think we have an over-bloated sense of ourselves as a nation. I keep hearing this since I was a child, that if Nigeria succeeds, the whole of Africa will succeed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's like, seriously? So if South Africa, when South Africa was doing the right before their leadership started going down the drain recently, they were doing well. All the investment and everything was going towards them. Every time we've missed opportunities in terms of pulling investment, it goes to Ghana, goes to any other place. Please, Nigeria needs to focus on fixing Nigeria and throw away this mindset that when we succeed, then I think actually that's where the problem is. Nigeria's foreign policy used to be Africa, the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. And there used to be this symbol in Abuja where Nigeria was carrying Africa. I told somebody this is a terrible illustration. Whoever came up with that image is big. Nigeria
can I object to that?
Maybe those people
disagree.
Something that you didn't see.
I know it's okay. I said it's going to be controversial when I say it. I admit it.
No, it's not that it's controversial. I think
it's not.
If that's your point, if that's your point of view, it's valid. But I want to tackle that point of view, if I may. The thing is, you see, Nigeria has the greatest population in Africa. It also has the greatest number of different people in that country. It also has the greatest number of a diaspora, the present diaspora. It also has the greatest number of the original diaspora that was sent out during slavery. This country, I'm afraid, has a lot of responsibility. I don't think you understand. If Nigeria works within itself, the fact that it has solved, if Nigeria works, it means it has solved so many problems that the entire Africa and the entire diaspora is going through. This is what it means. It means that we would have collected. It means. No, let me just land like this. You're going to come back.
No. Then you continue. Sorry, John. Then you continue. So if America works, which region does it help? If UK works, which region does it help?
No, it's not. You're making a wrong comparison. I'm afraid. Okay, you said that, but it's a wrong comparison.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about Africa and Nigeria and the problem that we are in. You may not accept it. Fair enough. But I'm telling you the reason why. I, like you, disagree with the term the giant of Africa when we're not the giant of anything. But the fact still remains. Whether we like it or not, we are the giant of Africa. If you go to any other Africa,
Nigeria. Please,
listen, I hear what you're saying. Listen. When you do, it's quite shocking.
Why are you shocked? It's okay.
Because when I'm talking to someone, when I'm talking to my man, I'm actually looking at him, and then all of a sudden he disappeared.
Yeah,
so,
sorry about that. I should be warning you next time.
If I could just continue that, Nigeria is the giant of Africa. It has a great responsibility. This does not mean that we don't focus on ourselves and on organizing ourselves. If we organize Nigeria, really, Nigeria can't be organized without almost organizing the whole of West Africa. If we've done such a job, do you know what kind of example that is to the rest of Africa? You're asking about America. America has influenced the whole world, my friend. Don't think it stands alone. England has influenced the whole world. It never stood alone. So, you're divorcing things. Again, I keep saying to you that the way you need to think,
I'm not divorcing things, Jago. You're not understanding me. And I'm not saying
I
those
do.
who
Of
say.
course, I understand you. Of course, I
So
understand what you're saying.
my point is this. See, my point is this. Let me just reiterate my point. My point is simple. If Nigeria succeeds, Nigeria should focus on succeeding. And if Nigeria succeeds, and the rubrics and the effects of Nigeria, if it impacts Africa, oh well and good. Because when I look at this map that Forefathers has just put in here, Nigeria in terms
Yes.
of in mass, in terms of size, is not bigger than Congo, is not bigger than Mali, is not bigger than Algeria.
It's
not
not
even
about
bigger
the
than South
size
Africa.
of the geography.
I'm
It's not
coming
the, you
now.
see.
I am coming from
No,
somewhere.
you
I'm not
interrupted
just
me by
listening.
force. Let me do the
Jago,
same now, my friend. Yeah.
Hold on.
No,
See,
no.
when
Remember that you interrupted me.
I agree. It's mutual.
So let me interrupt you now.
I'm not saying
You just for a second. You're going to carry on. When you look at the size of the Congo, you can see the size there. It's beautiful, big, plush country. The thing is, what's going on in that country is far worse than what's going on in Nigeria. But there's no mouth coming out of that nation to speak about the plight of the people there. The only people really in this black Africa that we speak about that have mouth both on the ground and at that place level of polity are who you call Nigerians. So if we Nigerians, just like something happens in Maduguri and somebody in the Southwest will say, that's a different country entirely. They've got nothing to do with us. When we keep that mentality in our selfish mentality, by the way, in our mind, that's why the ruin of Africa is so easy. Let me land there.
Okay, so please, Fofana, if you permit me, let me just quickly say something and round off. Now,
okay.
Jago, Nigeria is a great nation, if it will make anybody happy for me to say it. Because sometimes when we're having these conversations, people think we are not being patriotic. That's not true. Nigeria is a fantastically great nation. But Nigeria is also a nation, in my view, whose leaders are what's the word? We are taking our position to I think we're overrating ourselves. Let me use that.
Overburdened, I think is what you might want to say.
Overrating ourselves. This is what I'm saying. When the Americans were developing or institutionalizing whatever they were doing, it was for themselves. Whatever residue of their development they have, they share with the rest of the world. If Nigeria succeeds and the Congolese don't want to succeed, what will Nigeria do about it? If Nigeria succeeds, or just look at South Africa, and we know that, yes, there was some impact of apartheid in it, but South Africa was flourishing at some point from 1994. As they have flourished and succeeded, most of the developmental institutions that have spread into Sub-Saharan Africa are Southern African companies. MTN is a South African company. DSTV is a South African company. That's one of the only parts of this country where the manufacturers of automobile still go and design vehicles. My point is simple. I think part of the burden Nigeria is carrying is this whole, if Nigeria succeeds, as if Nigeria succeeds, our GDP success will suddenly become the success of Libya. That's not true.
Let me see. I think the reason why they say that, if you look at this map here, strategically positioned in terms of flow of trade towards this region and anywhere in the south, because these areas don't have a lot of population. That's one. And if Nigeria succeeds and because they become powerful, they have the majority in West Africa for one. They are the major, which means they have a massive market that is already captured in West Africa. Then this region, they can influence it. To say that they cannot influence this region is just not understanding the dynamics. For a nation that the size of Nigeria and the ability that they can pull from Nigeria to influence what is going on there, we can do that if we start exerting ourselves. Because this area, the reason why we are so poor now, because most of these countries around us, they are controlled by France because of the weakness of this one. And the truth is that many African countries see, because they know themselves. West Africa, many African countries, if you meet a Kenyan, you meet somebody from Congo, they will tell you that it's like they know that their own brainwashing has gone out of control. That it's only Nigeria that seems to have any hope. Many of these lands that you see here, that it appears that it's only that it's Nigeria, like them that own the land. Most of these lands are owned by foreigners. Foreigners have bought up a lot of Sudan, a lot of Kenya, a lot of all these places. The influence of foreigner is so high. It's only in Nigeria that you can say black people actually control the economy to such a large degree. And this is what they see. That's
Well
why they
said.
always say Nigeria is the country that they are their last hope on the continent.
Well
If
said.
Nigeria doesn't
Well,
get it right,
thank you.
I agree with you to an
No,
extent.
no,
But
no. Can I
one question I'm
before
going
you
to
come in?
ask us here is,
Can I quickly back forefather's
how
point?
many of us has visited other African countries? How many? Let's
No,
we
one
have.
of us
let me
I have.
put this to you. Let me put this to you. Japan in the 1940s began the whole idea of the Asian tiger economies. It was Japan, not China, that began that thing. Why? They were influential. And not only were they influential, they wanted their region to be a power base. They weren't thinking insularly. They weren't thinking like that. Nigeria is a country that actually does think insularly as much as we do as a people. Because if Nigeria thought, because the nation itself should be able to take care of itself because of how we've been blessed. But because we're only doing mucking about there, we haven't got the time for the tangible things, the real things, the things that bring our economy to that $1 trillion economy that we need. We're mucking around in the billions. The billions doesn't satisfy us. We don't seem to really grasp what it is to have a nation like Nigeria. We're massive. We should be within the top 5 nations in this planet, and we are far from that. Why are we far from that? Because we don't know how to organize our economy or economies.
Let me just add 1.15 seconds. You see that location you see in Nigeria there, on the entire African continent, has got the highest concentration of human beings. Historically, there is something about this location. Naturally,
thank you, forefather. Because people don't understand.
There's no place on the continent like Nigeria. And Nigeria, the population of Nigeria that you see right now is not the population though. Many of them are in Cameroon, many of them are here. Nigeria is spreading. And if you look at the Bantu expansion, it actually started from this region. This Bantu expansion started all the way to South Africa.
We're too important.
This region is highly strategic for us because of the rivers that come from one direction and the other direction, and it concentrates so much diversity and so much population in one small area.
Okay, so forefathers and Jago, I hear you. I want to repeat again. Nigeria is a great nation. Nigeria has the potential.
No. Don't reiterate. Let's go forward. Push this argument forward now. Sorry, bro. Sorry. I beg your pardon. But we've heard this before. We don't need to hear the same thing 5 times.
Jago, you know, Chief talks like he's in a kind of elder meeting. He has to restate the fact that before he moves forward. Elders meeting. That's how you tend to talk.
Okay, I take that as a compliment. So, but see, here's the point I'm making, please, guys. Like I said, and let me not repeat it before Jago will get offended that I repeated myself again. Nigeria is a great nation. It's not in doubt. What I am saying is this. Like I asked a hypothetical question. You don't need to answer me now. How many of us have really visited all these other African nations? That's one. 2, do we really follow? Do we really follow the dynamics of our regional politics? You know, when you go to OAU and they are talking about the great men that influenced things in Africa, up until recently, and a lady visited Anambra State, the former president of Malawi, and she said it. And I told somebody, but I've been telling Nigerians this. Do you know that when they're talking about the men in Africa, politicians and ex-presidents who have impacted Nigeria, impacted Africa, do you know that Nigerian politicians are not mentioned? Do you guys know that at all? They mention Nkrumah, they mention the guy from Mali, they mention Sekou Touré. They'll go back to Southern Africa and mention the Southern Africa. They never seem to always mention Nigerians. We don't pay attention to this.
No, because Nigeria doesn't create Pan-Africanism.
If I can, forefather, we pay attention. The woman that you mentioned who came to Anambra State, she herself was the one who underlined to the UN that Zeke, his name is supposed to be here. Exactly. She was the one who mentioned Awolowo. He said, you see, it's the way we do our things that don't push our people.
But that is exactly the point I'm making. You're not listening to. I'm saying.
No, I am listening, and I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. What we must understand, however, both Zeke and Awolowo, they only became important in Nigeria Unfortunately, they weren't given necessarily the opportunity, like maybe Zeke because he was the premier, but they weren't given the right structure to become a global name. But these people, I'm telling you without a doubt, that they would have been, both Zeke and Awolowo, their name would have been globally in everybody's mouth, the same way it is in the mouth of Nkrumah. Everybody in the world knows Nkrumah, who is black.
I think a part of the reason is because Nigeria, most countries that you hear about, they talk Pan-Africanism a lot, but while Nigeria actually does Pan-Africanism more. And that is what I've observed. If you look at the results,
I like that, forefather.
You're
I
correct,
like that
but
one.
again, forefather.
No, it's not only is he correct, it needs to be understood. He said,
even the
and
point I'm
you're
making.
too
That's
correct.
why I'm saying we need to first and foremost sort ourselves out. Clearly, perfectly sort ourselves out. Then
I
we start
agree with
dealing
that,
with
Tim.
other things. We are
Tim,
trying
I
to
agree
carry
with that
this
100%.
Africa when we have not sorted ourselves out.
I agree with you 100% with that last statement. Believe me, that is so important. And I think, forefather, you've heard me say that before. In our own private, yeah.
Can I come?
Yeah, Eze, please go ahead.
Just I didn't know what the conversation was all about. You guys are trying to make me out to be someone.
No, we are just trying to. Are you are just a maker now? Just a maker, easy. What's the difference?
Nigeria, Jim is a bit right. Nigeria is a strategic country for African growth, but it's not playing that role effectively. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you know about AFTA, the African Trade Agreement.
Yeah.
Signing was second to last.
What that agreement, which was signed in Kigali in 2018 to promote free trade amongst African countries, was kicked against by Nigeria. And Nigeria really had its concerns anyway, because they do not want the country to be a dumping ground for African countries. But that's the kind of strategic move Nigeria should be pushing.
Sorry, what do you mean by dumping ground for other African countries, please? Sorry about that.
Dumping ground goods, right? You know, we have a large population. We import the most. And so when you have those who are producing at the lower cost and pushing their goods to Nigerians to purchase, they will earn more than we will do. So that's the concern. But finally, we signed. We signed in July 2019.
But Eze, you know why we didn't sign? Apart, you know the deeper reason why we didn't sign.
Thank you. Thank you. It needs to be said.
I just gave you the deeper reason. There was no other reason.
No, that's the surface. That's the surface reason. The deeper reason is that Nigeria was not ready. We don't manufacture.
The deeper reason is that Buhari didn't really fully appreciate the dynamism of those documents. That's why.
Not that he didn't appreciate it. He knows, but the country, the advisors told him clearly, we are not yet at a full manufacturing capacity. Therefore, we are going to be a dumping ground, which Eze just said. That's what we're going to be, a dumping ground. People just bring things and dump on us.
But that's the view.
Yeah, but you see, that would only happen when you're not strategic. You see, when you speak about Nigeria, you can't speak about Nigeria without speaking about the whole of ECOWAS. When you're doing these things regionally, then other areas become the most populous. Where if you're talking about the difference between ECOWAS and SADC, the ECOWAS and the East African Union countries, then you'll find the East African Union countries are far larger a market than we are. So with this, you have to think. That's why I'm saying, because I read these documents, and when I saw Buhari's movements throughout those times, I know he didn't understand this thing. Even Tinubu wouldn't understand it, because they don't think properly. They don't think out of the box. They think about Nigeria.
I think one argument somebody made that I found compelling was that they said that Nigeria felt, which I still think is not a very strong argument to block something like that, was that Nigeria felt that in other African countries, because they are more advanced industrially, they will be selling a lot of industrial products to Nigeria, and it will take longer for Nigeria to catch up with their ability to manufacture actual goods. So that was the great. I find that one quite compelling because you can see the dynamics will work against us.
Nigeria was very objective with why they didn't sign initially and later signed after 1 year.
What was it?
What Jim said, we are still not yet ready.
We're not ready.
But why are we not ready?
We know we're not ready now. It's a fact. We're not ready.
But that's the point I just made. In a reverse way, that the others will be able to sell more advanced goods to us. But I still don't think, because what they are doing now is
I don't take that on board as well, father.
Yeah.
I don't accept it.
No, you will not accept it because you are seeing it from the other point of view. You are seeing it that, okay, when they say we are not ready, we are not able to manufacture. It's the same way as saying the other people manufacture better than us. That's the same argument. But
let me just lay down this fact.
I wanted to add 15 seconds. I just wanted to add the second aspect.
Yeah, sure.
The idea that we are trying to block them from selling to us, I find that very un-African or pan-African, because we are currently buying from Europeans anyway. So what is the trouble with buying from fellow Africans? You see that kind of attitude. I really don't see why we do that.
It's very strange. It's very strange. You see, right now, I don't know if you're aware of the IT and what you might call the techno hub in Nigeria, and the kind of monies that Nigerians are raising by themselves on a global market and investing in the startups. Do you know, where you talk about Africa, and you can speak about Ethiopia, you can speak about Kenya, you can speak about Southern Africa in IT circumstances, and the monies that they are picking up is on a joint basis with other European or international companies. But when you speak about Nigerian startups and the hundreds of millions that they are raising, it's all black, it's all African. People who are raising that 100 million is not all soft tech from America. A lot of it is entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the ground raising $100 million over and over and over again, and they're building companies. But we don't see these things because we're not looking for them. But they are there. The examples of us from zero to hero, the examples are too plentiful. What do you mean that we don't manufacture? We're not a manufacturing nation. For us to turn on a manufacturer, it will only take 5 years for us to get there. But there's already a manufacturing base in Nigeria. For when you look at the intelligence of people in the South, and I won't say most particularly in the East, but I would say particularly in the East. If you look at the kind of minds that are there, that will turn things around within a week, they don't need 10 years. They don't need that long. They'll turn it around in a week.
Yeah, that's the problem. Now, then why are we not moving forward? We make all these excuses.
We're not moving forward because we have disbelief in ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves. We're extremely afraid of everything. We backbite. We talk too much. We trip each other up so that we can fall down and everyone can have a laugh. This is the way we behave. We behave awfully to each other. But if we just took a day off and looked at where the grass is actually growing in that thing called Nigeria, we would see that the potential is ever there. It's ever there, no matter how depressing
I must say, a lot of East African countries have begun to make moves already. Like Kenya decided to make it visa-free for all African countries. Rwanda did the same. But Nigeria is just looking at them like, why should I do that? Why? It's like everybody. I don't know why. What is Nigeria waiting for to do that kind of stuff? But
well, you see, already, this is my, if I can, so sorry, Jim, very quickly, and I'll shut up. This is my headache where Nigeria is and where ECOWAS. No, where ECOWAS. You know, we spoke earlier about porous borders. But with the whole idea of ECOWAS is that you can walk anywhere you want to go in the whole of West Africa. That's what it means. You can enter into it, and yet we have so many foreigners in our country that are committing crimes, and we can't get them out, or it's some kind of cross-referencing of policies that don't really make sense for our nation. Because I like the fact that Nigeria doesn't spring to every issue that's going on, because we don't have to. We don't, as you said, we're actually doing Pan-Africanism and not necessarily talking about it. We do need to talk about it, but doing it is more. Doing it is much more, because all these countries that are talking about it, they're not doing nothing really much.
They don't do anything.
There's not one African country. There's not one African country who has come across Nigeria, and apart from the initial finding them a problem, next minute they are mesmerized by the kind of thinking that we have, because we don't think like any other African. We think completely different from them. We're go-getters. We're not here to muck about.
So forefathers, there was a time at the early stage when I joined the conversations where we were talking about between defense, electricity, and some other things, which one was more critical for our government to invest in. If you can remember that conversation a little bit. So I think personally for me, Nigeria at some stage, the whole concept of ECOWAS, starting with ECOWAS, is a good concept. And Nigeria would have been the biggest beneficiary of that ECOWAS initiative, in the sense that imagine if we were developed, if our manufacturing hubs in Aba, Kano, Kaduna, Ibadan were
Nigeria is
unleashed.
the biggest beneficiary from ECOWAS. 70%.
Okay, so but hold on, don't worry. You can rephrase later on. But right now, in my own perspective, I would say Nigeria would have been the biggest beneficiary. I have a reason why I'm saying it. We're not fully maximizing that benefit yet, because number one, we have self-inflicted ourselves. We don't have functional electricity that is capable of unleashing the industrial capacity Nigeria has. Our small-scale enterprises are bedeviled with unnecessary, structural issues, are not letting them develop things that they can take to the sub-regional level. So because of that, Eze, like you rightly know, because of that, our government policy makers, when those documents come to the table of the president, those of them who are clear-headed, they know that, yes, this is supposed to be a good deal. But our people are not ready because we don't have the manufacturing capacity. Therefore, if we don't have it, then people like South Africa, people like Egypt will take advantage, and then we end up being the dumping ground. We don't want to be a dumping ground. But unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation.
But chances of us being a dumping ground is small. I feel like being a little bit selfish and blocking African development, because that's what it is when you are doing that, is actually counterproductive, because you need the continent to start doing internal trading. Because just like we send Zenith Bank to other countries, and they too have a right to send other companies to Nigeria. And I believe over time we'll overcome them anyway. We'll overcome them.
Good point you raised. Do you know the challenges Nigerian businessmen go through to set up businesses in other countries? You see, listen, if you knew how that those countries don't necessarily reciprocate what they want us to reciprocate to them. So, and for a long time, that is the area where Nigeria was nice. We used to be truly the nation that wanted to be pan-African. Others were not reciprocating it. Let me tell you, Senegal, for instance, the former Senegalese president, Abdoulaye Wade, wanted Nigeria, removed from OAU and ECOWAS. Go check the documents. He wanted Nigeria taken off. He didn't like us. So my point is, some of those policies are good, but because of our bad leadership, we haven't positioned ourselves properly where we would, benefit from it, while others will also benefit. If you do those things the way Nigeria is now, Nigeria will struggle unless there's something quickly our government can do to make our businessmen catch up in terms of benefiting. We'll just be a dumping ground, and that's my view.
Nigeria will catch up. Nigeria already manufactures a lot to me. I think, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to correct what
Why did you blank me now? I wanted to put a small thing to Chim now. You blocked my voice, man. It's just small.
Did I block
Get
you?
me?
I didn't block you.
Oh, sorry, if it wasn't you, but my mic was blocked. I beg your pardon if it wasn't you. Sorry, Eze, I beg your pardon. If I can just quickly put this to Chim, just for the sake of realization. Your last statement when speaking about Nigeria looking after itself, and I understand looking after itself first, but Nigeria not taking on this African mantra, as it were. And then your statement just now, they are at loggerheads. That's what I want to say.
No, how? Explain to me, please. Don't be offended, please.
Forefather, I would allow you to explain it to him if you wish.
Because when you said that we should be internal, this thing, we should be inward looking. At the same time, saying that, did you say that you support trading? Because I'm not sure of your position in terms of.
Okay, so here's my position. Let me clarify myself. Maybe maybe the way I said it, you didn't understand it.
Let me quickly put it to you, seeing his forefather doesn't fully remember. You said clearly.
I am capable of explaining myself now. You want to explain what I said?
No, I'm not explaining you.
Let Jaco just say it. It's not going to take long.
I'm not explaining you. I'm just saying, so when you answer, you're answering accurately. You told us that you do not believe in this Nigeria is the giant of Africa kind of terminology, because Nigeria is rather weak and it needs to look after itself. Now, me and a few others came back to you and said, look, Nigeria is of strategic importance to Nigeria, to Africa and the African diaspora in so many ways, and I broke it down to you. Then you spoke about the benefit ECOWAS would have been to Nigeria, and Nigeria would have been the winners of this, based on the thinking of our leaders and understanding how to make an opportunity work for Nigeria. I'm afraid those two are at juxtapositions. Those two issues are,
all right. Let me clarify myself. Let me clarify myself. Okay, so you know,
Jim,
please don't be offended. I know we've kept you waiting.
The narrative is wrong, and I'm correcting you. Nigeria is the biggest beneficiary to the ECOWAS bloc. 70% control of that market in its GDP.
Okay.
Not me saying it. I am not saying it. Go to trade.
Easy. Cotonou, or is that Cotonou or is it Lomé? One of them has a functional seaport that a lot of shipping comes through. Many Nigerians.
It's beautiful.
Hold on now. Sorry, guys. You know what? I like to give you the room to talk. But when I'm trying to talk, don't cut me off, because it makes me lose my trend of thought. It's not nice.
I beg your pardon. I was only backing what you were saying, my brother.
Okay, but it's making me lose my trend of thought when you throw in. Now, remember that a lot of Nigerians shipping things through Cotonou. Do you remember when the Nigerian government closed Nigeria Benin Republic border, and the Beninois president came to Nigeria to beg? Do you know why he was begging that border be open? Because the amount of volume of trade that comes through that seaport into Nigeria is to the benefit of that country. And some of those things that come through there also means we lose certain shipments that would have directly come to us. When I say Nigeria would have, I'm not saying Nigeria is not strategic. I'm not emotional about this. You know, there's this thing about us Nigerians. We may castigate our country, but we know that we don't like it when someone else does it. It's a common trend amongst us. We don't want that to get involved in our fight. I'm not emotional about this thing, trying to say Nigeria is this. Nigeria is great, yes. But Nigeria is also shooting itself on the foot. Because if we had been doing the things we're supposed to do, listen, when America goes to World Trade agreements and shuts down certain things, it is not because they don't see the benefit. It is because they know that they are not prepared. If they allow that trade to go on, China and co will benefit. That's why they will shut it down and say, no, they don't want all those things. They always want to do things on their terms. When they are ready, then you will see them, they will push that thing because they know they will gain from it. I'm saying Nigeria needs to be that self-preserving. Nigeria needs to prepare
but you see, the difference between that is China and co, or India or Russia, are like nations that are competing with this in America. But I don't think America react that way if it was the UK or maybe China or Japan. This in Germany.
Bro, they do. Bro, they do. Depending on who's the president.
I don't know
they
what
do.
example you can give me, because
give you
I
an
wish
okay,
I
okay. So you know that America had the NAFTA before Donald Trump came. Okay, good. Now NAFTA was very liberal. It gave room for Mexico, Canada, and US to almost literally be at par. When Donald Trump came, he canceled that thing and renegotiated all of those deals. Canada was not happy.
But no, I was talking about an example where America was competing with Europeans in terms of canceling deals because Europeans were going to get an advantage.
They do.
The point is, no, that's what I'm trying to find now. But it's not that big. I've seen cases where they take this in the European countries to court, even with the TRIP protocol. They often settle it. But if it was other regions, they will block you. You are not going to get past it because they understand the benefit to their own people versus other people.
So far, but you know that when you're fighting someone, depending on who the opponent is, the strategy you deploy depends on the strength and the way you perceive the person. So when US is fighting France, it will fight it in a different way versus when US is fighting, let's say, Rwanda. It's not going to be
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That we are dealing in Africa. The more any African country does well, chances are it's going to affect us positively, not negatively. You see, that's the thing I'm trying to say here.
I don't know about that, but it's okay. Let me rest.
That's intra-African trade. Wealth will start growing up in Africa. Those African nations will be able to buy our movies, will be able to buy more things that we manufacture, and so many other things. Because if everybody keeps trying to block each other because they are not ready, we are just delaying our progress. That's the way I see it. The Europeans, they know this too. I've watched. See, I've taken time to watch how they settle their TRIP protocols with African countries versus the way they settle among themselves, because that is very dangerous. They will tell you can't invent anything. Because if you invent anything, you are trampling on their intellectual property rights. But if it's between them, you know what they will do? Like I think America had one with Canada. They settled. They will find a way to settle. But if it's other people, they will block you. They will not let you. And you can take them to court forever, and you are going to lose.
So it's not the settlement that is the issue. It's the fact that someone first and foremost will say, okay, to even create the crisis, to say, I'm going to block this. That's the point I'm making. They are blocking it to negotiate their interest. What I'm saying is Nigeria needs to
see if you can understand this micro. Okay. Yeah? See if you can take this micro on board. In the UK, the spend power of 3 million black people is now 20 million pounds. In America, 45 million black people's economy is 1.5 trillion, which would make it the 16th biggest economy in the world. Now, the reason why, unfortunately, we are not able to maximize on our manipulation of our economy is because we give the money outside. We spend the money into the white community, into the Indian community, into the Chinese community, into every other community apart from our own. Now, that means we are. So in the same macro sense, when you talk about the size of Africa, we are doing the same thing, which is spending our money with everybody else except ourselves. It's cheaper for me to fly from London to China than it is for me to go from Nigeria to South Africa. Much cheaper. Why? There's a problem of the way we have our infrastructure. In fact, it is clear we don't have an infrastructure. And there are so many things that come into building an infrastructure that would work for the people of that nation. There is almost no reason why any individual African on that continent should be poor. But we are the poorest. We're the poorest.
I agree with you guys. I'm not disagreeing with you guys, but I just feel you're not hearing me. See,
we are. Honestly, we are hearing you.
I understand we should put Nigeria first on some issues, but when it comes to continental trade, I think that we should start seeing it on a strategic level that African countries need to up their trade level without necessarily blocking it because of our own specific interests.
I agree with you, but you see, let's take the airline industry, for instance. I know we don't have a national carrier. We don't. What we have is a private national carrier. I mean, albeit maybe Air Peace. Now, how many flights does Air Peace conduct from Nigeria into Addis Ababa? How many flights does Air Peace conduct from Nigeria into Cairo? How many flights does Air Peace conduct from Nigeria to Johannesburg? Now, compare the amount of latitude we give those South Africans, Ethiopians, and Egyptian airlines. Go check it and see. But that's the point I am making. The Nigerian government needs to, when it's negotiating these deals, to say, listen, South African Airways, we allow you to do 2 flights into Nigeria every day. You must reciprocate that flight concession to Air Peace, even though Air Peace may not be a national carrier per se, but at least Air Peace is a Nigerian airline. And do the same thing with Egypt, and do the same thing with Ethiopia. But we don't do this. We had a minister of aviation who was giving concessions to Ethiopian airline into Nigeria to the disadvantage of Nigerian airlines. That's the point I'm trying to make. We can't be doing
No,
that
I
kind of
agree with
thing.
you on that kind of level. That I see that in Nigerian, and Nigerians are quite unpatriotic on that front quite a lot.
Forefathers, it goes back to what I said at the very beginning, even before you came in, that if Air Peace was from the core north, he will be pushed. Look at the way they supported Dangote, borrowed him money for the refinery. So the thing is that, see,
but it's not
as long
fair to
as we
say
have
that though. You also have
I will say that this is
Zenith
my own
Bank.
opinion.
You also have Zenith Bank and other things spreading all over Africa. It's not always
Yeah,
about
but
tribe.
yeah, but how can even us as Nigeria? I mean, I do remember. I'm not that young, but I do remember when Nigerian Airways was still running. We've taken it a couple of times as a family to Europe and America, and it was good. But right now, we don't have an airline. Why? Is it because there's no money? And yet, our so-called president is flying all over the place, looking for investment.
Yeah,
At
but my
least
point is that it's not
let's
tribe
start with
based. It's just people that are unpatriotic. They refuse to even buy Nigerian made cars. They refuse to do anything Nigerian.
no, I think it's beyond patriotism. I just still feel that it's beyond patriotism. There's some element of tribalism, and that's one of the problems we see disagreeing with ourselves with Tinubu or Obi or what. See, listen, what people don't understand here, if Tinubu succeeds as a Nigerian president, it's all to our advantage as Nigerians. We can hold our heads high and say, look at my country, look at what our president, even though there was issues with how we got there and all that, it's still to our advantage. But the thing is that the bigotry and the tribalism we have, and even till now,
I
people
don't see.
can see very
There's no
clearly that this
evidence
thing is
of
not
it
working.
because in the in the
Mm-hmm.
southwest there is Proforce. Proforce manufactures armored vehicles that they sell to the UN, and they actually sold some to Belarus just recently. But do the Nigerian government patronize them as much? Why are they not using Proforce to make their vehicles armored vehicles? But they still go to foreign countries to go and do it. That is a southwestern company. So there's not that sells electric vehicles, and Nigerian government will be very, very happy to still go and buy electric vehicles from overseas to bring to the Nigerian streets.
It was on this channel that I got to know about Proforce. I didn't know about Proforce. The only people I know that make cars. This one in
Tone, just a quick one on this whole patriotism thing. I don't know how many of us remember Ambassador Ashiru, who used to be Nigeria's foreign affairs minister. I don't know if any of us were conversant with him.
That name sounds familiar.
Okay, fine. I'm not sure, I might be wrong, but in recent times, that man has been one of the most patriotic and fantastic foreign affairs minister Nigeria has had. Before he's late now. When that man was a minister of foreign affairs, I remember, the way they used to treat Nigerians when we're traveling to South Africa. You needed to see the treatment. And this man decided it was enough. One time, there was something happened in South Africa. He gave an order to Nigeria's immigration. A South African airline landed in Lagos, and immigration officers walked in and said, anybody carrying Nigerian passport, say, come down. Anybody, just mentioned all the other passports, they all came back, and it says, Every other person carrying South African passport, they say this is a true life story. He told the aircraft to carry them and send them back to South Africa. The South African embassy had to come and sit down and start negotiating. And he told them, you can't keep sending my people back home and expect me to welcome your people. So the point
I've never heard of this case. So, do you have any link for it? I would like to share it. Is there any link for it?
I'll go look for it. Don't worry.
Look for Ashiru. Look for Ashiru.
During Obasanjo's time, yeah, it happened.
Yes, the guy.
What happened? Though?
People like that.
I remember
it. Defend the country.
And he said that his foreign policy was Nigerian citizens first. That's the point
Of course, it has to be. No. See, if they are treating us badly, of course we have to be Nigerian first. And in short, even if they are not treating us badly, it's still Nigerian first. But in some areas where like trade and all the other stuff that we also have influence, we are already in many African countries. So we shouldn't necessarily just say until we completely control everything before we allow it to go through. Like free movement now, I don't see the consequence against Nigeria. If people come to Nigeria, it's actually a good thing so that you can get more business. But Nigeria is not even thinking like that. You wanted to say something? Who wanted to say something? I think Jago had his hand up.
Yeah, finish what I was saying. What I'm trying to say is that, see, tribalism, whether we like it or not, let's just start. I want to see a time that I don't want to see Chim as an Igbo man. I want to see, or people who have to change their name or become a Muslim so that they can identify with certain people in power and all that.
Yeah.
We want to start seeing ourselves as Nigerians, which is the most important thing. You and I live in the UK, forefathers. Have you seen even a Scottish man that has a very deep Scottish accent and all that? You can't just start classifying me. So see, you're British first, you're English, and then you're British first, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Let me say this.
Even my guys
somebody
here, hold on, Jack. Even my guys here, I tell them from nursery school, I said, listen, tell them you be Niger, your dad comes from Onitsha. I tell them who their grandfather is, what he has achieved in Nigeria. So you need to start putting, it's all about mindset, and that was what we were talking about earlier, and what Flagship was talking about, us going back to the grassroots and start changing how people think. Because come 2027, a lot of people are still ignorant. They're going to go and sell them another dot, and they will be enslaved again for another 4 years. How long will it continue?
Let me just say this, if I may. Whilst I take on board what you're saying, Tom, somebody asked a pertinent question in the comments. Oh no, they put it, they say that you could be Nigerian without a tribe. And I thought about this, and I thought, no, you can't. You cannot. You cannot be a Nigerian without a tribe and a land as to where exactly geographically you come from in that place called Nigeria. You cannot. Nigerians, that geographical expression is a conglomerate of nations and different beings and peoples. And these different beings and peoples are not going to change unless they are swallowed up by another tribe or peoples. Now, if an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, and a Hausa man, and all in between of us, we collectively constitute Nigerians, but we come from somewhere. And that somewhere where you come from has a history. It's the lack of history that gives us this divorced minds as to who we are as a people, because the Europeans have come in and messed with that. They've messed with it. Now, it's not to say
you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say.
I'm not misunderstanding. I know what you're saying, and it's no. Honestly, wait. Don't think. Wait.
Jagun, can I say something to kind of see? I want to say that currently, if we look at the present state of things and situation, especially based on the last election, I will be fair to say to you that a large majority of Nigerians are not bigots. They are not tribalistic. They are not. I want Yoruba nation, not because I'm a bigot, You understand? I'm telling you that as somebody who wants Yoruba nation, not because I believe Nigeria is a very complex state. But if I look at the last election, I will be fair to say that a large majority of Nigerians are not bigots. When people say go back to the grassroots, educate them, I just look at these people. They're just trying to make things too complex. Because number one, during Abiola's time and Tofa, Abiola won majority of the election in the north and south. Obi, a Christian, won the election free and fair, but they didn't let it count. That shows you that Nigerians they're enlightened, they're educated. You understand? We want the people, those elites, those cabals that are bent on keeping us where we are. They should let go of the stranglehold and let Nigerians live the kind of lives they want to live. They are the ones we should face. A large majority of Nigerians are not bigots. They are not that. Look at all of us on this platform. You understand? So we're not bigots. We're not tribalistic, but they've made us to believe that we are like that because they didn't allow the will of the people truly reflect. And Nigeria would have marched to a much more mature state, citizen, and country, nationhood. If they allow things to take shape the way it should take shape. Look at Rivers State, for instance. It's so unfortunate that a group of people would, regardless of who the people voted for, would because of the resources of the state, keep a stranglehold on the state without minding the will or the aspiration of the people, just because they want to share the prosperity of. And somebody will tell me, Wike did this, Wike did that for 8 years. Only God knows how much money this guy pocketed from the state revenue. Look at all this. It is, how do we get power? How do we let the people's vote count? So that all these ideologies we are all putting out together, people can begin to choose who they want to implement these ideologies for their betterment, for their prosperity. You understand? If you understand, so I think we kind of trivialize things when we say, oh, the people need to be educated at the grassroots. The people need to, as their vote being acknowledged in the first place.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to say something, you do have the
I think
veto
Chima has
power to
posted
speak whenever you want to.
Chima just posted the
Yeah, I've seen it for 2012. Yeah, that's very fascinating that they actually did that. I wish they were doing that, with the recent behavior of South Africans. But you see that in Ghana about 2 years ago, they were making Nigerian traders to pay $1 million. I don't know how that went. I don't know whether Chim can shed light on that, whether they actually went on to pay $1 million, because it looks like they were trying to kind of group together so that they can be able to pay that $1 million to actually be able to trade in Ghana. Does anyone have any information about that? Chim, do you?
I don't know if they paid the $1 million. I heard the story. I didn't fully follow to the end, but can you hear me?
Your audio, your audio is a bit shaky.
I think it's freezing for me.
Yeah, going in and out. Yeah. Okay, this KJ is frozen too.
Can you hear me?
No, KJ is not frozen. He's just sitting very still. KJ, you need to stop it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chip.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
But can you hear me?
Yes, now.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Oh.
He can't hear us, but we can hear him.
He can't hear us.
Yeah.
If you take over when he comes, yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you, but you cannot hear us.
The money that traders in Nigeria was supposed to pay in Ghana.
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
The Buhari administration,
yeah, we can hear you.
Committee that tried to follow up, and they had several meetings. I think the money was later reduced, but I don't know whether even that reduction was paid. But I lost interest when the federal government was not coming boldly to take an action, in that regard. So I didn't follow to the end. But that's at the time I left it, they were supposed to be reducing the money to a particular number, because the argument was that if a Nigerian trader has $1 million to pay, why will he go to Ghana to go and trade in the first place? He can as well set up in Nigeria.
Exactly, and it's supposed to be a live on. But then it looks like then the argument is correct. Then that it looks like towards an election, they use Nigeria as a whipping boy to say that we are tough on Nigerians, and that is a very, very unhealthy dynamic that you see in Ghana. When they do that, then after the election, then everything just dies down again.
Yeah,
That's
but
why we don't hear
black
anything.
people are always tough on other black people. That's what we have seen. They're always tough on other black people. Black nations are always tough on other black nations. They're not tough to the other people. In fact, if you are a white-skinned Filipino, you have more rights in Nigeria than Nigerian people. So that's
I saw this. I don't know. Some people have heard of this lady Ichi Boots in Nigeria, going around in Nigeria, and she was
talk
crossing the
about
Nigerian
it, bro.
border.
Talk about it.
She was crossing the border. I don't think they bother even checking her papers because I don't know whether
My
she caught the
brother,
video, but it looked like they
I
just flagged
became
that through.
hooked. I became very hooked on that lady. I became hooked, man. Yeah,
I'm a bit
but
concerned that they can just race through Nigeria.
She's been coming from Senegal all the way across West Africa on that bike, and largely it's been easy until she got to Nigeria.
Coming from Algeria.
There you go. Now, when I caught her, she was in Ivory Coast before coming into Ghana. Now, when she came into Nigeria, bro, the change in the policing.
I think the intel hit her hard. He hit her hard.
No, there are checkpoints all over. There are checkpoints all over. There are wait, guys, Joe, please.
In Senegal. She got it hard in Senegal.
Let me just run it through quickly from my point of view. You can say yours. You can say yours. You can say yours, my friend. When she came to Nigeria, the level of policing that was now taking place and checkpoints was at a completely different level. It just went high. She herself became sick of it. You understand? But what you did see is the people of Nigeria are beautiful, because the way she's been assisted and helped and liked and loved, a woman on her own on a bike crossing Nigeria or crossing West Africa, fantastic. When she got from the entered into Lagos now to Abuja, this one, it took 2 films of hers that I watched before she got to Abuja, and it was treacherous all the way, but it was extremely pretty in terms of the greenery of Nigeria.
Yeah.
When she got now to Abuja, she left Abuja in order to cross at Cameroon border. The beauty changed to another level. She was in the mountains, near the sky. The comments, I was reading the comments from English people and all people around the world. Oh, Nigeria is so beautiful. I had no idea that Nigeria would have this kind of look. What a beautiful countryside. Oh, if that child that child was so lovely. Oh, that man who helped you along the way, the guy who gave you the cookies, my brother. Nigeria is a beautiful effing country, man. It's only us that aren't enjoying it. Anyone can go to and have a great time. It's only us that are not enjoying that country. Let me tell you, only us.
Not correct. She actually only had that one little problem she had. Otherwise, to be fair to Nigeria, she had a clean passage.
Absolutely, I salute you for underlining that, because that's the truth.
She got it hard.
Even when she got to the point where she was in the east, about to cross the border. She said, they goes, how, madam, how you be? Are you enjoying your journey? She said, yes, I am. Well, apart from the checkpoint, she said, oh, that's a security issue, my darling. This is how it is. And then she herself said, this thing that I'm complaining about is probably for my own safety. Because that guy that got sacked, it was a ruiner. As soon as I saw him, it's laughable, but it was ugly. It was very ugly to see someone asking someone for money in that way. It was terrible. I'm
not sure we should be happy that foreigners come into our country and move from one end to the other without being stopped properly.
No, it's not. You see, that's what we must be happy, because we were representing ourselves. I'm watching it without being able to touch or control anything. So all you can see is what anyone in the world is seeing about who we are. And what they saw about who we are is just underlined by Chim to say we
Yeah,
were
but it doesn't say
fantastic.
we are a serious
Wait.
people.
We were fantastic, all of us, apart from this one individual that spoiled our name. Imagine.
No, I see that one spoiled our name because he was asking for a bribe. But I just feel like the way they were flagging her through the borders were not very safe for us because you don't know who he is. He's just a blogger now. Tomorrow you don't know whether it's somebody that has been sent to come and take out some this thing. Yeah, you don't know who he's. I don't subscribe to that.
But forefathers, a Nigerian has
What
done
would you do differently, forefather? What would you do differently?
What I would do differently is that they should search her properly like the way they do other nations.
I'll tell you,
Other nations, it's very simple.
No,
So they shouldn't search her. Seriously, you shouldn't search her.
No, I'm not saying they should search her.
One of your leaders. How do you know?
My brother, I do not say that they shouldn't search her. Wait, if there's a security, do you know we have to turn it around. Me walking around in this whole planet, and I've walked around this whole planet. I don't want nobody standing in front of me talking rubbish. I don't. So why should I want it for anybody else? It's very wrong.
No.
It's very wrong for you to think of it like that.
If everybody does that, that is fine. But when they are not doing that, they are careful with their own safety. We should also be the same.
I know where you're coming from, but where you're coming from, and I've been like this because I'm an emotional guy just like yourself. Why is it that white people are allowed to enjoy themselves in the world and we are not? That is the crux of the argument where you're coming from. The crux.
Repeat the question again.
More so, even more so than security.
What was the question? Why is it that white people were and we are not?
No, I'm saying emotionally, sometimes because white people are just living a free life in this world, we detract from it. But you see me, I want to live a free life. I want to be a white man, but I live as freely as you can imagine in this world. As freely as you can imagine.
The point I'm making is that when you're going to their countries, you get searched, you get all the, which is the right thing to do because you have to keep your people safe. But why is it that our own people don't take due care when they see foreigners in our country, just wave them through? Let me finish this point. Let me finish this point.
Has done the same thing.
Let me just finish the point I'm making. Let me finish. Sorry, look, I will let you talk after I speak. Please, let me just finish the point I'm making.
She's showing you.
Good. That's a good point. However, if you look at most of the documentaries they make, they come into African countries, go into our villages, take pictures of our people. It's like there's no human being there protecting our people at all. I've seen Chinese people come to Africa, make our people act stupid, then they will go and start laughing at us in their country.
Hold on.
We allow people into our countries too much.
This video is not live video. This video are recorded, edited, then shared. You understand?
Fair
so
point.
When they want to edit,
we don't know what
what they know will not favor them and put something else out there. You understand? Even there was a time, I think it was in Senegal, she was accosted and her camera was seized. You get my point? The period that they went through her camera to check what was the content of camera, she didn't post it. But she only showed them just harassing her and confiscated her camera. And later, the video just edited and showed when she was on her way, leaving them. Oh no, I think no, that was even the last shot. Was the last scene of debacle with what's called the Senegalese police or whatever. After they see the camera or whatever, I think we didn't see what happened next. You see, let me tell you one to them. You see these guys, white, whatever. There's a narrative. You understand? Nobody can just wake up. You never chop a you never pay this for us. No, I want you to carry back. I want to go Africa. Go where you see your money from. They say it's charity that is donated for her. To do what? To ride just the buy fuel, ride all over everywhere. Charity that's supposed to be humanitarian. Charity they give you money to ride bike. Then you can't leave your bike for one country. You can't enter motor.
That's a funny way to look at it.
That's what she's saying.
Charity they give you money to ride bike.
Yeah, exactly. Then you leave your bike that's for you will not leave your bike. Then you can't enter the plane. Go back to your country. Go buy the parts. Ship and come. You understand? Come put them for the country for Africa. Repair them. They move ahead. Like which charity does that?
I think we should be a little bit more paranoid about foreigners.
But do you know that she had
because
all
they
her
are paranoid about
papers?
us.
Or
Hold on, see.
you see, this is
Yes.
important. Wait, local. This is important. Forefather, she
Another thing is
had
this, right?
all of her necessary papers. So unless you're saying that they should harass her unnecessarily, or
Oh no,
unless
I'm
you're
not saying
saying
they
that,
should. No, not harass. Just check.
Hold on first now.
they've
Forefather,
checked.
listen.
She's got
Forefather,
everything in
listen.
order. She'll be
Decide
on board
that-
now. She's not going to be
They
crazy.
are checking the paper, but they need to check what she's carrying.
You should be asking for father.
Decide that
They are not checking what she's carrying. They are not checking the bike. They are not checking
Forefather,
anything. They don't know who she is.
The
Decide
question
that
to ask
she's
is, what
decide
are
that
we
they did
hiding
the right thing.
that they have not
She
seen?
did not post it. Don't you get?
What are we hiding that have not seen?
Decide
What's the
that
thing?
they did the right thing. She didn't post it. How common sense that think for yourself, brother.
Okay, she didn't
Decide
post when they were
that they
searching
did the
her.
right
Then
thing. She didn't post it.
yeah, it doesn't seem like that. Though those guys were very happy to wave her through
No,
for
listen,
some
no,
of
no,
the
no,
listen.
No.
Decide, right, that they checked her papers, that they had conversation with her, explaining herself that okay, I did visa on arrival. You said that's what I applied for. So I will definitely get, because she was on her way to Abuja to get her papers
That's right.
done.
That's
She
right.
had
For
documents
her
to
papers
prove that.
done for her to get
Just
into
hold on now,
Cameroon.
I will listen. If you don't listen, you won't get the point. Just listen.
I understand. I was watching it
You
myself,
know
my
what
brother.
she was doing, right? She already had papers showing that she will get her papers done correctly when she gets to Abuja. She chose Abuja. So I was wondering, coming from Ibadan, why not use Lagos? But because of she coming from outside the country, she chose Abuja. Everybody was like, capital of the country will be the safest place. So she chose Abuja. You understand? But the thing is, documents showing that yes, she has done all what she has to do. Then she's on her way to get to a destination to get her papers correctly checked or done, whatever. That is what she's doing. So those parts that she's having conversations with the immigrations, border control officers, she didn't post those parts. You understand? Our borders are not open like that. So, but these guys are coming here on a narrative. Trust me, not because they like us well, way of say yes. He said, trust me, they came for a purpose. It might not be so bad that much, but like tell me now. So upon this insecurity in the country, so everybody just the immigrations and customs will just leave border open. You just drive through like that. What about the immigration officers at Benin Republic to check you first before crossing to Nigeria? Where are those ones? She didn't post those ones. The one in the side of Nigeria that will receive you before allowing you to go through, she didn't post those ones.
Yeah,
You just see her on the road.
if she goes to Egypt like that, she will be stopped far more. Egyptians don't
No,
take
even she
nonsense.
go to Egypt, she won't still post it.
Oh no, she will. The Europeans that go to Egypt, like they do all this some of all this stuff, they post the video because the Egyptians don't take nonsense. Like don't start videoing our structures like that because they don't trust.
But
guys,
let me tell you,
but
the
guys,
post that she will post, then she will post
but
it like
guys-
as if they harassed her, something like that. That is where she will post it like. That's why I
Whichever
said
one she
the one
posts.
they did. Hold on, the one they did in Senegal, right? It took as a harassment because they seized her camera, checked it first before allowing her to go. But the one she posted was like it seemed as if they were harassing her and they seized her camera. That was the narrative she posted. Do you get my point?
About
the one that
Nigeria? About
Sorry?
Nigeria?
No, Senegal.
About Nigeria?
Senegal.
Okay.
You get my point? She posted it as if they harassed her and seized the camera. That was narrative she gave out there. You understand? But what happened when they gave her camera back? She didn't say it.
Yeah, she's not going to say it now because what she wants to report is the fact that they took her camera. Like the one in this in Egypt, the guy took his camera. They didn't even let him bring cameras into. They held the camera at the airport. He had to use on his phone to video. This
That one is airport.
Okay, the land border. To be fair, it should be the same thing because these people. What you have to understand is that Egypt is an ally of the West. They give them billions every year, more than us, and yet they don't even trust them. Why are we the ones that should trust them?
You didn't get the point. Look, if you listen to what I'm saying, it's not that we trusted them. The video you are
Move on to
watching
something
is
else,
showing you
please.
as if we trusted
Ah,
them.
we trust them on the way we
No,
behave.
it's the video you are seeing.
Our officers are willing to take 50 and forget about it. Yo, please.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Let's move on to
Okay,
something
fair point.
else.
Because the way people we're talking is that Jagun was saying it that nobody stops them. They can come. They shouldn't even be stopped
It's the
necessarily.
video you
It's
saw.
a good
It's the
thing.
video
No,
you
no,
saw.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I was just giving you a picture of what happened across Nigeria and what Nigeria looks like, and the fact that we as a people don't really know Nigeria. We only know the regions that we're from and the nearest capital city. That's what we know of the country.
Let's focus. Let's go
Unlike
back to this
myself,
economic conversation and forget that
I've
woman, please. That woman
I've
Oh,
is
tried. We will. We will.
you can sit it out now.
We will.
Elder,
We
you can
will.
elder Chim, you can sit it out. When this stuff is done, we will get back. Please go ahead.
Abil. So, someone like me, I've traveled the West, the whole of the West. I've been to the East. I've been to the Port Harcourt. I've been to the North. I've been Central. And when you travel across Nigeria, you get a real understanding, one, of how big the country is, how massive it is, and two, and very most importantly, how beautiful our nation actually is. And I think sometimes, unless you have this viewpoint, you don't even begin to understand your patriotism. You don't know what you're fighting for.
Yeah, Nigeria is beautiful, that eastern
You have no
Nigeria,
idea.
that Taraba, Cameroon, all of those
Yes,
areas. My
all that
God,
border there.
man.
It's a highland.
My
You're
God,
you're
it's a
right
totally
next to
different
the
area.
sky. It's not no joke, and it's
I don't,
green
I,
as
I don't
hell,
know. I
and
don't
it's
know what
different
happened
levels
to
of
this
green.
to the southwest of Nigeria, the south, those areas. They are really,
No,
they
no,
are
those
really,
areas are beautiful as well. All of those
but they
areas
are
are
different. They
beautiful.
are very, very different from those other upland
No, it
areas.
doesn't. If you go to, there are parts of Ibadan. If you go to Oyo State is a If Ondo
Yeah,
State,
but it's
my
very
state,
different though.
it's just magnificent. Ondo, Edo, and the Delta. These three states are, for me, the most green and the most productive states in that country in terms of the greenery and the timber that is there. We still have our forests. There are not a lot of states in Nigeria that can boast that they still have the forest. Most forests are cut down to the ground.
Yeah,
We still have them.
most of the south actually still
No,
does have their bushes
they also
around.
have been to the east. In the
The
southeast,
southeast is
they
a
have
little bit hard because they're quite populated in the southeast.
no. For they have it. They have it there. Trust me, lots of it. They have it there.
Ah.
Yes, trust me, they have it. The
I
problem
don't
about
remember seeing so
Southeast, right?
much
So the
bushes
problem
in
of
the
Southeast,
southeast.
right? They like to concentrate themselves in one place that is bubbling. Just that, and just one
Are
bubble.
you sure?
Trust me, go to Mbise in Owerri. Maybe you see massive arable land. You shock.
You have
Trust
to
me,
have
go
it.
to Mbise in Owerri.
I didn't know that because if you look at their population itself and look
No,
at
they
the
are much.
area, that's a
But
lot of population.
they mostly concentrated in one place, a spot. Like not like okay, we are much. Okay, let's spread. No, they spread in the state. They can only spread to other regions, like other states. They spread in their own side. No, they also like that. Oricha or Opiweka will die there. But
There are two southeasterners at least here. Yeah, here talking as if. We have to be careful the way we talk about this one.
No, if he is here, Chim is here. Tell me if I lie.
So you talk now. I don't know what you talk.
Chim, I didn't say your state. I don't say Abia. Yeah, but at least I know of that Enugu, Owerri. Where those I know at the back of my palm. But for Abia, the only thing I know about Abia, I think Abia carry award for the most dirty state in the country. Very dirty, that time, but maybe by now they already try.
But not dirty past Lagos, so it's still not dirty past Lagos.
No,
no, it could be as dirty as Lagos, man.
Wait, you shock me? No, hold on. What you shock me for Abia? Like they put dump for center of Meru as in dump keep.
I still wonder how Lagos feeds itself. All that millions of people. It's a miracle, Some things. How many millions? More than 10 million people fed. That's not easy.
Brother, the thing is, Lagos, outside of those horrible shanty towns that we call state,
orientation.
Lagos is green. If you going to Ekpe, that side, you see, you not even believe that you're in Lagos. It's green, it's lush. The beaches are, it's crystal water because it's not getting that pollution that the Lagos beaches are getting. Green, sands. Bruh, we don't know our country. We don't know it. We're
Yeah.
just stuck in complaints.
What can we say now? We will try to know it now. Well, you see, the problem is that we are so a kind of too busy trying to survive hardship, so we don't take care and explore. We don't even look at our environment much, and
No, we don't, bro.
that's why we don't. Because if you look at it, like you said, there are some parts of Nigeria that is just breathtaking. You know, the open plains and everything, but we don't care. You know, it's
So
recently
who
you
is
hear that
this
some people
we?
go hiking and
Purpose,
all.
purpose, when you say we don't, who is this we?
It's like me now. When I go to Nigeria, do I care about sightseeing? I'm going there for specific things, business.
Who do you think?
Real
Who do you
talk,
think it
man.
is responsibility to sell Nigeria? Whose job is it to sell Nigeria?
Our responsibility, my responsibility too. See, I agree with you to an extent, but to be fair, I feel like we have so many things to worry about that. For me, I barely have time to,
And we just really have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth. Do more Nigeria. Because as I said, you see, the way when we were young, we used to go to Nigeria with our parents, and they will cosset us. Oh, don't do this, don't do that. I said, what the hell are we here for? Just to stay in the house? Is that why we're here? That's me as a child. So as I'm growing, I'm investigating. I'm investigating by myself. I'm not standing still. What for? There's a big country I'm in that I don't know enough about. So I travel by myself in car. You have to understand what I go on in your country. You know, me, I'm not. There was enough times that people wanted to rob me or do this, but I don't come from the school where I have to be afraid because I know what it is to be a human being and I know what you're after. I'm just not afraid. Now, it's not to say that things can't happen to you, but that you cannot use your life with that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't.
I think we really, I really like those areas, you know, that are really, there's so much beauty in Nigeria that man, it's a shame we never had time to
It's a
enjoy it
shame.
yet.
Come on, let's be serious.
Okay, so if I could just say something on this. Yes, Nigeria is beautiful. Lots of fantastic scenery. Now, I was recently on LinkedIn watching an advert. They used this guy, wasn't it, Trevor Noah, to do it. And Trevor Noah was literally using the comical approach to sell South Africa. And I commented on that because I've been in marketing and branding for a while. Nigeria is not doing a good job of selling itself. Whether it is our foreign affairs ministry or the tourism board or whoever it is, people are supposed to sell what Nigeria offers in terms of tourism that will encourage other people to say, let's go and see what this tourism in Nigeria is all about. There are lots of places. These things are not being done. It's not only GE and Nike that does branding. Nations also do branding. And I think that one of the nations in Africa that has branded itself so well, South Africa and Rwanda has followed. You see Rwanda branding itself
And
on
I think Ghana too has done quite a good job of branding itself too. Ghana is on that one.
I don't even think Ghana. I don't think Ghana. No,
No, I think
what
you're
has
right.
helped Ghana
I think
is
you're right, forefather.
I think what has helped Ghana is the sentiment of Ghana being like a motherland. You know, all these Black Americans, they always want to go to Ghana. It's not that the Ghanaians marketed themselves.
Pre-slavery and slavery shit, something like that.
Yes,
is
but
it local?
if you
Local.
go to
That's the
South
one you want to
Africa
come in on there.
and see what South Africans are doing in terms of selling South Africa. Look, the South African government brands South Africa like as if South Africa is a company. They brand South Africa. The Nigerian government doesn't do that. The last time we probably did anything close to this was when Jerry Ghana used to be the Director General of MAMSA. Since after that time, I don't think any government has painstakingly taken an interest in projecting Nigeria.
You see, the thing about tourism, the thing about tourism is that it's almost like if tourism was like oil industry, it would be a downstream in the part. It's like almost a lot of other things have to be taken care of before you can enhance, go for tourism, because you have to have security, you have to have good infrastructure, you have to have a lot of other things in place. Then tourism comes in. This is why Nigeria, because the other base ones haven't been done, it's very hard to go tourism in the
You are
context of
quite
Nigeria.
right. You are quite right, forefather. But I must say this: during Ebele Jonathan's time, he had a a minister of tourism. I think he was first the minister of ports. I can't remember his name. He was from the east, and this guy and his assistant that was with him, they and you can still search it online. They had a campaign called "Fascinating Nigeria," and it was the right term. Now, if you looked at how they were selling Nigeria, I'm telling you, all of us would be proud. You know, sometimes Nigeria does something that should be done, but they do it in such a shoddy way that you can't respect it. These guys put together a campaign, and I was involved in this at some level, that actually did sell Nigeria extremely well. But unfortunately, he was out of office as soon as Abele Jonathan lost the election to Buhari, and that was the end of that. But I must underline that when it comes to tourism, after whatever your natural resources are and your economy, it can add anywhere up to 50% onto your economy. It is that powerful, and the level of tourism that we can be associated with in a country called Nigeria is phenomenal, really, really phenomenal. But we're not doing it because we're not at that point. It's such a shame.
Maybe Nigeria, do you think that maybe Nigeria is not may never be a tourist heavy economy in terms of like the UK now? I don't know how big tourism is compared to the UK economy, yeah, or even America. America has a lot of tourism, but compared to the size of its economy, is tourism very massive? You see what I mean?
Tourism is massive in the States. Tourism is massive. The city that gets the most tourism in the whole planet is Paris, France.
You see,
The
is
most
disproportionately high,
the
yeah.
most comers, and then it breaks down around Europe, Far East, and the Caribbean, and all these kinds of destinations. On African terms, it's Southern and Eastern Africa, and then Egypt. You understand? And Morocco. Whereas Nigeria had as much as any of these nations to boast about.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, definitely.
we're just not ready.
But we are not going to be a Bahamas though. I'm not sure we will be a Bahamas or like Zanzibar or stuff like that. But the reason why I say this is because some nations have other reputation, like Germany. Now you can't expect Germany to compete with Zanzibar. You see what I mean? Is that our fate
It
that
depends
we are
what for.
never
It depends what you're selling. You see,
in
don't
terms of
you can,
tourism?
no, in terms of the type of tourism, on the whole coast of of Nigeria, ecotourism would be the greatest tourism that enters initially into Nigeria. And because the Delta
What would you
regions,
call ecotourism? What is ecotourism?
ecotourism is when people are coming to look at the ecology of the area or nation, and they
Like
are
maybe the
participating.
environmental, the greenery, the
Yes,
whatever, just
yes,
natural.
they are now participating in setting up small infrastructures, schools, and things like that. Because ecotourism accounts for 52 billion in just ecotourism alone, not the whole tourism.
Would that
So
include something like safari and stuff like that? Is that
that safari is a different level still. But if
because
you go
the
to the
Kenyans
Maldives
have got
or
that lockdown. Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, they've locked those
yeah, but
ones
they
down.
didn't do it, did they? It's not the. You see, when we look at Kenya or East Africa, and we look at South Africa, we must understand that these were settler nations. So infrastructures were put in there because the Oyinbo was staying there for real, for real. The Lagos was known as the white man's grave because they used to just come to Nigeria and die like flies because of Tetsi and mosquito. Used to be killing them anyhow. You understand? Until medicines were developed, they then were able to stay. So when you speak about the infrastructure of a country like South Africa and them selling it, it's easy for them to sell something that the white man has already built for them. They built all this infrastructure years ago. You understand?
Yeah.
Whereas Nigeria is strictly us. There's no complications.
About
strictly about
that
us.
mosquito thing, recently I went and actually checked why. What is the purpose of sickle cell? I went out because I know that sickle cell is very bad when you have it, double and you become ill. But it turns out that sickle cell is very good at killing mosquito that gives us malaria. So it means that there are parts of our population that are almost technically immune to malaria
No,
because
it
of
doesn't kill. It doesn't kill the
they recover
mosquito.
faster.
What it is? The
It
mosquito.
kills the this thing. What they call it is the stuff
No,
that
no.
gives
What
us
what the
malaria.
mosquito does?
It's called
Mosquito
because
doesn't
plasmodium.
swallow bad
Plasmodium.
blood. Mosquitoes only swallow blood of a healthy host. So if somebody is not healthy, the mosquito would sense that and not bite them because they don't want poison in them in their
No,
malaria.
but it's not about. I don't think it's about the biting. I think so. I think the people with
No, this is a
sickle
fact.
cell.
Go and look it up. It's a fact what I'm saying. No,
Hold on now. So the people who have sickle cell, when the plasma comes in, because of the nature of their blood, it doesn't stay to cause malaria. The system flushes it off. But
flushes
those
it
who are
out. Okay.
AA, you get this. Your blood is thick or whatever. I'm not a medical person, so pardon me. It
Oh boy,
holds it and stays it
can sick
and causes
malaria. I
sickness.
don't know where.
Yeah, they recover faster. The ones that have sickle cell can overcome it faster than the ones that don't have it. That with the sickle cell type, not the full blown sickle cell, but if you have the genes, you are more likely to recover from it. Hence, why we survived in this
You
region.
don't even have malaria. Even sickle cell people hardly even have malaria.
Yeah, now I begin to see why some people don't get malaria. And sometimes I will be like somewhere and I will be beating like crazy, but they will be with me. They don't have any spots on them. I was like, how does that even happen? Now I begin
But
to understand that some
let's
people are
not move
different.
away from the conversation. I think for me, the
Mm.
tourism issue about Nigeria is not so much about if Nigeria is a tourism destination, but let's sell the nation, because when you sell it in a positive light, that's what tourism does. It gives room for investors to say, "Oh, this place is actually a nice place to go and invest." That's why. Have you asked yourself why the typical Caucasian goes to Eastern Africa more than they come to West Africa?
Okay,
They go more to
see,
the eastern part of
Jim,
Africa.
let me tell you
I've
one
said
simple
that
thing.
now.
Yeah?
Because they control that area now.
Hold on. You don't
Yeah, the
even
climate is different. Everything is
Nigeria
different over there.
Nigeria is too
need to
problematic.
sell. See, you don't even need to
Beyond
sell
so
Nigeria.
Simple.
okay,
You don't
beyond
get it.
problematic,
You don't.
beyond
You
problem.
don't
It's
need.
not okay. So, for instance, hello guys, let's be honest. Before Boko Haram started thriving in Nigeria, there was El Shabaab between Sudan, Kenya, Uganda. There was El Shabaab. I worked in East Africa for a while. There was El Shabaab ravaging that
There
place.
still is.
No,
There
it's
still
still
is
there.
El
It's
Shabaab.
still there.
Go there.
No. The
No,
white
you
people were
see,
there already because of
have
the
you been to?
environment.
This is it. Have you been to these countries? Because you see,
I've
when
been
you
to
go to North Africa, you go to Southern Africa, you go to Eastern Africa. It's clear why they're there. The air and the heat in East Africa is not what we're getting in West Africa. West Africa is far hotter, far wetter. You understand? It's muggy for the Oyinbo to be in West Africa.
You have tsetse fly. You have
Yeah,
mosquito.
whereas to be in East
All of them
Africa,
are.
you're in a different.
guys, this is
Why aren't you
because
listening?
I hear you. Oh, I hear you. I agree with you. But see, what the point I'm making is this: these are human things that developmental indices can solve. If we clean up our environment, if the government was building good roads and good drainages, these things will vanish.
Mosquito the UK. Mosquito the UK.
Mosquito Day Canada. Mosquito Day Canada here where I did. So what are
Exactly.
we talking about?
Mosquito that is in the UK don't have self-respect. They every time they come out, they are thinking, what is the point? This
But
place is too cold.
mosquito in Canada is unarmed. They don't get arms like the one
Yes,
for
now.
Nigeria. No. The one for
Actually,
Nigeria
please,
are
when you
fully
know,
loaded.
They'll be dragging away with you in Nigeria like crazy.
No, but see, like what I'm trying to say, selling Nigeria, you don't need effort. You don't need anything from the government to even sell Nigeria. You
you
understand?
do, you do.
But hold on first. Like you taking the okay, maybe you see social media, they like, or maybe like Turkey, they sell their destination, do adverts with like, yeah, nice place, beach scene, good air, Turkish Airways. The same thing with Qatar Airways, this and that, Saudi Arabia, whatever. In Nigeria, no need. We don't even need that. Just first
No,
give us
I
like
don't
hold
agree,
on,
Loco.
hold on first. Just give us less 247 first, right? And still the investment it will attract. People start doing things, manufacturing things, producing things, right? And be selling. People will come. Not in the country right now, right? But people are still going. You understand? The population is even the investment they're even banking on. You understand? They're not doing anything manufactured. They're only doing anything like they're only going there for consumable investment. Like there's a population there in Nigeria, so let's go there and sell consumable stuff. Then the population will
Can
give us
I ask a question then?
oh, hold on first. Hold on. You understand? I'm talking about people, white people that flew into Nigeria right now. Pharmaceutical companies are living right now, right? But people are not going there for to sell goods that are consumables, not like drugs, like anything entertainment now, food, drinks, and whatever, what have you. That tends goes towards social life. You understand? But saying that we should come and start doing maybe adverts, you'll be seeing destination, go to Budukacho rant, this
No,
and
no,
that.
no.
We
We
just
need it. We need the whole thing, bro. Don't
no hold
give
on.
us.
You're still not getting
Don't
my
give.
point.
You see the level where they talk.
See,
The level. No,
I'm
no.
complaining right now
Local,
because hold on.
P. The level where they give us now. The level where go take us to Bushman level with that.
See,
We
you're still
want
not
to
getting my
do the
point.
correct
You're still not
one.
getting my
We don't want
point.
to do that sheep shab one way they talk. I just want to
My
say
point
also
is that
flagship. It's
okay, you
great
don't
to
allow
see
me
you
to talk.
here at this
Hey.
midnight tour. I don't know what in your wife allow you to stay up late tonight
No,
too.
hold on, my brother. See. What I'm trying to say is no. What I'm trying to say is this. See, look, companies are living in Nigeria right now, right? Why? Because man, the power generation right now is dwindling, and is getting into their pockets. You understand me? Before then, when we have the Dunlops, the Michelin, the Leventis, and all that stuff, how many adverts have you seen about Nigeria talking about greenery, mountains, Olumo Rock, whatever? It is not there. Galloping Pyramid, it's not there. It's the
But
economy.
Loco.
The
No,
economy itself, because the economy was
can I
booming,
say something? Let me
because the
speak
economy
up.
was booming, people were coming.
Loco, let me say, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Come through, bro. Come through.
Nigeria, tourism in Nigeria was very, very big at a certain point.
But you hadn't seen any adverts.
There were adverts.
No.
There were adverts. I know what I'm talking about. There were lots of adverts, and that's why they flocked the areas. From Obudukado Ranch, Yankari Game Reserve, Lomo Rock, and recently they started
Yankari.
Right, Yankari Game Reserve.
Yankari Game Reserve in the north.
Yeah. All of these places were deserted once insecurity started creeping in, and largely due to poor management, which is Nigeria's biggest problem.
Exactly, poor management.
We are very bad at management. You could set it up for us, keep it running good. The moment you hand it over to us to manage, it goes down, it dies.
Yeah.
That's right.
You know, and that's where we need help in. If we can have people with the right mindset of good management.
Exactly.
Right,
I said, not the, I said, sorry, flagship. As I said, not the adverts, like you see, whatever. It's the management. Look at Obudukato Ranch. What ran it aground? The people there, people were coming to lodge in the place. They were taking the money, give to the government. The government were even owing the workers in that place. They didn't do adverts. I'm talking about Obudukato Ranch. No adverts. You understand? What about this other place in Calabar? Not
Obudu.
Oh, is it Obudukato Ranch?
Obudu.
You understand her? So like they complained. They were making money, giving to the government. The government were even owing them salary, using the money for something else. But they were not doing adverts. So like I said, when maintenance is going good, we are going well, people are coming, it will sell itself. That's what they say. They'll tell you good stuff sell itself.
But you must understand. You must understand the issues. Sorry, flagship. I do beg your pardon. You haven't spoken a lot, and we need to hear your voice. I beg your pardon for interrupting.
Sit down and listen to you guys after this. Just
let him finish, please. Jack, let him finish.
Do you know that we have resorts in Nigeria? Have you heard about them?
Resorts.
I have, and I know where you're going because that's where I was going to go.
Too many resort centers.
Oh yeah,
we don't hear about them because nobody talks about them. There is one in my state, Abraka. There is a beautiful resort there that you can walk up.
Abraka Beach. I grew and there. Don't worry.
You see what I'm saying? The Ethiop River is there. Has a lot of history. The few people that I've known and heard about these places, when they come, they are wild when they see it, but they can't stay due to the insecurity. And now individuals. I have a friend here in Atlanta where I live. It's from my place. He has a resort there in Abraka, and I know how hard he works to keep his resort going. The hotel, trying to expand it, get the beach and everything going, but it needs publicity. And he was just talking about going on social media, publicizing the entire place. But the biggest concern, again, is security and being able to enjoy your time there. You see, 10, 15, maybe 20 years ago, it was great. It was good. But right now, it's not. I mean, you can't.
Let me ask you one question.
It was never great. It was never great, and neither was it even good.
90s.
But it was there. If I can talk about this Abudu, because I just leading on from where Flagship landed. Let me just local. Let me just quickly.
No. There's no international.
Let me quickly say this.
It was the maintenance that took us there. Where's of the
month? Can you imagine what it would look like when you put it out there?
Sorry?
Can you imagine what it would look like if you advertise it?
No, but with our population at that time, it was still booming.
You see, none of these things, these industries that we're speaking about can really work to the highest function. And it largely is because of what Flagship has said. It is the lay of the land, the insecurity, the whole thing that failed that Abudu. There's another resort right next to Abudu Ranch, and it leads up into the mountain areas of Calabar into Taraba. And I've forgotten the name of this thing. Now, it was a big push. They spent a lot of money there. The government themselves spent money there. But in between getting out of the world and East, that was highly in a state of flux at the time, the thing collapsed. It was never going to win because you have to go through that part in order to get to that territory, to Calabar State. Yes, Calabar State. Because Calabar State is another most beautiful state.
There's no Calabar State, though.
You want that again?
There's no Calabar State.
It's Cross River.
What do you mean, my brother?
Cross River. There's no Calabar State.
I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Want that again?
The area. Thank you for that. You're quite right. In my mind, it was just Calabar. I know it began in Calabar, and that whole area of rivers, cross rivers, is just lush, really, really green, tropical green, with great beaches, and then a mountainous region, and then they've got this Nollywood film complex there that no film has been produced in. They spent a whole heap of money. You know, it doesn't matter where you're talking about in Nigeria. Every single state has the tourism effect. Every single state, for one reason or the other.
We had the old Gongola state. I think that was where they had the Argungu fishing festival. And I remember some of our neighbors back then from the UK used to fly in for that festival, that fishing festival. You know, but right now you can't move around Nigeria because everybody's scared of being kidnapped. You know, for a ransom.
So one point I want to make, you know, in addition to what Flagship said. So it's one thing to have those tourist centers. It's another thing to make local money from it. It's another thing to project those things for international patronage. Our problem is that we have stuff we don't develop to create the ambience that will make it appetizing for someone to visit. I wish Forefather could play this Trevor Noah's this thing. I mean, those of us who have been to South Africa or gone to Dubai. When I went to Dubai for the first time, I came back and I said, there is nothing in this UAE that is not in the northern part of Nigeria. There's absolutely nothing.
There's nothing you can do with Africa.
Eh?
Nothing we cannot do in Africa. We can do it.
Exactly.
So
The fact is, there's even more. Actually, there's even more in the country that you call Nigeria than that Dubai that they're talking about. That Dubai,
I got there.
Are simply deserts with buildings in them. But ours is not a complete desert.
Listen, Jago, the desert, they made me go on a desert ride. And I
Yes, me too. I've done it all, bruh.
This could have been
I've done all that.
This could have been Maiduguri.
Those
what am I doing here?
those what's it called? Sand dunes.
Exactly.
It's just that sand dunes. Period.
You know,
just
so for my
sand
point, I think we still need to brand and sell the country. If we get the right heads who will put those things in the most attractive state that will make an international person want to visit. Okay, he's playing it. Let him play it.
Yeah. But let me ask you this, and you can answer now or after. Do you think that right now Nigeria, it's like if you were in the Ministry of Tourism, they created that ministry, would you know what you're doing in that ministry, given the state Nigeria is in right now?
Okay, let me allow him play this thing, and then I will answer.
Sure.
If forefathers can play it for us.
Hi, I'm Trevor
Thank
Noah.
you, forefather.
I'm South African. And because I'm South African, people from all over the world insist on asking me questions about South Africa. So I decided to make an ad to answer some of those fascinating questions. Like, how cold and snowy is your Christmas? Well, Tracy, unfortunately, we can't afford snow. Nah, I'm just playing. We're in the Southern Hemisphere, which means when it's freezing in Connecticut, it's fantastic in Cape Town. Klaus sent me this one. Can you play golf in South Africa? Well, Klaus, we actually have some of the finest golf courses in the world, but judging by your 37 handicap. Can you play golf? How many stars are your 5-star hotels? Brian wants to know, can I meet the lions? Well, I don't know if you want to meet them, but you can see them on safari. And get this, it's not just lions, Brian. We've got everything. There's elephants, there's rhinos, there's giraffes, there's buffaloes, there's leopards. Come on, man, expand your horizons. Ostriches. Is South Africa fun? Is it fun? Are you even watching this commercial, Michelle? Paragliding, bungee jumping, surfing, river rafting, shark cage diving, hot air balloons, hiking, cycling, wine tasting, whatever this guy's doing. Does that not look like fun to you, Michelle? Does that not look like fun? So, now that I've shown you South Africa, my only question is, when are you coming to experience it for yourself?
Where's Jago? Jago's gone.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Okay, so what was the question again, so that I don't assume I heard you properly?
Okay, well done. Well done. I just wanted to ascertain from you, given the state that Nigeria is in, if a ministry of tourism was created and you were to head that ministry up in this time period that we're in, under Tinubu's government, how would you construct your ministry? Do you think you'll be able to? That's my question.
Okay, so my number one answer is there is a ministry of tourism. There is actually a ministry of tourism. So it's not like that we're trying something we already have a ministry of tourism. That's one. Number two,
absolutely,
the job of the minister of tourism is not necessarily to be the one doing the legwork. Your job is to understand what are the best opportunities you have in your country that you can sell, and sit down with technocrats and people, and even cooperate with the private sector and see how you can position that sector to such a way that people can come in and spend money and patronize what you have. Now, it doesn't have to be everything. You can pick strategic ones and start with initially. For instance, like the Obudu Cattle Ranch, which is owned by the Cross River government. What I will do is to partner with them, see how we can clean up that place and create an enabling atmosphere for people to come in there and enjoy it, and we get the money from it. And there are other ones. Right now, we have a landscape of beautiful sceneries that are not well developed. They're not in a position that will attract people to come into it. For instance, Yankari Game Reserve, I don't know how functional it is. I personally think that place needs to be cleaned up. These are some of the things, if I'm a minister, I will first and foremost do. It's stage by stage. What I will accomplish today, the next person will come in and ride on it. Our problem is that we don't define where we are. We want to do everything in one day. No.
Good.
Go in. If your job right now is to clean up, put up good policies, do that, and create an enabling atmosphere that subsequently whoever comes in can take the next step. That's the way government works. Government is a continuum. It doesn't end in one day.
Fantastic. Let me. I think that was a good answer. Now, a really good answer actually. I would want to continue the question, given the area that you spoke about in terms of the Cross River region. I don't know if there is a direct flight, international flight to Cross River. I think not. How would you get over the fact that you have to go through a lot of the time if you're coming from Abuja or if you're coming from Lagos, as a holiday maker?
Sorry. There's also Tinapa. Tinapa, I remember.
Yes,
Tinapa is the name. Tinapa, well said.
Okay, so Jago. People coming to Nigeria, yes, it's good if we have multiple entry points. I'm one of those advocates of let's decongest Lagos. Fly in, maybe create Port Harcourt as a big international hub or whatever. But that being said, even if we have Lagos in only, it can still work. How? If you go into an agreement with a local airline to say they give you a flight that is specifically designated to take tourists from Lagos.
Absolutely.
To Calabar,
Absolutely.
that works.
Yes.
This South Africa we're talking about, I've visited South Africa several times.
Okay.
Cape Town is a big hub, but guess what? Majority of the flights, if I'm not wrong, almost perhaps 75% of flights to South Africa come into Johannesburg. And then there are connecting flights that are easy to make to Durban or to Cape Town. What we are doing in Nigeria is that we are shooting ourselves on the foot. I've said it. Perhaps, I don't want to go the route that Tone went when he tried to put ethnic issues around it. But the truth about the matter is, the federal government of Nigeria needs to open up all the space. There is airport in Kano. Let it function properly. Anybody who wishes to fly in through Kano because they have businesses in the north, let them do it. If someone wants to fly into Calabar, let them do it. If they want to fly in through Port Harcourt, let them do it. Nothing stops us from doing that. So
fantastic, really fantastic ideas, and I concur with what you're saying. The crux of it now is: can you do this? What you speak about? Do you think you can do this? What you speak about in Tinubu's government?
I don't want to serve in Tinubu's government. I'll be honest with you.
There you go. No, there you go. Because that's where I am. I'm at the point where
let me tell you why I don't want to serve in Tinubu's government.
No. I'm the same. You don't have to tell me. I'm exactly the same. Okay. I'm in exactly the same mindset that I can't do it under this government. What I want to do. So therefore, we have to realize where it is that we are. With all these things that we can practically say, understand under this present dispensation that none of these things can ever be done. They can't be done. Not until we clean Nigerian politics up. Because Nigerian politics is disturbing everything. It's as filthy as rags. So this is the story. This is the point. Why you may see you may see an advert from South Africa and think, how wonderful. Why isn't Nigeria doing this? Because I have the same passions. I look at the Caribbean, I look at Southeast Asia, I see the resorts, I see what they're doing with terrain that is exactly the same as Nigeria. Why isn't it happening in Nigeria?
Jago, I wanted to ask, I think Chim wanted to say the reason why he doesn't think he will be able to serve in Tinubu's cabinet. I wanted to know why. Okay. Because let me give you a scenario. Tinubu says, everything you are saying now, I'll give you all the resources to be able to achieve it. Nobody's going to interfere with your ministry. You have free reign. If you have free reign, would you reject it?
Okay. So, forefathers, what people tell you cannot be more than what their character has shown. Anybody, if the president is going to come in and tell me
This
this,
guy.
but the same, no, but it's the truth. It's the truth.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, man.
So someone who, okay, there is a conspiracy. I haven't confirmed that it is accurate on why GSK left Nigeria. Many of us may have heard.
No. Answer forefathers' question, please.
Oh, that's why I'm answering it. I'm answering it with this analogy. There is a conspiracy on why GSK left Nigeria. I don't know if it's accurate. So that's why I've used the word conspiracy. I hear that some people in this government wanted to start like a hostile takeover of GSK. And GSK said, hell no. If this is what you guys are going to do, we're already having crisis and you guys want to come and take over our company. And they quietly just said, okay, we're done. We're leaving the country. You go screw yourself. Sorry to use that word. So my point is this. A government where someone is going to be telling me to give him 10% and bringing investors to do something, and you are already positioning yourself to have shares in those things, and bringing someone to set up a hotel, and you want to literally be the one who is doing it. Listen, I've been in positions where good ideas are being brought in, and government functionaries, politicians are positioning themselves on what they will benefit. It cannot work. That's why I say I can't serve in that kind of environment. We want to serve in a place where the government is being not just saying they want to do something, but it's actually seen to be doing it, giving someone free hand to do what they want to do. Not
but that's what I'm saying now. What if they give you a free hand? They give you all the assurances.
I don't trust that.
You don't trust it, okay?
It's not true. They can't give you. This man cannot give you free hand. It's not possible.
Okay.
The thing is, in trying to answer that question, and I do like the way you answered it as well, even though you were pretty skillful in answering it, especially at the beginning. What I would say is that these things basically can't happen, because I think we know the level. As if we were to head up the Ministry of Tourism, if I was to head up the Ministry of Tourism, I would know exactly what it is I'm going to do. And similarly to the good structural words of Chim just now on how these things are possible, and if you structure them, they can be done and achieved, and there is a need for them. And where the level of spend power when people come into your country, and what that does for whichever region is given that holiday effect, the money really does fall down, and tourism works like that all over the world. So given this position to do great things under this particular government, if I was to be given it, I don't think I'll be able to actually achieve anything.
Just to help you, if I may. So that under Jonathan, Nigeria was almost going to succeed in terms of electricity. When
not only electricity, bruv, not only electricity. During the time of Jonathan, it was our most opportune time to be the Nigerians that we wanted to be. It was the most opportune.
I actually want to speak on that electricity, because Professor Barton Naji, when he was trying to license the different categories, when they were unbundling the old NEPA.
That's correct.
Again, I will use the word conspiracy, because, just to be on the safer side. Many of these are big businessmen who have never run anything on energy, wanted to be licensed to have, whether it is Gencos or whatever, and all that. And the man said, no, you guys, you have not run any of these things. We have a crisis. We need to bring in people who know what they're doing so that we can salvage that sector. I can't give you. They went back to Jonathan to begin to solicit and say this guy is not giving them space. And Jonathan said, okay, come in. And we know one of these persons. I don't want to mention his name. And the man said, you know what? If you're not going to give me a free hand to do this job very well, I hand over. Guess what? They wanted to get him out. They had to go and now accuse him that he was using his own private company to get contracts. So the man said, what are you guys talking about? I've owned this business before I became a minister. And I handed over the business properly to someone else and, did all the proper thing I need to do by recusing myself. So the point I'm trying to make is the Nigerian politician always wants to have a hand in every pie. That's a problem for me. Stay away.
It's a big problem.
Let professionals and technocrats run the deal. Then if you want to get involved, you can go and form your company later on and come and bid. But don't use the opportunity that you are a decision maker to want to get a pie. That's where I have a problem with trying to do business with this caliber of people in office.
I can concur with everything you're saying. During Jonathan's time, I just came back from Japan at that time, and I was on my way to Russia. And I went into Russia in order for this particular technology that can dig up sludge and turn that sludge into its various parts, which is to extract water and oil and leave the mud alone. So the oil would be able to be refined and sold. Now, going into Russia, from Russia, they took us to Malaysia, where this refinery that they had that was taking up sludge was put under real term example for us as how it's working in the world. So when I saw this technology, I then put my whole thing together in order to put on Jonathan's table. It actually got onto Jonathan's table, and because I was talking about complete clear up of the Niger Delta region as far as the pollution is concerned, which for me, passionately, because I've seen it and I've seen the ills that it creates in our country. This is Jonathan's area, or this is where he's from. At that point, he wanted to do it. Everybody around him scuppered the deal and put on the side. And this is what happens. So I've seen this a few times. And in order to partner a government to do the right thing, you need the right government. You're not going to do it with, I can't personally do it with the governments that we've had. So I agree with you as to not being able to work with Tinubu and this present government. And then I say to you that with all the lofty ideas that we have as to what Nigeria needs economically, we can't even begin that discussion. Because that's not where we are.
Tim, I want to weigh on two things you talked about. The first one is the GSK one. I mean, learning of what you just said now about why they truly left. I mean, that is the reason why we say a country is the shadow. Because when investors don't have confidence because of particular scenarios or situations that happen, one, they bring in their dollars and millions of dollars to invest, to create jobs, and then they don't know what is going to happen. They want the confidence that they are able to recuperate their money, they're able to make profit, they're able to recuperate their money, or even if perhaps there's a litigation, they're able to go to court and get justice and lose fairly if they lose and win fairly if they win. But if they don't see that, perhaps they would have waited for that hostile takeover to happen.
But I must say,
let me finish.
Okay.
Perhaps they would have waited for that hostile takeover to happen and go to court. But these people knew that if you went to court, they knew the kind of system they were in. They won't get justice. That is what we call a shadow country. You understand? We do it to ourselves, we do it to foreign. And this guy went to India, and we know that the majority of people running that GSK company are from Indian origin. And you went to India to beg for investment. You don't think before you take actions. That's when we shoot ourselves in the foot. Then two, the issue of the Beth energy situation, from what you've explained to me, if they were true, just so we can all learn. I mean, for me, if I was in, even though he divested himself from the company and the rest of it, it was visually a conflict of interest. And even if he meant well, ox that don't mean well will take advantage of that.
No, so just to clarify something. Just to clarify something. This man was running a low-G gas pipe or whatever. I don't know what they call it. Before he was invited to be special assistant on energy. Now, it was in the process of helping develop an energy plan that they was now moved to become minister. So when he was leaving his private company, he did everything that needed to be done in terms of divesting himself, handing it over to someone else, and not being part and parcel of the day-to-day running. He didn't break any law. But
I know, but like I said,
other thing,
Like
those
I
who
said,
did
just
not,
you may
those
not.
who
I agree that he didn't break any law, but I'm just saying for conflict of interest, so that people like this, when people don't, the enemies won't use things like that against him. If I was
but they
him,
will but they will use it
you
against you when
understand?
they are looking for something and you're not
You know,
yielding.
they necessarily may not find anything. You understand? I mean, for me, I can say that for people like Dora Akunyili, these people tried and tried and tried. They found nothing against this woman till he left. Okonjo Iweala, they are heroes today. There are people who were ready to do this job. They were selling performance on their own individual rights. I mean, these are lessons we can learn. It's very hard, when these millions of dollars are there and you also can have a chunk or fair bite at it. But while you are at the job, people are still going to, even if you get it fairly, people are still going to think, you know what? That's why we have that ethic in ethics. We
No,
have
no,
that
but don't
conflict.
worry, let's not belabor that. In his own case, it became messy, and the man just said, "You know what? I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
have to walk away.
yeah, yeah. Of
I
course,
need to walk away
people
from this thing."
people will do anything to when even when they know you are doing good, they will do anything to rope you to slur your name, and you understand. So I mean, I don't know.
Do you know what I find interesting about the question? As far as they were looking at some level of espionage in order to take over the company. For me, you see, given again the level of Nigerians we have out there who are very professional, across a wide range of professions, they have a great understanding of administration. I do look at the question of takeover, aggressive takeover of companies. And I don't even want to know if to say this on this platform because these are some of my deeper thoughts. The takeover of a company like Shell from Nigerians and for Nigerians actually to own Shell 100% worldwide. These are the strategic moves that Nigerians need to be making because we need serious access and we need to be in control of some level of global conglomerate that has tanks of money to assist what we're doing. Because the money that leaves Nigeria is more than the money that is managing Nigeria. And I sometimes I'm balked at what it is that we're thinking because we are under serious attack. We are in a war, and it's not a ballistic war, so to speak. It's a war of influence and power in this world. And as powerful as we are, we don't have nearly enough power. We don't control any real industry or industries as we should that commands respect in the world. We have no seat on the UN. We cannot be, as Nigeria, we cannot be permanent in that institution. Whereas really and truly, there needs to be some kind of Nigeria having a permanent seat. So the way we are thinking corporately is always very strange to me because I can't see the corporate thinking that we have in Nigeria to even begin to sell the country. I put it to you: is this something? How do you see?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about that GSK one because Chim just said it in passing, but he didn't know how significant that comment was. I think that the GSK part of it, I think it wasn't a bad idea that Nigeria should own such a vital company. I think if I'm not mistaken, they are into medicine, isn't it? So if they're into medicine, that's something we want to start controlling strategic industries. And Nigeria is now going into a period where they will start processing petrochemicals, basically, because of the refineries in the country. So you can see why it will be a good idea to own such a company because we are now having access to petrochemicals that we can actually be able to start using to manufacture our own drugs. Remember, when Nigeria takes over the company, it doesn't mean that they will fire all the Igbo people and all the Indians and all the rest. They will still be in place.
But forefathers, come on, for the sake of
of what is decent in 2023. You don't go and take a man's business from him like that. You can't do that.
But that's what they do everywhere in the world. You know of hostile takeover. Hedge funds do that all the time.
They do that all the time. But as my man said, not in that way.
Not in that way.
There are ways and ways of doing these things.
There are ways, yeah.
This is why I'm speaking about.
Could it be that the way the reason why they don't want to hand this concede to Nigeria is because black people will take over our company? How dare you? We will never surrender.
Okay, forefathers, let's flip it a little bit. If genuine, let's say our government really means well in that sector, what stops the government from setting up a similar type of organization? Why do you want to take over that one?
Because that one already has intellectual property rights. That one already has the hardware, tested history, and all the rest. It's very, very valuable. You see, this is what I was talking about before. You don't want to start from scratch because you know Nigerians struggle. But when you take it from
midway, Chim, you must understand that there are many serious reasons why companies buy other companies and why they form conglomerate. There are serious reasons. This is why I'm thinking about corporate understanding. How is it are we thinking corporately? Because the way we speak about so many industries and what Nigeria could be and the potential and all of these things, it really does need corporate thinking. And the way Europe and the rest of the world is, they've nearly left the corporate atmosphere. They're going somewhere else now. We're not even thinking corporately to say that there are companies that are European and Western companies. There are European and Western companies that are organized in Africa that really, with Africans working in them and understanding the infrastructure and what's going on there. Are we thinking corporately as to how the buying of shares, the kind of corporate thinking that we're ascertaining in order to have ourselves as the head of this international conglomerate enough to manipulate, it's the wrong word to use, but to manipulate shares to our advantage? This is what I'm talking about.
So for me personally, I think maybe even if the government's intentions are good, there's always a factor of timing. You don't, in an institution where the economy is already sliding, you now create more chaos to create more problems within that economy. People need to be more strategic. That's my perception. Now, the other thing is this. If you guys take note of most of these multinationals in Nigeria, you notice that we no longer have Nigerians heading those organizations. If you've taken note, like the Nigerian breweries, the Guinnesses, that's Diageo, and all those things. Go ask yourself why. Why all of a sudden we only have foreigners heading those things? There was a time when it looked like power was moving from Europeans or North Americans into the hands of Nigerians to run those places as CEO, as CFO, as chief technical officers, and all those things. All of a sudden, those gains were reversed. Do you know why those things were reversed?
Okay.
Do you know?
Tell us. No, tell us.
We're waiting for you to tell us now.
Yeah, tell us, man.
I don't know.
This one is smiling as if he's got something. Go ahead, tell us.
It's not rocket
science. Bring a rabbit out of the hat.
I have an idea what's going on. Listen, see, a lot of Nigerians have been handed those institutions and they've run them aground. Corruption becomes the order of the day. Yes, and then as a result of that, the parent companies, wherever they announce it, we don't want our brands to go into that, then they just pull the thing back from Nigerians. There was MTN, for instance, had a Nigerian CEO at some point, but there were problems with share these kinds of things, in-house trading and all those things, and they pulled it away because they didn't want the companies to be run aground. So there is some. We're not necessarily bad people. Don't make me. I don't want to make it look like Nigerians can't run institutions.
No. What you say is obvious.
Our corporate governance is poor. We need to correct our corporate governance if we are going to be taken serious. And this attitude of our corporate governance, it manifests itself when we get into political sphere. Those who become governors, become commissioners, we go there and go treating those institutions.
I couldn't agree less with you, Chi.
So those are some of the things we need to clean up.
Yeah, I see. My issue is that I believe part of the reasons why Nigerians are not owning stuff right now as much is part one, we are having a lot of people leave the country. The environment is very, very hostile to Nigerians. Actually, even Nigeria, the best minds in Nigeria cannot even operate in the country. And that's part of it. And also our government don't necessarily support enough of them to do that. They barely even support the car companies and other companies in Nigeria. They don't think strategically. Personally, if I was in Nigerian government, I would have done everything in my power to ensure that the Nigerian takes over that GSK, because we need to be own strategic company. Like that's one of the reasons why we are struggling to manufacture this in vaccines, because we don't have the intellectual property rights. Some of these companies do. And if you want to, because if you try to apply for the patent, they will block you as an African country. Most of the time, they find a way to block you. So what is the shortcut to getting all those things and getting history, hardware, and all the stuff that they've already had years of doing, is to buy the companies outright. And this is some of the areas the Chinese did when they started becoming more and more advanced. They didn't just only copy; they started buying out companies, and they're funding. They started even funding Chinese people in the West to buy companies in the West. You see how
very strategic,
crazy that is. Yeah.
It's a bad idea that for Nigeria to purchase any company. It's not good. Like I mentioned previously, management is our biggest problem. If we buy it, it dies in 2 years. We can't manage it. There is
I'm not so sure. The idea is to buy it and keep it.
I didn't think you would say that, Flagship. I didn't think I would ever hear that coming from you, actually. Because
I'm maybe surprised. The idea is to buy it and keep it, not to buy it and change it.
The reason why not is because I see Flagship as quite a strategic thinker.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're saying that we are not capable of.
Yes, that's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like.
Hold on.
We are bad with corporate governance, and that's what he's saying.
Hold on now. It's the bitter truth, but it has to be told.
No.
The reason is Nigeria has a history of companies that are dying. It didn't start 10 years ago. You hand it over to Nigeria, it dies. I mean,
no, that's not necessarily.
Leave him. No, I think he's got a point. He's got a point.
Listen, I don't subscribe to that. The reasons why it dies is not because they are Nigerians.
Hold on now.
This is why I'm asking why.
I don't buy that.
Hold on now. GSK is not in Nigeria only. It's in other countries. It's a brand. If you buy it, you're buying the name. If that thing is poorly managed and dies, it's going to affect the brand in other places.
See, right? Zenith Bank has been running internationally. What are you? Come on, man.
No. He has a point. You have a point. But let me put this to you.
I can't sell my name, my brand name.
No. You have a clear point. But let me put this to you. What about the other Nigerians in the world who are the CEO, the heads of large conglomerates, and they're doing extremely well? What about
environment? The environment is the difference.
Regulations, right?
I take that on board. What I was pointing to is that we are capable of this, but both environment and regulations, as you both underline, is real talk. Real talk.
Let's go back for a minute. Nigerian Airways, where is it today?
Oh my God!
Hold on. Just work with me.
No, it's important.
Hold on, work with me. Nigerian Airways, where is it today? Nigerian breweries, Chin rightly mentioned, it was transitioned at a point. And when he was about to die, they had to come back and take over to keep it alive, all right? There are many of those that if Nigeria handles it today, I'm sorry to say it will not work. It's not.
The USC group was run down. At some point, my dad was one of the writers. He was badly managed to run down.
I'm telling you, for some odd reasons, we just killed it. I don't know why. As long as it's on the shores of Nigeria, it goes down. I bet you, if Nigeria buys PSK and takes it over, the quality of the medicines will drop. And guess what? That's death. There will be shortcuts. That's what kills our businesses. It's not that it cannot be managed. I mean, if you talk to the CEOs of these companies in Nigeria, and they tell you the challenges that they deal with on a daily basis, on compromises that they refuse to accept. That's what is keeping their companies afloat. So if you're going to buy GSK and you want to own it, when you don't have a strategic plan on how you're going to run it and manage it, they will not sell it to you. They want to take their baby and go away. So,
Okay. Can I just add something to
And
it?
again, you know
Can I
what?
just add something? Olumide, hold on now, one at a time. See, the idea is that I don't subscribe to the idea that we can inherently run institutions, large institutions, because we clearly do have large institutions being run by Nigerians, from Dangote to this thing, GT Bank to Zenith Bank, and some of all these companies are international companies too. And the idea that Nigerians cannot run it is just, for me, that smacks of.
I don't think that's what he was saying. I don't think that's what they were saying.
What are they saying? Tell me what they are saying then. They're not saying that.
They're not saying that. You see, the idea of environment is real where Nigeria is concerned. And we don't just mean environment in the lack of infrastructure. We mean environment in the business culture in itself in Nigeria. The business culture in itself in Nigeria is unfortunately unyieldingly poor. It's been poor. I know it's poor. And then to speak about regulations and the law that would need to uphold business. This is why foreign investment is not coming in at this time, because they've seen the way the law works in Nigeria as regards business, as regards polity. They've seen how it can be swayed here or there. Who's going to bring their billions to be toyed with in some claptrap court? Nobody. So I think we really, the reason why I speak is to really investigate. And within that short investigation, 2 clear answers came that really we have to adhere to, we have to appreciate. Because
if I may, Jago, if I may, sorry, please. Forefathers, nobody is saying, and I'm sure listening to Flagship, he's not saying that Nigerians don't have the capacity, intelligence, and the know-how. We have it. Our problem is governance issues in terms of procedures, processes, and then let's be honest. This Zenith Bank and Dangote that you keep using, these are typical Nigerian companies. If you really go in there to see what they're doing, you'll be shocked. Those institutions don't follow good governance. They don't. They don't follow good governance.
They do not.
So he's building the Dangote this in the refinery because he doesn't follow good governance. See, can I just say something, please?
I'm avoiding.
Because you all seem to just believe this stuff for some reason. I don't get it.
Forefathers. See, forefathers. I'm avoiding saying a lot. I worked in the corporate world in Nigeria for many years. I'm not kidding you. I worked in a lot of these companies, and I know a lot of things that happen there. Listen, the typical Nigerian company, Dangote, Zenith Bank, Glow, these are typical Nigerian companies. They don't have very good.
You've just repeated yourself. Can you stop this, please? Now that the other one goes in, it's like I can't talk. It's like you believe this so strongly.
I'm not stopping you from talking now. We're having a conversation. I'm not stopping
but I'm not able to talk now because every time I talk, I just open my mouth, somebody jumps in. See,
okay, my apologies.
I simply refuse to believe that just because of our. See, if you want to say, okay, maybe the company, if it's situated in Nigeria, maybe there's chances that it's not going to be able to be run well. But the company doesn't have to be headquartered in Nigeria. It's an international company. GSK is an international company. It can be based anywhere. Nigerians can own it. Nigerians actually do own some companies in there. If I'm not mistaken, Gatwick or one of those Stansted, Nigerians do
fantastic.
have
that individual is fantastic. But again, environmentally, because you know that he came to Nigeria in order to run the Nigerian airport.
The company doesn't have to be situated in Nigeria as a headquarter. It's an international company that is in various countries. If we keep internalizing the idea that we as Nigerians, one of the foremost races of the black people cannot run international companies. That's scary to believe.
Nobody said that.
Forefather,
But that's
thing,
what you are
if I may,
saying. You just said that and you say you're not saying it.
no,
How else
the
are you
thing is,
saying it?
forefather,
to you. Maybe,
Tim, let me just have another go,
maybe
if I may.
make a little bit of sense. Nigerians have the intelligence, the brain capacity to run any business.
Thank you.
Long as it's not based in Nigeria.
Okay, now you see, now you have now qualified it.
If it is
You
in
see,
Nigeria,
which
yes.
GSA can be too.
Yes.
GSA can
And
be
that's
outside
why
Nigeria.
they spoke about environment and regulation. So I got it from that point. What I
And
must
that's why
tell
I
you,
said,
what I must tell you, though, forefather. Don't. Okay, bros. What I must tell you, forefather, is that when we speak about the typical companies in Nigeria, they are not run well. Don't think that they are.
The environment is horrible.
Wait. I've been in touch with Dangote, and I know exactly how they work in their office in this London. I know I've put deals in front of them, hardcore deals, and Dangote doesn't get to see half of the deals that he wants to look at, because there are sycophants around him who are looking for their own money all around him, which you will not get in a corporate company in the UK. Because corporate companies in the UK, I go straight to the managing director, the CEO's office, and we sit down and have conversations. So what this CEO has in front of him, he is the first really to understand that this is on the table, as opposed to all others knowing before him. And there is a serious thing about this, because there's a way business works in the West that's not how it's working in Nigeria. The big man, the head man, he will stand aloof as though his shit doesn't stink. I'm sorry to put it in that way, but he will stand so aloof that you're now meeting all kinds of minions that are just wasting your time and life. I don't do that with any European company, any American company, any company from the Far East. I don't do that with any of them. So we must start picking out these obvious glaring gaps of the way business is done in Nigeria. It's not done properly. There's no point in us just having these lofty, grandiose ideas. I don't know. You use the word refuse. I refuse to believe that. And when I heard the word refuse, that means that you can't be taught. That means you're only going to be stuck in your ways.
I can be taught, but you can't steamroll me to believe that our people can.
No, none of us is steamrolling you now. Come on, stop using that inflammatory language.
But
I'm
okay,
having a
fine.
discussion.
Okay, fine, but you're saying I cannot learn. That's the thing. I can learn if you give me.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that you use the word refuse.
I refuse. I say I refuse to believe that because evidence doesn't suggest it. If you give me
I'm just giving you evidence.
Can I just get a point through? See, when the flagship qualified the statement that if the company is not based in Nigeria, there's a good chance that it's going to function. He came to the argument that I was already making, that the company doesn't have to be based in Nigeria. I can understand why people say if the company is headquartered in Nigeria, there's a chance that things could go wrong because the environment is not very conducive to such practices. That said, many of the companies you refer to that you can walk into and talk to, the people that run those companies tend to be CEOs that are appointed CEOs, not necessarily the owners of the company that is worth billions upon billions. You are not likely to meet Microsoft anytime soon. That's Bill Gates. But you meet the CEO that is appointed. So
that's all I need. That's the only person I need.
Yeah, but
I know how companies work.
Dangote is not the same. That's my point. Dangote, the owner, the CEO is Dangote, and he's the owner too. There's a difference. So that's why.
No. There isn't a difference. Let me tell you that there isn't a difference. If you are an owner and you are a corporate owner, which means that you have put yourself on the seat as the managing director of this company, you must function like a managing director.
You're not going to meet Michael Zuckerberg, even if he's the one in charge.
You need to understand.
Okay.
No. You need to understand, bro. You see, there's a difference between me and you, bro. I'm a salesperson. And since I was 18, on the telephone, the people that I speak to are the CEOs, and I speak to them. And when I speak to them, I cut deals. If you're making business with the tea lady, you're not going to cut any deals. And that's how it goes. That's the difference between one salesman and another salesman. So if you're gunning to speak to the minutiae, you're not gonna last in a business world.
No, the context is that you cannot meet Dangote, but the same thing applies to like Facebook. Now you're not likely to meet Michael Zuckerberg if you wanted to a meeting with him.
Bruh, I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this for nothing. Anyone in this world that I want to meet in business, yeah, I can meet them. Now I understand how, because we're looking at because we're looking at them on television, we think maybe that they're more than human beings. But you see these people, these billionaires, they know what's what. They know what's what better than anyone.
I know what you are talking about. But I'm just saying that at the difficulty you're going to have to meet Michael Zuckerberg, you're going to meet similar difficulty. Not going to be any much more.
No, I don't say it's easy. That's why the job of a salesman is difficult. You see, this is how it goes. It goes salesman in terms of training on a corporate level. Salesman, sales manager, sales director, CEO of that company. From there, it goes into political sphere, where now you enter into politics, and the greatest salesperson of the country is the prime minister or the president. That's how it goes. Now, the structure of the way these people think and what they do in their day-to-day is what they're meeting people. All day, they are meeting people. And they are meeting people that are furthering their consciousness in terms of the ideals that they have. So what comes in front of their table is based on their agenda. So what we do as a salesman, as a lowly salesman, what you do is study the X company that you are now going to begin to do business with. In studying this company, you get to find out so much about them and so much about what their processes are. Once you have that understanding, you go in. And where do you go into? You go into the CEO. If the CEO cannot speak to you, you go into his next man. Power, power, power. And you speak to them on the phone. You speak to them, and then the next minute is you're meeting them right in front of you. The next minute is you're cutting deals.
I know how this is done.
Deals. I'm giving you this process.
Oh my! You're not letting people to add to the conversation. See, my own context is that when we say our people cannot do it, yes. Now, if you want to argue that in the context of the Nigerian environment, it cannot be done properly, fine. But in the end, we need to start taking over such companies, big companies, especially ones with intellectual property rights. Very, very important. This idea that we just invent banks and cement, cement doesn't have a lot of intellectual property rights there. You really want to have things that only you control, strategic stuff that only you control. Like if the world wants to use it, you are one of the few that can provide it around the world. That's what makes Taiwan so unique right now.
You don't have to take over existing ones. Why don't you enable the environment so that your people creatively can set up their own?
You can do both. You can do both. See, the reason why invention it takes longer to invent stuff than to just buy it off the shelf. You see what I mean? If it's already available, I would recommend we need more control over strategic stuff. If we have the cash, we should buy at least
that's a bad business. That's a bad business approach.
Why is it a bad business?
It's a bad business approach for many reasons.
Okay, give
just open the door. If a company is doing well and it's owned by a foreign entity, is in your country, and it's paying its taxes and everything that you require that it does, and you walk in the door and say, I want to buy it, I want to own it, when it's not up for sale, when it's not in distress, and nothing is happening to it, and you just want to take it over because you want to own it, you just open the door for the company to walk out and find somebody.
But that is not the context I'm talking from. I'm talking about that we need to be able to acquire this type of company. It doesn't matter whether they're distressed or not. Whenever you see them being distressed, you can buy companies around the world that are distressed. My point, see, like there was a time the UK company that manufactures steel was distressed. Nigerian government should be incentivizing Nigerians to own those companies.
if it's in districts.
I agree with the two of you.
Yes,
I agree
because
with
you are going to get
I
it.
agree with
Doing well.
I agree with forefather
Even
in
if
what
it's
he's
doing,
saying.
what do you have? What is the issue you have with buying a company that is doing well?
It's
No,
mine.
let me
It's
say
doing
this,
well. Why
forefather.
would I want to sell it to you?
No, let me say this, both forefather and flagship. I agree
Because they
with
think they are
both
going
of
to
you.
get a price that is worthy.
No.
I agree with both of you in this instant because Chim mentioned it is best to give an environment that allows business to take place, to flourish, in fact, because that way you do bring out the entrepreneurs in this world who can really bring action to the table in the African business world. Now, when you look at China, there are so many companies, yes, that they've bought out, but there's so much more companies that have sprung up organically, and they've gone through all of the levels of business until they're big. Me and you don't know the names of some of these companies, but they're bigger than most of the companies that we know in the Western world today. Much bigger in terms of their finances and in terms of what they're doing in the business world, mainly in the Far East. So that's why we don't know about them, because they're not even operating in the West. They're operating over there. So given this, you see, it's not always sometimes this or that. I started this questioning based on what I deeply think about Shell of Nigeria. And the Shell in Nigeria, I know that Nigerians don't think corporately, because realistically, the way to clear up that whole Niger Delta situation, which is where our bread and butter is of that country, is to really take that company over worldwide. So I
just
back
think
what, wait, let me just land real quick. I back what
Yeah.
you're saying, forefather, in terms of you can take over corporate entities that are happening in Nigeria, especially to satisfy us. But it is so much more
They don't have to be in
important.
Nigeria. We can acquire them from overseas. Like you can go overseas, like China owns some companies that are actually in the West. You can acquire them. They can be making foreign profits for you while you transfer intellectual property rights and move branches to to Africa. And this has to be done. Like, it's almost an essential. We can't start from zero. If we start from zero, it's going to take ages for us to catch up.
But
You
Well,
have to
forefather,
own from us.
that is
Don't
part of
come
the.
first.
For me,
the
that's
question
part
there,
of the kind of strategy that I have for Africa's development includes what forefather just said. So I don't throw that away. However, again, it's simply most important that there is a business environment laid that is conducive to growth. And if we don't have that, we have nothing.
that's right. We don't have the environment to support growth. And then, see, the forefathers, that example you were giving is what the country tried to do the other way around. They were trying to take over GSK from Nigeria, not GSK from abroad. They should have gone abroad to go.
No. The idea is that if you are operating in Nigeria, they want to take the advantage that they have to take over the country. It doesn't mean that the country may not still leave Nigeria. You see, just because they take over the company in Nigeria doesn't mean they might still make a corporate decision to leave the country.
Forefathers, but you know there is nothing
I
wrong
don't
in
allow
it.
them.
Sorry, there's nothing wrong
Oh
in
God!
a
If you do
takeover.
that again, I'm going to send you back. Or stop
Okay,
disrupting
sorry.
people.
There's nothing wrong in a takeover. What is wrong in fact, even the hostile takeover in a certain environment, probably nothing wrong. But it's the manner in which you're going about it. If you're buying shares, you're encouraging your people to buy shares to own the shareholding. That's a different thing altogether. But when you want to just flip the carpet off people's feet, they will resist you. People know people do hostile takeovers. Even Dangote Otedola has done hostile takeover in First Bank. And we're all here when he bought all the shares in First Bank, and before you know it, and we all saw the war between Elumelu and the same Otedola when it came to, was that Transcorp or something? There are ways of doing these things, but it is not for the government to be fueling that takeover. When your government is fueling it, you frighten the investor. You frighten the investor and he's going to run.
No. I see. If the investor is running, it's not like it's free. I get your point. If they are trying to cheat the investor in any way, that is not good. But I suspect that maybe, just maybe, I'm really cutting Nigerian authorities a lot of slack here. maybe they are beginning to understand the strategic nature of these things, and they want to start taking over some of all these type of companies. Because this is very, very important that we on the continent start thinking about. It's scary that we don't own anything. We don't control in this world. And we are one point. It's crazy. That drives me mad. And when we say our people everyone say, no, we shouldn't do it. We are not incapable of doing that. What is that?
Nigeria has no leverage. Nigeria has no leverage.
No. Do you know how scary it is? A child grows up in this world, and they look at all the big companies. Nobody that looks like them, as a black child, nobody that looks like them owns any strategic industry. That is crazy.
But that forefathers.
But whose fault is that, though?
It's the fault of people that think that we cannot do it.
No,
we shouldn't have to do it.
No, we can't take over companies. It's not ideal for your country.
They do it all the time.
No. Listen. So let me say two things. Let me say it in two ways.
God, look me there. You are your infectious laughter.
Right?
Just get it.
If I own a company in India, for example, and it's doing well, and my profit at the end of the year is $1 trillion, and the Indian government approaches me and say, we want to buy it, we want to take it over forcefully, I'm losing my $1 trillion I'm making every year. Why would I want to give that up? Because the Indian government wants to own it. I will.
No. I agree with you. It shouldn't have been like that if that was the case.
I can set up the same company. Now, nothing stops the country from setting up its own. If they feel like they need to own businesses, they can set it up, run it, and manage it, and put that competition out there for the consumers. So it's not really coming to take over a company. It's like dictatorship. It's only dictators that will come to do that.
You are missing an aspect. You see, when strategic industries involve a lot of intellectual property rights.
No, forefather. He's talking about GSK particularly.
And it does involve a lot. That company involves a lot of intellectual property rights. These are
it's not that they don't. It's not that they don't. It's the way. We mustn't run roughshod. It's the way they try. I'm just saying the way they tried to do it in GSK's point was completely barbaric. It was like animal coming to eat.
Oh, come on. So let's not.
No, wait. I'm just putting it in a certain way. I'm not trying to insult.
So you're going to say it's a black way we do it.
It's like I'll put it like this. I put it like this.
We're like
it's like
barbaric. Jesus Christ. Hedgehogs are out there. They call their own. Hold on.
You should allow me to make my point. All those words I used were simply those are words used called adjectives. They may not be suited to you, but that's all they are. Let me make my point. You know, you cannot bring a unsuited person to a black tie event. You're having a black tie event, and it's black tie rules. That's the rules that we're working in this environment. So if something that is untoward comes in the middle of this space, it's untoward. It doesn't belong in this space. There's a way you do things when you're doing a takeover, be it aggressive or agreed. The most times when companies are taking over is when they're performing poorly. That's what happens. A company performing at its height doesn't need to sell its company to you. What am I saying? Everything's in order. What do I need you for? Go and sit down somewhere, you idiot. Is the response? We can't run over that point.
I'm just checking the news reels about hostile takeover, and there are lists of hostile takeover like China hostile takeover suddenly spurring US dollar collapse amid Bitcoin.
The hostile takeovers happen because maneuvers have already been made in terms of the share allocation. Once you have the share allocation, you can take over the company. You can't just go in with guns blazing. You can't just go in with guns blazing and start shooting up shares.
Now we're talking about shares. You don't put the structure of the hostile takeover in Nigeria, and you are saying, how do you know shares have not been done in Nigeria?
Look at the word you're using. Hostile takeover. It's not friendly. No other investor will come to your country, I bet you. The smartest way to go about this is if that company, GSK, is in the NSE, then the Nigerian government will want to think about buying part of its shares. If they really want to do it globally, then
Maybe they
go
already
out
own
to
part
other
of his
stock
shares. Let me
exchanges
check.
and invest and buy the company. Then they can now plan a takeover if they
That's
have a
right.
portion.
That's right. Let's stick to the rules.
Thank you, flagship. I was just going to tell forefathers that if the government really was interested, they could call forefathers and say, forefathers, we're going to give you this amount. We want you to go to the NSC and buy some shares. They come and tell Tone, take this amount, go to the same thing. And, you know, and GSK will be collecting the money, not knowing there's a plan. And after that's been done, you
This is what we're talking about.
and take lead and take ownership. That one will be clean. But not when you come and start doing some clandestine dictatorial move. The guys will just pack up and run away.
Come on, man.
We don't see. We see what we don't know is that our own people are implying that we are the problem in this equation regarding this possible takeover.
Do you think we're not?
We don't know. You see, that is the thing. We don't know. This is just assumption based on how our own self-image, which is not saying a lot about our self-image.
Well, what about telling ourselves that? What about telling ourselves the truth? I mean, let's say that it's the
evidence. We don't know the truth.
No. It's not that, bruv. We do know. We do. You see, in business, I know the truth. In the business world, I know how it operates. In the business world, when I get to Nigeria, my brother.
In this case, though.
No, not in this particular GS case. I don't know all the ins and outs. Exactly. However, what I do know is that the way we do things in business terms in Nigeria is not the way it operates anywhere else in the world. So for that in itself, we have to look at ourselves, because what you're almost trying to do is ignore all the bad practices that we have and say this black thing. It's not about that. It's about looking in the mirror and telling yourself the truth. It doesn't matter what is happening from anywhere else in the world or what shame you're feeling about being who you are as a black man. You have to look at the facts. Now, I don't know if a black man can't tell another black man that there's something wrong with the way we're practicing. Let's organize ourselves to do it better. If we don't come to that kind of conversation, then we're failing ourselves again.
Yeah,
we must have conversations.
But that is not what is happening here. What is happening here is that we are making an assumption based on our self-image, not based on evidence.
No, the evidence is the evidence that I've heard, because I don't know this GSK. I don't know this GSK situation, but the evidence that I've heard is that they were looking to take them over in a way that it's not done in the world. So when you look at that, that was my first thing that I saw. Then they spoke about these people. If you're listening, forefather, then they spoke about the way they entered into doing this takeover was in having no shares in actual fact, but in trying to be belligerent about how they go about taking over somebody's company. You don't do it like that, I'm afraid. Nowhere in the world. So in terms of evidence,
belligerent is other Nigerians, you just mentioned it. I don't know how you people just believe other people before us. See, we have to afford ourselves a little bit of leeway. And this is the scary bit. Hold on, please. Let me just say this. It's scary. Hold on. Let me just say this. It's scary how Europeans are on code. They call it being on code. Like when something happens between a black person and a white person, they don't even have to think about it. It's so weird. For me, I literally, when I see that, I say, you people are devils. Like they will not see the side of the black guy at all. They will just see it from their own point of view. It's scary how they do it. But us, do is the black guy is faulty already from the beginning.
No,
but them they don't see it. They always excuse their side. They'll say, oh, if a white person and a black person is carrying out fraud, they'll say the black guy is the one doing the fraud. Why the white person is just trying to?
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
They know how to sanitize their own side, but we totally rubbish our own side like crazy.
Whilst you have a point, I'm afraid you're still coming from an immature position. Maybe. Because we have to be adults. We really have to get to the bottom of certain things. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not making a comparison necessarily between black and white. That's what I'm doing. I'm speaking particularly about Nigeria and the fact that we have such magnificence. Why are we failing? Because we know we have such magnificence. Now, if we're not trying to put the reasons as to why we are failing together and just look for an excuse to look at how the white man has done this or what the white man thinks or how the white man does his thing, then I'm afraid we're not going to get to the nub of solving any of our issues. We as brothers have to be able to discuss in a way where we because sometimes I think you look for,
but not when you afford other people
sometimes
benefit
forefather,
of it.
I
Now you
think
don't
you look
afford
for
us the
such.
benefit of that. That's not accurate.
But
I
No,
don't believe in
sometimes
that.
wait, forefather.
the thing to
Sometimes I
realize too is
believe,
that
if I can finish, I believe you look for such accuracy that can't really be found. So the most people work within averages, and within the averages of how business is done globally in the Western world, corporate business that leads to a nation as we need it in Nigeria. The corporate thinking, there are already rules laid down. If you are not complying to those rules, then you are not doing business. And looking for excuses as to the white man, it really does derail where it is that we're going. It's not really thinking strategically about how business is conducted and how business needs to be conducted in order to perform growth. Because you could be going to your business for the next 10 years. If you're not growing, you're wasting your time in business. You have to be growing. You're wasting your time otherwise.
that's
I mean,
right.
I shouldn't really solve things for no reason. We should only solve things when it's taking us forward. Because what you're talking about is all these, No, bruv. There are rules. There are rules. Please, we have to comply.
Of course, I subscribe to that. We have to live up to the highest standard, maybe even surpass it. I agree with that part. I'm just saying that we should be looking at things from the point of view that we are capable of taking over companies that are overseas, capable of running strategic companies, and for me, it's actually essential. We have to start doing it. For me, it's shocking that we have not. Why are you shaking your head? No, flashing. I will not let you near any office if that's how you think.
Let me tell you.
I will not let you near any office because it looks like your attitude is that we should go into the wilderness and come back after 50 years before we progress.
No, listen. When you replace competence for nepotism, you go nowhere.
It's not nepotism.
Hold on. You asked why Nigerian businesses failed. I bet you, if Nigeria takes over, look at the aviation industry, for example. What is Sam doing there, running the business? We don't look for people that are competent to do it. He's from my place, right? He went to the same high school with me, right? And now I'm beginning to hear that the people around him are people that are known to him, who have basically no idea of how aviation operates. You tell me, I'm just waiting to see what the next 3 years will look like with the Nigerian aviation industry. That is what we do. GSK that is trying to be bought over by the Nigerian government, they already have people in line that will take it over, not because they are competent. It's a reward-based system. So I can get a guy who's a vulcanizer down the street because he's loyal to me. I can set him up to run a branch of Zenith Bank if I own it or if I'm able to take it over. He has no idea of how it works. I challenge you with this, forefather.
So Zenith Bank is not functioning like a proper bank.
Hold on. The next time
Zenith Bank is in South Africa, it's in many African countries. So
he's going to put something to you, forefather.
I'm just giving
he wants to put something.
I'm giving an example. Hey, listen, if you look into these banks, they're really not run by people who are known to the owners. They are ran by competent people. They went to school for it.
But that is not my argument. Is not about using people that are not competent. My argument also involves competent. I'm saying we should be taking over this. I'm not saying we should be putting cronies or nepotistic
people there. Why do you need to take it over when he's doing well?
If it's a strategic company, We need to control it because we want to play a role in things in the world. Like when COVID-19 happened, which is very recent memory, we didn't control companies that can manufacture vaccines.
Because
that
we
is
don't have
life and death issue.
We do not have the capacity to do it, my friend.
And I say we
can I ask you a question?
by the companies and you're putting back against it.
Can I ask you a question that can help us in this?
Let me say
Can I ask
this.
a question, please?
Chin,
Who runs EMSA? Who owns EMSA?
I don't know. This
It's a Nigerian. It's a Nigerian.
Okay.
This EMSA.
Fantastic. So, forefathers, here's where I'm going with that question. You say we need to be in those spaces because of the strategic benefits involved there. Agreed with you. Now, GSK is a German company, is it, please, or UK?
GSK, it's a British.
British. All right. Now we have EMSA. If the Nigerian government says, okay, you know what, taking the lessons from COVID-19, when we struggle to get a vaccine, let's go into EMSA. We want to give you, what do you need to be able to build that capacity for you to be able to get to the level of getting a vaccine a patent or whatever? And then this is a Nigerian company, you fund them and help them to get to that level. Do you think that Microsoft is what it is today just because of what's his name, Bill Gates' intellectual capacity and everything? Of course, the American government supported him and helped him get to a level.
No, I agree on that part. I've never disputed that part. I've always said that we should patronize our own products and encourage our companies to go. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. What you are arguing now is just different ways of doing the same thing. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm saying to accomplish that your idea, if we already have a Nigerian manufacturer that has the capacity, just help them get over the line.
No.
Over a UK one.
No, if you see, that's the calculation you have to do. If you want to make a calculation, you want to go into pharmaceutical space, and you see a company that in Nigeria that can do that stuff, and you find that the other this one is going to take forever, and based on the nature of that industry, where you have a lot of processes that can hold you down, or even sabotage, then maybe the route to go, maybe you go two-pronged route. You go to acquire one company that does it already, and you promote the one. You cannot have only one of those companies. You have to have 2 or 3 of them. And so
let me put this. Guys, can I quickly just put this to forefather?
Only one approach.
Can I quickly put this to forefather?
No, I didn't move the goalpost because I never said we should sponsor our companies. I never said that.
Okay.
I said if you want to speed it up, you want to acquire the ones that are already there.
Let me put this to you, forefather, in my observation on what you are defending, because it's not to say that you're not wrong on some of the points that you're trying to put, but more, I think you're pushing the ideals not of business, but the ideals of participation. And the thing is, when you are those who are participating, they own that space. Now we have to own any space. You see, I'll give you this example. In England, there used to be big complaints about inclusion of the black faces on television, on adverts, on television programs, on this and that. Big complaints from the black community about this thing. Today, you can hardly see an advert without a black person in it. But it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed anything for us.
Exactly.
You see, we can't. No, I'm not.
We don't control it.
But I'm pushing this on you, sir, in that it's almost you're advocating for black people just to be there.
No.
So that
why
no,
you?
But I say almost. Wait. I want you to understand my point.
But that's not what I'm doing. Why are you arguing in that direction when that's not what I'm doing?
Wait, okay, it may not be that's what you're doing, but that's what
I want control.
See. No, listen to me.
Control.
Why are you even using China?
What is the obsession about control?
You know, you are giving me
you guys, you gotta let me. I want to
listen.
I want you to understand my point. I need you guys to understand my point. To be honest, what I'm trying to drive at is that in this UK. The Indians never complain about they don't see enough Indians on television. The Chinese not once came out anywhere to say, I don't see enough Chinese people and I don't see a correct representation. We black people are fixated with this black and white thing and showing face. And I feel I'm not criticizing you for your deeper thoughts, that's what you're thinking. But I'm saying to you that you are looking at things only representationally. You're not looking at things in terms of how they really work. You just want to see.
How can you make a straw man argument continuously for how many minutes?
It's not straw, no, bro. I want you to really listen.
That is not what I am doing. And you
it may not be
in that direction.
What I do say, sir, therefore, what I have to therefore conclude is that you have no understanding of business. None.
Okay, you see, you are making an argument that I didn't make. Hold on, please. The argument I'm making is that I'm sick and tired of just watching us be experts of music in movies and all the rest. We don't control anything strategic.
100% understand
that will save our lives. What I'm talking about is control, not just participation. When I say participation, we have to be present there, controlling in that part of the industry. Different industries. Can I finish my point? No. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. In the case of Flagship, when he asked what is the purpose for control, I just gave you one example of the COVID-19. African leaders were so furious. South African leader, it's almost as if their backside has been exposed. How useless they've been all around the world. They don't have any company that does it, and then they go to the West and say, "Oh, you have to give us permission." They had to make a lot of trouble. 4 countries: South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal came together to force them to allow us to manufacture it. We had the capacity to manufacture it, but we are not allowed to. Guess what? Because of intellectual property rights.
Now, let me put this to you. Wait, Jim. Let me just go with Forefather on this for a moment, because he said I put things to him. The example that you've just given right now is another fantastic example, because before African nations come together to fight for the right to inject their citizens with something that they don't know what it is, they should have asked the question, what is this thing called COVID first? Let me fully understand it, 1. And 2, where did it come from? You see, these are questions that... Wait.
Got it wrong again.
No, I haven't got it wrong. I need you to understand what I'm saying. Just follow me for a minute. Can you follow me for a minute?
They are injecting their people with. They will manufacture
No. Can you follow me for just a minute?
Please.
Please.
Explain himself. Let him explain himself.
Thank you. My goodness. What I'm saying, Forefather, I don't argue obtusely. I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm trying to give you a picture of the way we think. Not just we Nigerians, but people in the world.
Yeah, but now if you get the critical fact wrong, I have to stop that. I have to stop you.
No. Forefather, just let you. What it is that you don't know where I'm coming from and you don't know where I'm going. If you listen, you'll have a better appreciation.
Gotten wrong. It's like
we're having a different argument now. We're having a different argument now. I don't want a different argument.
Understand? We have to be precise here, so we don't waste time.
Of course, who's more? I'm a man of precision, my friend. So
go ahead.
Thank you. Well, you have to fight in this game, you know. You have to fight in this game.
Welcome.
Now listen.
You are welcome. We have to get it right. This is a life or death.
Let me continue, bro. Let me continue. The whole atmosphere over the COVID scenario was one of panic. The whole world went into panic, and the whole world wasn't asking many of the questions that needed to be asked. Nigeria, as one country, did not even need one person to have one vaccine in that Nigeria. Why? Because COVID weren't doing no good there. Why? Because we have malaria. What do we use for malaria? We use the thing that actually cuts COVID out, that cuts it out. What does the vaccine do? Nobody knows. But I can give you direct hardcore demographics of the amount of people killed by the vaccine. So when we can't just be there to be represented. We need to be there because we know what the hell we're doing. And we need, therefore, that knowing what the hell we're doing is merit. That's why I cited these things about where you are coming from. It seemed to me that where you are coming from was simply to be represented, which is why I used the advert thing. I use that as an example of where I believe you're coming from. You said that's not the case. I said, okay, I accept. Therefore, you know nothing about business. Now, I didn't mean to be rude about that. I'm saying that in order to earn your space in business, it is earned. There is nowhere else in this world, in the world of do's and don'ts, where you earn your space more than in business. Because if you are superfluous to needs, you are thrown off. There's no harder place to work than in a sales environment, and in a business exam. There's nowhere tougher. So you can't just be in a business environment flipping around. You can't.
No, I agree with you on that, but
yeah, but now with this
includes earning it. I'm not saying they should give it to us for free.
So therefore, when you are earning something, there are rules of engagement. So the rules of engagement have to be taken into consideration. Now, as black as we are, and as looked down upon as we are as a people, we as Nigerians, especially, possibly more than any other black person in this planet, we as Nigerians, we don't give a rat's ass how you're looking upon us. But we do know I'm going to get that. I'm going for it. And in that go-getter thing, in the world of business, there are rules. And we as Nigerians are playing to those rules as more than we are not, because we can speak about the criminology, but what goes on in the Nigerians world space is more of merit, especially outside of Nigeria, especially outside. As you and me both know, when you see a Nigerian, even as a waiter, as a cleaner, as this or that, bruh, they're not going to stay in a lowly position. They're going to rise within that company. And that's what generally happens in Europe and in America. Now, with this, we have to appreciate that we have hardcore knowledge. What we do not have, unfortunately, is a corporate way of thinking. And this is the issue. We can't just be blaming all day long, when we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and see how do we perform better? Because that's all it's about. We have to get better and better and better until we are controlling. Control is not going to be put in anybody's hand. So using some of these words, that's emotion. That's emotional speaking.
I'm not using emotion now. I'm just
no, we
saying
all have that emotion, my brother.
No, this one is very, very logical, that we need to be part of a space that actually involves.
And how do we get there? How do we get there? We understand. How do we get there?
Developing and taking over and buying and doing all that needs to be done. That is how these are done. I don't know why. I don't know why you are laughing.
No, it's laughable. It's laughable, that answer.
It's scary to hear, because this is very scary to hear you laughing about this type of thing.
No. You know why?
It's a very, very serious matter. I don't understand
why I'm laughing. Let me tell you
go ahead.
You don't just take over companies. It's not.
Did I just say you should just take over companies?
That's how I heard it. That's how I heard it, bro. That's how I heard you.
You are hearing it wrong. I didn't say you are getting it for free. I didn't say I just work. No, you do what you need to do to acquire the company. That's how it is done. It's not rocket science.
You're shifting.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So what did I say that shifted the goalpost now?
Can I step in a little bit?
So are you trying to say that I was saying that we should do a coup, just take it over by force? Are you saying that's what I'm suggesting? No, that's not what I'm implying. I'm saying we should acquire the company normally, like people acquire companies. That's what I'm saying. I actually gave an example of the UK where a company was in distress.
Forefathers, I gave you an example when I talked about EMSA. EMSA is in the same space as GSK. Perhaps GSK has some edge. And I'm saying whatever that gap that the government feels it has identified, you can accomplish it through GSK that is wholly owned by a Nigerian. Now, remember, between 1999 and 2000, Obasanjo set up Transcorp. You know Transcorp that is currently owned by Elumelu. And the whole idea of a Transcorp was to be able to replicate what the Asians did with Samsung and all those companies in Asia. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it boils down to this governance issue I was screaming is what has made transport to be where it is and not accomplish the objectives that were set for it. So the government can still use local Nigerian companies if it means well, plan properly, and accomplish that scientific goal you're talking about. I don't understand why we must be fixated on certain companies must go and take over.
Because the reason why I said this is to short circuit the process. I don't know whether people have been in companies. Let me finish my point, because that will take longer.
My apologies.
That would take longer for one. That would take longer. If you have been involved in industries that are involved in innovating and going through patent process and intellectual property rights, if you have been involved in those areas, you find that there's no shortcut to it. It takes a long time, and we may not have that time to start getting into some of all these spaces. I'm not saying you shouldn't innovate. I'm 100% in support of our own local innovation. But as a matter of fact, you can use that to speed up local innovation, because why should you start from this is zero when you can start from halfway and get advanced? That's what the Chinese did. The Chinese copied halfway most of the time. Sometimes they even copied full intellect. Why are you saying no? It's a fact. You want me to bring? You know what? I'm going to be. You know what? Flagship. When you say one of all this is that, I'm just going to be bringing evidence all the time, because it's getting ridiculous now. Every time you just say no.
No. You mustn't take umbrage like that, forefather.
That's wrong. I say, you're like no. That's not how it's supposed to be.
No. You mustn't. You say we're having the discussion. We're having a discussion. Wait.
No, I'm not being rude. I'm saying I have to be bringing evidence to support it.
No, I hear that, but don't take umbrage, because you see,
lead you nowhere.
Okay, good.
Takes you nowhere.
Okay, good.
If there is a procedure from step 1 to 10, you can't jump 1 to 6 because you already know 1 to 5. You have to follow it if you want to succeed.
Okay.
You cannot shortcut.
If I can just add this. That's
why we fail. We Nigerians believe in shortcuts. That's why we fail.
Well, it's like this, you see.
I was going to ask you just now that walk into any company in Nigeria today or tomorrow and ask them, can you please show me your SOPs and your policies and procedures? They may not know what it is. They may not even have one. They may have it, but have never looked at it. They're just going the guerrilla way to run the company. That's why it doesn't work. You've got to have a standard operational procedures in place. And if it says, the checklist says, do this first, before this step, before that step, before the next step, you've got to follow it. If you don't, you will hit the rocks.
So why is this Chinese firm not taking the long route again? Tell me.
No,
wait. Let me say this. Guys, if I can, because I wanted to speak.
Because it's not black, they are allowed to, but we are not.
They so willingly.
What do you mean? Where do you get the idea that I'm saying that we should go and waylay people and take their business? I didn't say we should go and waylay them. I don't know what is this thing.
It saves Nigerian taxpayers money. Because
this is one. You want me to start sharing more how Chinese companies are acquiring Western companies?
Let me say this to you, forefather. Based on what you just said. Based on what, let me just tell forefather this, if I may. You see,
guys, I need to go. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, before you run, I need you to stay around for 5 seconds more, please, if you can. Especially Ambra, please give me a shout. You have my details. I need a quick strategic word. You see, the way businesses work is with teams and organizations. And when you employ people, again, it's another strategic thing. If you bring, I can have a company that's a year old, and a year old is nothing in business, as we all know. But now I've employed an individual who has 56 years experience in the thing that our business is doing. And what I want to do in breakneck speed is take over my competition. That's what I want to do within the next 2 years. Now, having the expertise of this member of staff gives me a bit more potential and power to augment my strategy to take over my competitor. Now, we have to understand that businesses are dynamic. And in this dynamism, there are ways of getting things done. It doesn't always mean you win because business is risk and you are risking your very livelihood most of the time. So it's not playtime. It's the most cutthroat, hardcore, efficient level of organizing, one, how you earn money, and two, how you deliver services. So, or products, services or products. So within this dynamism, we have to really think how these things operate. See how someone will just be playing music when
Don't
I'm
mind him.
talking.
Who else is it's Olumide again? You know, that guy just doesn't care. Yeah, so he just doesn't care. So the flagship, see, the way you analyze it is scary sometimes to me, because you are quite smart.
You
So that
didn't
that is
listen to
scary.
what I just said, bro. You didn't
No,
listen to what I
I
just said.
completely missed it. I completely missed it. I'm sorry. I was busy trying to find more evidence to knock flagship with.
Well, you see, that's what you see. What we must always search for the realities as they lie on the ground, not basically based on, not based on having a sword fence. I can't help saying it other
It's
ways.
not a sword fence. It's they say iron
let me-
sharpens iron. That's how it's supposed to be. Look at this Chinese firm. Hold on, please. Let me just say this because I have to use the term. This is more like waylaying. I'm not saying we should waylay them. Oh. China targeting German tech through backdoor with licenses. You see what I mean? Licenses. This when I keep saying this thing and I don't understand it. I like, why are you laughing? It's a serious matter.
You're getting it wrong. Listen. I work with the Chinese. I work with a lot of nationalities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before the Chinese ever takes over anything, they have studied it from the bottom to the top.
I've explained all this.
Wow.
They've gotten the ground.
I really have explained it.
Information.
So I should say that we should not. So we don't study it. We just want to take over.
You are saying take it over.
No, but the study.
To take it over, you have to have the expertise to know what you need to do with it.
That's why I know that you guys aren't listening to me. And that's why this conversation is stuck in this space for so much time. And you, forefather, are being extremely stuck in your ways at this point.
Because I'm correct on this one. That's why.
Honestly, bro.
I stick in my ways
Honestly.
Because I'm showing you evidence. Show me evidence. To
No,
say
wait. You see, the evidence I have is the evidence of the experience that I bring to the table as a businessman. And I'm telling you, you're wrong in so many ways. And it's quite unfortunate because a lot of what you are trying to put across is right. But how it happens is not in the way you are explaining. And those who have an idea of how it happens, you are objecting to everything they're saying. That's what's happening here.
No. Because they are making, you know what tends to happen? They start making an argument that I didn't make. They start making argument against.
We're searching for the reasons why. We're searching for the reasons why you're thinking the way you're thinking.
Finish your thought process, then you allow me to finish mine.
Yeah. We're just going back and forward a little bit. That's all.
See, the idea is that if I make an argument, I want you to deal with the argument and change the direction of the argument and say, oh, the process is like now. The last point he was making was that we don't know exactly how to run this thing. So you have to take your time to know all these things. But that wasn't my argument. The premise of the argument was that we should be heading in this direction anyway to acquire this company because it's going to take us longer to do it if we have to do it in a natural way.
We have heard everything you said. Wait, flagship. Sorry,
I'm not going to
because we need to bring this to a real point because we're going like this and it's not good.
Let me say this.
I'll be very quick.
It's 2 sentences. Forefathers.
Go for it.
Forefathers, take out time, rewind this tape, and listen to yourself.
Oh my God! I don't know why people always do this.
No, you see, what we don't want is unnecessary argument.
They don't deal with the argument. They just say go back.
I'm going to deal with the argument. I'm dealing with the argument. I'm going to deal with the argument so we don't go back and forward.
I have your number. I'll contact you, Jago.
Thank you very much, Chim. Thank you for staying around. Thank you, my brother. Always a pleasure.
Thank you for spending so much time with us here today. See, the
if I can go further, because I really need to put this to you,
Steph, your device is not on, Steph. Yeah, no, Steph is backstage. Go ahead.
So that we come to a point of agreement or disagreement. It means that we're not going to get anywhere. All I'm trying to say is businesses are dynamic. The dynamism within businesses include nearly everything from employment and who you employ and strategically who you can employ, from your ideals in this business and what you want to deliver in terms of goods and services. Now, once you have this and you begin to grow within your business, in order to either knock out competition or expand your business, you look to either different departments being built and having these mushroom from within, or you look strategically at what's in the marketplace in terms of other businesses that you can buy or take over. Now, within that, there are a lot of processes that go on. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of intelligence. I gave you the breakdown from a salesman to a politician in terms of all these people are salespeople. And there's a level of salesmanship at every level. That the CEO is the top salesman within his company. And when I say top salesman, he didn't even have to come from the sales department. But as far as you're the CEO, you are the face of that company, and you are showing that company as the marketing best, at his marketing best. This is where branding comes from. And now a brand would have a strong name and a strong culture and something to fight for, something of value within the marketplace. Given this dynamism, if you're looking to take over a company and you probably don't have the gravitas to do it as a company, you now look for an individual or individuals who can come into your company through employment in order to focus on this gamut. Then you are gunning for it. Now, at every step of the way is intelligence, and that intelligence is gathered, focused on your opponent, as it were. Once you focused on your opponent, it is then that you get the intelligence, the data that you need in order to perform whatever level of strategy that needs to take place. Now, unless you take these things, unless you have this understanding, you can then ask yourself, why are we not doing it? Or because that's where we are. Why are we not doing it in the global circumstances at a corporate level collectively? This is what you're getting at. And I have the same passions as you as to why we're not doing it, and we should be doing it. The actual fact is, this is where we are. Now, we can say it's for this reason or for that reason. But the bottom line in anybody's business, the businesses that I've run, some of them have failed. And as they have failed, do you know who's to blame? No one else but me. I can tell you that the white man didn't do this for me, and I didn't get the business that I needed. And I can bleed and cry, or no one gives a damn. No one gives a rat's ass why you can't do it. But what we both can agree upon is that there are people doing it in this world. So that's where we actually are. That's where we actually are. We shouldn't.
But do you agree that if you can achieve something at a shorter time frame?
Yes, I do agree.
Doing it
naturally, I agree that is possible.
You should take the shorter route if you can acquire it.
No, it's not that you should take the short route. You see, there are decisions to be made. You don't do things just because. You know, you may want to take over another company, but your actual present state of your company is nowhere, is in no position to take over anybody.
That is not part of the question. The question is about, let's say everything was okay. The scenario, you have the capacity to take another company, or you have the capacity to buy up for another company. Companies get bought all the time. I don't know why this is weird for us. So if you have the capacity to do it, and let's say Nigeria needed a company that manufactures, motors, DC motors, and Nigeria has the capacity to be able to buy this company up versus inventing their way to it. Knowing full well, let's say to invent their way to it is going to take them, their estimation is 6 years. But if they buy a company, it's going to take them 2 years. So they have to factor in that extra 4 years. Would we be using it to be making money instead of trying to develop our own? So if find that, so if you factor in that, if that 4 years you're going to be losing money because you are busy trying to develop your own, it makes sense to buy it outright.
Now, good scenario. I think on this particular point, quite a lot to do with motors. In Yoruba land, there have been many prototypes that they have created. And when I say created, the design, the engine, the mechanics in it, the electronics within this motor. And I've seen them design some fantastic cars. But again, like you, strategically, because I'm grown up in the UK manufacturing of motor cars has a fantastic history. There are so many cars that UK have that are more or less obsolete. They don't make them anymore. Now, these companies and their designs and their rights can actually be bought out. And as a Nigerian Yoruba man, I would think of buying out those kinds of companies, maybe 3 or 4 of them, and bring them to be manufactured into Nigeria. But it will never take away from me wanting to create my own Nigerian car, let's say, or vehicles, or stable of cars, because that would be the ideal, that we are producers of cars from design to manufacturing point, and we have done that. I think that's a feat. However, because there are companies out there, as you rightly put it, that already exist or have existed, and you can buy the copyright completely from these companies, and you set up manufacturing. Let's say something like, you see the car Peugeot or the old Citroen. I really love those cars. They're so Nigerian as far as I'm concerned. And I would like to buy those rights. Maybe not those two, because I prefer the British names. But these are cars that worked very well in Nigeria. Both the Citroen with hydraulic lift, the V6 or something like that, I think it was called, and 504 Peugeot. These cars, they actually look beautiful when you look at them kind of brand new, real made, and you just look at the magnificence of the car alone without being beaten up. These cars can be manufactured. I just give this as an example, but brought to a different level, up to date, to 2003 spec.
Yeah.
These are things that you could do with motor cars. So I'm not saying that you can't take over, but to everything, there must be strategy.
That's why it always has to be based on strategy. I'm not saying we just walk in blindly and visit the CEO at night and say, you know what, you better give it to us or you get one. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying that we have to plan it and say, okay, these are the strategic things we need in our country. We have this expertise. As a matter of fact, I will even encourage if I was the one advising, I will encourage the Nigerian government to bring back some great entrepreneurs or industrialists that are Nigerian based in the West, sponsor them to come back here so that they can strategize and acquire specific companies that are actually going to benefit the Nigerian economy. And the truth is, this is this kind of stuff the Taiwanese did. The Taiwanese, they were in the diaspora and they returned home, and strategically they used the knowledge they gained from the West to start developing their chip industry. They stole, copied whatever they needed to do to get to where they need to get to. And that's the same thing the Chinese did. That's the same thing the Israelis did. And in some strategic cases where government to government, like in the case of China was literally given the heads up, the leg up to develop their own nuclear technology. They didn't start from ground. Soviet Union gave it to them to start. Because if they had said, oh, let me start from ground zero, it would have taken China a lot longer to do that. So
why would they start from ground zero on technology? You don't do that with technology.
But isn't that what we are saying about ourselves?
It's not. No, it's not. You're again getting
what
wrong.
Are we saying? Okay, what are we saying about our own then?
When you have technology, there's a technology that's brought on board in the world, be it software or hardware. And as you have this technology, there's no point in going backwards. What you do is build upon that technology as it is. You build from that point. It's quite a different aspect you speak about. You see, you don't do that. If you're trying to originate something, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can originate that thing. There are so many things that we can originate there's so many things that we do originate in Nigeria. Now, if we're originating a brand new technology that nobody has ever seen, then that will be the platform that everybody copies from in order to investigate this new technology. So as you have brought the original, wherever it is you're from, you now begin to build and capitalize. But business is a vehicle in order for products and services to come through. That's what we must understand. That's its initial purpose. When you grow in your business and you become somewhat of a conglomerate, a heavyweight, then you begin to spy around and see what other things you might be able to get yourselves involved with. Largely, from an entrepreneurial mind, it will be because of money. It will be based on a good return of money. But that's not what drives any. That's wait. That's not what drives any business person. What drives business people is the idea and ideals, and this has to be understood. You don't start.
I feel bad because I feel so lonely at this position where I am, because it's scary how people see things
Oh,
very
bro,
differently.
you are going to be lonely there.
I'm like Mr. Lonely at this place, because the truth is that in this scenario, I don't see business as just business. I don't know why we just buy the business is not just business. Even in the West, they know that. This is why sometimes when their companies want to fail, the government step in to save them. It's not because it's just business money.
But
they understand
again,
strategic interest of certain businesses.
you still would have to answer the question as to why we, as Nigerians or black people, aren't doing it on the same level. Because
that is what I'm saying. We need to change. We need to change that, because before now, look at
now you're getting somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. We need to change. We need to change to the point whereby we need to start acquiring these things. I say this to my African American people. I said, you have been in the country for centuries, and you are dominating the movie and not even movie, the music and sports arena, but there's nothing you truly control in the country. You don't own any strategic industries. And they acknowledge it. That this thing I like about African American, they don't fib around. They know, and they said they know they don't have it. I said, then you guys need to start moving in that direction, because if you don't control anything, and all you control is art and this thing, is flim flam, as Jago says. It's not going to get you anywhere. So because when the day of reckoning comes, you don't control anything, and they can do away with you as they see please. And these people know, they are not stupid. The Europeans are so clever. They are some of them, man, I can't believe these guys are geniuses. They don't play around with strategic industries. They really don't play around with them.
Do you think that you are the first black man to come to that point of view?
That I think
that we are not in control of anything as a black people around the world.
The one I think I'm one of the few that is talking about it is about acquiring companies. In terms of
you are not one of the few.
Leapfrogging us. My premise is that most of us always talk about innovating, but not necessarily acquiring to leapfrog us. We talk about leapfrogging, but we don't talk about acquiring companies to leapfrog us.
Whilst it may be me almost looking like I'm giving an excuse to black people to have understanding. When we talk about America, the most inventions that have actually been made that suits the mankind have been from black America and not white America. And you know that's the truth. And I can tell you for why. You see, because we were slaves, apart from the skills that we brought from Africa initially, right, they brought the best rice, the best people that knew how to cultivate rice. They brought the strongest Africans. They knew who they were bringing over in order to make America's growth work. Now, because they were slaves, things like the iron, the washing machine, the heater, the fridge, do you know that all these things were invented by slaves? All of them. You'll be shocked at what we've done in this world.
I know that slaves invented a lot, but
if
you count the number of inventions that have happened, I don't think.
Now, what we have to understand is in terms of Black America, apart from the mentality that was beaten out of them as to who they are and how to win back their dignity, which they have tried to do in so many ways, they have been manipulated in the business world to the point of every level, to the point of, you know, as soon as a black man gets money, he's out of the area and he's not looking back because he doesn't want to be seen as black or he doesn't want to see him as ghetto or whatever connotation, identity that they have, identity crisis that they have. But they have been through all these things. But I am saying the animal of Nigeria and Nigerians, especially of our generation, we are a force as individuals, we are a force to be reckoned with globally. There's nowhere you can't go. The issue is the environment in that country called Nigeria and what is learned there. We are learning more and more wrong things. It's only that there are strong individuals that are making things stand up. If there were no strong individuals in Nigeria, that country, we couldn't even look at it. It's so, unfortunately, it's not corporate that's taking it to a stage. It's individuals. That one good teacher, that one good lecturer that I had, that one good person that was able to do this for me, that one good man who was able to bring his money and have a farm, that one good individual that set this company up, that was able to now provide us with the product that we need. One. No corporatization.
This lady is saying that it looks like you are talking more than your fair share of turn. Let's
And
allow
let her
Flagship
shut
to
up
talk.
and go to hell, man.
Flagship, Flagship, don't start another fight.
What she has to do is ask if I'm speaking rubbish. If she don't want to listen, let her fuck off. Simple.
Hey, let's keep the language a bit clean. We don't
No,
know.
why do I have to? I don't necessarily. I don't really look at the comment section. But when the comment section is looking at me, I'm giving them back what they're giving me.
No, they gave it to me now. They insulted me. The other one called
and
me.
when they're ready to come with their rubbish, me, I'll come with my rubbish.
Where's McKennelly? He said I'm a little bit sick.
Face to face that we do
I don't know
here.
why they do these things. They just insult you.
No,
but it's
face
okay.
to face.
The Flagship. You see,
she's not learning. Let her go to hell.
Jago, please now. Let us talk to now. Thank you. The Flagship, don't start another one. No, don't do sideways argument here. So I'm not saying we should go and waylay them at night and take over companies.
Okay.
I'm saying that if you can get it faster, if you can get from A to B faster by acquiring companies, don't you think we should do that?
Well, if we go the right way, which we talked about initially.
Yeah, the right way. Yes, the right way.
By investing in the company, buy the shares, buy into
but never to own it.
Company. That's the best way to go.
Never to own it.
You can own it that way. When you buy a share of a company, you own part.
Okay, so we buy a share like Mark Zuckerberg, and in Nigerian is the CEO of this multinational company. You are fine with that?
You own part of the company. You get to the point where you make decisions.
See, are you fine with Nigerians owning a multinational company like the size of like Facebook or something like that? Are you fine with that?
Why not? Why not?
Okay, you see, now we are in the same place.
We need more of that. We need to be independent.
Then what is all this argument for then?
No, the argument is when you say, go take control, take over.
Yeah, but that's what it means by being in charge of the company. That's what taking control is. If you, Mark Zuckerberg is in charge of Facebook, isn't it? He has taken control. That's what it is. That's what I mean.
So Bill Gates cannot go there and say, or the American government cannot come and say they want to buy it and take it over from Zuckerberg.
Oh, I think maybe you are thinking I'm talking about the Nigerian government taking control. Not the Nigerian government. Nigerian government incentivizing and supporting Nigerian these institutions and companies, private enterprises to go and take control of this thing. That's how America does it.
Okay, if that's what you're saying, then it's what we've been trying to say. So I want to argue on that. If Nigeria incentivizes its citizens to buy into companies and thereby owning them and strategically selling it back to the Nigerian government, it makes sense. But if it is the Nigerian government coming to say, GSK, I'm taking you over, that's a bad
no. I don't think they will ever want to do that. Even they will not go in that direction. But they may, to be fair, they may want to because they feel like maybe Nigeria should own a pharmaceutical company. Nigeria as a state should own one because it might come in handy. But you see, this is exactly the point I was making before. I've not even seen this, but I'm also into tech. It's not like I'm into technology, so I know what it takes to acquire intellectual property rights, and it's so easy to block African countries. Like let's say a company in Nigeria invents something, and when you invent it, they say, oh, there's another technology that is similar to that company. You can't own it. What are you going to do? You take them to WHO. trip protocol, how is Nigeria going to compete with Western companies then? You are in trouble. You can't win. And when
you apply for and own the rights. If you developed it,
yeah, but you see, they see now. You see, that's what forced me to start thinking like this, because when you go there, they have the money. The organization, they basically control these organizations. You will not win. Nigeria will not win against them. Their GDP is so high compared to Nigeria. Is not going to invest that money, risking it for one Thai company's this in intellectual property rights. So we are more likely to give way. They will say, okay, if you invented this stuff, just to make sure we don't develop, they say they will buy it. They will just give you a little bit of money, take the technology. Or if you refuse, they fight you in WTO. You won't win. So from that point of view, the best way to circumvent that is to buy a company that has already got that right.
Well, if you're buying the company, that's if they are willing to sell the rights to you.
That's right.
You have to scavenge for the ones that are willing to sell it. Yeah, that's the whole point. You scavenge for those ones.
Well, you cannot operate a company already in existence with another rights and buy another one and add it to it or replace it with it. No, it doesn't work that way.
No, I don't know. What was the point you made just now? Huh? I don't know. What was that point about rights? I didn't get that.
So if you want to buy a company that has a right and a patent to a product,
yes.
If you are buying the company, you are buying the rights to own full, to have full
all the rights of that company to
everything. Yes, you're buying it all. But if they're not willing to sell that right to you,
no, it's not by force now. Then you're not buying it. You see, the idea is to acquire the ones that are willing to give it up.
Yeah, if they're in distress, yes, you can acquire them and take them.
They don't have to be in distress. What's up?
They don't have to be in distress necessarily. It's just negotiation. It's simple negotiation.
If they are not in distress and they are willing to sell, you can buy. But if they are not willing to sell, you can force them.
But who says you need to force them? Sometimes you make it look like I said we should find a way to force them. Start pulling out their fingernails and make sure.
Again, you see, guys. The only thing I would say, the reason why I was thinking about Shell, because it's in Nigeria, and Shell is doing a lot of mess, and it would be good for us to own a company like that. You see, what you're talking about can happen in the Western world with any Nigerian company. You understand? It can happen. It's not like it can't happen, but you have to be. We're even in global businesses in the world, we're still not at those positions where we're really taking over at that level. We're not doing that because we're not on that level. We're actually not on that level. Do you understand? There may be millionaires and billionaires. Don't get me wrong. There are those. But again, corporately, we're not on that level. Unless Nigeria is a $2 trillion economy, we're not on that level.
I think that's where Dangote and Zenith Bank, all these big institutions, that's where they come in. You don't have to go and get a gigantic company. You can even get smaller ones because Nigerians, in terms of technological advancement, we are really, really, hemmed in. You can go and get acquire smaller ones that are looking for the money. Sometimes maybe if the company is worth, let's say $100, you are willing to pay $120 to incentivize them to sell because it's
give me an example. Give me an example of a company in Nigeria that operates out of Nigeria that is quite small within itself. I'm not talking about these because you're right. You're right in some of the saying, but it's quite glib. Give me an example of a company that operates inside Nigeria that is not Dangote and these people. And even if it is them, you still have to have the understanding of what it is you're doing. But give me an example of one company that can buy any company anywhere else in the world with the kind of technology that it may require, that is not bigger than that company in Nigeria.
So sorry, repeat that. Okay, repeat the question. I didn't get that fully. Sorry.
I beg your pardon. I'm saying, if you can give me an example of any one company that is not necessarily Dangote and that level, but a company that it starts itself, it feeds itself, it's a good company, and they are into technology. They're into that world. Give me an example of a company like that in Nigeria that can buy a small company outside Nigeria that is not bigger than that company in Nigeria.
Okay, I see. Like for example, is that of let's say Proforce is not very big. Is into technology, doing armored vehicles, and they want to go into UAVs. So we know that there are multiple UAV companies in China, so that they can go to and say, you know what, You know, there's a lot of competition here, and you're not making a lot of money. I can offer you this. You sell your intellectual property rights to me. We know your drones can fly. They have optical flow. They have this and so. So you take all the technology, you bring it into Nigeria. To them, it's not worth that much because they have 1,000 companies that do it. But to us, we don't have one company that manufactures from ground up. You see what I mean? You can do something like that, and it speeds the process up. So that's an example.
It's an example, but it's not an answer to my question. But I take you on board again. I do understand your ideals where this is coming from. I don't think it's practical or possible because I don't think that most Nigerian companies operating in Nigeria are at the level where they can buy anything.
That company has done all by itself. The guy came from the West. I took him about 10 or so years to build the company to a point whereby, you know, UN is buying their vehicles and international clients are buying their vehicles. So they have the rigorous innovative the capability. So if that company wanted to advance, the Nigerian government should aid them to acquire those companies. Because why? Because to see, when a Chinese company sells that stuff to a Nigerian company, they are selling to one company. But what they don't fully grasp is that for the point of view of Nigeria, it's far more valuable because if Nigeria starts manufacturing those things, Nigeria can sell it not only to Nigeria, to the sub-region of Nigeria, which can be as large as 1 billion in population. We are not talking about North Africa. So that is the potential. And that, hence, when you are doing that trade, that's what you have to keep in mind, that we have a bigger market that the Chinese don't have. We have a cheaper workforce that the Chinese don't have. You see what I mean? So that is the kind of stuff. And in terms of many people who want to patronize the Nigerian product just because it's African compared to this in Western this product. Obviously, it has to be good. You can't just patronize it for the sake of it. It has to be relatively good. So that is my argument. And you can replicate this in so many areas. If, believe me, if I was the one advertising someone like Tinubu, there are companies in the West that they are advertising for sale online. They're like eBay. They are advertising company for sale.
That's a good thought. Well, could anybody on this platform actually be in a position or want to be in a position where they are advising Tinubu? Can someone take that position? Please, anyone.
He's not offering a job that we should advise him. That's if this thing.
I'm just wanting to know if anyone can, or feels that they can.
I can
deliver.
Jesus Christ! I can. If the defense chief listens to my advice, within 2 years, Nigerians will be free to walk the streets freely at the middle of the night.
With guns.
Whole
place will become Afghanistan.
They will be.
You don't wrap. You don't pour guns into the country with that.
They will be free to walk the streets of Nigeria in the middle of the night and feel safe. Every part of Nigeria has to be safe. That would be my motto. And see, that's one. And in terms of leapfrogging, this is a way of leapfrogging. In other words, we can technically become a export economy within 4 years if you know how to do it. And I think the reason why they don't do it is because they don't know these things. They're not used to it.
That's not why they don't do it, boss. They don't do it because it's too much hard work and they don't give a damn. That's why they don't do it. Let's not get confused. I'm telling you.
See, many of them, when they come to the West, they don't start companies here. They don't. The kind of company they start is like, real estate or some. They don't start tech companies here. They don't necessarily get involved in the tech industry in the West to truly understand how those things work. If they did, they will be thinking like this. They will be thinking, okay, clearly we saw what the other people are doing, and we know that you can. They will understand the nuances of intellectual property rights and all those things, how to get around it, and they will be looking to leapfrog Nigeria. That is one of these things. Sometimes I talk as if I'm just an idealist, but I do know these things. I've been in these industries.
Have you? You said you work in the tech industry. Have you started one, forefather?
Hey, Steph. Yeah, Steph. Thank you for coming in, unboxing the. I'm sure you've been partying a lot.
He was here earlier. He was here earlier. He had visitors.
I don't
His in-laws came to see him to check what's going on.
I don't know forefathers why he liked to float the kind of arguments he floats sometimes.
I didn't start it. Oh, somebody. I think it was somebody else started this GSK talk. Don't blame me now.
Oh, Father. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I think it's like just a therapy to us. It helps us anyway. It also helps me to relax sometimes. But what you need to understand is sometimes we, talk as if we have a government, a government that is planning on what to do to improve a country. When you have such thoughts outside, it's just a mere wish. And that's why most of us keep arguing that the most important thing that we need, the first thing, the foundation that we need is a government. A true government of the people. Because that's when, even when you float these ideas online, the people in government will assimilate it and, see it as something they can investigate. But you don't have a government that have that line of thought. So when you begin to float it, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Any reasonable government supposed to be thinking in line with what you are thinking. That's why they should have advisors. That's the work of advisors. And when you see a government that have 100 and something advisors, and we can only speculate this kind of thoughts online as therapy, it shows you truly that we don't have a government. This thing you are talking about now is a deliberate policy of government. You don't, some of them, like the UAV you're talking of, you don't even need to begin to buy an existing company. A serious government, how they do it, maybe where you are and even where I am. They map out like maybe $5 billion or $7 billion or $10 billion research in that area. It will attract even students or professionals from outside the country that want to partner in that area. They will come in. And before you know it, within a year or 2 years, something will come up. And the government will not have the rights and look for companies, individuals that are from their own country as first preference, or others that are going to bring the capital with certain conditions to take that right or take that technology to develop it in their country. Remember how America brought out billions of dollars to research on this DC battery.
Yeah.
And the condition, when the research was ready, the condition is any company that have to benefit from it has to come and save the industry in America.
Hold on, Steph. You see, the problem with doing what you just said, I did flag it with the flagship. Flag it with the flagship. I flagged it with the flagship that I wanted to add something now. That if you
the point I'm trying to make is that those are the signs, because Jebu said important thing, environment. Those are the signs that when a government is going through that direction in any particular area, that's what informs that there is an environment for that kind of thing in that country. That's when your people will begin to think of, okay, how can we even venture into a different kind of technology? But not to talk of a country like you mentioned, UAV. Don't be surprised that if you have money today and begin to establish that kind of industry, the government may want to award a contract to acquire maybe hundreds or thousands of UAVs in the country. They will go outside and buy it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's what I'm encouraging that we need to change, because we can't find our own.
The way you say we, as if it's an individual thing.
I think the discussion we're having amongst ourselves that this is what we support, that we should be going in that direction. I think that's the context we're having the conversation.
Yeah.
You see, when you say that the government should fund research in Nigeria to go ahead and do those things, because I have seen what the world is like, the WTO, the TRIP protocol. People really need to check these things out. The TRIP protocol in WTO. They need to understand what that thing means. That is another hammer they used to keep us where we are. Because if you invent something now, you want to start monetizing it, you have to patent it. And then if he clashes with some other person's patent, or maybe remotely clashes, then they go and apply and challenge it. You could have a big problem on your hand. Then they will start telling you that you're not allowed to make it. You're not allowed to do this. Then you go take them to the WTO court. Who is going to win? Nigeria GDP is like the money that they use to fix tires in the UK. So you're not going to be able to compete with them. I mean, the Nigerian national budget. So they would defeat you on that front. So the way to circumvent this, and I think that's what the Chinese did. The Chinese never bothered fighting them with WTO. They just copied it, stole it, or bought the companies out. That is the way you go about these things.
But not necessarily in your country. If you come up with an idea and you develop it and patent it for production in your country, it is within your country. If it clashes with anybody's design out there, you have the room to modify it and make it your own.
No, they won't let you. They won't let you. They will come at you.
No,
And
you can.
Remember, America
it has to be different enough.
So let me give you my own personal experience.
Accusing Chinese of intellectual property, intellectual theft, intellectual property right theft. You understand? Did it stop Chinese from manufacturing?
No, it won't stop.
The Chinese stole it now. And that, remember, China is stronger. It's not like us. China was a nuclear power. The economy was all billions, this in trillions. So you can't come and just start.
Stealing the intellectual property. It did not change nothing.
Oh no, they stole it, but Nigeria can't even steal. They can't even steal people's intellectual property right. And then even when they steal it, they will tell the government, if you dare to use it, we'll run for you. And then the government will be like, take it. This is the problem. We can't hold on to anything we own. The only way to own on to it is when we buy it. They can't take it from you then.
Let me ask you, do you think
if we're not in a position to buy it, man?
You are talking of some of them, you can't go to those countries and buy it without the approval.
Whose approval? The country? Oh yeah, you have to have your people in that country. Nigeria is everywhere. You have to use your people to buy it.
The company that buys those things.
Pardon?
Most of this technology you're talking about, the country has an interest in which company buys those rights.
Oh yeah. The company, they are not stupid now. They are very, very strategic too.
Yeah.
They don't just sell
even if you're selling your house and somebody came to your house and you didn't want to sell it to them, they don't get the house. It's very, very simple. You see, all what we're talking about, we're a bit stuck on it. And it's a labored point, but it doesn't need to be, because whether you take forefathers' point of view or anyone else's, it doesn't matter to me, because we're just not in the position to do these things. You see, I've been watching China.
I think we're in a position though.
No, wait. I've been watching China since the 80s properly. And I remember what the Financial Times newspaper said about Chinese businesses and what they've changed in terms of their attitude towards Chinese businesses. And what they said is that Chinese businesses are going to take at least 80 years to perform the kind of corporate institutions that we have in the West. But right now, they're small to medium-sized businesses as they were, but they didn't, between anything between 50 and 100 million at a time, it changed. That's their limit, that they cannot go beyond that. And truly, during the 80s, the companies were at that level. Now, all of a sudden, the 90s, they exploded way before the time mentioned in the Financial Times. Now, when we speak, we look at China today and we almost believe it got there by magic. It got there by pure strategies, doing all kinds of things, and knowing that they are at war with the West. Because when you read from the Chinese business institutions, governments, and such, how they were strong with the West, but they became stronger and stronger and stronger in terms of how they were able to open their mouth and speak and negotiate with the West. First, they started quiet. Then they got a bit stronger and started to suggest what their needs were in this world, given that they're a communist country and X, Y, and Z. Now they're at the point of the rest of the world has to be careful where it says to China. That's where they are. Now, that is a good 40 years, between 80s, almost 40 years. So we have to understand that this thing doesn't happen overnight. Because it's happened in so many places in the world, we need to take some kind of reading from how the world operates in order to make that thing happen in Nigeria. Now, I put it to forefather, but I put it to the table. Can you work for Tinubu? And I really want people to answer that. We've got forefather's answer. He can, and he would. Can you?
No,
Can you? Wait. Can you flash it?
Overnight,
Flash it.
You hold on. I didn't just say I would. I said that if I was ever
No, we listen to your answer now. You said an answer.
Okay, tell me what was my answer, please.
What you said is that if I was Tinubu's advisor, I would take that job on board. 1, 2, I would be able to advise Tinubu about X, Y, and Z, which were the examples that you were given before. That's what you said.
I said if I was Tinubu, I didn't say I was going to work for his this thing.
No, but I asked you an upfront question and you answered it. You really did answer it, bro.
Later on you went to ask, but I didn't give you an answer regarding that when I was busy talking about what the government should be doing.
You know, it's my question now. I'll be listening. I was listening.
But I just gave you the answer that I gave. The answer is different from saying I will work for Tinubu government. Just change it somewhat.
But forefathers, if Tinubu was your candidate in the last election, why wouldn't you be open to work for him?
Yeah, but that's not no. Even if he was not my candidate, if I was going to work for him, I would have. You see, if I was answering that question, this is how I was answered. Jago, I would look at the what he's offering. Let's say if he's saying, okay, you are going to work in labor, I would say, okay, what do I control in labor? Is he going to interfere? And does he have a history of interfering? And you are going to look whether you are actually going to be able to do the job. Then if it's impossible for you to do the job, then why would you take it? But if it's possible for you to actually do the job with a reasonable degree of confidence, then it makes sense to do it, not because of Tinubu, but because of the people that he's going to help.
No,
see what I mean?
It wouldn't happen like that. The way it would actually happen, is that you would feel that you have something to offer the government and Nigeria, and you now not apply, but you now begin to seek avenues to speaking to Tinubu and showing him what it is that you can do. So just as you've broken down, I don't know if it was you that broke down tourism, but you broke down one industry.
Oh yeah, Chim was excellent with that tourism.
Chim did that, but you broke down one industry. I forgot what it was, whereby you would be able to advise Tinubu.
Not the specific industry, but in terms of leapfrogging and acquiring.
That's what you're dealing with. That's where I got the answer from. So I would want to go around the table just to ask the same question, really.
How do you think you're going to do that? A government that within 6 months was watching how many multinational companies leave the country. A government
I'm just asking, bro. I'm just asking because I think it was.
You are talking
I don't
about
care if they are leaving. Let them leave. They are making more space for Nigerians. See, point is, I've even taken up this.
Talking about leapfrogging. What about the companies that are in Nigeria already now? Why can't they select like 3, 4, or 5 companies to use as a launching pad to start?
That's what I'm saying. We are going to, not the government is going to do it. They will sponsor companies to become a multinational.
That you have already in Nigeria, that are Nigerian owned, that have good prospects for international or continental competition. Why is government not investing in them?
Like I said, I am against them for that. Like Proforce, Innocent, Airpeace,
involve themselves directly when it comes to funding.
I agree with you. Nigeria government should be more aggressive about promoting industry, because if you look at the West, one of the big, this is what they did. Like the British something company, what is it called again? The British something company. They were the ones that were in charge of most of the slave trade, and they were doing all those things. in Japan too, the companies that got Japan into the Second World War and fought all those wars,
British
the
West
industrial
Africa.
companies.
British West African company.
British West African company. Is that what it's called? I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
at the time.
Okay.
It
That
became
was a big.
illegal.
They said the company was larger than countries' GDPs. That
Absolutely.
company was massive. That they had soldiers.
After India, Nigeria.
British India Company. That's what it was called. British India Company.
No, that was in the east. That was another company. But after India, Nigeria was the biggest cash cow, the next biggest cash cow of the British empire. So just know that.
Yeah, so that's the kind of stuff. The point is that many of these capitalist nations, they fund their industry, private industry, to take over specific strategic areas. Like that's what America is doing. Google, Facebook, all of them got support from the American government. That's how they operate. So we are in Nigeria, and our government should be doing more of that. To an extent, they are doing it. That's why our banks are in so many African countries. I'm sure the Nigerian government is involved, but they should be doing it on the technology, especially. I really don't understand why there's so much gap our people have from technologies. Like, are we allergic to it or something? We should be like nose deep, neck deep in technology.
I don't think Nigerian government did anything for the banks that you said were. Is it not during the capitalization era of Soludo that started launching the bank?
Where did Soludo come into this one? I think Flagship wanted to say something. What was that you wanted to say?
Yeah, capitalized under Soludo. That's when they started divesting to outside the country.
As the bank, as the head of
only those that the government will invest to bail out.
Yeah, as the head of the central bank.
Oh,
that's when it took place.
You know, in terms of technology, go ahead, forefathers. I think.
No. You wanted to say something. Sorry, I didn't want to. I don't have much to say anyway.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying that you asked the question why Nigeria is not so much vested in technology. The truth is, they do not have an idea of what it's involved. We are still in the stone age, if you allow me to use that word. Nigeria started developing technology many years ago. I remember when I go to school back in the day, the university, there's this toll gate that was constructed just right as you're entering Benin. And this express road that was made, there was this kid from Ogara, it's a town just right outside of Sapele, that designed an airplane and put, only God knows what and how he did it. He was able to make it move on a wheelbarrow, right? Design a plane with wings. And it made the news. I remember NTA then, Benin, carried it, interviewed the child. You would expect that the government haven't seen that, or someone haven't seen that, will pull that child and want to develop that inquisitiveness and that technology that child had without going to school. Secondly, you remember, was it 2015 or 2017? Mark Zuckerberg was in Nigeria. Remember that? And the reason why he came to Nigeria was not because he was coming for fanfare. It was reported to Facebook that there were a group of people that they have discovered and have mapped it down to Yaba, just outside of Yaba Tech, that were causing Facebook problems. And it was posing a big challenge to Facebook. So Zuckerberg wanted to see who these people were. And he took a trip to Nigeria, stopped in Abuja to say hello, and went to Yaba in Lagos and found out these boys who were using this, what do you call that phone that's, is it Touchlight? Nokia 33 something. That's what they were using, the right programs that they were using for Facebook.
Wow.
Imagine the intelligence. Guess what?
That's right.
8 of those boys left with Mark Zuckerberg a couple of months later. He came back and got them out. The best of them. Nigeria lost. The governor of Lagos was there when he came. He escorted him to Yaba. He followed him to where those boys were. It made the news. 8 of them left Nigeria. They are wherever they are today. So this is what we mean. We see them, we call them Yahoo boys. We call them, what's the other word they use for them? But these are people without no formal education of IT, or maybe just something they ran into on the internet, practiced on it, and are able to develop something else from it. A Nigerian designed a map, a sort of Google map that was an alternative to Google Map itself. I use the word Google Map, but his own was different. But it was a big competition for Google itself. Guess what? Google bought it from him.
You see? That's the smart thing to do. You see, Google didn't decide to invent it, or they bought it.
What he invented it, they bought it from him.
That's the name of the game. That is a smart thing to do.
It's the name of the game when you got the money, bruv.
We have enough money. We have enough money. See, we have enough money to have a big market in Africa. That's what we forget. We are not like other people.
Let me just follow on from Flagship then. And I'm going to send this link to you so you can see it for yourself. In Nigeria, I'll repeat it because I've said it before. In Nigeria, there is a tech hub that is bigger than anywhere else in Africa.
Yeah.
And all of the investments that come into that are from 80%. No, 80% from other Nigerian entrepreneurs. That's what's happening. To the tune of $100 million raised as startup. It's not playtime. They're out there. We are out there. I have to send you a thing. I watched it 2 days ago. Marvelous.
Let me explain what is going on with the Africa. The startup we are talking about is generally tech, which involves just basically software and apps, which is not the key of where we need to be heading. We need to be making hardware. In terms of those tech that you are referring to, what tends to happen is that, yes, they will make profit and they will create those companies, just like Facebook bought off the Google kind of map that the young man made. That's how they come. They will come into this in Nigeria, and when they see a promising company, they just buy them off, and that is the name of the game. And we are developing stuff to a certain point. Then they do the value-added manufacture, and then we start consuming it later on. What is the difference between that and what we are doing with our natural resources? You see, the name of the game still remains the same. We need to change the equation and start producing stuff to actually start acquiring this thing. They have to be buying from us. Then you know that work, not the other way around.
Let me pull you back a little bit. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay, of course.
You understand what Silicon Valley is, right?
That's right.
Do you understand it?
To an extent, I'm not. To an extent.
Silicon Valley runs the world software-wise. They don't manufacture hardware. The US has its own. China has its own. India has its own. Nigeria has its own. But the Nigerian Silicon Valley is being counted by DSS, the Nigerian police, every day by referring to these boys as Yahoo boys and criminals. But
maybe because they are seeing traffic.
Listen to me. Let me give you a little history. You see Uber and Lyft, right? Uber used to be a company called Gypsy Ride. It wasn't owned by the people who own it now. It has been in existence long ago. Gypsy Ride is what they call it. A couple of Jamaicans were running it. They use their private cars to run taxis outside what Yellow Cab does here in America. But when the rich man's son got in and they have money, they're able to sell the software part of it to the government. They designed the app, and today it's global, it's worldwide. Software is where the world is going to today. It's not just on manufacturing hardware. Hardware is just a little component of it. But if you can write the software that operates those hardwares, You sit at the top of the game.
God bless you.
We don't even
software is almost becoming it's almost obsolete from the point of view of AI becoming available now, and that software development itself is trouble.
It's only advanced. It's not obsolete. AI that you're talking about today are programs that are written.
No, I get your point, but
made to control and make stuff happen.
See, that tells you that, you see, what the Chinese did recently was they had a lot of software companies like Alibaba and all of them. But what they realized was that they were relying too much on software. Then I think more than 5 years ago, they started clamping down on software companies and started encouraging them to actually go hardware, because they realized that sooner or later you have to start actually building hardware that people actually can do stuff with the software. So, and hardware is hard. It's really hard. It's not the same as software. Software can just buy a computer and you're good to go. But hardware, it takes research, testing, failures, testing, patenting, and all that hard stuff that you have to do. And hence why you need to get in there the earliest time possible, so that you start making stuff that other people can actually, they will need. They don't have a choice. They will have to buy from you.
To differ in that one. Everything today is changing to being, what do you call it? Easy access. I see it in my own home here as we've been talking. I've sat down here and ordered food. I did it with my software, and somebody dropped it off at the door there. I can do just about anything with software. I'm talking to you by virtue of the application of softwares. I can see you, I can hear you, real time.
Yeah, but the hardware that makes this possible, which is the microchip that makes it possible, it's almost impossible to manufacture in many regions of the world. It's only specific areas that can do that. Hence, hardware, software is sitting on hardware. Hardware is harder.
If I have the software that operates, if you make your hardware and you don't have the software to run it, it's pretty much useless.
Yeah, but software is easy though. That's my point. Software, you can develop software anytime. But the hardware, they have to understand, it's very obvious now. When you think about it, software, if you make a mistake, you can do undo, you can delete, you can replicate the file. Hardware is not like that. You have one, you break it, you have to start again. It's hard.
And hardware today,
hardware is simply designed, and from hardware there's almost a roof on the level of profit you can get. If you're in IT, you know the whole travel from in IT's beginning, hardware was first. Hardware was most important, but because they developed and they have a pattern, they know what hardware is. Software became more important because it was bringing in more money. Obviously, because of how it can be transported all over the world and the different levels of software you can prepare. So software became king. Hardware is old. When you're talking about chips and microchips, then you're talking about those who are able to develop it in the world. Now, if we began to develop microchips, that would be strategic indeed, because as you rightly say, there's only a few countries that can develop it. But we have to, again, be accurate in what we're trying to put across, because it's not hardware for hardware's sake. As my man said, hardware has its limits. Software doesn't. And that's why it's profitable.
Looking at it from the point of view of business, I think people look like, okay, software is going to make more money. Clearly, software does make a lot of money in terms of, if you take all the software that has been created in the world, it does make a lot of money. And hardware does make a lot of money too. Let's face it, all the software is run on hardware. But the difference is that you can have multiple softwares on one hardware. But one hardware is one hardware. Like if you have a computer, though the computer has a lot of multiple parts. I'm not even sure the numbers, how much profit is made from hardware. I've not really done the numbers, but it may be just as significant as that of software. It's just that we don't know enough about that industry.
No, we do know. You just have to look into the industry.
Okay. Let me search for it then. It's good.
When the industry began, bruh, hardware was king. It was all about hardware. But then software took over for obvious economic reasons. It's obvious.
Game changer is software, forefathers.
Pardon?
The game changer is software. In automobile, it was all hardware before, right?
Yes, exactly.
When when software came into automobile, then you begin to see the changes.
No, I know it's a game changer, but it still needs the hardware to function. You know, all the and remember, as a matter of fact, when we say software is a game changer, the
they're
hardware
working
was
on?
becoming more and more advanced. That's why the
How
software
about
became
this,
a
bro?
game changer.
How about this? Do you know that they're working on more and more technology, yeah, that have imagery without any hardware at all? What would you need the hardware for then? They can just you see that what we're doing now is through the phone, the software on the phone. Now imagine that we don't have a software, but through some kind of AI level, we are standing in the same space having the conversation. That's where things are going. You're not going to even need hardware soon.
Okay, let me read it. It says the global. Let me read it. It says that the global mobile application market size was estimated to be 200 and something billion, 206 billion. But that's mobile app. But I don't know about that of computer. This now I'll try to find that. I think computer one too is probably quite expensive, maybe double the same. But you see now we're not getting to the crux of it. Hardware may actually be bigger. Because I know Apple is worth $1 trillion at least.
Not because of its hardware.
But if software is or a 200 something billion, where is the rest coming from?
No. The rest coming from it is basically they're a brand in itself. So you must understand that in terms of business.
Yeah, and let me find more information.
The hardware that we speak of that they use it's designed. It's already designed. Once you've designed that hardware, all you have to do is manufacture it. Whereas the software, you can grow the software over ages. You have 2.0, 2.1, 2.110. They just continue. It's money. It's always coming in. Whereas opposed to hardware is every year, every 10 years, whatever it is that they're producing new hardware. So we have to understand the economics of these things.
Yeah, I searched for total market size of computer software industry, and I'm seeing 60 something billion. What's this one? 60,000 million. So that's about 60 billion US dollars. It's not. I'm not sure this is as big as we think it is. So I'm seeing another one that says something about projected by 2030 to be worth 474 billion US dollars. So even in that number, you still see that a $1 trillion company, that is not it. The hardware is at the core of it. I'm not making it up.
I don't get that from what you read. I don't get what you said. I don't get your conclusion.
Okay, let me get the page out so that we can all see it.
I don't know what we're comparing. If you pieces a computer today, most of the parts in the computer is just generic. Anybody can manufacture it.
That's right.
What? Did you just say that?
It's
generic
true.
parts. That's what I'm talking about.
Did you just say? Hold on. Did you say the parts in the computer can easily be manufactured? No, hold on. No, I'm just trying to clarify. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Did you just say the parts in the computer can easily be manufactured?
Bro, who produces Apple? Do you know who produces Apple hardware at the moment? Do you know who does that?
Somewhere in Vietnam, isn't it? They moved to Vietnam.
It's China. China have been doing it for ages. They produce the Apple hardware for them. So all because they can be produced cheaper and they have the skills to do it, they've just put a contract out to some hardcore manufacturing hub in Guangzhou, and those people are producing it worldwide.
Jaguar, I'm sharing the thing now. I'm sharing the page now, so you don't. I know that you don't like me just going like that. And that
Yeah, because it means you're not listening.
No, I'm listening. No, I know. I was listening.
So HP laptop, Toshiba laptop, Samsung laptop. It's the software.
So I'm searching this. I don't know what else I should search. Let me see if I can get another tab up so I can
because we're kind of changing. I put on the comments on the background. It's actually 1 hour or so, and it's about the Nigerian software. It's a fantastic watch. Please watch it if you have time. It really is a good watch.
Okay, so now let me put the size of global computer market size industry or something like that. Size of market computer and mobile phone. I think it's hardware now, all of them. Mobile phone industry. So this one is showing valued global mobile computing devices market was valued at 4 point something billion. That's very low. Doesn't make sense. Okay, 6 point something billion. That seems very low. That's not going to make Apple any money at all. That doesn't seem right. Let's see. Smartphone market size growth. They are looking at 400 something billion in terms of smartphone market size 2022 to 700 something. Okay, let's go there and see. By 2022, I think it increased. Oh my God, this is too convoluted though. I can't see the information. No, I'm not seeing anything. I don't know how one is supposed to read this.
You have to go into it, man.
Yeah, you have to really go deep. But I guess the summary is there. When you go to the summary, if you look at this summary,
I know this already because I don't know how much older than I am than you guys. I don't think I'm that much older, but I remember the beginnings. I remember the beginnings of hardware and software, computers, BBC computer, Stanonic. These are very beginnings of computer, and it was all about hardware. And they were pushing out hardware hard until software development came in. And when software development came in, it put hardware aside, bro. I don't know.
But look at this now. The hardware is almost 500 billion here for 2023. But these are the software values here. The software values, some of the highest one I saw, this one that says reached 600 and something. 600 and something billion in the world, and this is just computer. This one is revenue from software in the software market, 600 and something billion, and while this one for computer industry, that doesn't include the mobile phone industry. We know how much Apple is worth in terms of the mobile phone itself and all the other this is. So I actually think if they are not equal, the hardware may actually be bigger. Depending on how you look at it.
Again, you're pressing on your point, and you're not taking what any of us is really saying.
I'm taking what you're saying on, but I'm just going based on. Should I? Okay, what do you make of these numbers then? What do you make of them?
Well, what I make is that your search isn't very good. That's what I make.
Okay,
I think
do you want to give me something to search for?
No, I don't know where to necessarily point you, but I know if I'm looking at this, if I'm researching and I'm taking time to go through things, I can bring you out facts and figures because I know that I'm right. It's not even a question of here and there. And I think if you follow the business line, the business technology from where computers and phones and all this technology began, if you take it from its beginnings and you take it to now, you can see that software would have won out. It would have won out because there are so many applications that you can make with software. Look at this phone in itself. Can you, if you remember 2G? There was 1G before 2G. There was 1G telephones, 2G. We're now at 5G. So in all of those differences, the basic phone in technology, not design technology, is the same. It's practically the same. But what you can do with a phone, wait. Understand this. What you can presently do with a phone is so much more on 5 than it was on 1. Because on 1 you can only text and use the phone. Now I can fry an egg using my something if I want.
See, I agree with you that software has the potential to become even more pervasive, and they make a lot of money. I don't know. It depends on how things shape up. Let's say hardware freezes in price and it never increases and nothing changes, then software will eclipse because software will keep growing and growing. But because hardware has to change to process the softwares, they tend to become more and more expensive. If you look at your smartphone, they're getting more and more
hardware
expensive.
Doesn't change to process the software. It's the software that is the processor. My brother, let me just ask you this question and find out for yourself. in the future, as we're going into the future, where do you perceive the technological industry to be? Let's say in 10, 15 years from now, with your knowledge, do you think you actually use or need a physical phone given where technology is going? Answer that for me, please.
You're probably not going to need a physical phone as it is. Phone is going to go obsolete sooner or later.
And why do you think that is? And why do you think that is?
That's the question. That's the thing I'm asking. That there will be back-end software. It may be obsolete from the point of view you carrying it, but it may be pervasive everywhere. Hardware may be pervasive everywhere.
Let's say you become the hardware, so they don't have to produce no more hardware. All they need is software. Yes, now all they would need is a software that is biological as well as electronic that can enter into your body, and then you have all what Google has inside of you. Why would I now?
Yeah, then you will have to probably.
I'm asking a serious question.
It's a serious question. That's why I'm thinking about it. But to do that, the technology that you have to infuse into the human body to allow that to happen will be astronomically complicated and astronomically sensitive. And
do you not believe that they are already doing that? Because I can give you proof.
Yeah, but it still doesn't make it cheaper. It's still going to be very, very sophisticated and expensive.
No, I can point you in the direction where this research can be seen, where we are going with technology, and soon a human being would become a computer because of the chip that a human being receives, and that chip, which is electronic, is also biological, so it can fit in with your very what can I call it, DNA. In order for you to transmit information.
Let me say this. I'm beginning to see if you can project into the future to an extent. Let me give you an idea. Like AI becomes extremely intelligent to the point whereby they can easily write any software that they want. All you have to prompt it to do this software, and the software starts functioning. So you can have a situation whereby software becomes extremely cheap because AI can do it easily, while the hardware still needs to be made because it involves getting raw materials from the actual world and processing it. You see what I mean? So hardware will still remain reasonably expensive, while software becomes ubiquitous and cheap to make.
If AI can do it, why would you need software? What is hardware anymore?
Because what did you just say? AI can't exist without hardware. AI has to exist in hardware.
You must understand, though, Paul Father. You must understand, Paul Father. Hardware is simply where the technology is held. It's just a house.
Your audio is not coming through, Steph.
Oh.
You were saying a jargon or something in house.
Thank you. What you must understand is hardware is just hardware. It's like a wardrobe. You know, a wardrobe is fantastic technology in the 5th century. Today, it's just a wardrobe that holds clothes. Soon, there are so many houses in the world that they'll put a rail, and they don't have no roller. They have their clothes out. They don't need a wardrobe. So the hardware you speak of is exactly the same as a wardrobe. The software, however, is intelligence. It's the intelligence.
Yeah, but it has to run on something.
No, bro. If they can put technology inside your body, if they can put technology inside your body, then that's what's housing that technology.
No, I want to believe that maybe forefathers,
to be able to put inside your body. That's my point.
The hardware that you're talking of, maybe you are referring to because there's aspects of hardware, if that qualifies as hardware, that I know that may conform with what you are saying. If you're talking of semiconductors, you understand?
Yes.
Chips, but outside those ones, what Jagu is saying is the right thing. The cost of those ones, the cost of those hardware
is included from semiconductors.
Those other hardware, the only thing that is making hardware to be expensive, if semiconductor qualify as hardware, that's the only thing making hardware to be expensive.
It does qualify as hardware. Transistors, capacitors, all of them, they qualify as hardware.
The heart of those technologies, semiconductors.
Yes, but they are all part of the cost of the entire product. That is my point.
And that cost that you speak of is costly. It's the most expensive part of it.
The most expensive, yeah.
In order to
And
produce.
so is
So
AI the most expensive part.
in order to produce. So any businessman, again, we'll go back to how business people think. Whatever becomes useless or what can be shortened in terms of cost, that's what they're looking to attack, so that they can put more money into the very thing. I'll give you the example again of a wardrobe. A wardrobe is good for clothes to put inside of, but I don't wear the wardrobe. I wear the clothes inside. The clothes inside are more valuable to me than the wardrobe itself.
So,
We
but what
have to really get
by
to
that
it.
standard, the Apple phone wouldn't be getting more and more expensive over time. Why do you think it is doing that?
It gets
No,
more and
because
more
you are
expensive
saying that
because it becomes more and more expensive to produce.
because the technology involved is getting more and more advanced to process to
Not
work with the software.
necessarily the technology of design. It's more the component parts that go to putting that hardware together. That's where it's a bit of a waste. I don't want to say frugally. I'm saying that in business terms, that's where their biggest cost is. So they want to shrink that biggest cost, because that biggest cost. It's only the cheapness of the design and what it can do that attracts people. You understand? And obviously they have to put a price on that.
See,
forefathers, you are in tech. You are in tech. You know how much the Apple pay all those software engineers?
A lot.
Absolutely.
It's part of the cost of the software too.
Yes, but see, I understand. See, software and hardware, they have almost a synergy at this stage. However, the hardware costs a whole ton of money to make, and when you search this, the size of these various industries, hardware is just. I'm not saying hardware is bigger, but I'm saying hardware is just as large as software, maybe larger. I'm not 100% sure, but the numbers indicate that they are very close.
What Steph just said about staff and what they cost. That is real cost of software, because it's coming from a mind of a skilled individual in order to go to work, concentrate, and put this software together. The software is cheap to make outside of the human mind that makes it. The human mind that makes that software is where the cost is with the software. But the software can be developed, as you've just said, in any which way. You can wipe it, you can reproduce it, you can augment it, all kinds of things you can do with it. What's doing that is a human being. You understand? Whereas the cost of putting these components together, it's like, Jed, this is only to house the intelligence. If we can now use this intelligence without a house, it would cost us a lot less to produce.
Yeah, but you can't do away with it without the intelligence now.
It's not yearback,
so you are saying that they should put into our body. You are saying they should put into our body.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are going to be various ways where hardware is taken away as we know it. Hardware as we know it is soon going to become obsolete to the point that... Wait. Put it to the point that you and me know this. You're in tech.
See, handheld device.
Wait. Soon we won't have to be on, I forgot what this program is, StreamYard, to have this conversation. Soon we would have this conversation based on lights, because we would have a holographic imagery of ourselves beamed to wherever we are, that we are in the same room.
What is going to generate that holographic image?
Bro, you're in tech. You should know. You should be up to date.
That's what I mean. The hardware may change, but doesn't mean the hardware goes away. It has to exist somewhere.
Okay, do you tell me when those holograms that are produced as we know it, how do they come to light, as it were?
They come to light using projectors and in a complicated probably arrangement or arrays. Then
no, it's not that difficult.
It has to be placed somewhere. And
let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be.
Hold on.
No, let's not make it more complicated. Okay. It happens through a camera. That's all you need to say. It happens through a camera. And this camera, we've developed cameras since before Kodak. You understand? So that is all they need. That and the software is all